Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 126 The Dying Immortal 400 Monthly Pass Plus Update. In the training room of the cave mansion, Liu Yi took out the drop of real dragon blood. True dragon essence blood is different from real dragon blood. The whole body is golden, shining with a strong brilliance. There is even a small dragon swimming inside. Just a drop of blood weighs as much as 10,000 junctures. The void is distorted accordingly. That is to say, Liu Yi's physical body is strong enough at this moment, otherwise he might not be able to bear such coercion. He swallowed the blood of the real dragon into his stomach. Immediately, a passionate dragon chant sounded in Liu Yi's mind. There are real dragons swimming in Liu Yi's body, the Dao lines are flickering, the terrible force cracks Liu Yi's body, the bones make a burst of sound. The blood escapes from the cracked skin, and there is a trace of blood in the bright red strands of golden streamer. In just a moment, Liu Yi's body was stained red with blood. After Liu Yi's body became successful, it was the first time he was hurt like this. As a monk who endured the coercion of heaven and broke the restrictions of several layers of heaven, Liu Yi's will is naturally resolute. Under the severe pain, Liu Yi's expression did not change at all. Rise! Liu Yi directly used the number of times of epiphany, and began to calm down and comprehend the true dragon pattern. Different from the blood of the real dragon, after the blood of the real dragon entered the body, the figure of the real dragon that emerged in Liu Yi's mind was more real. Each scale and one claw seemed to be in front of Liu Yi's eyes, even the supreme majesty made Liu Yi's chest feel heavy. The real dragon stands in the galaxy, and the surrounding stars are dim, not as dazzling as the golden light emanating from him. Every inch of his body has Dao patterns flowing, as if he was born following the Dao. Liu Yi looked at one after another pattern, and under the Dayan and Epiphany, he began to understand. Time passed, and after a long time, Liu Yi slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, mysterious and complicated golden Dao patterns flickered, and then slowly disappeared. Terrible blood flowed in Liu Yi's body. If he hadn't controlled it himself, the movement of blood flow might have spread throughout the Baiyun school. He has gained a lot. Although the Dao pattern contained in the blood of the real dragon is extremely mysterious, but Liu Yi is simple and has a strong comprehension. The mystery of the dragon pattern. He deduced a new heavenly thunder and true dragon Ju. If it is perfect, it can reach the Mahayana realm, which is extremely powerful and terrifying. Not only that, after absorbing the blood essence of the real dragon, Liu Yi's physical body was reborn again, like a new life. At this moment, every part of his body was engraved with Dao patterns, exuding extremely powerful power. But soon, Liu Yi frowned, and his mind was a little distracted. He thought of his senior sister and junior sister, and Yun Xi, and his mood fluctuated. The corner of Liu Yi's mouth twitched, feeling a little toothache. True dragon blood contains true dragon nature and is stronger than the previous real dragon blood. Even though his current cultivation base is much stronger than before, and his physical body is also extremely powerful, it still has an impact. However, Liu Yi was determined, suppressed this strange feeling, and began to temper his flesh and blood again, while eliminating this negative effect. Time passed, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. During the past year, Liu Yi has been practicing calmly every day, comprehending the skills, and comprehending the nascent soul chapter of the Immortal Sword Sutra. With the condensing of Yu and Ying, Liu Yi's ability to comprehend Dao improved again. It only took a year for Liu Yi to cultivate the Immortal Sword Sutra of Yu and Ying chapter, which was faster than Jindan chapter. However, Liu Yi was also a little anxious. Not only that, the nascent soul chapter was the last chapter of the Immortal Sword Sutra in his hand. If he had not obtained a new chapter after he broke through to the realm of transforming gods, he would have to switch to another chapter of the skills. He made up his mind that if he hadn't found the remaining chapters of the Immortal Sword Sutra by then, he would ask the master if there were any other useful exercises. If it doesn't work, he still has the Mahayana exercise Qinglian Hedaoju that was rewarded when he broke through the nascent soul realm. Although this exercise is a bit less meaningful than the immortal scripture, it is still enough for him to cultivate to the Mahayana realm. When he breaks through to the Mahayana realm, isn't it easy to reward the immortal scripture for the mission? As long as the time comes, it will be fine to spend some time on your own and switch to the cultivation method. Even so, Lui would still go out from time to time to investigate and see if there were any inheritance relics of the Immortal Sword sect. Unfortunately, nothing has been found so far. On this day, Lui was practicing, when suddenly a familiar voice sounded from outside the door, "Junior brother, come out quickly. I have good news for you." Lui froze for a moment, opened his eyes, a little surprised. It was Jianru's voice. Since the Sword Dao conference, Jianru had some insights, and after staying in the Sword God sect for retreat, they haven't met each other, and it has been almost 10 years now. Of course, for the nascent soul cultivator, 10 years is actually very short. What puzzled Lui was why did Jianru come to him suddenly? And there is good news? When Lui walked out of the cave, he saw Jianru standing at the door, dressed in sackcloth and holding a long jade sword. His black hair was crystal clear, and his brows carried the sharp and heroic spirit unique to sword cultivators. Lui smiled and said, "Senior Sister Ryu, I haven't seen you for a long time, why did you come to Baiun sect suddenly?" "You came to see Senior Sister?" Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu have been in retreat since Lui crossed the robbery, and they haven't come out even now. Lui didn't have a chance to talk to them about Yongzi. His current physical strength is astonishing. Lui is very confident, even if he faces a high-grade treasure, he will not be injured. Jianru shook his head and said with a smile, "That's not true. I came here specifically to find you, junior brother. Someone discovered a ruin in Yuanzhou, which is suspected to be the inheritance of the Immortal Sword sect." Hearing this, Lui's pupils shrank, showing joy. "Really?" Jianru nodded, "Of course it's true. I came to look for you as soon as I heard about it. The news hasn't spread yet. We should go there in time." When Lui heard this, his heart warmed up. "Thank you, senior sister." Jianru smiled, patted Lui on the shoulder, and said, "Thank you. Since I call you junior brother, I naturally have to think of you. Don't worry, I'm going to meet Ningxuang. It's been a long time since I saw you." Her. Lui smiled and said, "Senior sister is in retreat, so I don't want to disturb you now." Hearing this, Jianru nodded slightly, "In that case, let's go straight away." "Okay." Lui nodded. He went to the top of Lingluo Peak first, and told his master that he planned to take a long trip. The master was sleepy and had no objection. He was just complaining that if he went out, no one would run errands for her. After all, both Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu are still in retreat. Lui was speechless. This man could really lie on the bed, he didn't want to move a step. Lui ignored her, and then Lui went to Elder Ming again, and found that Elder Ming was also retreating. After Lui crossed the catastrophe last time, many monks of the older generation had a lot of insights into the profound light of enlightenment. There are several elders who have been in seclusion and haven't come out yet. Even the head teacher Wu Qingfeng is still retreating. Seeing that Elder Ming was still retreating, Lui didn't bother him. Although it is said that he is safer if he has Elder Ming to protect him, but some of the rewards he has obtained from his own missions over the years are not useful to him, and some are useful. Threaten. What's more, there is Jianru. Jianru is the arrogance of the Excalibur sect. Generally, the elders and strong people will have scruples and will not do anything to them. Therefore, Lui and Jianru left Bianzong. Not far from the Zongmen, Lui asked Jianru to stop for a while, and he took out a blue spirit boat. The spirit boat was more than 20 meters long, and there was a magnificent palace on it as a residence. The body of the spirit boat was also engraved with mysterious patterns. It is a very rare magic weapon at first glance. This is the King Xuanzhou, a middle-grade treasure, which was rewarded by Luyi for breaking through the God transformation realm in a trial tower. Seeing King Xuanzhou, Jianruyu widened his eyes, looked at Luyi in astonishment, and exclaimed, "This is a middle-grade flying treasure. Junior brother, you still have such a good thing? Not even Elder Dongxu of our divine sword sect has one." Seeing Jianruyu's surprised look, Luyi smiled slightly, and explained, "This is a coincidence for the younger brother." Jianruyu couldn't help sighing, "You are so lucky." Then she smiled and said, "The speed of the middle-grade flying treasure is extremely fast. With this King Xuanzhou, we can rush to Yuanzhou faster, so we don't have to worry about being late." Originally, Jianruyu was a little worried about missing the opportunity. After all, it took her a long time to rush back to Bianzong from Shenjianzong after receiving the news. Now that she has this middle-grade treasure, Jianruyu is not worried at all. Luyi nodded, "Let's go up." The two boarded the King Xuanzhou, Luyi added spirit stones, and activated the King Xuanzhou. As a middle-grade flying treasure, the King Xuanzhou was extremely fast, turning into a ray of blue light, flying towards Yuanzhou as if teleporting. Yuanzhou is located in the west of the Eastern Territory, not far from the Central Territory, but far from Qingzhou, farther than Guangzhou. In fact, Guangzhou is located on the route between Yuanzhou and Qingzhou, almost in the center. In just half a day, King Xuanzhou flew out of Qingzhou, much faster than when Luyi, Lu Ningxuang and Ming Lao went to Guangzhou. 2 days later, Luyi and Jianruyu discovered that many monks seemed to be rushing towards Yuanzhou. Some powerful sects used ancient treasure ships, and there were many monks standing on board, and some strong men flew past on monstrous beasts. There are also monks walking with the sword, and the speed is not slow. Seeing this movement, Luyi and Jianruyu went to the cities along the way to inquire about the news. It was only then that it was discovered that the news that a relic had been discovered in Yuanzhou had spread, and there was an indestructible pattern circulating outside the relic, which was suspected to be the great array of protectors of the Immortal Sect, which alarmed the monks in the entire eastern region. A large number of monks from the eastern region are rushing to Yuanzhou, planning to try their luck. I didn't expect it to spread so quickly. In a restaurant, Luyi and Jianruyu listened to the loud discussions of the monks in the restaurant, and said. Luyi smiled, not surprised, after all, it is unrealistic to hide such a large relic. Jianruyu nodded. The two continued on their way, searching for news along the way. In just 7 days, they passed through Guangzhou and approached the direction of Yuanzhou. As they approached Yuanzhou, more and more monks were gathering, as if a grand event was being held. Have you heard that the Saint Son and Saint Daughter of Tei Holy Land have rushed over? It's not just Tei Holy Land, Lei Yin Xianzong and the Holy Sons of Taixuan Xianzong have also come here. The younger generation of these Holy Land Xianzong are extremely powerful. I also saw the dragon boat in the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land on the road, and saw the Heavenly Dragon Son on the dragon boat. Just a glimpse, I felt as if I was facing a young dragon. Among all the Holy Land immortals in the eastern region, the Heavenly Dragon Son should be. Are they considered peerless figures? Sacred Son of Tianlong is indeed very strong. He has almost crushed the younger generation who have challenged the holy places of the major immortal sects these days. However, I heard that the son of Heavenly Dragon went to Qingzhou for the first battle, and was frustrated by the sword of that natural sword fairy of Bianzong. Some monks have heard of this news, and some monks do not understand. Hearing the words are all discussed. Really? The son of Heavenly Dragon has been born in the past few years, and he has never lost a single defeat. He actually lost the first battle? I know the natural sword fairy of the Biun sect. Back then, the Sword Dao conference was a blockbuster. It was only at the Golden Core level, but it condensed the Sword Dao field. I heard that even the old head teacher was surprised. I thought it was a rumor before, but I didn't expect it to be true. I have never heard of the Baiun sect. Such a character came out? I don't know what kind of luck it is. That's right, if such a character ascends to the ascension, the Baiun sect may also become the holy land of the Immortal Sect. Everyone sighed. Jianruyu listened to the words of these monks, raised the corners of his mouth, revealed a smile, and said via voice transmission, "Your brother is very famous now? But you are really powerful, even the son of Heavenly Dragon was defeated by you." Lu Yi smiled slightly, "That son of Heavenly Dragon is indeed not weak, and it took me a certain amount of effort to defeat him." Jianruyu didn't know about the battle at that time, so she nodded in agreement. Sacred Son Tianlong is indeed very powerful, he was cultivated by Tianlong Holy Land with great effort. He has challenged the holy lands of various sects and has never been defeated. Lu Yi glanced at Jianruyu in surprise, "He came to your divine sword sect?" "Well, after being defeated by you, he was silent for 5 years, broke through to the nascent soul realm, and challenged the divine sword sect after he left the customs. At that time, I was in retreat, and it was Brother Wang who fought against him. He defeated Wang in just 10 rounds. Brother. When Lu Yi heard this, there was no surprise. When he was in the Golden Core realm, the strength of Long Shenzi was already very extraordinary that day, and he even almost caught up with his senior sister. If he breaks through to nascent soul, he must be stronger. It was quite normal to defeat Wang Qifeng. Lu Yi was a little puzzled. I heard that the Long Shenzi was tempered with real dragon blood from a young age, so he was trained to such a degree. Don't your other sects have such resources? Jianruyu shook her head slightly. As a fairy beast, a real dragon is extremely powerful, even a fairy may not be an opponent, and the blood of a real dragon is extremely precious in the holy land of the Immortal Sect, and even the holy land of the Immortal Sect would not be so squandered. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows, a little stunned. How did Sacred Sun Long have such resources that day? Jianruyu glanced around, and said through voice transmission, I heard from Master that it seems to be related to the one who ascended from Heavenly Dragon Sacred Land. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, a little shocked. Does it have something to do with the immortal behind Tianlong Holy Land? Well, I heard from Master that the immortal behind Tianlong Holy Land was seriously injured due to an accident, and even his lifespan was damaged. He only has 10,000 years of life left. He wants to cultivate a new immortal before he dies. To defend the inheritance of the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land, that's why we have invested so much. Hearing this, Lu Yi's eyes widened with astonishment, and he said via voice transmission, Can even immortals die? Lu Yi always thought that immortals could live the same life as heaven and earth, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Of course not. Although immortals have a long lifespan, they will die of old age. If they want to live as long as the heavens and the earth, they must be very strong. Naturally, I also have a certain understanding of immortals, and said with some leisurely fascination, however, even if you just ascended to immortality, you still have 1,000,000 years of life. 1,000,000 years. Lu Yi grinned, it was no different from being immortal. If you put it in your previous life, you can live from the Paleolithic age to modern times in 1,000,000 years, and you can witness the entire history of the development of human civilization. However, the person from the Heavenly Dragon Sacred Land did not die naturally. Now there is only that one immortal in the Heavenly Dragon Sacred Land. If he dies, there may be chaos in the Heavenly Dragon Sacred Land. Jianruyu continued to transmit the voice. Lu Yi's eyes turned, and he understood. After all, as a holy land of the Immortal Sect, Tianlong Holy Land must have a lot of resources, and there is also the inheritance of immortal scriptures. If there is no immortal backing, then it is very likely that other immortals will eventually the Holy Land was swallowed up. Regarding resource issues and inheritance, the world of cultivating immortals has also shown an extremely bloody and cruel side. Lu Yi was stunned, and nodded slightly. No wonder Tianlong Holy Land has cultivated a holy son like this. Lu Yi felt a little cold in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't kill Tianlong Shenzi before. If he really killed him, Liu Yi doubted whether the immortal would come to Tianming and slap him to death. Liu Yi was a little puzzled again, and asked, that immortal still has 10,000 years of life, why is he in such a hurry to cultivate a holy son? Jianruyu rolled his eyes at Liu Yi speechlessly. Junior brother, do you think everyone is you? For thousands of years, it is too difficult for a monk to ascend. What's more, what if this holy son is talented not enough, and in the end they had to be retrained, too many accidents? Liu Yi felt a little embarrassed, he really hadn't thought about it. After all, it wasn't a problem for him to ascend, but it was a big problem for others. Just as they communicated through sound transmission, several domineering and violent auras pressed down on the restaurant, the wine table shattered, the bowls and chopsticks fell to the ground, and even some weak monks turned pale and frightened looked in the direction of the door. At the gate, there were a few young people with cold expressions, and their eyes swept across the restaurant. There were strange lines on the robes they were wearing, like swimming dragons. The faces of many monks changed. He is a disciple of Tianlong Holy Land. The atmosphere in the restaurant was suddenly very quiet. At the intersection outside, pedestrians also left one after another, so as not to annoy the monks in Tianlong Holy Land. The leader of a disciple of Tianlong Holy Land had a very powerful aura and had already reached the nascent soul realm. His face was cold, he swept across the restaurant, and said slowly, "Who gave you the guts to talk absurdly about our holy son of Tianlong Holy Land? I still owe 600 monthly tickets for a change." Chapter 127. The monks in the restaurant were very dissatisfied, but frightened by the power of Tianlong Holy Land, they could only suppress their anger. The owner of the restaurant was about to cry, his expression was pale. "My restaurant." Only Jianruyu was not afraid of the disciples of Tianlong Holy Land, and frowned dissatisfiedly. "You Tianlong Holy Land are too domineering, aren't they? Isn't what they said true?" Seeing that there were still people who were contradicting the disciples of Tianlong Holy Land, many people's expressions changed and they turned their heads to look over. After seeing Jianruyu, many people were surprised. "It's her, Jianruyu from the Divine Sword Sect. She is also a top genius in the Divine Sword Sect. I know her, she is at the top of the Tianjiao list. I didn't expect her to be there." Hiss, look at the man next to Jianruyu. Someone saw Liu Yi and was puzzled at first, then widened his eyes. What happened to that man? Someone wondered. He is the fairy seed of Baiun sect. I didn't expect him to come here. Hearing this, many monks were surprised and looked at Liu Yi. Seeing Jianruyu speaking, the disciples of Tianlong Holy Land frowned, and were about to speak. When they heard what a group of monks said, their expressions changed, and they stared at Liu Yi. The leading disciples of Tianlong Holy Land looked at Liu Yi with a cold expression. "So it's you." Liu Yi smiled, "It's me. Where are you Tianlong Shenzi now? I haven't seen you for a long time, and I miss you very much." What Liu Yi said was the truth. After all, he had the blood of a real dragon to defeat the Son of Heaven. The real dragon essence blood is of great use to Liu Yi. Liu Yi really wants to meet the Son of Heavenly Dragon now, and wants to get more Heavenly Dragon essence blood. Hearing Liu Yi's words, the expressions of several Tianlong Holy Land disciples suddenly became gloomy. The leading Yuanying disciple shouted angrily, "How dare you? Still want to fight the Holy Sun? If so, then let me try your strength first." He shot directly and grabbed Liu Yi with one hand. A stream of yellow light flashed in his hand, the dragon power condensed, the terrifying aura flowed, it turned into a dragon claw, and grabbed Liu Yi. The terrible coercion made the surrounding air vibrate, and many weak monks felt heavy in their chests. However, when the dragon claw approached Liu Yi, it disappeared without a trace as if it had been weathered. Liu Yi frowned and said, "I just want to ask, why do you do it? Besides, if you do it in this restaurant and destroy other people's things, you have to pay for it." The nascent soul disciple frowned, looked at Liu Yi with a very serious face, let out a long roar, and the aura flowed around his body, with dragon patterns condensing around his body, like the breath of wild beasts emanating from his body. That strong physique made the surrounding monks change color. The body training techniques of Tianlong Holy Land are extremely powerful, and almost every disciple of Tianlong Holy Land is a terrible physical practitioner. Liu Yi frowned, his eyes flickered, as if a sword pattern condensed with mysterious sword patterns was slowly rotating. The nascent soul disciple who was originally filled with terrifying auras shook his body, his face turned pale, and the dragon patterns condensed all over his body slowly dissipated. He looked at Liu Yi with a horrified expression. "You." Liu Yi smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist, if you act unscrupulously in the city, I will not be polite." The nascent soul disciple's complexion changed drastically, and then amidst the astonished expressions of all the casual cultivators, he actually restrained his aura. "Senior brother?" Several Jindan disciples in Tianlong Holy Land looked at their seniors in surprise. "Shut up!" The nascent soul disciple shouted, looking at Liu Yi, his eyes flickering. He couldn't calm down. "Let's go." With that said, he turned to leave. Those Jindan disciples looked at each other. Under the weird eyes of everyone, they were annoyed, but they didn't dare to say anything, and followed together. At this moment, Liu Yi's voice sounded again, "My fellow Taoist, you haven't said where your holy son is yet?" The nascent soul disciple paused, and then slowly said, "Of course the holy son is going to the ruins." After speaking, he turned into a streamer and disappeared in place with a few Jindan disciples. Seeing the extremely domineering Tianlong Holy Land disciple leave like this, everyone was very dazed and looked at Liu Yi one after another. Liu Yi obviously just glanced at the nascent soul disciple, turned around and left the nascent soul disciple in fright. Everyone guessed what Liu Yi had done, but they couldn't understand. The monks discussed in a low voice in amazement, what exactly did Liu Yi do to scare those arrogant nascent soul monks, and ran away on the spot. Even Jianruyu looked at Liu Yi curiously. "Junior brother, what did you do just now?" Liu Yi smiled slightly. "I didn't do anything, I just pressed him with sword intent." Liu Yi also felt the sword intent brought by Tian Li during the catastrophe, and he felt it every day in the following time. Now his kendo field has even exceeded 20%, and he can use the kendo field to simulate extremely terrifying and powerful the coercion of the sword intent. Although the disciples of the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land were nascent soul cultivators, the gap was too great compared to him. It was hard for Liu Yi's sword force to resist. Jianruyu was also terrified. She didn't expect that Liu Yi's sword force would overwhelm a disciple of the Holy Land who was in the nascent soul realm without even the courage to make a move. Feeling the gaze of the monks around him, Liu Yi smiled helplessly. "Senior sister Ruyu, let's go." Liu Yi felt a little embarrassed to be watched by so many people while eating here. Moreover, the spiritual food and wine made by this restaurant were very ordinary. Every day he ate the spiritual food and wine made by himself. He was caught the craftsmanship whets the appetite. Before leaving, Liu Yi glanced at the pale restaurant owner, thought for a while, and left a few spirit stones here. It's nothing to him, but to the restaurant owner, it's the hope of life. Liu Yi sighed in his heart. The weak are too vulnerable to indiscriminate disasters, and they still have to work hard. After Liu Yi and Jianruyu left, the monks present dared to discuss. They were extremely excited. Soon, the news spread that the born sword fairy was born, and with only a ray of sword intent, he turned away a nascent soul disciple from the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land. For a while, many monks paid attention to Liu Yi. Sword cultivators who have participated in the Sword Dao conference all know that the skill Liu Yi cultivated is the Immortal Sword Sutra, which is the incomplete Immortal Sutra. And the Xianzong ruins discovered at this moment are very likely to be the inheritance relics of the legendary Immortal Sword sect, and it is likely to contain the complete Immortal Sword Sutra inside. Presumably Liu Yi will definitely fight for the indestructible Sword Sutra. Besides Liu Yi, there are many younger generations from the Holy Land of the Immortal Sect, and even the senior monks of the Tianjiao cultivator will also come. It will definitely be very lively. 2 days later, another news came out. After hearing the news from Liu Yi, the son of Heavenly Dragon felt dragon aura surging all over his body, roaring like a real dragon. He seemed to be ready to fight Liu Yi again. As a fairy seedling who was fully cultivated by the Holy Land, even if he failed once, it didn't make him decadent, but made him more motivated to fight. Moreover, now that Tianlong Shenzi has broken through to the Yuanying realm, his strength is far beyond that before, and he is invincible to his peers when he was born. Many people are looking forward to another battle between the two, wondering who will win and who will lose. 3 days later, Liu Yi and Jianruyu finally entered Yuanzhou. The ruins are located in the west of Yuanzhou, not far from an ancient city called Hanshan. It is rumored that the ancient city of Hanshan was the place where an immortal ascended. No one knows the original name of the ancient city, only that the immortal's name was Hanshan. From then on, the ancient city that ascended was called Ancient City of Hanshan. There are rumors that immortal Han Chan left all his immortal perceptions before his ascension in the Ascension Land. If he can obtain it, it will be enough to cultivate to the realm of crossing the tribulation. There are many monks who come here to try their luck on weekdays, but unfortunately no one has discovered the immortality, but recently discovered a heritage relic in the nearby area, which attracted a lot of attention. Liu Yi and Jianruyu soon came to the sky above the ancient city of Han Chan. They found that there were a large number of monks in the ancient city at this moment, and the powerful aura that flashed from time to time made Liu Yi a little frightened. It was a monk's aura that surpassed the realm of the void. After all, this may be a place of inheritance of the Immortal Sect, and the inheritance and things inside are too precious, even a strong person of that level will not ignore it. Jianruyu also said that the Divine Sword Sect also sent strong men, led by elders from the Mahayana realm, but it does not rule out that there are old people from the transcending tribulation realm in the dark. As one of the holy places of Xianzong, Divine Sword Sect has such a strong lineup, and the other holy places of Xianzong are definitely not bad. Presumably the competition will be extremely fierce. After Liu Yi and Jianruyu entered the city, they first went to the place of the Divine Sword Sect. For Liu Yi, his own strength is not strong enough, not to mention facing the monks who have crossed the catastrophe, even the monks of the Mahayana are very weak. Follow the monks of the Divine Sword Sect, and there are people behind him. At the Sword Dao conference before, Liu Yi had a good sense of the Divine Sword Sect, and he was willing to give such treasures as the Sword Dao platform and the Divine Sword Sect to all the sects in the eastern region who practiced swordsmanship and understood the sword. It must not be too bad. What's more, his master and Chen Jianzong seem to have a good relationship. From the matter of Tianlong Shenzi before, Liu Yi found that his master seems to be very unusual. With the relationship between his master and Chen Jianzong should it won't embarrass him either. The residence of the Divine Sword Sect in the ancient city of Han Chan is a palace. The palace is carved with railings and painted buildings, carved with exquisite reliefs, which looks very elegant. To Liu Yi's surprise, he was warmly welcomed when he first arrived at the residence of the Divine Sword Sect. All the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect greeted Liu Yi with smiles on their faces. "Brother Liu? Ha ha ha! I didn't expect you to come, Brother Liu. Brother Liu, long time no see, how are you doing recently? I'm going to have a banquet at Shixian Pavilion, let's get together." Liu Yi also greeted the monks with a smile. Liu Yi hadn't seen many of these young monks, but they must have met Liu Yi at the Kendo conference. Liu Yi also saw Wang Qifeng, and a smile appeared on Wang Qifeng's ordinary face, and he said, "Brother Liu, you guys came here faster than I thought." Liu Yi also greeted with a smile. Wang Qifeng obviously knew that Jianruyu would inform Liu Yi about the heritage site here, but he didn't expect Liu Yi and the others to come so soon. At this time, a white-haired old man came out, and after seeing Liu Yi, he also smiled slightly, I knew that girl Ruyu left in a hurry, she must be going to inform you, little guy, you little guy, I will definitely come here, after all, this may be the place where the Immortal Sword Sect is inherited. Liu Yi had seen this old man before, he was a Mahayana elder who followed seeing Jichen at the side. Jian Ruyu bowed and said, I've seen Elder Ding Qing. Liu Yi also smiled and saluted, I have met Elder Ding. Ding Qing smiled and nodded slightly. He was very optimistic about Liu Yi's talent in swordsmanship, looked at Liu Yi, and asked with concern, after the swordsmanship conference, can the realm of swordsmanship be improved? Liu Yi smiled and said, there has indeed been a slight improvement. Hey? Ding Qing glanced at Liu Yi in surprise. As a Mahayana monk, Ding Qing naturally also mastered the field of swordsmanship. He naturally knew how difficult it is to comprehend the field. It took 10 years to improve, which is too fast. But when he thought of Liu Yi's talent, he still had some confidence. He smiled and said, that's really good. If you have time, you can go to the Excalibur school. Those old men and women on the Excalibur monument miss you very much, and they still talk about you from time to time these days. Liu Yi's head was full of black lines, looking at Ding Qing's expression, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that he had malicious intentions. Good guy, these old people are still undecided, do you want him to join the Excalibur sect? Liu Yi smiled all over his face, thank you Elder Ding, I will definitely go then. Although he knew that those old people were not willing to die, the Divine Sword Monument was really fragrant, and it contained the profoundness of the fairy-level swordsmanship. If Liu Yi could comprehend it there every day, his swordsmanship realm would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Maybe it won't be long before he can see my own kendo field has been realized to perfection, but I am trying to comprehend the law of kendo from the Divine Sword Tablet. When Ding Qing heard this, he was full of smiles, okay, okay. At this moment, a terrifying coercion emerged from the sky, like a real dragon dominating the sky. A loud shout sounded, Liu Yi. I know you are here, come out and fight. This time, I will let you taste the taste of failure. In the sky, golden rays of light circulated, vaguely forming a phantom of a real dragon. The phantom raised its head and roared, and the terrifying power of the dragon enveloped the entire ancient city of Han-Chan. The mortals and weak monks in the ancient city of Han-Chan trembled, and it was difficult for them to stand still. They looked at the phantom of the real dragon in the sky with horror. The other monks also looked up, with different expressions. Everyone in the Divine Sword Sect was taken aback, Wang Qifeng's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, it's the son of Heavenly Dragon. The last time he was defeated by Tianlong Shenzi's 10 strokes, he still couldn't accept it in his heart. Ding Qing glanced at the sky, and sighed softly, the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land has invested heavily this time, and I am afraid it is determined to cultivate an immortal. The son of Heavenly Dragon himself is also very talented, and it is no surprise that he has the current strength. He turned his head to look at Liu Yi, and said with a light smile, but what surprised the old man is that you little guy, you made him taste like a failure in the first battle when Tianlong Shenzi was born. It's a surprise that it's been delayed for 5 years. Liu Yi smiled helplessly, he came to trouble me. I didn't think much of it at the beginning. Jian Ruyu glanced at the phantom of the real dragon in the sky, was very upset, frowned, and said, the son of Heavenly Dragon is too arrogant, junior brother, beat him up again. Let him remember. Wang Qifeng looked at Liu Yi. He naturally knew that Liu Yi had defeated Tianlong Shenzi at the beginning. He said, Tianlong Shenzi broke through to the nascent soul realm, and his strength has improved a lot. Brother Liu, don't be careless. Ding Qing looked at Liu Yi, do you want to fight? If you want to fight, the old man is here. You don't have to worry about anything else, as long as you don't beat him to death. Liu Yi has long been eager to try. Hearing Ding Qing's words, he felt relieved and nodded, since Son of Heavenly Dragon wants to fight, naturally I can't fight timidly. He turned into a ray of sword light and came into the air. Tianlong Shenzi stood in the air, with his hands behind his back. The dragon aura around him was much stronger than the last time he saw it, and even his originally dark eyes turned golden yellow at this moment. Liu Yi could feel the terrifying power contained in the body of the Tianlong Shenzi. With every gesture, it was enough to tear the world apart, and he already had the charm of a real dragon. Liu Yi sighed in his heart. Besides having good resources, the Tianlong Shenzi is actually not weak in talent, otherwise he would not be able to reach this level. Liu Yi smiled and said, "Son of Heavenly Dragon, long time no see, it seems that you are not depressed." The moment Tianlong Shenzi saw Liu Yi's appearance, his golden pupils shone brightly, and the dragon aura around him condensed into a dragon's head. He roared silently at Liu Yi, and the terrifying power fluctuated accordingly. Obviously, Tianlong Shenzi was very restless. He looked at Liu Yi, with golden dragon patterns looming between his brows, and said, "Today, I will wash away my shame, and I will definitely let you feel what I felt that day." Liu Yi smiled, "Then you have to work hard." At the same time, he said to himself, "I want to defeat the son of Heavenly Dragon." Task: defeat Tianlong Shenzi. Reward: 5 drops of true dragon blood. Whether to accept, yes/no. Liu Yi was taken aback for a moment, and then he was pleasantly surprised. Didn't expect the task reward to be increased? It used to be just a drop of true dragon essence blood, but now it turned into a full 5 drops. But think about it, the Tianlong Shenzi was only in the Jindan realm back then, and now he is a nascent soul. Fortunately, he was not killed last time, otherwise it would be too wasteful. Liu Yi felt a little rejoiced. When Liu Yi was communicating with Son of Heavenly Dragon, many monks came to the roof of the building and looked up at the two in the sky. Is that the invincible son of the Heavenly Dragon who has been invincible in the younger generation in recent years? It's really extraordinary. His whole body is transformed into a dragon with energy and blood, and he stands above the sky. He even has a bit of the charm of the supreme real dragon. The person opposite him is that natural sword fairy? I heard that he is a disciple of a small sect in Qingzhou. It is hard to imagine that such a monstrous genius will be born in Qingzhou. He even defeated the Heavenly Dragon Saint Sun who was in the Golden Core state before. Both of them are king-level figures of the younger generation. The battle between these two will have a great impact. Yeah, the people from the Divine Sword Sect are all here, the Tai Holy Land, the Laiyan Immortal Sect, the Taixuan Immortal Sect. So many holy sons and saintesses from the Holy Land have come. Sure enough, these younger generations, now want to let's see what will happen to the shocking battle between these two. Not only the younger generation, but also the older generation of monks. The impact of this war is not small. Many monks were discussing and guessing who would win between Liu Yi and Tianlong Shenzi. Although Liu Yi won first, but at the Golden Core realm Liu Yi condensed the Sword Dao domain, which is almost invincible. Now everyone is in the nascent soul realm, presumably Tianlong Shenzi also has a new whole card, and may not lose to the Sword Dao domain. Everyone is full of expectations. In the sky, Liu Yi and Tianlong Shenzi stood opposite each other, and then, Tianlong Shenzi was full of dragon energy, and he reached out and grabbed Liu Yi. He shot first. Change first and then change. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 202203261302222284 boss, and thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 128, Suppressing the Son of Heavenly Dragon again. The strong dragon aura turned into a dragon claw with a radius of 100 meters, and grabbed Liu Yi. The dragon scales on the dragon claws are clearly visible, and there are traces of real dragon patterns flowing and flickering, which are very clear. The terrifying power distorted the surrounding space, and the dragon claws slid across the sky, as if slashing through the water. There were ripples and vibrations. Just this blow is more powerful than the last blow of the heavenly dragon claw at the golden core realm of the heavenly dragon sun. Clang! A crisp sword sound resounded through the heaven and earth, and the golden sword light condensed around Liu Yi, and the 100-meter sword light soared into the sky, slashing across the dragon's claws. The sound of gold and iron resounded, cracks appeared on the dragon's claws, and the golden sword light also dimmed a bit. Afterwards, continuous sword sounds sounded, and golden sword lights appeared in front of Liu Yi's body. The dense 100-meter sword lights surrounded Liu Yi's body and rushed towards the dragon claw. Almost instantly, Jian Guang chopped the dragon claw into powder. Liu Yi smiled at Tianlong Shenzi. Is this kind of temptation unnecessary? Tianlong Shenzi's eyes were cold, and the blood flow around his body became more intense, and he shouted, Tianlong transformation. A series of mysterious and real dragon patterns emerged all over Tianlong Shenzi's body, and finally condensed into golden dragon scales on the surface of his body. The dragon scales covered the body like a golden battle armor, causing the aura of the heavenly dragon sun to surge. He stepped on the void, and ripples were stepped out of the void, and his body turned into a stream of light, disappearing in place in an instant. The next moment, Tianlong Shenzi appeared behind Liu Yi. His right leg was like a long whip, and he drew towards Liu Yi. Just when that right leg was about to touch Liu Yi's head, a golden sword curtain condensed and blocked Tianlong Shenzi's leg. Boom! There was a roar, and another golden sword light condensed, and the 100-meter-long sword light shot towards the son of heavenly dragon with an extremely sharp aura. Tianlong Shenzi roared like a dragon chant, clenched his fist with his right hand, golden dragon energy wrapped around his fist, and directly hit the golden sword light. Boom! The roar sounded, and the golden sword light turned into bits of brilliance and shattered. The majestic body of the son of heavenly dragon was like a young dragon, and the dragon's airflow turned and rushed towards Liu Yi. Liu Yi! You will be defeated today. Tianlong Shenzi was fierce, forward indomitable, with the belief of invincibility, shouted loudly, wanting to hit Liu Yi's self-confidence. Liu Yi just smiled lightly. As soon as he stepped into the void, the sword lights all over his body condensed one after another. The dense sword lights shot towards the son of heavenly dragon like a violent storm. Tianlong Shenzi roared again and again. Every punch and every kick carried a terrifying force enough to destroy mountains and mountains, smashing the sword light again and again. But the sword light seems to be endless. Every time Tianlong Shenzi smashes one, there will be a second and a third. In the sky, facing the flood of golden sword energy, son of heavenly dragon couldn't even take a step closer to Liu Yi. On the contrary, with the continuous collisions, the footsteps of Tianlong Shenzi began to retreat step by step. Liu Yi stood in the distance with a calm expression. Liu Yi broke through to the nascent soul realm, but he used 8 Dao Jade. With such a foundation, how could Tianlong Shenzi be comparable? Every time the two improve, the gap will only get bigger and bigger. This time Liu Yi faced Tianlong Shenzi more easily than last time. However, Liu Yi took into account what senior sister Ruyu said earlier, that the Son of Heaven was cultivated by the immortal behind the heavenly dragon Holy Land with all his strength. If I exert too much power and directly crush this heavenly dragon son, it may cause this heavenly dragon son's mentality to collapse. If there is no hope of becoming an immortal at that time, then the immortal blames him, and he will be in trouble. Moreover, the reward given by the Tianlong Shenzi in the nascent soul realm now includes 5 drops of Tianlong's essence blood, which is a good object for Liu Yi to learn from. Liu Yi is really afraid that he will lose confidence if he accidentally beats him. Therefore, Liu Yi's power was well controlled, and he did not use any special skills or spells, but only used the simplest sword field to fight against the enemy. Even so, just using the field of Kendo, Liu Yi's strength still overwhelmed Tianlong Shenzi. The monks below saw the golden sword suppressing the son of heavenly dragon, who was filled with dragon aura. Their expressions changed slightly, and there were many discussions. Sacred Sun Tianlong was actually suppressed. Liu Yi's kendo domain is too powerful. He just stood there, and Holy Sun Tianlong couldn't even take a step closer. Sage Tianlong is amazingly powerful, almost invincible among the younger generation, but now he is suppressed. As expected of a born sword fairy, his domain is still strong. The pupils of the holy sons and daughters of the immortal sect of the Holy Land flickered at this moment. Their expressions were still calm, but there were waves in their hearts. Liu Yi suppressed the Son of Heaven so easily, he was definitely the enemy of the younger generation in the entire eastern region. At this stage, I am afraid that none of the sons and daughters would dare to beat him directly. Seeing that he couldn't get close to Liu Yi, the Son of Heavenly Dragon's face was cold, and he shouted again, Tianlong's second transformation. A high-pitched dragon chant resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the body of Tianlong Shenzi swelled a little, reaching a height of 3 meters, with more golden scales on his skin, and even a pair of real dragon horns growing on his forehead, just like a real dragon in human form. His aura also rose sharply. Seeing this, many monks widened their eyes in astonishment. The second transformation of Tianlong transformation. This son of heavenly dragon is worthy of being a peerless arrogance, and he actually practiced the second transformation in the nascent soul realm. Yet, it's hard to imagine that in the heavenly dragon holy land, those who can cultivate the heavenly dragon transformation to the second stage of transformation are generally in the realm of fusion, right? This son of heavenly dragon has succeeded in this realm, and the future is boundless. Many monks were astonished. This also made the younger generation of Tianjiao, who already felt tremendous pressure, even more stressed. Whether it was Liu Yi or Tianlong Shenzi, their performance was too amazing. With the completion of the second transformation of Tianlong Shenzi, his breath soared, and he even had a trace of real dragon majesty. He expelled his hands, and the flesh and blood palms were like pouring steel, extremely strong and indestructible. All the golden sword lights shattered into pieces of light. Tianlong Shenzi laughed and rushed towards Liu Yi. The void around him was turbulent with the movement of Tianlong Shenzi. Liu Yi, if it wasn't for your blow that gave me a taste of the bitter taste of failure, I wouldn't have realized the second transformation of Tianlong now. Now, it's your turn to taste that taste. Tianlongkan. He shouted loudly, clenched his fist with his right hand, and the dragon energy all over his body flowed like gold on the surface of his body, so rich that it could even sink the heaven and the earth. He punched out, and the dragon energy turned into a giant dragon made of gold. The dragon roared, with a ferocious head, and rushed towards Liu Yi, trying to swallow Liu Yi in. While the giant dragon was swimming, the terrifying coercion raged, and the ancient city below even felt the huge pressure. If it weren't for some elders and strong men who stopped the coercion, more than half of the houses below might have been destroyed. Even so, a large number of monks below were still weak and sifted to the ground, and the coercion was too strong. When Liu Yi saw this punch, he was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Tianlong Shenzi would have this punch. In Liu Yi's eyes, there is a sword pattern condensed from mysterious sword patterns, and a sword pattern emerges in the void, and there is a sharp edge revealed in the sword pattern, as if there is a supreme sword intent hidden in it. In the next moment, the sword pattern in the kendo diagram flowed and condensed into a 100-meter-long golden giant sword. As soon as the golden giant sword appeared, black cracks appeared in the void. The cultivator below only felt that his whole body was like a sharp knife, and his hairs stood on end. Even the elder monks in the realm of transforming gods have their pupils constricted at this moment, looking at the golden long sword engraved with a large number of sword patterns in shock. Can't stop it. Such thoughts emerged in the hearts of almost all cultivators who transformed themselves into gods. This golden long sword is unstoppable, even if they face it, it may be difficult to deal with it. Even the faces of some Dongxue cultivators have changed. This kind of swordsmanship is like supernatural powers, and it is even enough to threaten them. Is this really a nascent soul cultivator? Everyone was horrified. At the moment when the golden longsword appeared in the void, old figures emerged one after another. They are peerless powerhouses hiding in the dark, with auras like an abyss, unfathomable. These monks were also startled by the golden longsword condensed by Lui. It is too appalling for a nascent soul cultivator to condense such swordsmanship. Tianlong Shenzi also felt the horror of the longsword, his face changed, and then he roared, Tianlong Fist. The spiritual energy in his body circulated crazily, and his face turned pale all of a sudden, but he used his potential to hit Tianlongkan again. Another golden dragon emerged, roaring and rushing towards Lui. With a calm expression, Lui shouted, Cut! The next moment, the golden sword light turned into a ray of light, disappeared in place, and instantly penetrated the golden dragon in front of it. As the light passed through the golden dragon, the body of the golden dragon turned into golden light spots from head to tail and disappeared. The golden sword light didn't stop, and pierced through another golden dragon again, and also turned this golden dragon into golden light, like golden rain falling all over the sky. Under Lui's control, the golden light continued to slash towards the dragon sun that day. Tianlong Shenzi shouted, I will not lose. The next moment, a golden spear appeared in his hand. The barrel of the spear was wrapped around like a real dragon, and the blade spit out from the dragon's head, carrying an indescribably powerful coercion and an incomparably domineering edge. Holding guns in both hands, Tianlong Shenzi yelled, Dragon fights the world! Hold head high! A roar resounded through the heaven and earth, and the phantom of the real dragon appeared behind Tianlong Shenzi. The dragon's head looked down at Lui with majestic eyes, and the next moment, it turned into a stream of light and sank into the spear. The son of heavenly dragon wielded his long spear, and the scales and armor all over his body flashed with incomparably mysterious real dragon patterns. Like a general wearing a golden armor to kill, he greeted the golden light without hesitation. Boom! When the two collided, there was a violent roar, and the dazzling golden light like the sun enveloped the world. A large number of weak monks felt their eyes hurt, tears flowed down, and they dared not look directly. I can't tell the north, south, east, and west, so I can only close my eyes. Only monks who are not weak dare to watch the battle in the sky. Soon, the light dissipated, and everyone looked at the sky, many of them widened their eyes and looked shocked. A pitch-black black hole appeared in the sky. It was an endless void formed by the cracking of space, dead and empty. And Tianlong Shenzi had already flew out, his whole body was cracked, the dragon scale armor had dissipated, his body was stained red with blood, and he fell straight down. This blow collided, and Tianlong Shenzi was directly and seriously injured, and he was no longer able to fight. Just when Tianlong Shenzi was about to fall to the ground, a figure appeared and hugged him. It was a very muscular old man with long golden hair and a violent aura, majestic like a lion. The old man glanced at Tianlong Shenzi, then looked up at Lui, with a calm expression, and nodded slightly, Thank you, little friend, for your mercy. Lui smiled, Senior, you're being polite, I don't have any serious feud with Son of Heavenly Dragon. The old man nodded slightly, Little friend is very talented, he is a sword fairy, and he can communicate with Aotian more in the future. Aotian? This name is good, it looks like the protagonist of the cool article. Lui nodded with a smile, Okay, if I have the chance, I will compete more with Son of Heavenly Dragon. It's best to spar dozens of times a day, and then he will have enough true dragon blood essence to improve his physical strength. Tianlong Shenzi vomited blood, stared at Lui, full of dissatisfaction, Lui. Next time, I will definitely win. Lui nodded and smiled happily, we'll do the comparison next time. The old man said no more, turned around and left with Tianlong Shenzi. Lui also returned to the residence of the Excalibur school. Jianruyu, Wang Qifeng, and the other disciples of the Divine Sword sect looked at Lui with strange expressions, shocked and unbelievable. Jianruyu ran in front of Lui, exclaimed again and again, patted Liu Yi on the shoulder and said, "Junior brother, you are too powerful, right? The dragon sacred sun crushed us young people from the eastern region so hard that day, I didn't expect to be defeated so easily by you." Wang Qifeng had a complicated expression, and he sighed, "Brother Liu is so talented, I can't compare to him. He was defeated by Tianlong Shenzi in 10 moves at the beginning. Now look at Liu Yi, who easily defeated Tianlong Shenzi. The gap between the two can be imagined." The other divine sword sect disciples also spoke one after another. Liu Yi's strength is too strong, even if these are all Xianzong disciples, they are still extremely shocked. Liu Yi chuckled and said, "Sacred Sun Long was very powerful that day, and I was not at ease. I basically used all my strength." To be honest, Liu Yi was a little surprised by Tianlong Shenzi's last blow. The long spear in his hand is probably not an ordinary magic weapon. It is probably of the same level as the senior sister's Hanli sword, both of which are high-grade weapons. Originally, Liu Yi planned to collect more power, but he didn't expect the son of Heavenly Dragon to block so much sword intent. This was a bit beyond Liu Yi's expectations. Ding Qing also came over. He looked at Liu Yi and exclaimed, "Your Kendo realm is stronger than in the Kendo conference. I'm afraid it's close to 20%, right? The son of Heavenly Dragon used the imitation of the Heavenly Dragon spear. I couldn't block your sword." Liu Yi smiled and nodded, "It's almost 20%. Ding Qing sighed, "It's really a hero. I have practiced swordsmanship for more than 10,000 years, and now I am not much better than you little guy." Jian Ruyu and the others were shocked when they heard the words, and looked at Liu Yi. Although they knew that Liu Yi's swordsmanship was very strong, the gap between them was too great, so they didn't have a clear feeling. But now, even their elders, the powerful sword cultivators in the Mahayana realm, said that the cultivation base of swordsmanship would not be much stronger than Liu Yi. One has practiced for 10,000 years, one has only practiced for less than 100 years, one is a Mahayana monk, and the other has just broken through to the nascent soul realm. The sword Dao realms of the two are so close, the disciples of the divine sword sect find it hard to accept. It seems that Liu Yi is no longer a member of the younger generation. Liu Yi and the others chatted for a while, and then went back to rest. After all, the ruins have not yet been opened, and the major forces are still discussing, and it is not yet time to enter the ruins. On that day, the world-shattering battle between Liu Yi and Tianlong Shenzi spread at an extremely fast speed. Tianlong Shenzi practiced the second transformation of Tianlong in the realm of Yuanying, and even used the imitation of Tianlong spear, the Zhenzong immortal weapon in Tianlong Holy Land, but was still defeated by Liu Yi's sword. It can even be said to be a disastrous defeat. Liu Yi directly injured Tianlong Shenzi seriously with a single sword, and he didn't even use the magic weapon. However, the Tianlong Shenzi used the imitation of the Tianlong spear, which was also a high-grade treasure of its own level. The gap between the two is very obvious. If Tianlong Shenzi is the top figure of the younger generation of the eastern region, then Liu Yi can be called the only existence of the younger generation of the eastern region. For a time, the name of Liu Yi spread throughout the entire eastern region, and almost all monks in the eastern region were discussing the shocking battle of this young generation. One must know that the attacks of the two even broke through the void, and such destructive power is extremely rare among cultivators who transform themselves into gods. Even Liu Yi's reputation began to spread to other territories. Liu Yi didn't care about all of this. After returning to his room, he happily received the reward. A total of 5 drops of real dragon essence blood. This is the blood essence of fairy beasts. If it is released, even the great powers of crossing the catastrophe will be jealous. Liu Yi didn't use it directly. After all, there are too many bosses here. Liu Yi was afraid that the fluctuation would be too obvious and attract attention. Moreover, the ruins will be opened soon. Liu Yi can't retreat now, lest he miss the opening time of the ruins. Early the next morning, as soon as Liu Yi went out, he heard that Feng Buming from the Taiwang Sword Sect and some talented disciples from the Taiwang Sword Sect invited Liu Yi to a banquet. Feng Buming saw Liu Yi coming and had already reserved a table at Shixian Pavilion luxurious banquet. Everyone pushed glasses and changed glasses, the atmosphere was warm. Feng Buming toasted Liu Yi, and said, "Brother Liu is extremely talented, his fighting power is astonishing, the battle yesterday was really exciting." Lin Yu, the genius sword repairman of the Taiwang Sword Sect, also laughed, and praised, "That's right, Brother Liu is too powerful." The Dragon Sage was very arrogant that day. 2 years ago, I came to Taiwang Sword Sect to fight. It's time for retribution. At that time, Tianlong Shenzi beat many geniuses of Taiwang Jianzong. Lin Yu was suppressed by a sword and almost killed Jiangxin. Naturally, he disliked Tianlong Shenzi very much. Feng Buming sighed, "Shenzi Tianlong is really amazing. I was defeated by his 8 punches at that time, and I still remember it vividly." Feng Buming also had a dull pain in his ribs, which was the injury from the beginning. Wang Qifeng clinked a glass with Feng Buming, said with a smile, "I'm better than you, 10 punches." Feng Buming's expression froze, and he said speechlessly, "If I try my best, I can naturally block 10 punches. 50 steps are laughing at 100 steps." Seeing that the two were arguing, Liu Yi smiled helplessly, and asked, "By the way, what is the current situation of the ruins? When will it be opened?" Liu Yi just came here, so he didn't even go to see the location of the ruins. He was very curious when he would be able to enter. After all, this is related to his future cultivation skills. Today's update delay is an unexpected situation. Tomorrow's update will still be at normal time. If the update is delayed in the future, the author will explain it in advance. Chapter 129 Fragmentation of the Immortal Formation. I heard that the heads of the Holy Land of the Immortal Sect and various major sects are discussing this matter. There is no result yet, but it should be soon. Wang Qifeng said. Feng Buming said, "I'm afraid there are a lot of good things in this inheritance relic, and all major forces attach great importance to it. Besides this relic, there are still formation patterns that have not disappeared. Those formation patterns are terrible, and they are as big as the protectors of the Immortal Sect Holy Land. The array is almost the same, even the most powerful array mage in the world, it is estimated that it will take several years to break it." Hearing this, Liu Yi frowned slightly, "So, don't we have to wait for a few years?" "That's not necessary." Wang Qifeng explained, "It is estimated that this formation has gone through a long period of time, no one has maintained it, and if there is a problem, it will collapse on its own in a short time. Otherwise, we will not be able to find the ruins here. Exist." Hearing this, Liu Yi was relieved. If he was really allowed to stay here for a few years, he wouldn't be able to stay. Several people chatted, laughed, and drank, and didn't go back until late at night. In the next few days, there were more and more monks in the ancient city of Hanchan. After all, the matter of the ruins was too big, spreading throughout the entire eastern region, and more monks came to try their luck. All the powerful sects in the entire eastern region have sent people, and Liu Yi can feel an extremely powerful and terrifying aura from time to time. All of them are powerful monks above the cave. On this day, a stream of golden light streaked across the sky and came to the ancient city of Hanchan, which aroused the ideas of many monks. It was a chariot pulled by a golden beast that looked like a unicorn. The strength of the beast was as powerful as that of a god, and it was extremely terrifying and powerful. Only a truly powerful force similar to the Holy Land of Xianzong has such a chariot. Jianruyu, Liu Yi, Ding Qing, and other monks of the Sword Sect were also alarmed. Looking at the chariot slowly falling from the sky, Ding Qing frowned, a little dignified. The 4 golden scaled beasts are pulling the chariot. The chariot is the important person from the Yushan Palace in the central region. I didn't expect that even the central region came here. This is a bit troublesome. Yushan Palace, isn't that one of the oldest holy places of Xianzhong? Liu Yi was very surprised. Throughout Tianming, the 5 domains in the southeast, northwest, and middle areas, each domain has top forces, similar to the Holy Land of Xianzhong, and there have been immortals. Yushan Palace is a top behemoth in the entire central territory, and it is said that it has been passed down for more than 10 million years. What kind of concept is this? In the previous life, human beings on the earth have not yet been born. In the current world, if the weakest immortal can live for 1 million years, and the Yushan Palace has not died out for more than 10 million years, at least there are more than 10 immortals. This is still the weakest immortal, who knows if there are more powerful immortals in Yushan Palace. It is conceivable how terrifying the Immortal Sect Holy Land with such a long heritage is. All the Xianzhong Holy Lands in the Eastern Territory were alarmed and a little nervous. That night, there were quite a few extremely terrifying auras approaching the location of Yushan Palace. After some discussions, the two sides calmed down. A few nights later, a golden light suddenly appeared outside the ancient city of Hanchan. Liu Yi, who was sitting cross-legged in the room, felt the immortal sword seed floating above the head of the nascent soul inside his danshan vibrate. Around the immortal sword seed, there are indelible Dao lines circulating, flashing an incomparably mysterious aura. Liu Yi was alarmed and opened his eyes suddenly. He took a step forward, disappeared into the room, and came to the sky. In the night, except for Liu Yi, monks appeared one after another, floating in the air, and they were all awakened. These monks were all extremely powerful, and their perception ability was terrible, so they discovered the abnormality immediately. When Liu Yi appeared in the air, he was swept away by waves of terrifying mental power. Ding Qing appeared next to Liu Yi. After seeing Liu Yi, he was a little surprised. "Boy Liu, I didn't expect your perception to be so sharp, and you would notice it so quickly." Liu Yi smiled and said, "It's just a little feeling." He looked up into the distance. There was a golden light flashing in the sky outside the ancient city of Hanchan, and the indestructible sword seed in Liu Yi's body vibrated more intensely. He can be sure that there is the inheritance relic of the Immortal Sword Sect. Liu Yi was a little excited. It seemed that there was hope for the complete Immortal Sword Sutra. He asked with some doubts, "Elder Ding, is that the direction of the ruins?" Ding Qing nodded, with a dignified expression, and said, "It's in the direction of the ruins. I'm afraid the formation is about to fail. Now that the formation is chaotic and the spiritual energy is surging, it will cause such a situation." Liu Yi nodded slightly, looking forward to it even more. Not long after, more and more monks appeared. Jian Ruyu, Wang Qifeng and others all came out. Everyone looked at the area where the golden light was shining in the distance, with anticipation in their eyes. Many monks even jumped into the air and flew in that direction, intending to go over to see the situation. This night is destined to be a sleepless night. Early the next morning, news came from the ruins area that the formation was about to be shattered. Ding Qing made a decisive decision, and led a group of monks from the Divine Sword Sect and Liu Yi to the direction of the ruins. Not only them, but also monks from various powerful sects such as Taiwang Sword Sect, Tianlong Holy Land, etc., set off one after another, heading for the direction of the ruins. Among them, many casual cultivators also plan to enter it. The ruins area is not far from the ancient city of Hanchan, only a few hundred kilometers away, and at their speed, it didn't take long to get there. The location of the ruins is in a desolate wilderness. On a small hill in the wilderness, dense and complex formations cover the sky, flashing golden streamers. All the monks are waiting outside the pattern at this moment, not approaching. Liu Yi and the others came over, but did not approach. The complex patterns in the sky flickered on and off, and seemed to be extinguished at any time. Jian Ruyu was eager to try. "When can I go in?" Wang Qifeng and a group of disciples of the Divine Sword Sect also looked at Ding Qing. Ding Qing was very calm, looking at the patterns in the distance. He slowly uttered a word, "Wait." Apart from them, monks from all directions were eager to try, and even some casual cultivators began to move forward a little bit. Unlike sect disciples such as Xianzong Holy Land, they have to rely on their own hard work for their cultivation resources. Now that the treasure is in front of them, even if Xianzong Holy Land can still hold their breath, they can't hold back. They must give it a try. If they win, they will be able to rise up if they get a little bit of treasure left by the ancient immortal sect. At this moment, a flying bird crossed the sky and entered the formation pattern. A golden light flashed inside the formation pattern, and the bird instantly turned into a blood mist. Almost no one saw how it turned into a blood mist. This made the loose cultivators who were eager to try suddenly froze, and retreated silently one by one, not daring to be the first bird. The waiting time was very quiet. Lui looked around and saw the direction of Tianlong Holy Land, and the son of Tianlong was standing beside the blonde old man alive and kicking. Tianlong Shenzi had an astonishing spiritual sense. After noticing Lui, he gave him a cold look and then looked away. Lui continued to look at other areas. In the direction of the Holy Land of Tai, a young man in a white robe stood with his hands behind his back, as if he had merged with the Dao of heaven. This is the Holy Son of Tai Holy Land. Lui feels that his Taoism is very strong, and the nascent soul should not be weak, and the future can be expected, but in terms of the power contained in his body, he is not as good as Tianlong Shenzi. In front of Lei Yi and Xianzong, there is a woman wearing a long purple dress standing in the air. She is surrounded by traces of purple light, which makes it difficult to see her face clearly. However, her figure is slim and her skin is as white as jade. Peerless beauty. Lui looked in other directions, and soon Lui showed a look of surprise. To the west of the array pattern, there is a group of monks wearing green robes, led by a man and a woman, which are very eye-catching. The man looks very handsome, with a gentle smile on his face. He stands with his hands behind his back, with a bright smile. He looks like a boy next door, but there are mysterious lights flowing around this man, like the coercion of the heavens, giving people the power of not being angry, the feeling. And that woman is extremely beautiful. She is a peerless beauty, her expression is cold and arrogant, and there is an aura of dominance between her brows. This kind of aura appears on a woman, it is extremely rare. What surprised Lui was not the temperament of the two, but the power contained in their bodies, which surprised Lui a little. Compared with Tianlong Shenzi, I am afraid that he is not weak, and may even be a little stronger. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter of Yushan Palace. Lui immediately understood the situation. These two are probably disciples of Yushan Palace, and only the immortal sect of the terrifying Holy Land, which has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, has such a foundation to cultivate two existences similar to the son of Heavenly Dragon. For tens of millions of years, the immortals behind Yushan Palace may not be weak, and the resources they possess are beyond ordinary people's imagination. Even in the Holy Land of Xianzong, it is definitely a top existence. Those two Tianjiao are also amazingly talented, and their spiritual sense is different from ordinary people. They looked up at Lui. The Holy Son of Yushan Palace showed a bright smile to Lui, and the Holy Maiden just glanced at Lui and then looked away. Lui also looked away. At this moment, the patterns in the sky flickered suddenly, sending out streaks of golden light. Many monks suddenly became excited. The pattern is about to shatter. Great, after waiting for so long, I can finally go in. The pattern flickered again and again, and the flickering speed continued to increase, and the surrounding aura gradually became violent. The senior cultivator with a strong cultivation base noticed something was wrong, and someone shouted, "It's dangerous, go back." And the elders of Xianzong Holy Land directly waved their sleeves, rolled up everyone, and stepped back. Boom! There was a roar, and the aura storm caused by the shattering of the pattern spread, and golden rays of light swept across the four directions. Like an earthquake, the earth shook violently, and cracks started from the small hills and spread in all directions. And the golden light swept across the monks who had not had time to retreat, and the monks turned into blood mist and disappeared. Lui saw a cultivator whose strength had reached the realm of the void, and after the golden light swept over him, he was wiped out without even making a sound. His scalp was numb, as expected of the sect-protecting formation in the Holy Land of Xianzong. Even if it was broken, the aftermath would be so terrible. If he was swept, he would definitely be completely chilled. The aftermath of the shattered formations swept for a long time, knowing that the wilderness was in a mess, and there were traces plowed by the beam of light on the ground, and it gradually calmed down. The formation pattern all over the sky completely dimmed, and disappeared as if it had been wiped off a little bit by someone. The small hills in the pattern also slowly disappeared, only a huge and incomparable space door was exposed in place. Inside the space door, there is a mysterious yellow energy rising and falling, with an unimaginable coercion, which is shocking. This is a small world created by opening up the void. What a masterpiece! It really is the inheritance relic of the Immortal Sect. An old man of the Taixuan Immortal Sect exclaimed. Hearing this, the eyes of the other monks were extremely bright. Immediately, some monks rushed out and flew towards the space gate. These monks were not strong, and they were basically in the nascent soul realm or even below. No one stopped them, even if people from the Holy Land of Xianzong were present, no one made a move. Everyone let them in. Lui raised his eyebrows, saw Dingqing and other monks with calm expressions, and then he understood in his heart. The internal situation of this inheritance relic is uncertain, and they don't know what's inside, so they need someone to explore the way. And those casual cultivators need to seize the opportunity, grab the slightest opportunity, and become stronger. There is a tacit understanding between the two sides. At this moment, there were screams from inside the space door. The screams were extremely shrill, and there were waves of terrifying aura fluctuations, which made the black and yellow air near the space door shake slightly. Soon, monks rushed out one by one, covered in blood. All the patterns inside. If you take a wrong step, you will die. They are all dead. No one who went deep survived. A nascent soul cultivator with a pale face stumbled out, and then flew towards the distance without stopping. Obviously thinking that staying here will not gain anything. Soon, the screams inside subsided, and no one rushed out. Only then did Dingqing say, "I'll go in first, and you guys will follow up slowly." While speaking, Dingqing rushed into the space gate with several elders of the Excalibur sect who became streamers. Not only them, but also some strong monks from other Xianzong holy lands rose into the air and escaped into the space gate. Now that it is confirmed, it is very likely that this place is the inheritance memory of Xianzong, and no big force is willing to lag behind. If the inheritance is harvested, even for the holy land of Xianzong, it will be a great harvest. Seeing that all the strong men rushed in immediately, other monks also set off one after another and flew towards the inside. Lui, Jianruyu, Wang Qifeng and other disciples of the Divine Sword sect looked at each other and said with a smile, "Let's go in too." A disciple of the Divine Sword sect was very clever, and said, "Brother Lu is peerless, we will follow you." Jianruyu laughed, and said angrily, "Do you have any backbone of the sword sect?" A female cultivator of the Divine Sword sect looked at Jianruyu in surprise. "Senior sister Ruyu, don't you want to act with brother Lu?" Jianruyu said, "I am different from you, Lui is my junior brother, so of course I have to be with him." Wang Qifeng and others. Lui smiled helplessly, "Let's go in together." Lui has a good relationship with the Excalibur school, so if he could take him with him, he would naturally not refuse. They flew towards the space gate. Before entering, Lui thought of something and said to himself, "I want to explore this ruin." Task: explore the ruins. The task rewards are determined according to the scope of exploration. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Sure enough, there is a task. Lui accepted the task. At this moment, Feng Buming flew towards Luyi with a group of monks from the Taiwang sword sect. Lin Yule laughed and said, "Brother Lu, how about we act together?" Feng Buming said calmly, "More people are safer." When the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect saw the monks of the Taiwang Sword Sect coming, they all frowned and said it was unlucky. Luyi's fighting power is against the sky, and he is unstoppable among the younger generation. They planned to hug their thighs, but they didn't expect the monks of Taiwang Sword Sect to have the same idea as them. What a shame! Naturally, Luyi didn't have any objections. For him, leading one group is leading two groups is also leading, and it has no effect on him. Thus, the disciples of the two sects merged together. This made many other sect disciples look sideways. The disciples of Tianlong Holy Land flew over, and Tianlong Shenzi glanced at Wang Qifeng and Feng Buming, and smiled coldly. "Waste is waste, you need to rely on others to survive." This made Wang Qifeng, Feng Buming and the disciples of the two sects raised their eyebrows and glared at the son of Heavenly Dragon. But Tianlong Shenzi didn't care about their eyes at all, looked straight at Luyi, and said, "Luyi, let's compare if we have the ability. Let's see who can get more from the ruins." Luyi was taken aback, he didn't expect that there would be a mission to deliver it to his door. "This Tianlong Shenzi is very good." Luyi said to himself, "I will gain more from the ruins than Son of Heavenly Dragon." Task: gain more gains in the ruins than Tianlong Shenzi. Reward: Mahayana Secret Technique Dragon Flying Phoenix Calling Ju. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Sure enough, there is a mission. And it's a Mahayana secret technique. Luyi was pleasantly surprised and accepted the task decisively. He now finds Tianlong Shenzi very pleasing to the eye, and said with a smile, "Since you want to compare, then it's better." Tianlong Shenzi smiled coldly, then turned around and led his brothers and sisters into the space gate. Seeing Tianlong Shenzi go in, Feng Buming gave a cold poo. "Damn, this bastard has eyes on his head." Wang Qifeng was usually calm, but now he was a little cold, and snorted, "Brother Lu, you should bet with him, you will definitely stop this guy from being arrogant." Luyi smiled and said, "Forget it, let's go in." The other disciples of the Holy Land of Xianzong watched Luyi and others go in, and they were a little moved and wanted to go there. However, the disciples of the various holy places were not familiar with Luyi, and they couldn't let go of that face, so they had to go in one by one. The group of Yushan Palace disciples were very low-key, they also just entered it calmly. After entering the space gate, Luyi found that they were in an empty square, and all the monks who had just entered were here. The square is very large, even though there are tens of thousands of monks here, it still looks very empty. Surrounding the square are pieces of golden walls, dense patterns carved on the walls, and there are 4 passages on the walls, I don't know where they lead. In addition to the walls, even the ground is densely packed with patterns. On the square in the distance, there were clusters of blood flowing horizontally, probably the blood of the monks who rushed in before. This made everyone dignified. Change first and then change. The time is a bit too late, it was delayed by more than 10 minutes. The update is over. The author is exhausted by 15,000 every day. Chapter 131 Finger changes the killing formation. As expected of the inheritance of the Immortal Sect, all the walls and floors in this place contain eternal gold, and the array patterns are so complicated. The Holy Son of the Taixuan Immortal Sect frowned, a little shocked. When you get here, everyone will use their true skills. The one who spoke was the Holy Son of the Supreme One Holy Land. He smiled slightly, and walked out with a group of disciples from the Supreme Holy Land. At the passage, walked in. Many people were surprised to see this scene. There is no formation pattern. This son of Tai has a very strong formation attainment. The Holy Land of Tai comprehends the Dao of heaven and earth, and has an extremely subtle understanding of the patterns of heaven and earth. Since the son of Tai is a holy son, he must have made extraordinary achievements in this way. The departure of the Son of Supreme One gave the other monks a sense of urgency, and they stepped forward one by one. A casual cultivator accidentally triggered the pattern flickered, and a golden beam of light flashed past, vaporizing him on the spot, and the others felt chills. Another sword light flashed past and slashed at a monk in the Layian Holy Land, who accidentally triggered the pattern. At this moment, Saintess Layian reached out her hand, and streaks of thunder light condensed into Dao patterns, blocking the sword light. Boom! Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The sword light disappeared, and the Dao pattern also dissipated. Seeing this, Wang Qifeng breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "This place is the periphery of the ruins, and the power of the formation is not too powerful, it is probably in the nascent soul realm." Lin Yu nodded. It's no wonder that among the first batch of monks who went in just now, some nascent soul monks escaped. If it is the power of the nascent soul level, then the nascent soul cultivator does have a great hope of escaping. The Saintess Layian asked a handsome man to come to the front. He also seemed to be proficient in formations. Under the leadership of this man, the group of them made a detour and soon entered a passage. The monks in Tianlong Holy Land are more reckless. Tianlong Shenzi has an indifferent expression, stands with his hands behind his back, and walks forward without any scruples. Wherever he passes, golden lights and sword lights shoot out and land on him, without even a single wave. Rise! Relying on his strong physical body, he forcibly swallowed all the attacks of the array pattern, which made many monks stare dumbfounded, and their eyeballs almost popped out. Lu Yi saw that all the monks in Yushan Palace also had calm expressions, and they stepped out, passed through the pattern without any waves, and entered a passage. In addition to them, there are also some powerful monks in the realm of transforming gods, and even monks in the realm of Dongxu are also in the crowd. Although they are not as good as the Mahayana and fusion powers that they entered before, their strength is also extremely amazing. Relying on their own strength, they also swept past all the way, entering each passage at an extremely fast speed. Those who are still here are basically monks who are in the nascent soul realm or even less than the nascent soul realm. Seeing that they had all passed by, Jian Ruyu looked at Lu Yi and asked, "Junior brother, where are we going?" In fact, Lu Yi had already planned in his heart. After entering the ruins, the indestructible sword seed in his body vibrated more intensely. The immortal sword pattern flickered on and off on the immortal sword seed, as if it was about to appear. The immortal sword pattern was above Lu Yi's nascent soul, and even started to turn its direction. In the end, the tip of the immortal sword pattern pointed to one of the passages. Lu Yi's eyes flashed. Although he had a hunch that this was the inheritance of the Immortal Sword Sect, he was still surprised. The Immortal Sect deserves to be the Immortal Sect, and it can actually induce the monks who practice the Immortal Sword Sutra. This method is really mysterious. He smiled and said, "Follow me." Lu Yi stepped out casually, turned again, and walked towards a passage. No formation was touched along the way, and everything was very peaceful. This surprised Jian Ruyu and the others. Feng Buming asked in surprise, "Brother Lu is still proficient in formation?" Lu Yi smiled, "I know a little bit, and I will look at other skills in my spare time to kill time." Everyone is speechless. After all, this formation is the formation arranged by Xianzong. Although it is not as good as the hidden protective formation outside, it is also a powerful formation that is difficult to pass even in the nascent soul realm. Lu Yi can see through it so easily. This is just to watch in your spare time? What about those monks who specialize in formations? Jian Ruyu smiled and said, "I'm curious about how the disciples of the Tai Holy Land will react when they hear this." The other two disciples laughed. Everyone in the world knows that the Tai Holy Land specializes in formations, using formations to enter Taoism, and there are formation masters in every generation. Lu Yi's current performance is no worse than that of ordinary Tai Holy Land disciples, and he is obviously a sword cultivator. With Lu Yi leading the way, the formation patterns on the ground were no longer a worry to them, and the group of people easily entered a passage and went deep into it. There were many monks who came in with Lui and others. Some are casual cultivators, some are disciples of sects, most of them unite together, or rely on their strong strength to attack abruptly, or some strong men in the formation lead everyone to avoid the killing formation and move little by little. Lui's attainments in formations are extremely powerful. Over the years, he would read the formation books when he has time. He has read all the formation books of Bianzong. In addition, there are enlightenment tea and task rewards. All the formation books, all of them were thoroughly understood by him, and he even cultivated to the limit level. In addition, there are some array patterns obtained by Lui through various trial tower missions, and Lui has also realized the limit level. At this moment, Lui didn't quite know how strong his formation skills were. But now, the formations on the ground and walls can be seen through by Lui at a glance, as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, almost no need to bother to calculate anything. He walked casually, and it didn't take long for the disciples of the two sects of the Divine Sword Sect and the Taewang Sword Sect to leave the other monks behind. Naturally, the other monks also saw this scene, and they were all shocked. That day-born sword fairy! He walked over so easily without touching any killing formations. Could it be that he has also refined the way of formations? It must have been refined. The speed at which he sees through the killing formation is too fast, far surpassing ours. Although the formation here is far inferior to the sect guarding formation of the Immortal Sect, it is not ordinary, and he can't even stop pause. Is this still human? It's fine if the realm of swordsmanship is comparable to Mahayana power, but even the realm of formation is so terrifying. A group of monks discussed in succession. Then some shrewd monks thought of something, their eyes flickered, and they walked along the road that Lui had walked before. The monks followed Lui's group closely, without saying a word, so they simply didn't bother to study the formation by themselves. Seeing the monks behind like this, the monks of Sword God Sect and Taewang Sword Sect frowned. A disciple of the Divine Sword Sect in the back looked coldly at the monks following behind, and said, "What do you mean by following us? If you follow us again, don't blame us for being rude." Seeing the cold eyes of the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect, some casual cultivators retreated a little. At this moment, a young nascent soul cultivator frowned and said, "Your Divine Sword Sect is too domineering, isn't it? This road is not yours. Do you have to stipulate where we are going?" The young monk was wearing a robe with a pattern of breeze, and there were many monks behind him. It's a disciple of Feng Yuanzong. Fengjai Yuanzong and Taewang Jianzong are both top sects in the eastern region. Compared with the Holy Land of Xianzong, the gap is very small. The biggest gap lies in the difference in background. After all, these top sects have never produced immortals. Seeing the disciples of the Feng Yuan sect speak, all the casual cultivators became active and spoke one after another. Exactly. Your Divine Sword Sect is too domineering. Can Xianzong be so domineering? This road is not yours. Didn't you follow fellow Daoist tell you to walk safely? How is it different from us? This made the monks of the Divine Sword Sect and the Taewang Sword Sect face cold. The long sword in Feng Buming's hand emerged, and the majestic Taewang sword intent flowed, turning into sword light and rushing towards the leader of the Feng Yuan sect disciple. His nature is domineering and ruthless, completely different from the gentleness he had when facing Lui, so he started fighting without saying a word. Seeing this, the disciples of the Feng Yuan sect looked a little solemn. The headed monk reached out, and wisps of fresh wind condensed, forming vortices in the void. The leading disciple of Fengjai Yuanzong looked at Feng Buming with a cold face. "Feng Buming, do you want to fight me?" Feng Buming sneered, "The wind is not suitable, you are too shameless. What is the relationship between us and Brother Lu? What about you? You and Brother Lu are not related, so why should you follow?" At this time, Wang Qifeng also walked over slowly, holding a long sword, looking at the wind. The wind is not suitable, do you want to fight with us? All the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect and the Taewang Sword Sect had their auras flowing and their sword intent surging. Feng should not see this, and his face changed. Although there are many strong people here, most of them are casual cultivators. Facing the disciples of Shen Jianzong and Taewang Jianzong, they may not be opponents. What's more, there is an unfathomable Luyi. Feng Bai's face changed, and then he snorted coldly, if you don't follow, you won't follow. Only then did Wang Qifeng and Feng Buming calm down, and they continued to follow Luyi with a group of disciples from the Divine Sword Sect and Taewang Sword Sect. Luyi was very calm, even if those people followed, it didn't affect him, he didn't care much about it. His goal is only the complete technique of the Immortal Sword Sutra. He led a group of people at a very fast speed, almost no different from rushing directly. This passage is very wide, hundreds of meters long, and its length is even more difficult to estimate. From time to time, there will be turning directions, and there will also be a fork in the road. It does not know where it leads, like a huge maze. Luyi had the Immortal Sword Seed constantly guiding the way, and he walked very easily, moving all the way to the direction of the Immortal Sword Seed's sword tip. Soon, they went deep into the interior for a certain distance, and saw the monks in the realm of transforming gods moving in front of them. It was a middle-aged man with a strong aura, but he probably wasn't very proficient in fighting. Every few steps he would touch the killing formation, and beams of light and sword lights would sweep across from time to time, forcing him to stop and resist. The power of the sword light and the beam of light was so powerful that even Feng Buming and Wang Qifeng's expressions changed. The power of this killing formation is so much stronger than before? That's right, I'm afraid this power has already reached the realm of transforming gods. The road ahead is definitely not so strong. Jianruyu thought of something, looked at Luyi, and said with a smile, we never triggered a killing formation along the way, and we didn't notice it at all. The other disciples also came back to their senses and looked at Luyi. Luyi smiled and said, the formation here is a bit more complicated than the one outside. If my guess is correct, the formation inside becomes more complicated. When everyone heard the words, they all looked in admiration. Even in the God transformation formation, Brother Lu is still walking on the ground. This level of Taoism is really surprising. Yet, even if it is placed in the Holy Land of Tai, it is still the most outstanding young disciple. Luyi smiled helplessly, everyone, stop praising me, I just understand a little bit. At this moment, a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect exclaimed, look there. Everyone was stunned and looked over, and then they were in front of the cultivator of transformation, on the side of the passage, where there were some broken metal arms, thighs and bodies, and there were traces of dark blue light flashing at the fractures. That's green steel gold. This is a treasure of heaven and earth that can forge top-grade magic weapons. If there is a master craftsman, maybe it can make low-grade treasures. It's a good thing. That metal body, is it a puppet made of blue steel and gold? As expected of the Immortal Sect, it's a big deal. It should have been broken by the elders who came in before. These treasures are of no use to them. I guess no one cares about the wreckage. Everyone talked a lot, with surprise on their faces. For the great powers of the Fusion Realm and Dachan Realm, this is really not a good thing, but for disciples whose highest is no more than the nascent soul realm, and even some disciples of the Golden Core Realm, this is a rare treasure. If they can have more blue steel and gold, they can even create low-grade treasures. Even among the disciples of the Holy Land of Xianzong, there are very few low-grade treasures in the nascent soul realm. Seeing everyone's excitement, Luyi didn't feel fluctuated in his heart. There were a lot of such treasures in his interspatial ring, and there were also a lot of green steel and gold, all of which were obtained from various missions. If these things were placed on the side of the road before, he probably wouldn't have noticed. However, seeing Jianruyu and others were so excited, Luyi also smiled, in that case, go get it. Liu Yi stepped forward and walked towards that area. Jianruyu and others followed. Liu Yi was also thinking in his heart that he had too many natural treasures in his hand. To be honest, it was useless to keep them by himself. Why not find a chance to practice refining and consume all these natural treasures by the way loose? Otherwise, it would be troublesome for Liu Yi to take it out for auction. After all, he has no shortage of resources, so he might as well use it for fun and pass the time. Maybe he can upgrade the refining weapon. Thinking of this, Liu Yi decided to go back and try. At this moment, the cultivator in the state of transformation shouted, "You juniors, I saw this green steel gold first, how can you fight for it?" Everyone was stunned, and then Feng Buming smiled and said, "Senior, this is wrong, this green steel and gold is something that has no owner, how can you say that like that?" "That's right, whoever saw it first owned it. I said I saw this ruin first, so wouldn't this ruin be mine?" Jianruyu also frowned, "Who is the ownerless thing? Whoever has the ability to get it first will be considered." The cultivator of Huashan gave them a cold look, but after seeing Liu Yi, his expression changed and he was a little dignified. "Liu Yi, a born sword fairy?" Liu Yi didn't expect to have such a nickname, he was stunned for a while, and then smiled, "Hi, senior." The cultivator of Huashan had a vigilant expression. He was extremely afraid of Liu Yi's previous strength, and said, "Okay. If that's the case, let's see who gets it first." Spiritual energy flowed all over his body, and he opened his mouth to spit out a black shield, resisting it around his body, intending to force himself to get the green steel gold. He rushed out, and before taking 2 steps, beams of sword light shot over and landed on the shield, shaking his body and stopping him. When the sword light was over, he moved forward again. Although he often triggers killing formations, he still approaches the green steel gold at an extremely fast speed. When Feng Buming and the others saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. "Brother Liu, let's hurry up too." Liu Yi smiled, "It's okay." He stepped out, twisted and turned, and led a group of people over at an extremely fast speed. It didn't take long for him to catch up with the cultivator who was originally in front of him. Seeing this, the cultivator of Huashan's eyes almost popped out. He never expected that Liu Yi still had such attainments in formation. Seeing the green steel and gold not far away, the cultivator of Huashan naturally didn't want to give up. He let out a low drink, opened his hand, and slapped Liu Yi and the others with a palm. The palm print rushed over, the aura was extremely powerful and terrifying. That's because the buildings here all contain eternal gold and are reinforced with formations, otherwise the general underground palace would have already been broken and cracked. Seeing this giant palm, Liu Yi raised his eyebrows, sword intent circulated all over his body, and golden sword lights shot out, crushing the giant palm. At this time, the cultivator of Huashan was already less than 100 meters away from King Gangjin, and he triggered the killing array again. A golden beam of light shot out, and shot towards the cultivator of Huashan. The cultivator of Huashan calmly moved his shield to resist. At this moment, Liu Yi smiled, and pointed out that the killing patterns under the feet of the cultivator of the transformation spirit flickered, and the next moment, the aura of the beam of light rose sharply, carrying strands of indestructible artistic conception, which was extremely terrifying prestige. "What?" The cultivator's pupils constricted, a little unbelievable. Boom! The beam of light fell on the shield, and the shield was twisted suddenly, with cracks appearing one after another. The cultivator of Huashan made a decisive decision and retreated again and again. The next moment, the shield exploded, and the beam of light fell on the position where the cultivator of Huashan was standing just now, causing the ground to shake. Fortunately, the cultivator of Huashan retreated decisively and was not hit. Even so, the cultivator of Huashan still broke out in cold sweat behind his back. He turned to look at Liu Yi, a little unbelievable, "You changed the intensity of the killing array." Liu Yi smiled, since the seniors have done something, the juniors have to reciprocate, and it's not rude to come and go. The cultivator of Huashan was silent, looked at Liu Yi with even more fear, and then said, "You are young, but it is a good way. I don't want this green steel gold, you can take it." Thanks to Huashan Sun and Moon for the 1,500 points rewarded, thanks to the 202203261302222284 boss for the 100 points rewarded, and thanks to the 08A boss for the 100 points. Chapter 131 Secret Room in the Labyrinth. Thank you senior for letting me go. Liu Yi smiled and walked over with Jianruyu and others. Jianruyu and the others were stunned and looked at Liu Yi in surprise. No one expected that Liu Yi's formation had reached such a level that it could even change the formation in this place. You must know that this is the inheritance place of the Immortal Sect, even if it is only the power of the realm of transforming gods. If there is no realm of array way far beyond the realm of transforming gods, it is impossible to do this at all. Soon, they overtook the cultivator who transformed into gods and came to the shattered green steel and gold puppet. Liu Yi waved his hand and put the things away. He smiled and said, "I still want to compete with the son of Heavenly Dragon. Let's go out and divide." "Brother Liu, you got the blue steel and gold, you can decide for yourself," Feng Buming said. Others naturally have no opinion. "Let's go." Liu Yi led the crowd to move on. The cultivator of Huashan followed not far behind Liu Yi and the others, and soon they came to a fork in the road. Liu Yi walked in the direction guided by the immortal sword, and the cultivator of Huashan didn't even think about it, and went directly to Liu Yi. Wait for someone to walk in the opposite direction. When other people saw this scene, Wang Qifeng said, "Brother Liu is really a good way to make that strong man in the realm of transforming gods take the initiative to retreat and dare not meet you." Feng Buming looked at Liu Yi, and sighed, "There are formations everywhere here, with Brother Liu's formation realm. If it were me, I don't want to confront Brother Liu either." Others nodded one after another. Jianruyu was very happy, as expected of my junior brother. The others glanced at Jianruyu speechlessly. Is this a forced relationship? Liu Yi led the crowd to continue moving, and soon, they saw several broken pieces of puppets, all of which were made of blue steel and gold. There were no monks on the road, and Liu Yi and the others easily picked up all the things. At this moment, Liu Yi suddenly stopped, looking at a golden wall. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Seeing Liu Yi's appearance, the others were surprised. Jianruyu asked, "Junior brother, is there any problem here?" Liu Yi hesitated, nodded, and then shook his head. "I'm not sure, I need to be sure. If there is really a problem, then there may be a lot of good things here." Hearing this, everyone was taken aback for a moment, and then they looked at Liu Yi in surprise. Liu Yi didn't say much, his expression became a bit more solemn, and he reached out and pointed at the wall. As the aura flowed, the dense formations on the wall suddenly alternated with light and dark, and began to twist and change. The next moment, a terrifying coercion emerged, causing everyone except Liu Yi to feel tight in their chests, and the faces of the two monks in the Jindan realm turned pale. Everyone looked at the wall in horror. As the patterns on the wall continued to change, the entire wall began to vibrate, and even the ground shook as well, as if a major earthquake had occurred, and Jindan cultivators were a little unsteady on their feet. Coupled with the terrifying coercion, limped directly to the ground. The two monks in the nascent soul realm also looked shocked. Jianruyu grabbed Liu Yi's shoulder and said in shock, "Junior brother, what's going on? Will it be all right? Brother Liu, if you change the formation pattern on such a large scale, we won't encounter a peerless killing formation, right?" Feng Buming's originally cold face turned pale. Wang Qifeng was also nervous, cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he looked around from time to time. Liu Yi's expression was a bit dignified. The formations in the entire ruins were interlocking and continuous. Even if it was just to see through it, it would take a very powerful formation, let alone change it. Lu Yi strengthened the killing formation before, not to mention changing the formation, but just made some small moves. Now, this has fundamentally changed the formation pattern in this area, causing too much movement. Even he needs to be careful. If he is not careful, all the formations will collapse and turn into a peerless killing formation. Even if it is him, he may not be able to escape unscathed. He calmly spoke, comforting everyone, and said, "Don't worry, this is a normal phenomenon." Everyone was speechless. Lin Yu wanted to cry but had no tears, and tried hard to keep himself from being soft on the ground. Is this normal? The others are also afraid. They even feel that all the formations around them seem to reveal murderous intentions, and it seems that a terrible attack may bloom at any time. Lu Yi didn't answer, and continued to change the formation. At this moment, the ordinary-looking golden wall suddenly trembled, and then it was drawn backwards, drawing a gap on the wall, and the gap was even getting bigger a little bit. As the gap appeared, an extremely rich aura rushed out, shaking everyone's spirits, and feeling that the aura's movement had sped up a bit. At the same time, streaks of rays of light emerged and illuminated from the gaps. This is... Everyone's eyes widened, looking at the wall that separated a little bit in shock. There is treasure inside. This Immortal Sect's clever technique is to hide the treasure in the maze wall, and then cover it with endless formations. If it weren't for Brother Lu's superb formation technique, I'm afraid we wouldn't have discovered it. Wang Qifeng was extremely shocked, looking at the wall that kept opening, saw the atomized aura rushing out of the wall, and said. At this moment, there were roaring sounds in the distance, and an incomparably powerful aura quickly approached here. Feeling these powerful auras, Jian Ruyu's face changed, and he said in surprise, "No, the concentration of aura here is too high, and there is too much movement. The monks in other areas may sense the situation and come here." Wang Qifeng and Feng Buming frowned, and the faces of the others were also ugly. "Damn guys, every one of them is like a fly that has seen shit. There are several God transformation realms, and they are stronger than the God transformer cultivator we met just now. We're in big trouble." Wang Qifeng clenched his long sword tightly and frowned. Jian Ruyu's expression was cold, and the jade sword in his hand had sword intent flowing one after another, and his eyes were sharp. "No matter what, this is what my junior brother discovered, how can I let it be given to them?" Soon, they saw a cultivator rushing towards him. Step by step, they pressed against the killing formation, kept approaching, and soon saw the wall that was constantly opening, and all the monks who turned into gods widened their eyes, showing surprise. On the wall of this labyrinth, there is actually a hole in the sky. It's such a rich aura, it's already been atomized. Even among the best spirit veins, there are very few such rich auras. There must be incredible treasures in it. Who opened the treasure? One by one, the cultivators approached, and soon they saw Lu Yi and the two cultivators, and these cultivators frowned immediately. It's Lu Yi. Natural sword immortal, so it's him. He's changing the formation on the wall. Is he crazy? We still underestimated this young man. We didn't expect him to have such a formation realm besides the terrifying Sword Dao realm. It seems that he discovered this treasure. So what? The treasure is for those who are capable, and these young people have to respect the old, so we should give it to our older generation. But this little guy's strength is not bad. In the last battle with Tianlong Shenzi, even the old man was frightened by the strength he showed. With so many of us, are we afraid that he will fail alone? One by one, the cultivators who turned into gods were talking, with calm expressions, and slowly pressed towards them. Wang Qifeng and Feng Buming frowned, standing on both sides, blocking everyone. Feng Buming's expression was cold, and the Emperor's sword intent circulated all over his body, and he said, "Seniors, this is something we discovered, can you grab it by force?" "Humph. The juniors of Taiwang Sword Sect, I have a relationship with the elders of your sect, so I won't embarrass you, just get out of the way. You juniors, get out of the way, this treasure should be handed over to us. Spiritual pressure circulated all over the body of each of the cultivators, and the spiritual pressure was raging, pressing towards them. These are all genius disciples of the younger generation of Shenjianzong and Taiwangjianzong. Naturally, they will not hurt their lives, so as not to anger the two sects. However, these young people can't keep such a treasure. Wang Qifeng's expression was calm, his fierce sword intent was flowing, and the terrifying coercion also dissipated. As a genius monk of the Divine Sword sect, Wang Qifeng has the ability to rebel against gods. Not only him, even Feng Buming and Jian Ruyu also have the ability to rebel against the god transformation, but there are only 3 people with such strength here, and there are more than 3 god transformation monks, there are a dozen of them. Moreover, as the news of the opening of the secret room spread, more and more cultivators of transforming spirits came here. And Lu Yi is still changing the pattern at the moment, and he can't get out of his berth. This made Feng Buming, Jian Ruyu, and Wang Qifeng frown. "Junior, get out of the way quickly!" a cultivator of Huashan shouted. "When I'm afraid you won't succeed." "Who is Feng Unming?" As the strongest of the younger generation of Taiwang sword sect, with a cold expression on his face, he directly slashed out with a sword, and slashed towards the cultivator of Huashan. Boom! The 100-meter golden sword light streaked across the sky, carrying the majesty of the emperor, which slightly changed the expression of the cultivator who transformed the spirit. His expression sank. "I don't know what is good or bad. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your teacher." He stretched out his hand, and grabbed Jian Guang with a big spiritual hand. Boom! There was a roar, and the sword light and the spiritual hand shattered at the same time. The cultivator of Huashan was embarrassed, and he didn't expect his own attack to be shattered. He shouted loudly, stepped out, with a strong coercion, pinched the seal with his hands, intending to suppress Feng Unming. With an indifferent expression, Feng Buming also went up to meet him, with no intention of retreating at all. The two fought together. Although Feng Buming was at a disadvantage, they still blocked the attack of the cultivator who transformed the spirit. This made many cultivators of Huashan look surprised and amazed again and again. Worthy of being the successor of Taiwang sword sect, the way of swordsmanship is majestic, and he has the air of an emperor. At such a young age, he can actually fight Huashan. It will be amazing in the future. But soon, they put their attention on the location of the treasure, and a fiery color appeared in their eyes. At this moment, the door of the secret room was fully opened, the movement of the wall stopped, and the vibration in the nearby area also stopped. Under the changes, it turned into another pattern. Lu Yi exhaled slightly, admiring in his heart, the cultivator who arranged this inheritance relic is obviously a strong formation. This formation has 2 forms, and different forms make the walls show different states. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Yi's array pattern wasn't low, he would have been keenly aware that there seemed to be something wrong with the array pattern at a glance, and he would not have been able to discover the secret room here. Well hidden. The treasure gate is open, go in. The treasure here is ours. Juniors, get out of the way. The eyes of these cultivators who turned into gods were shining, and they rushed towards the door of the secret room. At this moment, all formations in front of them and under their feet flickered at the same time, and golden beams of light and golden sword lights rushed out and shot towards them. The powerful golden beam of light and the golden sword light carried a terrible pressure, even the void was shaking, causing the faces of all the cultivators to transform into gods to change, and a chill emerged in their hearts. This killing array is extremely powerful, even surpassing the power of any killing array they have encountered before. One by one, the cultivators of incarnation of God scolded again and again, or used spells, or used magic weapons to resist the beam of light and the light of the sword. The roaring sound was endless, shaking the entire passage, and the aftermath turned into terrifying air waves, spreading toward the passages on both sides, and it was about to fall on the disciples of the two sects. Lu Yi was extremely calm. When he stepped on the ground, the pattern flickered, and the two light curtains condensed to block the air wave. Boom! The light curtain swayed, but there was no trace of rupture, which made the disciples of the two sects heave a sigh of relief. But the God transformation cultivators outside were not so lucky. Lui strengthened the killing power, and even the spirit transformation cultivators felt very tricky. One by one, the magic weapon was broken, and it was difficult to avoid it. Some people's robes were broken, some people's skin was cracked, and some people coughed up blood again and again, and they all flew out backwards. These cultivators looked at Lui in horror, with disbelief in their eyes. This kid can actually activate the killing array by himself. He also strengthened the power of the killing array. That's right, he can change the formation on the wall. Obviously, the realm of the formation is extremely high. It is also possible to activate the killing formation and even increase the power of the killing formation. Everyone seemed to have been poured cold water in their hearts, and gradually calmed down, looking at Lui with a look of horror and apprehension. The environment here is full of large formations, and the killing formations are everywhere. Lui can activate the killing formations, and even strengthen the killing formations. In this environment, there are almost no opponents. This is equivalent to the whole ruins being Lui's small world. Even these cultivators who transformed spirits felt their scalps were numb and their hearts were cold at the moment, and they didn't dare to move rashly. Boom! Not far away, Feng Buming and the cultivator of Huashan fought resolutely. Feng Buming retreated to Lui and the others, his face turned slightly pale, and the cultivator of Huashan looked at Lui with the same fear. The atmosphere was tense for a while, and Lui was alone, calming down dozens of cultivators who turned into gods. If it gets out, I'm afraid it will stir up turbulent waves in the entire eastern region. How can there be a weak person who can cultivate to become a god? A total of 20 or 30 cultivators of Huashan were stunned by a nascent soul cultivator, and they didn't even dare to move rashly. Jian Ruyu, Wang Qifeng and other disciples saw this scene, they couldn't believe it, as if they were in a dream. Lui calmly looked at the cultivators on both sides, and smiled slightly. Seniors are right, the treasure is for those who are capable, so I will take this treasure. Seniors, do you have any objections? The atmosphere was silent, and the faces of the cultivators on both sides turned dark. How dare they have an opinion? If Lui goes crazy and triggers all the killing formations nearby, it's uncertain how many of them will survive. Little friend Lu is a hero born in a teenager, and he has such a realm at such a young age. I have no objection. Not to mention Lu Xiaohu's kendo cultivation is as high as the sky, even the cultivation of the formation is so powerful. The sword formation fellow practitioners have such achievements, which is amazing. Lu Xiaohu should take this treasure. The cultivators who transformed the gods sighed inwardly, expressing their opinions one after another. Seeing this, Feng Buming sneered and said, "A group of old people don't shed tears when they see the coffin. Brother Lu makes a move, isn't it obedient?" The faces of all the cultivators who turned into gods froze and glared at Feng Buming. If it wasn't for Lui's presence, even if he didn't kill Feng Buming, he would have to lose his skin. Feng Buming was still arrogant, sneered again and again, cursing these old things for selling old things. It made the faces of all the monks who turned into gods dark and their expressions stiff. Lui felt a little embarrassed, didn't expect Feng Buming's mouth to be so poisonous. He patted Feng Unming and said, "Brother Feng, go in and have a look at the treasure." When Feng Buming heard this, his eyes lit up, and then he let these senior monks go. "Let's go, let's go." With such a strong aura, I'm afraid there are extremely precious treasures of heaven and earth inside. Lui looked at the maze filled with sunlight, and walked over. Then he thought of something, and said to himself, "I want to take the treasure in the labyrinth among the cultivators who transform the spirit." Task: take the treasure from the labyrinth in apothecary. Reward: secret method true fire refining artifact. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. When Liu Yi saw the task reward, he was taken aback, a little shocked. He had thought about playing with refining weapons in the future, but he didn't expect that the mission reward would be this, not bad, and it was a secret method, so it might be very precious. Liu Yi happily accepted the task, and then, under the watchful eyes of a group of cultivators who turned into gods, he led 2 disciples into the secret room. The secret room was not big, only a radius of more than 10 meters, but the things inside surprised Liu Yi a little. There are several pools, the pools are milky white liquid, and there are small balls of paste. Liu Yi is too familiar with these things. They are all spiritual milk, and even spiritual marrow. On the other side, there are more than a dozen magic weapons floating in the air with flashing lights, exuding extremely powerful coercion, all of them are treasure weapons. Even Liu Yi was a little surprised, let alone the others. Even though these people are genius disciples of the Divine Sword Sect and the Taewang Sword Sect, their cultivation level is still low after all, the highest is no more than Yuanying, and there are even Jindan monks. Even a genius would not be able to obtain too many precious treasures in the 2 sects. At this moment, they all stared wide-eyed and stopped breathing. Jianruyu looked at the lumps of ointment, and said in shock, "It's spiritual essence. The concentration of this spiritual energy is all century-old spiritual essence. There are so many. There may be thousands of drops in total." Lin Yu was shocked, "These are spiritual milk. 1,000-year spiritual milk, 10,000-year spiritual milk. There are all of them. My God!" He even said he got rich. Wang Qifeng's calm expression couldn't be calm anymore. He came to a ball of golden light, looked at the golden longsword floating in the air inside, and was very pleasantly surprised, "It's a middle-grade treasure." Feng Buming also walked over, inspected these treasures, and said, "All of them are treasures. The worst ones are low-grade treasures. There are 5 medium-grade treasures and 1 high-grade treasure." Except for Liu Yi, everyone was ecstatic. Chapter 132 The Saintess Lei Yan has long admired. In the end, Liu Yi put away all his things, just like those King Gangjin before, and planned to go out and divide them. After leaving the secret room, all the cultivators who turned into gods outside the maze looked at them enviously. They naturally heard the voices inside, spiritual milk, spiritual marrow, and even treasures. It's a pity that they can't get so many precious things. After that, Liu Yi led a group of people to move forward, and all the cultivators who turned into gods walked in the opposite direction of Liu Yi in a tacit understanding. Liu Yi's Dao realm was too powerful for all the monks to resist, so they had to try not to meet Liu Yi. Liu Yi and his party continued to go deeper. As they went deeper, Liu Yi found more traces of fighting, and the number of dead people increased a lot. Most of them are cultivators in the realm of transforming gods. Some of them encountered the killing array and were killed because they could not resist the power of the killing array, while others died fighting with other cultivators of transforming gods. There are all kinds of treasures in this inheritance relic, some of them are not placed in the secret room. Liu Yi and others found a Tianyang flower on the side of the road. It is an extremely rare treasure of heaven and earth, and it is tens of thousands of years old. This is enough to drive the cultivator crazy. Money touches people's hearts, all kinds of natural materials and earthly treasures are born, and killings are everywhere. Seeing that Liu Yi and his party's cultivation level was not high, a few Huashan monks even wanted to rob them, but Liu Yi activated the killing array and killed them all on the spot. For this kind of monk who wanted to hunt him down, Liu Yi would not show mercy. As it continues to deepen, the difficulty of the formation is getting higher and higher, even reaching the point where it is enough to trap the realm of the whole. There are very few monks who can come here, and they are basically masters of the array. The monks who want to pass through the killing array with their own strength are all dead. On the way, Liu Yi found 2 more secret rooms. After opening, there were various spiritual milks and spiritual marrows, as well as genius treasures and magic treasures. There was a lot of movement in the opening of the secret room, and many monks would go over to have a look, but after seeing Lui triggering the killing formation, they were all very afraid and did not dare to act rashly. Turning around a corner, the front suddenly opened up, and they came to a huge square. In the depths of the square is a huge palace, like a fairy palace, with colored lights flashing inside, and there are ghostly shadows in the sky, like real dragons, like unicorns, and all kinds of auspicious flying into the sky. This is the real Xianzong relic, Jian Ruyu said in surprise. Others also looked at the ruins one after another, full of shock. This palace is so huge, there may be many good things inside. Besides them, there were other monks in the square. Lui turned his head and saw quite a few teams among them, including monks from Tai Holy Land, Lei in Immortal Sect, Taixuan Immortal Sect, Tianlong Holy Land and even Yushan Palace. Lui saw the holy sons and daughters of these holy places, as well as the genius disciples. They were all following behind the monk Dongxiu at the moment. Every holy place had powerful formation masters. Groping for the formation, he moved towards the palace. In addition to these, there are also a few casual cultivators in the Void Realm united together. Among them, there are also existences with extraordinary attainments in formations, and they are also walking towards the palace. Seeing Lui and others coming over, many people were surprised. After all, Lui and his party did not have a powerful Dongxiu cultivator, nor a powerful formation master, and the strongest was only nascent soul cultivator. It was hard for them to imagine how Lui and the others got here. At this moment, Jian Ruyu looked at a group of people in the distance, and said, "It's the senior of my divine sword sect. And the elders of my Taiwang sword sect." Feng Buming also pointed to a group of elder monks and said, "The strong men of the divine sword sect and the Taiwang sword sect are here, and they are all monks in the realm of the whole and the realm of the gods, and there are several formation masters." They were taken aback when they noticed Lui and the others, and then walked over along the same path. A strong man from the divine sword sect said, "Junior brother Wang, junior sister Ruyu, we thought you didn't come in, but you didn't notify us to pick him up? Indeed, you didn't respond to our summons." A man from Taiwang Jianzong frowned at Feng Buming. The disciples of the other Holy Land immortal sects all joined the Dongxiu powerhouse, only the younger generation of the Divine Sword Sect and the Taiwang Sword Sect were absent, which made them worried, but the maze is too big, if they search like headless chickens, they will not be able to find it at all. Can't find it, and there's no way. Wang Qifeng took out a jade card and looked at it. The jade card was shining with light. He was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, "We are looking for treasures, but we didn't notice it." Others were also embarrassed. Perhaps some disciples noticed that they were just following Lui Duoxiang? If they can find the maze and get the treasures of heaven and earth, how could they meet the elders of the sect at that time? Can the elders of the Zongmen lead them to find the secret room in the maze? Are you stupid? So no one mentioned it. Seeing that they all showed that they didn't pay attention, the powerhouses of Taiwang Jianzong and Shenjianzong all looked at each other with strange expressions. A female cultivator of the Divine Sword Sect who was in the realm of Dongxiu was a little surprised. "It's really surprising that you can go deep into this place without us." The others also nodded, looking at them in surprise. "How did you do it? Could it be that with the strength of little brother Lu, you couldn't fight all the way?" A Dongxiu cultivator from the Divine Sword Sect joked. Jian Ruyu laughed and said, "It's not enough to fight, the younger brother's formation skills are extremely high, walking on the ground all the way, where is the need to fight?" Hearing this, a group of experts from the Divine Sword Sect and Taiwang Sword Sect were surprised and looked at Lui, especially the few monks with very strong formation skills. They looked at Lui with scrutiny in their eyes. Formation, as one of the avenues, is not so easy to master. Lui led so many people all the way to the formation area of Dongxiu realm, which made them a little unbelievable. After all, Lui's kendo talent is amazing, but formation and kendo are two different things. Liu Yi also noticed the surprise and inquiry of the strong people, and he didn't care. He smiled and said, "It's just a little understanding of the formation." Ha ha ha, since little brother Liu also knows a little bit about formations, why don't you come and break the formation with us? A middle-aged man from the Divine Sword sect asked. His cultivation is only in the realm of becoming a god, but he has a lot of attainments in the way of formation. Here, his role is greater than imagined. Naturally, he didn't quite believe that Liu Yi had such profound attainments in array at such a young age. Other formation masters are also eager to try. Liu Yi didn't say much, just nodded, of course. He stepped forward with several formation masters, walking in front. The array masters looked at the array pattern under their feet, frowned and counted carefully. At this moment, Liu Yi had already stepped out and walked towards a direction. Liu Yi's movements were unexpected by several formation masters, and their expressions changed again and again. Be careful! Don't wander around! However, as Liu Yi stepped forward, everything was calm, the formation remained motionless, and he did not kill the formation. This made several formation masters dumbfounded. Liu Yi stepped forward step by step, as if strolling in a garden, and soon walked forward for a while. The whole way was very peaceful. The powerhouses of the two sects were silent, and several formation masters stared at Liu Yi in bewilderment, a little unresponsive. Feng Buming laughed loudly, ha ha ha, senior brother Lu's formation skills are extremely high. You want to compete with him, but you are still a little bit behind. Jianruyu smiled slightly, let's go there quickly. The younger generation of geniuses of the Divine Sword sect and the Taewang Sword sect have all seen Liu Yi's earth-shattering formation skills, and they have long been accustomed to it, so they hurriedly walked along the path Liu Yi had walked. And the other two strong men woke up from the petrification. A Dongsu expert from the Divine Sword sect laughed, and patted the sluggish master of the Divine Sword sect's formation method, Junior Wang, it seems that your formation method still needs to be improved. A group of strong men looked at each other, the corners of their mouths twitched, and they walked over one by one, squeezing to Liu Yi's side. Little brother Liu, I didn't expect you to have such a high attainment in formations. How could you easily see where the formations are not killing? That's right, little brother Liu, explain it to us. The eyes of each of the formation masters shine. Seeing their anticipation, Liu Yi thought for a while, and then said to himself, I want to explain the array to the monks of the Divine Sword sect and the Taewang Sword sect. Task: explaining the array to the monks of Shenjianzong and Taewangjianzong. Reward: analysis of the top array Dao, the realm of the array Dao has been improved. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Liu Yi's eyes lit up and he smiled. The task rewards are good. Liu Yi accepted the task, and immediately became motivated. As he walked, he explained the formation method to the masters of the formation method of the two sects. Liu Yi's understanding of formations is extremely profound. After all, he has understood many formations to the limit, and by analogy, many formations can be understood. His explanations in a simple way made the masters of the two sects mesmerized. Listening to the flashing eyes, it was like listening to the sound of a fairy. In contrast, the other monks looked at each other in blank dismay, as if they were in a cloud of mist. They didn't practice the way of formation, or their attainment in the way of formation was very low, so naturally they couldn't hear it. While Liu Yi was explaining, he led the crowd forward quickly. Originally, in the entire square, the fastest one to go was the Taei Holy Land, which was founded in the formation of Dao, and the Yushan Palace, which was similar to the Taei Holy Land, followed by the Taixuan Immortal Sect, Laiyan Immortal Sect, and then the Sword God Sect and the Taewang Sword Sect. Last in line is the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land. The monks in Tianlong Holy Land basically cultivate their bodies, and they pay attention to breaking through 10,000 spells with one force. Not many people are interested in formations that require brains. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. But now Liu Yi led the two strong men, advanced at an extremely fast speed, surpassed Taixuan Xianzong and Lei Yian Xianzong in a short time, and went straight to Yushan Palace and Tai Holy Land. This made the complexions of the strong men present change. Tianlong Shenzi watched Liu Yi lead a group of people forward, and the several masters of the formation beside him looked like they were listening to the teachings, and their eyes almost popped out. He had an unbelievable look on his face. This bastard, he actually has such attainments. The strong Dongxiu in Tianlong's head was full of black lines, and he punched his own master of formation, junior brother Dong. Can you do it? Junior brother Dong is 2 meters tall and has a strong body. He can't tell that he is a monk who cultivates the formation. It's not my problem. Damn it, let's tie Liu Yi here and let him help us crack the array. A tall man's muscles swelled, and he was about to walk over. However, just as he took 2 steps, a flash of sword light struck him, causing his face to change. He cursed and said it was bad luck, and there were killing arrays all around him. Not only the heavenly dragon sacred land, but also the strong men of Lei Yian Xianzong and Taixuan Xianzong also stared wide-eyed, watching the monks of Shenjianzong and Taiwangjianzong go away a little bit, getting farther and farther away from them. It was hard for them to accept it immediately. Why? He was obviously behind them just now. The Dongxiu cultivator of the Lei Yian Immortal Sect glanced at the Lei Yian saintess behind him, and shouted to Liu Yi, "Brother Liu, my junior sister Tianyan has admired you for a long time, and I hope to tell you a story." Lei Yian saintess? She stared wide-eyed, looking at the upright senior brother. Her mind was full of question marks. Then the thunder light flowed all over the saintess Lei Yian's body, and she was very angry. At this moment, the cultivator of Dongxiu hurriedly sent a sound transmission to appease him. "Junior sister Tianyan, don't be impatient, this Liu Yi's formation skills are too amazing, he must be better than us. Cross the square faster, with him here, we can take the lead. You don't want the elders in the palace to be alone, do you?" Lei Yian's beautiful face changed, and then she calmed down. Naturally, Liu Yi and the others also heard the shouts of the Dongxiu experts from the Lei Yian Xianzong, and the monks from the Divine Sword Sect and the Taiwang Sword Sect broke out one by one. "It's Wang Biming, this kid usually looks very upright, but I didn't expect his intentions to be so sinister." The monk Dongxiu of the Taiwang Sword Sect was surrounded by sword light, wishing to directly strike the monk of Lei Yian Holy Land. Others also scolded angrily, feeling that Wang Biming was immoral. Jian Ruyu frowned even more, and glanced at the slim and graceful saintess Lei Yin. "Lei Tianyan is such a scheming woman. Junior brother, please ignore her." Liu Yi was helpless, and smiled. "I don't know that Lei Yian saint, you think too much, I'm afraid they are interested in my array attainments." Liu Yi shook his head, and said to the Lei Yian Holy Land, "Thank you for the admiration of Fairy Tianyan. Liu and others have left the ruins. If you have time, you must go to Lei Yian Holy Land to chat with Fairy Tianyan." These words made many younger monks furious and glared at Liu Yi. The saintess Lei Yian is peerless in appearance, extraordinary in talent, and she is still a saintess. Naturally, there are many suitors, and they are very upset when they hear Liu Yi's words. Hearing this, Wang Biming sighed with regret. "Junior sister Tianyan, your charm is a bit lacking, and you failed to lure that kid over." Lei Yian saintess was surrounded by thunderbolts. Looking at Wang Biming murderously, Wang Biming quickly stopped talking. And Liu Yi and others also continued to move forward. The square is only this big, and the monks of the Tai Holy Land and Yushan Palace in front of them naturally noticed the rapid approach of Liu Yi and others. All of them frowned. In front of the square is the palace. The gate of the palace has been opened, and it was violently blasted away. Presumably, several powerful sects have already entered, and the situation inside is still unclear. It is beneficial for them to go in, whether it is to help or snatch resources. Originally, the monks in Tai Holy Land and Yushan Palace were the strongest in the formation, but now that Liu Yi has been killed, they are all extremely vigilant. A Dongxue cultivator of the Divine Sword sect frowned, looked in the direction of Yushan Palace, and said with some trepidation, "Little brother Liu, pay attention to the monks of Yushan Palace, they are very dark-hearted. Before they entered the square, they planned to kill. I have killed a few weaklings." Hearing this, Liu Yi raised his eyebrows, and glanced in the direction of Yushan Palace. The saints and daughters of Yushan Palace were all looking at him at the moment. The Holy Son still had a smile on his face, and the Holy Maiden was no longer the same as before. She just glanced at him, obviously a little surprised this time. After all, Liu Yi's formation skills were too powerful, even surpassing the formation masters of Yushan Palace. Liu Yi stopped paying attention and continued to move with everyone. At this moment, a formation pattern not far from Lin Yu's feet suddenly flickered, and a terrifying beam of light rushed out, sweeping towards Lin Yu and a group of monks. Those behind are all young geniuses of the two sects. Facing the terrifying attack with a hole in the void, how could they resist it? Their faces were all pale. Just the coercion caused cracks in their bodies. At this moment, an angry shout sounded, "How dare you!" Two sword lights flashed at the same time, as if passing through the space, cutting on the beam of light. Boom! The roar sounded, the beam of light was cut off, and a sword curtain blocked the many young geniuses, blocking the aftermath. Jianruyu coughed up a mouthful of blood, her face pale. The Dongxue cultivators of the Divine Sword sect and the Taiwang Sword sect held their swords one after another, their fierce murderous intentions dissipated, and they stared in the direction of Yushan Palace. The two formation masters in front of Yushan Palace had calm expressions, and they withdrew their movements after failing to make a single blow. Liu Yi looked at Jianruyu and asked with concern, "Senior Sister Ruyu, are you all right?" Jianruyu shook his head, "It's a bit of a shock, it's not a big problem." Liu Yi nodded, whether it was Jianruyu who gave him the Sword Dao order before, invited him to participate in the Sword Dao conference, or the ruins appeared to inform him, they were all kind to him. Seeing that Jianruyu was injured, Liu Yi felt angry. He looked at the monks in Yushan Palace and showed a bright smile, "Everyone wants to play, so I'll just play with you." He took a step forward and stepped on the pattern. The next moment, 3 array patterns around Yushan Palace suddenly lit up, and the 3 sword lights containing the indestructible sword intent swept across and shot straight towards the monks of Yushan Palace. The terrifying sword intent changed the expression of the Dongxue cultivator in Yushan Palace. Several Dongxue monks took steps, as if they were teleporting, and came to the 3 sword lights. They spread their hands and took pictures, as if the Taoist map was condensed in the air, blocking the sword lights. The sword light was silently absorbed by Dao 2, and Dao 2's light flashed, then collapsed. The 2 formation masters of Yushan Palace frowned and looked at Liu Yi coldly, "Boy, do you want to do it?" Liu Yi smiled, but didn't answer, and replaced the answer with actions. There were mysterious streamers flashing in his eyes, and with a touch of his finger, the patterns around Yushan Palace suddenly twisted and began to change. Terrible coercion dissipated, it was a terrible coercion that surpassed the realm of Dongxue. This made the faces of all the monks in Yushan Palace change drastically. "Change the formation. Do you want to fight with us forever?" A formation master shouted, and then showed a very powerful formation attainment. His expression was serious, and his fingers were also connected. As soon as it came out, the changing formation flickered, and was frozen. Then he began to slowly change the pattern back. "Change first and then change. Thank you for the reward of 1,500 points from the Heartless DC boss, thank you to the 100 points from the boss of Sly Fox 233, and thank you to the 100 points from the boss of 08A. Chapter 133. With a calm expression, Liu Yi said slowly, "Since we have made a move, there is nothing else to say. When he pressed his palm to the ground, formation patterns emerged in Liu Yi's palm, reflecting the formation patterns on the ground. The patterns are mysterious and complex, like the presentation of the principles of heaven, making people dizzy just by looking at them. As the pattern in Liu Yi's palm emerged, all the pattern in the area where the Yushan Palace disciples were located lit up, and the pattern flowed and began to distort. Terrible coercion escaped, and as the pattern changed, the ground began to vibrate violently. Changing so many formation patterns at once. How is it possible? The two formation masters of Yushan Palace stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, spirits were flowing all over their bodies, they looked at the formation pattern with extremely solemn expressions, and kept drinking low, suppressing the formation pattern on the ground, preventing Liu Yi from turning the formation pattern into a killing formation. This is a duel on the formation, and the competition is the understanding of the formation of the two sides. The formation pattern is mysterious and complicated, and every change of the pattern may completely change the effectiveness of the formation method. Liu Yi wants to change all the formation methods into killing formations, but these two formation masters are naturally unwilling to do so, changing the formation pattern again and again, destroying Liu Yi easy action. It has to be said that these two formation masters still have some tricks. Liu Yi changed several times in a row, but they were all dealt with. Liu Yi raised his eyebrows, stretched out his other hand, and pointed towards the void. All the killing formations around the monk Yu Shanggong were activated and strengthened. Sword lights and beams of light shot up into the sky, attacking and killing the monks in Yushan Palace with an incomparably terrifying aura. Among them, the two array masters received the most intense attacks, and the terrifying coercion made many Yushan Palace disciples turn pale. Unbelievable color. The faces of the Dongxu monks in Yushan Palace changed. They stood outside the Yushan Palace monks and cast spells respectively, forming complex and mysterious Dao diagrams to resist the attack. The cultivation technique of Yu Shanggong monks is amazing, the Dao map seems to be connected to another world, and the sword energy and beams of light are all included in the Dao map without sound. Liu Yi's strengthened attacks are extremely powerful even in the Dongxu realm, and they are densely packed. Even the Dongxu cultivators of Yushan Palace were very strong, but they felt very strenuous, their faces were ugly, and sweat even appeared on their foreheads. The Dao map in their hands began to vibrate a little bit, and it might collapse at any time. There is a limit to how Dao can absorb attacks. The two formation Dao masters of Yushan Palace were even more serious, with cold sweat breaking out from behind. Liu Yi's formation Dao realm far exceeded their imagination. They understand that they have encountered a very difficult opponent this time. All the monks in the square are not weak. They are either disciples of the big sects or the strong ones among casual cultivators. Seeing that Liu Yi alone suppressed the two formation masters and a group of Yushan Palace masters from Zhongzhou, the monks of Dongxu were all shocked. This born sword fairy, isn't he concentrating on the way of the sword? Why is the realm of this formation so high? It's hard to imagine, how did he achieve such high achievements in both sword and formation at such a young age? Is there really such a genius in the world? The monks talked one after another. There are also people who are full of joy. This relic is the inheritance of the eastern region, and the monks from Zhongzhou came to share a piece of the pie, which aroused dissatisfaction. What's more, even in the eastern region, they are still so strong, killing many monks on the way here, which makes people feel uncomfortable. Seeing Yu Tiangong mention the iron plate this time, it was all gloating. All the monks in the Tai Holy Land are not weak in the formation realm, and seeing Liu Yi's methods at this moment, they are even more shocked. A monk from the Holy Land of Hollow Realm exclaimed again and again, "Good method, this Liu Yi's perception of formation is extremely powerful, the technique he used is even a basic formation technique, but it can produce such an effect." The Tai Sun's face was calm, but his eyes flickered again and again, and waves emerged in his heart. Liu Yi's attainments in formations are even stronger than that of the Holy Son of the One Holy Land. Liu Yi used two things at once, changing the formation and activating the killing formation at the same time. It was difficult for the two formation masters to completely defend, they could only stabilize the formation under their feet, and it was difficult to resist the killing formation. The killing array became more and more powerful, and the faces of the monks in the hole changed, and even the monks who transformed the spirit came on the stage and began to resist the attack. At this moment, the Dao map of a monk of Dongxiu shattered, and a flash of sword light rushed towards the Dao master who was in the realm of transforming gods. The master of formation Dao turned pale, shouted, and opened his mouth to spit out a picture of formation. The array is mysterious and complex, enveloping him, the sword light fell on the array shook violently, and then shattered, the body of the array master was cracked, blood gushed out, and flew out. Fortunately, several Dongxiu monks responded in time, blocked the aftermath, and rescued him. A Dongxiu cultivator headed by Yu Shanggong hurriedly said, "This brother, it's junior brother Yan's fault, he shouldn't have tested you. I'll wait for him to apologize to you. I hope you stop." Liu Yi's expression was calm and unmoved, which caused the expressions of Yushan Palace's disciples to change. There is only one formation master in the void state, even if he wants to resist Liu Yi from changing the formation, it is difficult to do so. If all of this place is changed into a killing formation by Liu Yi, these people may all be wiped out here. The leading cultivator of Yushan Palace yelled, "Little brother, our elders are also in the palace, we have to forgive others and forgive others. Why form a death feud? We can make an apology." At this time, the Dongxiu cultivators of Shenjianzong and Taiwangjianzong also reacted one after another, sending voice transmissions repeatedly, asking Liu Yi to let them live. After all, there are also the fusion of Yushan Palace and Mahayana power in the palace. And it is said that there are also strong men from the Yushan Palace outside. The people here are all peerless geniuses of Yushan Palace, especially the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, who are even more powerful. If Liu Yi wiped them all out here, it would really turn the world upside down. Unless Liu Yi stays in the forbidden area of the Excalibur sect, he will probably receive terrible retaliation, and there may even be someone who can personally destroy Liu Yi. In fact, the Dongxiu and Huashan monks of Shenjianzong and Taiwangjianzong are still a little confused now. They didn't expect that Liu Yi could be so vigorous that he suppressed all the strong men in Yushan Palace with his own power, and even drove them to death. This is too scary. Yushan Palace is not an ordinary sect, but an immortal sect that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. At this time, even they had to stop it. "Little brother Liu, if you really kill them, it won't do you any good." Liu Yi listened to the analysis of the pros and cons by the two strong men, thought for a while, and calmed down. He glanced at the monk Yu Shanggong who was holding on, and said with a smile, "In this case, that's okay. Since it's a battle of formations and you lose, then give me your books of formations according to the rules of formation masters." "All right." Hearing this, the face of the formation master in the void state changed. "This is impossible. How can the inheritance of the Xianzong be shown to others at will? You can't even kill us." The leading monk Dongxiu also said firmly, "Little brother, we cannot agree to your request." Liu Yi clicked his tongue, and said, "I don't want your core array inheritance, you always have advanced array inheritance, right? After all, the Baiyun sect is only a small sect in Qingzhou, even though the master seems very fierce." But Liu Yi also asked the master, "She did not collect any powerful and profound formations. Liu Yi has the current attainments of formations, there are many attributed to their own mission rewards. Now that he can get the inheritance of Xianzong's formation, it will be of great benefit to his formation." Hearing Liu Yi's words, the expressions of several Dongxiu monks changed again and again, a little hesitant. Seeing this, Liu Yi frowned and said, "You guys attack first, I'm just fighting back. From a logical point of view, if you can't give me satisfactory compensation, then don't blame me for being rude." At the same time, Lui thought of something, and quickly said to himself, I want to defeat the monk Yu Shanggong. Task: defeat Yu Shanggong Friar. Reward: the realm of the formation is improved, and the middle grade spiritual weapon is a heavenly formation map. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Lui was overjoyed, there was actually a middle grade spirit weapon reward? Awesome! Lui accepted the task in surprise. However, his surface was still calm, and the lines in his palms were flowing, and he might be depressed at any time. At this moment, the leading monk Dongxiu said, Okay, we agree to your conditions. Lui raised his eyebrows, looked at the monks in Yushan Palace, and said, Give me the array book. The formation master of the whole realm had a very cold expression, took out a thick golden leather book, and threw it at Lui. Lui reached out and took the leather book into his hand. I don't know what material the leather book is made of, it's very heavy to handle, and there are even intertwined textures on it, as if the principles of heaven are circulating on the leather book. Lui was pleasantly surprised. In addition to the task, he also got such a good thing, which is really good. Lui smiled at the monks of Yushan Palace, restrained his aura, no longer changed the formation, and no longer activated the killing formation. The Dao master of the Hollow Realm breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly began to stabilize the formation pattern. There was no killing array, no sword energy and beams of light to attack them, and the Dongxiu monks were also relieved. They all looked at Lui with flickering expressions and did not speak. The atmosphere in the square was silent, none of the formation masters even did the deduction of the formation, they were all watching the battle between Lui and Yu Tiangong, everyone was dumbfounded. Lui alone actually overwhelmed the powerful Yushan Palace monk and bowed his head to admit defeat. Everyone was amazed, and the saints were even more difficult to calm down. They were all of the younger generation, but Lui's performance was too amazing, enough to compete with the previous generation of monks. In the direction of Lei and Xianzong, Wang Biming sighed and kept saying that his junior sister Tianyan didn't attract Lui and was not attractive enough. He didn't dare to say more until Lei Tianyan broke out and thunderbolts fell on him. In Tianlong Holy Land, Tianlong Shenzi's eyes almost popped out. He never expected that Lui would be so vigorous here. But soon Tianlong Shenzi calmed down again. There are too many formation patterns here. For a formation master like Lui, it is a natural formation field, and all formation patterns can be used by him. Meanwhile, the other experts in Tianlong Holy Land were discussing how to snatch Lui over and open the way for them. The end result is that it can't be done. Lui alone could suppress the powerhouses of Yushan Palace, and naturally he could also suppress the powerhouses of Tianlong Holy Land. This made many monks in Tianlong Holy Land very upset and cursed non-stop. The monks in the Tai Holy Land are the most restless. As the genius disciples of the Dao of Arrays, they are too aware of how terrifying Lui's Dao of Arrays is. The leading disciple of the Tai Holy Land, who is also a master of the Dao of Dongxiu realm, sighed, a monk like Lui should not practice swordsmanship. If he comes to my Tai Holy Land, he can reach the supreme realm where everything in the world can be used as an array. Dao becomes immortal in just one thought. This made the monks of Shenjianzong and Taiwangjianzong dissatisfied. It was as if their swordsmanship was weaker than that of formations. They looked at the disciples of the Tai Holy Land with sword intent surging, wishing they could go up and chop them down. But thinking about it, there are formation patterns here, and the monks of Tai Holy Land have too much advantage here, so they still didn't make a move. Taixuan Xianzong, Fenjai Yuanzong and other sects and powerful casual cultivators were all amazed, and they knew more about Lui. One person suppressed a group of powerful geniuses in Yushan Palace, on top of the array, and suppressed the geniuses in the realm of Yu Shanggong's cave. This man is really a monster. Monster. Whether it is array or sword, he can be respected by the younger generation. Faced with the discussion of the crowd, Lui didn't respond. He was very happy and gained a lot from this battle. Lu Yi smiled and said, "Let's go in." Tai Wang Jianzong and the monks of Shenjianzong also nodded. They laughed and glanced at the envious monks from other sects. The monk Dongxiu of the Excalibur sect laughed and said, "Little brother Lu, you are far ahead of us in the formation. We will do what you say we will do." Cultivator Dongxiu of Taiwang Sword Sect nodded, and said as a matter of course, "Since brother Lu said that we are going to enter the Immortal Palace, then let's go in. Let's not wait for others." The other strong men gritted their teeth, extremely angry. These bastards are really annoying. They are so arrogant because they have a monster. How shameless! After this battle, no one dared to attack Lu Yi and others. Lu Yi took a step forward and led a group of people forward quickly, surpassing the monks in the Holy Land of Tai not long after. Then, they crossed the square and entered the palace. There are several palaces. In the first palace, Lu Yi and others saw corpses all over the floor. These corpses were torn apart, all torn apart by human beings, but the corpses were dry, without flesh and blood, like mummy. However, just the corpses exuded a terrifying aura, and Lu Yi felt palpitations when he saw them. One could imagine how powerful these corpses would be if they were still alive. These corpses may be the strong men of the Immortal Sword Sect. After death, they became mummy and guarded the Immortal Palace. A Dongxiu cultivator of the Divine Sword Sect said, "The Immortal Sword Sect has been destroyed for millions of years, right? These corpses haven't weathered and decayed yet? How powerful were they when they were alive?" Everyone was shocked. At least it is the state of integration. Maybe all of them are Mahayana monks. Everyone was amazed again and again, and then someone shot directly and put away the corpses of these monks. Immortal bones of millions of years are probably enough to be used as natural treasures and earthly treasures. They can be used to refine weapons, and they can be used to refine magic weapons that are not weak. In addition to the mummy, Lu Yi and the others saw that many buildings were destroyed, probably by the strong men who rushed in before. However, no movement was heard outside. Lu Yi took a look in surprise, and found that there were patterns looming in the sky of the palace. He understood the situation. The palace area and the outside were separated by formations, and they were two independent small worlds. Lu Yi was also amazed in his heart. As expected of the Holy Land of Xianzong, even if it was destroyed, the place of inheritance left behind is extremely shocking. They continued to go deeper and soon came to the second palace. In the second palace, they saw traces of blood. "That's..." Jianruyu pointed to a corner in surprise, "I've seen this person outside, he should be the supreme elder of Minjiao Palace." In the corner, there was a remnant corpse lying on the ground, with blood splattered everywhere. The remnant corpse only had the upper body, and the blood and internal organs were scattered all over the floor, which was extremely terrifying. Even in death, the corpse still exudes a terrifying aura. Everyone was shocked. He is a great power in the realm of fusion. He died here. It seems that the palace is very dangerous. A monk of Dongxiu looked around vigilantly. Then they saw a black paw with fine scales, which exuded a terrible evil spirit. This is... It should be a monster that mutated after the death of a strong man. With such a strong killing intent and evil spirit, it is hard to imagine how much obsession this strong man had before he died. A female cultivator in the Void Realm side, shook his head. This is almost certainly the inheritance place of the Immortal Sword Sect. Back then, when the Immortal Sword Sect was wiped out overnight, it is normal to have obsessions. The leader of the Shenjian sect, the Cave Master, said calmly, looking around vigilantly. Besides the corpse, there was a lot of blood splattered everywhere. There are signs of battle everywhere. However, the formation patterns in the palace are extremely strong and terrifying. Even if the Mahayana or even the strong in the combined state fight with all their strength, they can't destroy the palace. Lu Yi didn't have the heart to listen to this at the moment. Since entering the palace, the indestructible sword seed in Lu Yi's body vibrated more violently. This is the induction of the immortal sword seed and the immortal sword intent. He can clearly sense it. To have such an induction, he knows without thinking that it must be the Immortal Sword Sutra, the full version of the Immortal Sword Sutra. The direction pointed by the Immortal Sword sect is in the palace inside. Boom! At this moment, a roar sounded, and the whole palace was shaken, and a terrible coercion raged out, causing Liu Yi and others to look up and look inside the palace. Cultivator Dongxiu and Cultivator Huashan are fine, Cultivator Nascent Soul is only slightly affected, and Cultivator Golden Core is even pale and weak. This coercion is too terrifying. Roar! A low growl sounded like a roar from hell. Liu Yi only felt his body was icy cold, as if being swallowed by endless purgatory. There are extremely terrifying monsters inside. Not only Liu Yi, but other people's faces changed drastically, and they retreated one after another. Change first and then change. Chapter 134 300 Years of Suppression. There were loud roars, and shouts, and the palace trembled like a major earthquake. The terrible aftermath rushed out of the door. Several cave monks resisted the aftermath, their expressions changed dramatically, and they retreated again and again. Their hands were shaking, and traces of blood dripped down. Get out first! The leading cultivator of the Divine Sword sect, Dongxiu, said nervously. Everyone retreated again and again, retreating from the second palace to the first palace. Just like that, they still felt that it was not safe, so they retreated to the door again. On the square, a group of monks who were struggling to see Liu Yi and others exit the gate were stunned for a moment, their faces confused. Obviously Liu Yi and others have already entered the palace, why did they withdraw again? They are incomprehensible. Soon, disciples from Tai Holy Land and Yushan Palace also came to the gate. The Tai Holy Land disciples were very friendly, and greeted Liu Yi with a smile and a nod. As monks of the Array Dao, they respected Liu Yi very much. The disciples of Yushan Palace looked at Liu Yi with a cold expression, and did not come over. The cultivator who was wounded by Liu Yi had already woken up and basically recovered from his injuries. He looked at Liu Yi with hatred on his face. Liu Yi smiled at him, his heart was very calm, he didn't care, he had a lot of cards in his hand, not to mention the cultivator of Huashan, even the cultivator of Dongxiu, if he had any thoughts about him, he would be very welcome. Another task reward. The gate is located between the two small worlds of the palace and the square, and the two disciples of the Holy Land of Xianzong who came to the gate also heard deafening roars and terrifying battle sounds at this moment. Their faces changed. Everyone looked at the direction of the gate and felt the terrible aftermath. Everyone's hearts were cold. The monk Dongxiu of Tai Holy Land asked, "Brother Dongfang, what's going on inside?" The Dongxiu cultivator headed by the sword sect is named Dongfang Ling. He shook his head with a solemn expression, "There may be corpses turned into dead corpses by the experts of the immortal sect inside. It's extremely terrifying. It's dangerous for us inside, so we came out." Whether it is the Tai Holy Land or the disciples of Yushan Palace, they hesitated for a while, and no one dared to enter. The fluctuations of the battle inside have been continuing, roaring, shouting can be heard endlessly, even after two palace gates, it is still frightening. Soon, other monks also came over. Wang Bei from Lei Yi in Holy Land meditated to chat with Liu Yi, but was stopped by Lei Tianyan. And Tianlong Shenzi saw Liu Yi's terrifying formation state, and it was rare that he didn't provoke Liu Yi, which made Liu Yi very satisfied, and felt that this brother was a lot more sensible. The battle lasted for a long time, and there were screams during the period, which made many people's faces change. Everyone was terrified, talking about what was inside. You must know that those who can enter the palace in front are at least the powerful ones in the realm of integration. This level of power is immortal after death, and can wipe out thousands of miles in one breath, which is incomparably powerful. Not only that, but there is also a more powerful Mahayana monk inside, that is a terrifying existence that can turn hands into clouds and hands into rain. Even if such an existence joins forces, will someone be defeated? Everyone was horrified. After a while, an unwilling roar resounded, shaking the sky and shaking the earth, and then gradually dissipated. All is at peace. It's over. Wang Biming said. The others also nodded one after another and looked in the direction of the door. Dong Fangling looked at Lu Yi, little brother Lu, let's go there. Lu Yi nodded, and led a group of people into the palace. The array patterns in the palace are even more terrifying, even the masters of the array swordsmanship feel extremely frightened and somewhat incomprehensible. This is the Immortal Xianyang formation. It is an extremely terrifying killing formation. It is said that just a ray of Xianyang fire can burn a whole monk to death. Even if a fit monk enters it, he will be trapped. The formation in the palace is so scary. The son of Tai has a wide range of knowledge, and he was shocked when he saw the patterns all over the ground, so he said these words. Not only the Immortal Xianyang formation, but also the Blue Light Erosion Bone formation, the Killing Dao Nine Heavens formation. Hey, there are so many killing formations. It is difficult for us to pass. The leader of Tai Holy Land, named Lin Tianxing, is the formation cultivation in the realm of the void. The realm of the formation is extremely high, and at this moment, the pupils are constricted, and they exclaim again and again. With such a formation, even if I go in, there will be death but no life. Yeah, this is a big formation that can trap the combined power. One by one, the formation masters frowned and spoke. Wait, didn't Lu Yi and the others go in just now? Hearing the words of several formation masters, Tianlong Shenzi thought of something and asked. The atmosphere fell silent. All the masters of Zhendao stopped talking and looked at Lu Yi with astonishment. They also thought of this. Dong Fangling, Jian Ruyu, and the others were also a little numb at the moment. They were not very proficient in formations at first, and they didn't understand them. The formation masters of the two sects didn't speak, and they thought it was similar to the formations outside. Listening to it now, cold sweat dripped from everyone's foreheads. The formation inside can trap and kill even the great monks in the combined body state, so they just entered like this? All the monks of the two sects felt a little cold, and they all looked at Lu Yi with resentment. Jian Ruyu said, Junior brother, why don't you tell us, the formation inside is so terrifying. Lu Yi looked innocent, I think it's okay, aren't we safe and sound? To be honest, this formation is a bit difficult for Lu Yi, but it is still acceptable. The main reason is that the materials for arranging these formations are relatively precious, and after all, it takes a lot of effort, not all of them are arranged in the entire palace. He only needs to change the formation pattern a little, and the formation can be invalidated for a period of time, but it is easier than before. Lin Tianxing looked at Lu Yi and exclaimed, Fellow Daoist Lu, I thought I had seen your formation realm clearly, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated it. Your formation realm is probably enough to be compared with my elders. This surprised others. You must know that the Tai Holy Land uses formations to enter the Tao, and the elders are at least the formation cultivators of the combined state. On the way of the formation, a large formation of the combined state can be arranged to trap and kill the powerhouses of the same level. If there is enough time and enough materials, even a monk in the Mahayana realm may not be unable to resist. Formation repair is very strong, not in real-time combat, but in formation arrangement. As long as enough time is given to a powerful formation repairer to arrange a sufficiently powerful formation, there will be almost no opponents at the same level. Now everyone's eyes on Lu Yi have changed. Lu Yi's fellow practitioners in the sword formation are one of the most powerful sword cultivators in real-time combat. No one dares to underestimate Lu Yi's kendo realm. Dare to underestimate Lu Yi. And if Lu Yi is given enough time to arrange a powerful enough formation, one can imagine how terrifying Lu Yi will be. Even cultivator Dongxiu looked at Lu Yi with seriousness in his eyes. Liu Yi's cultivation base is not high, but with his cultivation level and cultivation base, it is not impossible to arrange several large formations of transforming gods. In addition to his own cultivation base of swordsmanship, if Liu Yi prepares time, even if he even Monk Dongxiu may not be his opponent. Thinking of this, many monks were shocked. Dong Fangling said, "Little brother Liu, can we go in then?" Liu Yi nodded, and clicked a few places casually, and soon, the patterns changed. Liu Yi said, "Go in, the formation will fail within a short time." Everyone was speechless. In the eyes of other formation masters, the terrifying formation was easily destroyed by Liu Yi. All the monks from the Holy Land of Xianzong and the Great Sect looked at Liu Yi with flickering expressions. Lin Tianxing smiled lightly and said, "Little brother Lu's attainments in array formation are admirable. If you have time, you can come to my Supreme One Holy Land. I think the elders of my sect will be happy to discuss array formation with you." When Liu Yi heard this, his eyes lit up. What he lacked now was the inheritance of the Dao of formation. If there was an inheritance, even if it was the formation of immortal formation, he could understand it. His comprehension is too strong. Dao Yuanying constantly captures the sound of the Dao, coupled with epiphany and enlightenment tea, as well as task rewards. It is not impossible to comprehend the fairy formation. Of course, it's one thing to realize it, but it's another thing to be able to arrange it. The arrangement of formations also needs the support of spiritual energy, and some of them need to add natural materials and earth treasures. Even if Liu Yi has realized the fairy formation, just drawing a stroke of the formation pattern can probably make him dry. However, whether it can be arranged is one thing, and whether it can be cracked is another matter. Destruction is always easier than creation. If he faces the fairy formation in the future, he will have enough confidence. He quickly laughed and said, "I heard that the Supreme One Holy Land is the holy place for formation cultivation in the world. If there is a chance, I will definitely go to the Supreme One Holy Land to understand the mysteries of the formation." Lin Tianxing clapped his palms and laughed loudly, "Haha, of course, there shouldn't be much difference in youth between you and Minjiun. They are both young people. You should have many topics in common, and you can communicate more in the future." Lin Tianxing is actually not very young. Compared with Monk Dongxiu, he is quite young, but compared with Liu Yi, he is naturally much older. Compared with the younger generation, he is considered a generation older. He, Wang Biming and Dong Fangling are monks of the same generation. Su Minjiun is the holy son of Tai. Hearing this, he smiled at Liu Yi, very friendly, "Brother Liu, if possible, Minjiun would like to ask you for advice." Liu Yi smiled and said, "Of course there is no problem. If Brother Mingyun is interested, I will definitely discuss it with you." Liu Yi said to himself, "I want to discuss with Su Minjiun." Task: discuss with Su Minjiun. Reward: enhanced perception of formation, 100 drops of Millennium Spirit. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Seeing this, Liu Yi was very happy. There was an object that could be rewarded with quests, and he was able to learn the Dao of Dao, which was not bad. Liu Yi happily accepted the task. Seeing that Tai Holy Land and Liu Yi had a happy conversation, other sects also stepped forward to communicate with Liu Yi. Wang Biming of Lei in Xianzong said with a smile, "Little brother Liu, don't forget to come to our sect to discuss the Tao with junior sister Tianyan." Wang Biming was struck by lightning as soon as he finished speaking, and Lei Tianyan stopped angrily, but she glanced at Liu Yi, and her beautiful eyes were also shining brightly. Liu Yi's talent is too strong, even the saintess of the Holy Land can't calm down. Seeing Lei Tianyan's eyes, Jian Ruyu frowned, came to Liu Yi's side, and said, "Junior brother, let's go in." Liu Yi nodded, "Okay." A group of monks laughed and chatted with Liu Yi on the way. Only the disciples of Yushan Palace did not approach. Their expressions were cold. After all, Liu Yi had suppressed all of them before. Soon, they passed through the triple palace and came to the deepest hall. As soon as they entered the hall, everyone's pupils constricted and their faces were full of horror. The ground was in a mess, even the formation patterns of Xianzong could not completely resist it. There were deep pits everywhere on the ground, and many pillars that could not be hugged by more than 10 people were interrupted and fell to the ground. Limbs and blood were everywhere on the ground. In the central area, a humanoid monster covered with pitch-black scales was falling to the ground. The corpse of the humanoid monster was divided into several parts, with black blood everywhere, and wisps of black smoke still rising from the corpse. Even if it's just a corpse, it exudes a terrible evil and dead air. The monks who were still alive were very pale, and most of them were injured. Even if they were not injured, a lot of spiritual energy was consumed. Seeing Lu Yi and others coming in, all the powerful monks were a little surprised. When Ding Qing saw everyone from the Divine Sword Sect, he walked over and was very surprised. "Why did you come in?" Ding Qing's face was pale, and there were some black blood stains on his body, but he didn't seem to be injured. However, Lu Yi noticed that there were only 2 combined elders who were following Ding Qing. Everyone else is probably dead. The Mahayana monk of the Taiwang sword sect also came over. There was a deep wound on his arm, which was injured. There were only 2 elders who were originally following him. The great formation outside is very powerful. How did you pass through it? Taiwang Jianzong's Mahayana power is also very curious. Dong Fangling smiled and said, "Little brother Lu brought us in. Even if his formation state is not as good as the sword state, it's not too far behind." All the Mahayana and fit powers looked at Lu Yi in surprise. "Boy Lu, you have all cultivated formations?" Even a Mahayana monk who has lived for so many years, Ding Qing was surprised at the moment. "Have you reached the realm close to the way of swordsmanship?" The other great powers were equally surprised and looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi smiled shyly, "Well, I also practice formations on weekdays, and I studied them hard for a while." This made Jian Ruyu and the others speechless. Before, Lu Yi clearly said that he only read it in his spare time, but now he just studied it hard. Even though Lu Yi said that he practiced seriously, Ding Qing and other old people still sighed. Heavenly genius! Double cultivation of array way and sword way, both ways have come to this point. The future is unimaginable. I have lived for nearly 10,000 years, and this is the first time I have seen it. It has the wind of an ancient evildoer. The other great experts also heard the junior's words, and looked at Lu Yi one by one at this moment. Their eyes were inexplicable, but they were all surprised. In the direction of Yushan Palace, an old man in the Mahayana realm heard the report from the disciples in the sect, looked at Lu Yi, narrowed his eyes, and thought for a moment. Then he walked towards Lu Yi. Without saying a word, he stretched out his big hand and grabbed Lu Yi. Ding Qing and the Mahayana master of Taiwang Jianzong noticed immediately that both of them had a cold expression, their sword intense sword, and they blocked Lu Yi. Ding Qing, who had always been smiling kindly, now had a very indifferent expression, holding a long sword, looking at the old man. "Lu Tu, what do you want to do?" The Mahayana master of the Taiwang sword sect also had a cold expression, and the Taiwang sword spirit around him was like a yellow dragon, and he said, "Lu Tu, arresting people in front of us, you really don't think much of us." Other great powers also looked over. Lu Tu glanced at Lu Yi, and said indifferently, "This kid almost killed all the geniuses in my Yushan Palace outside. I will naturally take him back and suppress him in Yushan Palace for 300 years. Lu Yi's expression was calm, but his heart was very angry. Just now, Lu Tu's hand blocked the space, and even he felt it was very dangerous. He didn't expect that this powerful man would come to arrest him in person, regardless of his face. This was completely unexpected to him. This dog thing is a Mahayana. Lu Yi glanced at the direction of Yushan Palace. The formation cultivator in the realm of transforming gods was staring at Lu Yi with a sneer on his face. The other disciples also looked at Liu Yi with indifferent expressions. Hearing this, Ding Qing laughed, and said coldly, "Your Yushan Palace disciple is domineering, and attacked my Excalibur sect disciple first. I didn't settle accounts with you, but you came to me first?" Nan Yuking, the great master of the Taiwang sword sect, had an indifferent expression, and his sword intent soared into the sky. "There are also disciples of my Taiwang sword sect. If it weren't for Boy Lu, how could they have survived? I will protect you today, Boy Lu. If you want to fight, just come." Lu Tu calmly looked at the two of them, and said, "I didn't mean to kill him, I just suppressed him in the palace for 300 years and punished him slightly. When the time is up, I will naturally let him go back." Hearing this, Da Nang beside him felt something was wrong. The Mahayana power of Tai Holy Land changed his face, and looked at Lu Tu with some doubts. "Lu Tu, could it be that you have taken a fancy to Liu Yi's peerless talent and plan to snatch back the sect as a disciple by force?" As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the other great powers also changed, and they were even more dissatisfied looking at Lu Tu's expression. "Lu Tu, you Yushan Palace, don't go too far. The land of inheritance here is originally owned by the eastern region, so it's fine for you Yushan Palace to join in, but now you want to rob me of the eastern region Tianjiao monster. Isn't Yushan Palace too domineering in doing things? Even the disciples are robbed by force? Ha ha!" The other great powers also tasted it, expressing their dissatisfaction one by one. Ding Qing and Nan Yuking's expressions also changed, looking at Lu Tu even more indifferently. "Damn, Liu Yi's swordsmanship talent, both of them are still greedy, they didn't take it by force. This bastard is obviously a cultivator in the central region, but he wants to take it by force? This is too bad." Liu Yi was also taken aback, and glanced at Lu Tu suspiciously. What does this person mean? He glanced at the Yushan Palace disciples in the distance. The cultivator of the transformation god formation had a stiff expression, and looked at Lu Tu in disbelief, and the other disciples also had strange expressions. Lu Tu's expression was still calm and he didn't express anything. He glanced at Liu Yi and said, "Since you are trying to protect it, so be it." Saying that, Lu Tu turned around and walked back. Liu Yi looked at Lu Tu with some doubts, and didn't know what this man was thinking, but no matter what he thought, Liu Yi was very unhappy. Like the disciples of Yushan Palace, Lu Tu is very domineering, and this sect Liu Yi really can't like it. This small episode was quickly forgotten, and all the great powers were looking at the central area at this moment. Behind the corpse, there is a door. The door is engraved with extremely complex patterns. Even if Liu Yi took a look at it, he would feel dizzy. He cannot understand. This is the immortal formation. The inheritance of the immortal sword sect should be inside. A powerful man spoke, his voice trembling because of excitement. Chapter 135 Immortal Artifacts and Immortals Open Their Eyes. However, there is an immortal formation outside the gate of inheritance. Who can open it? Another powerful person frowned. Others also frowned. The protective formations in the Immortal Sect Holy Land are all at the level of immortal formations. If they are not damaged, it will be extremely difficult for monks in the transcending tribulation realm to open them. It cannot be done in a year or two. And the fairy array here is obviously still intact, and the fairy light emitted made all the great experts feel chills in their hearts. Jian Ruyu looked at Liu Yi and asked, "Junior brother, can you open this fairy formation?" Dong Fangling and the others also looked over. After all, Liu Yi walked all the way before, and he behaved very easily. Liu Yi's head was full of black lines, and he said speechlessly, "Senior sister Ruyu, do you think I'm an immortal? If I can open the immortal formation, what do I need the formation book from Yushan Palace?" The others were a little disappointed, but not surprised. Only a few disciples of Yushan Palace looked at Liu Yi coldly with dark faces. This bastard is really the one who can't open the pot. Ding Qing and the others were silent, looked at the Mahayana monks in the Holy Land of T'ai, and asked, "Brother Yuan, how do you feel?" The Mahayana monk of T'ai Holy Land is named Yuan Jin. He looked at the pattern, shook his head, and said, "Even the hermit old man of my sect can hardly break through the pattern in a short time." Everyone was disappointed. "In this case, let the elders tell the inside of the door to break the formation," a powerful person said. Others also nodded. At this moment, the pattern suddenly became dark and dark, with streaks of golden light flashing, as if it had been activated. Everyone was vigilant and looked at the pattern. If the fairy array is activated and releases the killing power, even a Mahayana monk will find it difficult to resist. Liu Yi's complexion changed at this moment, the space ring in his hand suddenly emitted a gleam of light, and then a golden streamer flew out from the space ring. Liu Yi glanced at it, and his face changed. "This is a token, not gold or wood, engraved with mysterious and complicated Dao patterns. Immortal Sword Order." The task reward that Liu Yi received at the Kendo conference before. The Immortal Sword token reacted with the Immortal Formation, and it flew out automatically. Liu Yi was shocked, and then came to a sudden. The Immortal Sword token is the token of the Immortal Sword sect. From this point of view, it has something to do with the Immortal Formation? The changes on Liu Yi's side have attracted the attention of all the powers. They all understood that the token in Liu Yi's hand seemed to be related to the pattern. Immediately, the eyes of the monks in the Holy Land of Xianzong flickered. Liu Yi felt a series of terrifying divine senses resting on his body. Yu Daneng said directly, "Little guy, give me this token. I am the Supreme Elder of Moyun sect, and I will be rewarded with great rewards in the future." There was also a powerful person who said, "Liu Yi, where did you get this token? Let's see if we can open this fairy array." Even a few Holy Land immortal sects are a little ready to move. If it weren't for the monks of the Divine Sword sect and the Taiwang Sword sect to stand in front of Liu Yi, many people would rush over directly. Liu Yi was speechless. He didn't expect that the Immortal Sword token would be activated under such circumstances, which made him unprepared at all. Yuan Jin from T'ai Holy Land hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Everyone, this token belongs to Liu Xiaohu. How old are you all? Do you still want to grab something from the younger generation?" Liu Yi glanced at Yuan Jin, a little surprised. He didn't expect the power of T'ai Holy Land to speak for him. Ding Qing was also cold, looked at the crowd, and said, "Boy Lu's things are his own, anyone who wants to grab them, just try, my Excalibur sect is not afraid of anyone." Lu Tu from Yushan Palace's eyes flickered, and his whole body was flowing. Looking at Liu Yi, he seemed to be thinking about something, but didn't speak. Although there were some changes in the other holy places, they hesitated for a moment when they saw the three holy places around Liu Yi and did not speak. For a while, the atmosphere was a little silent and stiff. At this moment, the light on the fairy array suddenly flashed, and the golden rays of light were as dazzling as the sun. Terrible fluctuations came out, and even made the faces of the monks who were combined and in the Mahayana realm change again and again, and retreated vigilantly. Liu Yi only felt that the immortal sword in his hand became very hot, as if he was holding magma. Even though his physical body was extremely powerful, he still felt that there were burn marks on his hand at this moment. The next moment, the immortal sword shook, and a beam of light shot towards the fairy formation. As the beam of light shot in, the celestial formation flickered even more violently, and terrifying fluctuations raged, causing the young monks in the golden core state to collapse to the ground, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Even monks in the nascent soul realm feel as if there is a mountain pressing on them. That is to say, in this ruins, formation patterns are everywhere. If it is outside, such coercion is enough to collapse the earth with a radius of thousands of miles. With the flickering pattern, the whole palace vibrated, and the next moment, the gate opened slowly and automatically, and a strong spiritual energy rushed out, making people feel refreshed, taking a casual breath and feeling comfortable all over the body, and improving their cultivation. Liu Yi's expression changed. What the hell, how did this fairy formation open by itself? With so many great talents here, what if he opened the door? What can he grab? What worries Liu Yi the most is that if there is the Immortal Sword Sutra in it, how can he practice it if he can't grab it? Change exercises? In just a short moment, many thoughts appeared in Liu Yi's mind. Soon, the fairy formation dissipated and the gate was completely opened. There is a mysterious yellow air flowing inside the door, and the situation inside cannot be seen clearly. I don't know which powerful person rushed over first, and the eyes of the strong ones turned green, and they rushed towards the inside. At this moment, a golden sword light flashed in the mysterious yellow aura, and an old Mahayana monk rushing forward froze in place. The next moment, a golden sword aura gushed out from his body, turning his whole body into crumbs. The other monks behind the old man shattered together and dissipated into blood mist. Seeing this scene, the expression of the cultivator rushing forward changed drastically, and he retreated quickly. Liu Yi was even more shocked. That's a Mahayana monk. Died like this? He died without saying a word, not even the Yuan Shen escaped. At the same time, a terrifying coercion escaped from it. This coercion seemed to surpass the law of heaven, surpass the world, and was so powerful that it was unimaginable. Feeling the coercion, the faces of several experts in the Holy Land of Xianzong changed drastically, and they retreated repeatedly to protect the young geniuses in the sect. It's immortal artifact coercion. There's an immortal artifact inside. And it's an activated immortal artifact. As a powerful sect with immortals, the Holy Land of the Immortal Sect has its own immortal artifacts. The Mahayana monks have experienced the coercion of the immortal artifacts at close range, and they are very familiar with them. This made their scalps tingle, and the activated fairy weapon, even a cultivator who crossed the tribulation, would be hard to resist, equivalent to half a fairy. Hearing the words, the other great powers were all cold, and they were glad that they rushed slowly before, otherwise, those few great powers who had lost their bodies and spirits would be role models. Almost everyone retreated to the entrance of the main hall, but they were unwilling to leave here, and looked at the direction of the gate vigilantly. Inside the gate, the coercion of the immortal weapon dissipated in waves, and the mysterious yellow energy surging inside the gate was dispersed, gradually revealing the situation inside. Behind the gate is a small room. There is a group of white crystals floating in the room, and a young man in a white robe is sealed inside the crystal. This man was handsome, with a golden sword pattern on his forehead, and his aura was powerful and terrifying. Floating above the crystal was a golden long sword. Just floating in the air, this long sword caused cracks in the void. The coercion before was released from this golden long sword. This is exactly the magic weapon. This sword. I've seen it in ancient books. It's the immortal sword of the Immortal Sword Sect. Ding Qing's pupils contracted and he exclaimed. The eyes of many great powers of Taiwang Sword Sect are green, this is a fairy weapon. If it can be obtained, Taiwang Sword Sect will have a real foundation. Some powerful sects are actually not much worse than the Holy Land of Xianzong in terms of strength, the biggest gap is in the background. The Zhenzong Immortal Artifact is one of the most important foundations. This is the reason why all the Immortal Sect Holy Lands are able to calmly face even stronger opponents, and it is one of the foundations of their inheritance for millions of years. This immortal sword is too powerful. If the Taiwang Sword Sect obtains it, then they will have enough confidence to face any sect. The other great powers also had green eyes, eager to try. Immortal Artifact, this is the magic weapon that any monk desires. Right now, no one can face it calmly. Liu Yi also wanted this fairy artifact a little bit, but his heart was relatively calm. After all, as for the immortal artifact, when his cultivation base becomes stronger, the task should be rewarded, but he was not as surprised as other monks. He turned his gaze to other places, and there was nothing else in the room except the immortal sword and the crystal. Nothing at all. Liu Yi's heart sank, did the Immortal Sword sect pass down the Immortal Sword Sutra? In this way, wouldn't he never be able to obtain the complete exercise? Lui was very disappointed, but there was nothing he could do. The atmosphere in the main hall was dead silent, and then a Mahayana old man gritted his teeth and rushed towards the gate again, intending to fight. Just as he was approaching the gate, the immortal sword shook lightly, and the Mahayana old man outside the gate directly turned into a cloud of blood mist, and no one reacted. This completely chilled the other monks. The awakened fairy weapon is too scary. It's impossible for us to take it out. All of them had a bitter expression on their faces. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the main hall. It was an old man with grey hair, his face was rosy, and his skin was as smooth as a young man's, exuding vitality. The old man didn't have any breath fluctuations, just like an ordinary old man, standing there with his hands behind his back, looking at the crystal and the immortal sword inside. His eyes wandered, with a trace of thought. Transcending Tribulation Cultivator. Old Ancestor. The monks of Tai Holy Land's eyes lit up, and they all spoke. This is the cultivator of the Supreme One Holy Land. The old man didn't respond, and smiled lightly. Other fellow Taoists, stop hiding and come out. Hearing this, another figure suddenly appeared in the main hall. Some are white-haired old women, some are middle-aged men, and some are beautiful women. Everyone appeared silently, as if they had been standing in the main hall. All of them are monks who have crossed the catastrophe. Lui also saw an old man he was familiar with. He had seen it under the Excalibur monument at the time. The old man was enlightening at that time. Later, he kept urging Lui to join the Excalibur sect, saying that he would betroth Ji Unryu to him. Lui's head was full of black lines, and that old man who didn't care was actually a gangster. But at this moment, the old man looked less out of tune, with a calm expression and the air of a strong man. It is conceivable that the tribulation crossing monks here are basically old people from various holy places of Xianzong, and there may be strong people from other places. All the gangsters were very calm, and they were all looking inside the gate at the moment. It's the immortal sword, I didn't expect it to be born again. The old man Duji sighed, as if he was thinking about something. Having disappeared for millions of years, it is indeed time to be born. A square-faced, domineering middle-aged man with his hands behind his back said calmly. This is the spiritual jade condensed from the spirit of thousands of years. Such a large piece, I am afraid that it has exhausted the foundation of the Xianzong. Who is the person in it? It is buried with such a large piece of spiritual jade. An old woman looked at the jade sealed in the crystal. The young man inside asked in surprise. The others were equally astonished. This friend of the Taoist body contains extremely terrifying power. Even after death, it still hasn't calmed down. I'm afraid it's self-sealed here, and I don't want my body to turn into a resentful corpse and cause harm to one party. Some old people guessed. The others also nodded slightly, agreeing with this guess. Soon, they calmed down, with a hint of sharpness in their breath. When it's time to get down to business, the fairy artifact is right in front of you, but there's only one. There are so many people here, it's hard to tell them apart. Only one can get it. The atmosphere was silent for a while, and the domineering middle-aged man took it for granted. The inheritance of the Immortal Sword sect should naturally be accepted by the Sword sect. This indestructible sword should be contested by several kendo sects. So what if you're not a swordsman? I can also learn swords now. How precious are immortal artifacts! I'm willing to switch to a swordsman. An old man laughed. There's nothing to say. This is an artifact from the Eastern Territory. People from the Central Territory will go first. The young and beautiful woman glanced at a young man. The young man had a grim expression and glanced at her. It's funny. Immortal artifacts are divided into regions? While everyone was speaking, their aura increased little by little. Gradually, the entire main hall turned into a terrifying aura like a stormy sea. sweeping the main hall. That is to say, the powerful people blocked the coercion, otherwise the Jindan cultivator might be directly crushed to death by this momentum. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. In that case, let's see the real chapter. A group of monks who crossed the robbery disappeared in place at the same time. The next moment, a terrible roar sounded, the entire palace was shaking, the earth was shaking, and it seemed that it might collapse at any time. Even if all the great powers dealt with the resentful corpses in the hall before, there was no such movement. All the monks in the main hall had complicated expressions at the moment. The casual cultivators are already very calm, and even the great powers of crossing the catastrophe have come, and the things inside are not what they can expect. They even have a retreat. And all the monks of the sect are extremely worried, hoping that their ancestors can win. After all, this is a fairy artifact. If it is brought back, the Zong men will have an extra powerful hole card. Especially in the holy land of Xianzong, with 2 immortal weapons in hand, who can stop them? However, someone thought of something and looked at Liu Yi with a strange expression. The most miserable person is probably this enchanting Tianjiao from the eastern region. Although I don't know where this Tianjiao obtained the key to the Immortal Sword Sect, but after opening this fairy formation, the fairy artifact must have nothing to do with him up. The cultivator of Huashan in Yushan Palace sneered again and again, very happy. The disciples of several holy places were somewhat sympathetic. Jianruyu opened her mouth, but found that she didn't know what to say. Even if Liu Yi got the fairy weapon, she couldn't keep it. After all, Bai Yunzong's strength lies there, and taking the fairy weapon will only be a disaster. Ding Qing looked at Liu Yi, patted Liu Yi's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Boy Liu, if my Excalibur sect obtains this immortal sword, I can lend you the Excalibur Sutra as compensation." Nan Yuking also opened his mouth and said, "If I obtain the Taiwang sword sect, I can also borrow your Taiwang sword classic to read it." These words made the other monks look sideways, a little surprised. The 2 major sword sects are willing to lend Liu Yi the Zhenzong Kungfu to have a look? Afterwards, Yuan Jin from the Holy Land of Supreme One also smiled and said, "Little guy, if I get this divine sword from Holy Land of Supreme One, you can also come to my Holy Land of Supreme One and enter the picture of Supreme One to comprehend the Dao." Hearing this, Liu Yi smiled and said, "Thank you all elders for your kindness, I'm here to thank you." He is not unhappy in his heart, it's just a fairy weapon, it's really not suitable for him to take it now, and he will always have it in the future. On the contrary, it is a skill, which he needs urgently. If the immortal sword is really obtained by the Divine Sword Sect, it would be even better, and he can transfer to the Divine Sword Sutra. Liu Yi thought about this question in his heart. At this moment, Tianlong Shenzi suddenly pointed at the crystal, and said with some uncertainty, "Look at the crystal, is there a little bit of cracking?" Hearing this, the atmosphere in the main hall stagnated, and everyone turned their heads suddenly to look at the crystal. The crystal floated in the air, and the immortal sword sprinkled pieces of golden light, covering it. Even though there was a huge movement outside, it was still calm. However, at this moment, tiny cracks appeared on the crystal. Moreover, the rift is even getting bigger by a little bit. This made everyone's eyes widen with astonishment. How is this possible? Under the protection of the fairy artifact, no one should be able to hurt this spirit jade. How could it shatter? Could it be too long? How is it possible? It takes millions of years for Lingyu to be born, and it is impossible for it to shatter over time. There was a lot of discussion. Liu Yi felt the immortal sword token in his hand suddenly vibrate, and a terrible idea emerged in his heart. Liu Yi swallowed, his face turned pale. Is it possible that the person inside is not dead, but is recovering now? As soon as Liu Yi said this, the air in the main hall became very quiet. Everyone's eyes widened and they froze. Even a group of powerful people are sweating coldly on their foreheads at this moment. Ding Qing looked at the crystal with bigger and bigger cracks, and swallowed. It should be, no? At this moment, the young man inside the crystal suddenly opened his eyes, the eyes intertwined with golden sword patterns flashed with a mysterious light, the space seemed to freeze, and the roar outside stopped abruptly. Like a celestial being, he slowly opened his eyes, not daring to disturb him in this world. Chapter 136 The Immortal Million Years Ago. Everyone was horrified and stared at the man who opened his eyes. "He's not dead!" someone exclaimed, their voices trembling with fear. "Who is this person? He was sealed in the spirit jade for millions of years, and he is still alive." Luyi's scalp was also numb, and he was very shocked. In the inheritance relics of the Immortal Sword Sect, there was no Immortal Sword Sutra, but a living person. Being sealed in the spirit jade for millions of years and still alive, what level of existence does this have to be? Immortal? Everyone was shocked, felt guilty, and even had the urge to flee. But as the young man opened his eyes, a terrifying coercion emerged, restraining everyone in place, unable to even move. This is true even for Mahayana monks. Everyone's hearts kept sinking. Such a terrible coercion, even a monk who had crossed the robbery, could hardly do it. Fairy. The word appeared in everyone's mind, and they were even more horrified. The cracks in the crystal continued to deepen, and in just a moment, with a click, pieces of spiritual jade fell to the ground, and the young man inside was seen again. The immortal sword vibrated and hummed, flying around the young man like a little creature. The young man glanced around, and there seemed to be nostalgia in his eyes flashing with golden sword patterns. He finally set his sights on the immortal sword, the golden sword pattern flowed, he reached out and brushed the long sword, as if a voice from ancient times sounded, "Everyone is dead, only you are still by my side." He slowly floated out of the room, followed closely by the immortal sword like a pet. The young man glanced at the broken corpse on the ground, with a calm expression, and sighed, "You left too." He stretched out his finger, and an unimaginable force enveloped the shattered corpse, the black blood flowed backwards, the fragments of the corpse reunited, and finally the corpse was recovered. Afterwards, the black scales on the corpse gradually disappeared, and it returned to the appearance of a normal human being. It was a fairy-like old man with white hair and white eyebrows, and a ruddy complexion, as if he was sleeping. The young man looked at the old man, was silent for a long time, then sighed faintly, "Rest in peace." The old man's body turned into crystal-clear golden spots, flying out little by little. In the spot of light, the phantom of the old man emerged, his face was ferocious and full of hatred, but after seeing the young man, his expression changed, tears streamed down, half laughing and crying, and finally he straightened his figure. The young man bowed and saluted. During the salute, the phantom of the old man also slowly dissipated. The young man watched the old man dissipate until the light spot disappeared, and he floated in front of the monks. All the monks were terrified. This young man was too terrifying, and every move he made was beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. The resentful corpse died for millions of years, yet he was able to splice the corpse back together, even restore the mutated body of the resentful corpse to its original state, and awaken the residual obsession in it. How powerful is this? The young man has no killing intent, but to an immortal of this level, they are probably like ants, and killing them does not require killing intent. The young man glanced over and finally settled on Luyi. Luyi's scalp was numb, and his heart was extremely nervous. Although he had a lot of means, he was confident in escaping even if he was facing the whole, or even a monk who was in the Mahayana realm. However, this is a fairy. No matter how powerful and evil Luyi himself was, he was just a little nascent soul cultivator, how could he escape from the hands of the immortal? The golden sword patterns flowed in the young man's eyes, and a soft color appeared on his calm expression, and he smiled slightly. "Have you practiced the Immortal Sword Sutra?" Luyi found that he was no longer imprisoned and could move and speak. He looked at the young man and saw that the young man had a gentle expression, as if he didn't intend to embarrass him. "This is the place of inheritance of the Immortal Sword Sect. Since this young man is in the deepest part of the inheritance, it seems that he is probably a member of the Immortal Sword Sect. I just don't know if it's the immortal behind the Immortal Sword Sect, or the peerless evildoer of the Immortal Sword Sect. In any case, Liu Yi practiced the Immortal Sword Sutra, and has an inheritance relationship with the Immortal Sword Sect. This man should have this kind of karma with him, and I am afraid that he will not do anything to him. Thinking of this level, Liu Yi relaxed a little. Then Liu Yi thought about the situation in his danshan, and felt a little puzzled. This immortal only saw the immortal sword species? Didn't you see the nascent soul condensed by Dao? Can't even such an existence see through his danshan? Liu Yi found that Dao Qi, Dao Lingzu and Dao Jade were probably more precious than he imagined. Thoughts swirled in his mind, he cupped his hands and said, I have seen the immortals, I have indeed cultivated the remnants of the Immortal Sword Sutra. Remnants? The young man looked at Liu Yi. Liu Yi nodded, yes, the Immortal Sword Sutra I practiced only reached the nascent soul realm. That's why I came here to find the complete exercise. The young man was stunned for a moment, and then laughed, yes, the Immortal Sword Sect was destroyed, and there are fragments handed down to the world, which is already rare. He laughed louder and louder, as if thinking of something funny. Gradually, he laughed and even shed tears. Liu Yi got hairy behind his back, and muttered in his heart, could it be that these words irritated him? After all, this is a fairy who has been sleeping for millions of years, who knows if he will be mentally abnormal. After a while, the young man gradually calmed down, and his laughter stopped. He looked at Liu Yi and said, it's just the nascent soul realm, who can condense the immortal sword seed to such an extent, and even condense the immortal sword pattern. Talent peerless. I didn't expect a little guy like you to appear in Tianming. When the other monks heard this, horror appeared in their eyes. Who is this young man? Imprisoning everyone with one thought, recovering the resentful corpses from millions of years ago, recovering the remaining obsessions, an immortal with such great power, even thinks that Liu Yi is extremely talented? How terrible is Liu Yi's talent? For a moment, all the monks present were shocked. Liu Yi didn't expect the young man to say that, and he didn't know how to answer, so he could only humbly say, Senior, I'm overwhelmed. The young man glanced at the indestructible sword token in Liu Yi's hand, and said, can you show me? Liu Yi quickly handed over the immortal sword token. The young man raised his hand, and the immortal sword token flew into his hand. He stared at the immortal sword token for a long time, with a look of nostalgia. After a long time, the young man came back to his senses. He thought for a moment, spread his hands, and the immortal sword order flew back to Liu Yi's hand. He said, this is the indestructible sword order, you should keep it well, you will need it in the future. Liu Yi was a little surprised, looked at the young man for no reason, and said, this immortal sword token belongs to the Immortal Sword Sect, Senior, do you want to give it to me? Isn't this immortal sword token the inheritance token of the Immortal Sword Sect? Now that even such a character has come out, is the immortal sword token still useful? Liu Yi couldn't understand. The young man didn't explain too much, just smiled, you keep it. Afterwards, he looked at Liu Yi and said with a smile, although the Immortal Sword Sutra has been destroyed, you have also learned the Immortal Sword Sutra. It is God's will. I will pass on the complete Immortal Sword Sutra to you. While he was speaking, he touched Liu Yi's eyebrows, and a golden light shot into Liu Yi's eyebrows, turning into mysterious and complicated sword patterns. These sword patterns tell the mystery of the Immortal Sword Sutra, which is the complete cultivation method of the Immortal Sword Sutra. Liu Yi was pleasantly surprised. He originally thought that the Immortal Sword Sutra was dead, but he never expected that he would obtain the Immortal Sword Sutra in this form. He hurriedly said in surprise, thank you, Senior. Liu Yi dare not forget the kindness of preaching, and will definitely repay Senior in the future. The young man smiled and said, it is also a great kindness for you to wake me up. there is no need to do so. He raised his head and looked towards the sky. Although he was separated from the top of the main hall and was still in a small world, the young man seemed to have the birth and death of stars in his eyes, as if he could see the situation outside. He said, "I'm leaving. Maybe we will meet again in the future, or maybe we won't be able to. I hope you can practice the Immortal Sword Sutra and don't let the indestructible sword sex inheritance disappear." Lui nodded seriously, "Senior, don't worry, this junior will keep it in mind." The young man nodded, and looked around the main hall again, as if he wanted to engrave this hall in his heart, then his expression calmed down, and he said, "The Immortal Sword, follow me." The Immortal Sword buzzed, exuding a raging sword intent, which sank into the young man's eyebrows. The young man took a step, and the void split open by itself. He stepped into the void and disappeared in place. After the void crack was closed, the terrifying coercion dissipated, and everyone regained their ability to move. Many monks were terrified and sweating all over their bodies. "It's too scary. That person must be a fairy. I'm afraid it's the fairy behind the Immortal Sword sect. It is also a powerful existence among immortals. It is definitely not an ordinary immortal." The Immortal Sword sect was destroyed overnight. There were rumors that the immortal behind them fell, and the enemy's revenge caused all this. It seems that the rumors are not completely correct. The immortal did not fall. I am afraid that the matter of the Immortal Sword sect was involved a lot. The rebirth of this immortal may cause huge waves. Each of the great powers spoke again and again, with panic in their tone. At the same time, a group of monks looked at Lui with flickering eyes and complicated expressions. "This Tianjiao evildoer has something to do with that fairy. The grace of preaching. This is also a very mysterious cause and effect in the world of cultivating immortals. It is mysterious and mysterious. No one knows what will happen in the future. Forget it, Lui's talent, even that terrifying peerless immortal is amazed. It is conceivable that Lui's talent is so powerful, and I am afraid that he will become a fairy in the future." The powerful eyes of many sects flashed again and again, not knowing what they were thinking. The expressions of the younger generation of geniuses are even more complicated. I am afraid that they must be of the same generation as a monster like Lui. Among them, the female cultivators had extraordinary splendor in their eyes, and they also looked at Lui with uneasy eyes. Even Jianruyu had a strange look in her fierce phoenix eyes. At this moment, monks who crossed the catastrophe suddenly appeared in the main hall one by one. They all had injuries on their bodies, their faces were a little pale, and there was unbelievable astonishment in their eyes. "Old Ancestor! The Supreme Elder!" One by one, the monks hurried up to meet them. Dingqing and the others also greeted the tribulation-crossing monks of the Divine Sword sect and the Taiwang Sword sect. The old man of Divine Sword sect had a solemn expression, with a hint of palpitation. "Don't say anything. Get out first." The Supreme Emperor Sword sect's tribulation transcending power also nodded. "The Immortal Sword sect's immortal was born, the matter is too big, let's go back to the sect first." The tribulation-crossing powerhouses of other sects also had solemn expressions. Although immortals will not fight at dawn, the sudden appearance of immortals who should have died for millions of years, and their strength seems to have become stronger, will definitely cause boundless waves. If it is not handled properly, it may affect the foundation of all the holy lands of Tianming Xian Zone. It is related to the survival of all the holy lands of Xian Zone. Relatively speaking, sects without immortals are more open-minded. Anyway, I don't have any immortals in my family, so what about other people's immortals? As a result, a group of monks who crossed the tribulation left the small world with their disciples and returned to the ancient city of Hanshan. Afterwards, each went back to the sect. Lui went with the people from the Excalibur sect. In fact, not only Shenjianzong, Taiwangjianzong, Tai Holy Land, Lei in Xianzong, etc., all Xianzong Holy Lands and Daizong sects are very enthusiastic, inviting Lui to go to the sect with them as guests. After all, this evildoer has been certified by a fairy, and he is a real fairy. In Tianming, there are quite a few monks crossing the catastrophe, but there are not many who can really ascend to immortality. The ascending thunder tribulation is too terrifying. Few cultivators who cross the tribulation dare to cross the tribulation, no matter how strong the background is, they are very cautious, otherwise they may turn into a wisp of ashes in the ascension thunder tribulation. But Lui is different, even the immortals are amazed by his talent. It is conceivable how terrifying Lui's talent is. In the future he will almost certainly be able to survive the ascension thunder tribulation and become an immortal. If such a young monk has no enmity, it is natural that friendship is the main priority. Only the monks of Yushan Palace have a calm expression. As a powerful holy place that has been passed down for tens of millions of years, they have enough background to look at it calmly. Although many sects invited Lui to be a guest, Lui still followed the Excalibur sect. The main reason is that Shenjianzong itself is the holy land of Xianzong, and it feels very good to Lui. In addition, Jian Ruyu is in Shenjianzong, and his master and Shenjianzong seem to have a good relationship. Naturally, Lui chose Shenjianzong. Going back is naturally on the ancient ship of Shenjianzong. On the way, the Duja old man also heard about what happened in the main hall, and immediately ran to Lui's room, and encouraged Lui again to let Lui join the Excalibur sect, and said that he could let Lui and Jian Ruyu bridal chamber on the same day. Lui's people were numb, and this old man was really not ordinary. Lui also knew the old man's name. His name was Fang Tianyao, and he was also a very senior person in the Divine Sword sect. In the end, Jian Ruyu looked like he was going to kill someone, making it difficult for Fang Tianyao to go on, so he reluctantly left. Before leaving, he muttered unwillingly that it was a pity that Lui obtained the complete indestructible Sword Sutra, otherwise, he could be allowed to join the Divine Sword sect and practice the Divine Sword sect. Lui's head was full of black lines. Soon, only Lui and Jian Ruyu were left in the room. Because of Fang Tianyao's words, even a heroic woman like Jian Ruyu's pretty face was slightly red, and the atmosphere in the room was a bit awkward. Soon, Jian Ruyu got up and said with a smile, "Junior brother, you should have a good rest, breaking the formation was quite exhausting." Lui nodded, "Okay, senior sister, you should also take a good rest, you were injured before." Jian Ruyu nodded with a smile. After Jian Ruyu left, Lui lay on the bed and looked at the mission panel expectantly. There are quite a few tasks this time, and the rewards are equally generous. Task: Explore the ruins, completed. Obtain more gains in the ruins than Tianlong Shenzi, completed. Take the treasure in the labyrinth in Apotheosis Monk, completed. Explaining the array to the monks of Shen Jianzong and Taiwang Jianzong, completed. There are 4 tasks. What makes Lui a little regretful is that he didn't know that the Immortal Sword token could open the last immortal formation, nor did he know that he could awaken that powerful immortal. Otherwise, he would be so excited to release these 2 tasks. This is a task that involves the immortal formation and immortals. Just think about how rich the rewards for such a mission are. It's not impossible even to reward immortal artifacts. No, given the richness of the rewards given in the task panel, it is almost certain to reward immortal artifacts. What a shame! When Lui came back, as long as he thought about it, his heart ached. More than 100 million missed? Lui was lost for a while before recovering. Anyway, there will be opportunities in the future, and there is no rush. After that, he began to collect this harvest. Task: Explore the ruins. The task reward depends on the scope of the exploration, completed. Reward: a fragment of the law of indestructibility. Whether to accept the reward, yes/no. Lui was very shocked. There were few rewards, but it made Lui's heart beat faster. Law: this task actually rewarded Lui with a shard of law. You must know that only when you become an immortal can you comprehend the law, that is the sublimation of the domain, it is the esoteric meaning of merging yourself with the heaven and the earth, and grasping the power of the heaven and the earth with your flesh and blood. That is the interpretation of the Tao and reason of the whole world. Now Luyi's most powerful is only 20% of the field of swordsmanship, and now he can directly obtain a shard of law? How terrible is this? Even the cultivators who crossed the catastrophe would go crazy with jealousy if they found out. It took Luyi a long time to calm down. Thinking about it carefully, it is understandable that the rewards given by this mission are so generous. The task rewards for exploring the ruins are determined according to the scope of the exploration. And Luyi explored the entire ruins, and finally even involved immortals. Since immortals are involved, this task is no longer simple. In this way, it is understandable to reward things that are on the same level as immortals. Luyi was overjoyed. He didn't receive the reward directly. After all, this is the law. If there is a lot of movement after absorbing it, it will be difficult for him to explain it. This place is still on the ancient ship of the Divine Sword Sect, and he still feels a little guilty that there is a monk who has crossed the catastrophe here. Luyi planned to find a place where no one was around to collect it later. The task of gaining more than Tianlong Shenzi in the ruins was confirmed by Luyi and Tianlong Shenzi when they left the ruins. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of the indestructible Sword Sutra, Son of Heavenly Dragon is definitely no match for him. Although Tianlong Shenzi was very unconvinced, he was quite frank and admitted defeat. However, the way a group of Heavenly Dragon Sacred Land monks next to Tianlong Shenzi looked at Luyi made him a little scared. Luyi was a little skeptical. If it wasn't for the old man Fang Tianyao who was by his side at that time, they would have dared to rob people directly. You know, even the cultivator of the Heavenly Dragon Sacred Land is a little ready to move, which is outrageous. He wonders if this holy land was born by robbers? Luyi didn't think much, and glanced at the mission reward. Mahayana Secret Technique Dragon Flying Phoenix Cry Ju. After he understood the usefulness of the art of dragon, fly and phoenix cry, Luyi's expression suddenly became very exciting. Thanks to the 08A boss for the 100 points. Chapter 137. This dragon flying phoenix calling Ju turned out to be a dual cultivation secret art. For monks, dual cultivation is actually a way of cultivation. In the end, dual cultivation can even lead to various avenues such as Yin-Yang Dao, Hehuan Dao, and Desire Dao. In Tianming, there are quite a few sects established based on the dual cultivation method. Some dual cultivation methods are the essence of complementing Yin and Yang, and they also have the essence of harming Yang and nourishing Yin and harming Yin and nourishing Yang. The former is mutual benefit and reciprocity. The male nun and the female cultivator understand the Dao of Yin and Yang in the process of dual cultivation, while the latter is to benefit oneself at the expense of others, taking the original source of one party to improve the other. The realm of Yin and Yang consonance belongs to a kind of magic technique. Some monks of this kind of magic way also use this technique to plunder male nuns and nuns as a training furnace, and some even mortals are not spared. The dragon, flying and phoenix crying Ju rewarded by Luyi is not a type of exercise, but a secret technique, but it is more powerful than the dual cultivation technique. This secret technique is based on one's own skills in the process of double cultivation, which can improve the quality of one's spiritual energy, improve the perception of skills, and even refer to the pattern of dragon and phoenix, which can improve the strength of the physical body. This is an extremely comprehensive and powerful dual cultivation secret method. After reading the introduction of the exercises, Luyi felt a little weird. This exercise is not bad. He was a little eager to try. He thought of his senior sisters, junior sisters, and Yun Xi. It would be good to practice this kind of exercises with them in their spare time, and it would be beneficial to both parties. Then Luyi thought of another thing. He hasn't told his senior sisters about Yun Xi yet. They have been in seclusion before, and I don't know if they have left the seclusion now. Luyi manifested this technique, and he first comprehended the essence. After learning the exercises, Lui began to check other task rewards. The reward for the task of taking away the treasures in the labyrinth among the monks who transform the gods is the true fire artifact refining art, which is a powerful art of refining weapons by cultivating real fire and refining weapons with real fire. It contains the characteristics of heaven, material, and earth treasures, and how to combine the characteristics of these heaven, materials, and earth treasures to refine magic weapons. There are also records of various refining techniques. It is also an extremely precious secret method. If it is used by the refiner may die of joy. Lui has also studied, and plans to go back to practice later. After all, he now has a lot of natural resources and treasures rewarded by various missions, which just happen to be consumed. The task rewards for explaining the array to the monks of Shenjianzong and Taiwangjianzong are analysis of the top array and the improvement of the realm of the array. Lui also rejoiced in receiving the task rewards, plus the inheritance of the formation method he obtained from the formation monks of Yushan Palace before. If he can fully understand the limit state, I am afraid that his formation skills will be greatly improved. Not to mention breaking the immortal formation, at least it won't be much worse than the field of swordsmanship, right? Lui was very happy. After harvesting all the mission rewards, Lui had nothing to do and started to practice. On that day, the news about the ruins of the Immortal Sword Sect was like a storm, quickly spreading throughout the entire eastern region. Even because the ancient city of Hanshan was close to the central region, even the central region also spread. Immortals in the Immortal Sword Sect were revived, like a major earthquake, shaking all the holy places of the Immortal Sect. Immortals exist behind the holy land of Xianzong. No one knows if the resurrection of such a strong person will have any impact on the existence behind it. The monks in various cities are basically discussing this matter. Immortal Sword Sect, as the Immortal Sect, was destroyed millions of years ago. Now that an immortal is resurrected, no one knows what great turmoil will happen. And Lui's performance in the ruins is also talked about. The realm of Dao Dao is terrifying, and it almost surprised everyone to suppress Master Dao of Yu Tiangong and Brother Dongxiu with his own strength. In the end, what was even more surprising was that the resurrected immortal was also amazed at Lui's talent, condensing the immortal sword seed to a very powerful state, and even passed on to Lui the complete version of the immortal sword seed. This made the monks in the entire eastern region and the central region very frightened. Practitioners of Formation Dao and Sword Dao, no matter which one they are, have cultivated to such a terrifying and powerful state. The name Lui was known to all monks for a while, and the popularity was second only to the revived immortal. Especially when they heard that Lui was just a disciple of a small sect, many holy places of the Xianzong even secretly made up their minds. Of course, Lui didn't know much about it. A few days later, Lui followed the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect and came to the Divine Sword Sect again. Because of the resurrection of the immortal, the matter was very serious. Fang Tianyao, Ding Qing, and other powerful monks left in a hurry after entering the sect, probably to discuss the matter. Lui followed Jian Ruya back to Ruya Palace. When Lui came to Ruya Palace last time, he followed his senior sister and elder Ming, but now he didn't expect to come by himself. Junior brother, you should stay here now, the Supreme Elder also said to take you to the Divine Sword Monument to learn about swords. Jian Ruyu said with a smile. Naturally, Lui would not refuse to go to the Excalibur Monument to realize the sword, so he nodded in agreement. Because Lui's reputation spread throughout the eastern and central regions, even the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect had heard of it. During the few days in Ruyu Temple, many genius disciples of the younger generation and higher generations of the Divine Sword Sect hosted a banquet for Lui, hoping to make friends with Lui. Lui is not in a hurry to practice these days, so he is naturally willing to go for a drink. Those who entertained Lui were all true evildoers of the younger generation of the Divine Sword Sect. In the future, almost all of them will reach the Mahayana realm. Perhaps the monks who have crossed the tribulation may be born from them, and they will be the future masters of the Divine Sword Sect. It wouldn't hurt Liu Yi to make friends with them. 3 days later, while Liu Yi was practicing, he suddenly felt an extremely fierce sword intent rising into the sky. This sword intent even surpassed Liu Yi's imagination and reached an incomprehensible level. When he came out of the Jade Palace, he saw that the huge stone sword in the center of the Divine Sword Sect was flashing with a ray of green brilliance. On the huge stone sword, mysterious and incomparable sword patterns emerged, which was extremely terrifying. Liu Yi was terrified. This stone sword. I'm afraid it's a fairy weapon. The Zhenzong immortal artifact of the Divine Sword Sect. Didn't expect it to be here? And this fairy weapon is probably no weaker than the immortal sword. When the immortal was awakened, Liu Yi saw streams of mysterious aura condensing from the starry sky, and a phantom with flashing blue light falling down from the starry sky. Zhou Tianxing and the stars moved with this figure, and this phantom was like the center of the world. In the starry sky, Liu Yi saw Xing Zhuchen and a group of Mahayana elders, as well as a few reclusive supreme elders, who greeted the phantom respectfully. It wasn't until Su Ying and a group of high-ranking members of the Divine Sword Sect left at the same time that Liu Yi came back to his senses. This is definitely the immortal behind the Divine Sword Sect. But from the looks of it, it doesn't seem like the real body award is coming. It's the Patriarch. Jian Ruyu's voice sounded from the side. Liu Yi turned his head, only to see that Jian Ruyu was also on the side. He was so focused on the fairy phantom before that he didn't notice Jian Ruyu coming out at all. Liu Yi exclaimed, I didn't expect the immortal to come, I don't know what will happen. Jian Ruyu also shook his head, the matter of immortals is still too far away from us. Then she thought of something, looked at Liu Yi with blinking eyes, and said with a smile, however, for junior brother, I'm afraid it's not too far away. After all, that immortal thinks you are extremely talented. Liu Yi smiled and said, if the younger brother becomes a fairy, he must take the older sister to ascend together. Ha ha ha, it's done. Jian Ruyu smiled happily. After the immortal of Sword Sect, the sect of Sword Sect became very calm. A few days later, shocking news came one after another. Except for the Divine Sword Sect, almost all the holy places of the Immortal Sect have immortals descending. This almost exploded in the Eastern Territory. Immortals are legendary existences. Even if it takes 1,000,000 years, they may not come once. Unexpectedly, they will come consecutively within a few days. One can imagine how scary this is. However, after the immortal came, everything was very peaceful. Elder Ding Qing found Liu Yi, with a very gentle expression on his face, and said with a smile, Boy Liu, let's go, take you to the Divine Sword Monument to enlighten. Liu Yi's eyes lit up, then he nodded, okay. Ding Qing didn't just look for Liu Yi alone, he also notified Jian Ruyu, Wang Qifeng and even other young talents of the Excalibur sect, there were 10 of them. Little brother Liu. Dong Fangling was also there, and he smiled and nodded to Liu Yi in greeting. Little brother Liu, why don't you come out to drink these days? I'm afraid that with junior sister Ruyu, I won't be able to think of Shu. The geniuses of the previous generation of the Divine Sword Sect joked. Jian Ruyu's expression became calm. These days, she has heard a lot of gossip, and she is no longer like before, and now she can face it calmly. Liu Yi explained with a smile, I've been comprehending the way of formation these few days, after all, I just obtained the inheritance of the way of formation from Yushan Palace. After all, he has obtained the analysis of top-level formations, as well as the inheritance of formations from Yushan Palace, which he has been studying these days. Not only that, but he is also learning the real fire artifact refining art. Because he himself has mastered 30% of the artistic conception of fire, it is very easy to condense real fire, but there is no practical practice. All the geniuses suddenly realized. A group of people talked and laughed and approached the Excalibur stele. Liu Yi learned that the immortal phantom had already left. On the day of his arrival, he had a long secret talk with the elders of the Divine Sword sect and the head teacher, and he left the next day. As for the content, even Ding Qing didn't know. At this time, Jian Ruyu asked with some doubts, "Elder Ding, why did so many of us go to the Divine Sword Monument together this time?" Others were also puzzled. After all, these geniuses like the Excalibur Monument are extremely rare to visit once. Ding Qing said, "It was the decision made by the Patriarch. I don't know the specific reason. After that, your resources will increase a lot, as long as you work hard." Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, followed by surprise. Real? Of course it's true. You can get a sword wool grass every year. The sword pool is open to you at any time, as long as you can persist. If you perform well, you can also get a spiritual reward. Ding Qing said. His eyes flickered. When he first heard the news, Ding Qing was also very shocked. These resources are too much, even the Holy Land of Xianzong may not be able to afford to train disciples like this. It's okay if you only cultivate one, but the problem is that there are more than one. The geniuses of the Divine Sword sect were extremely pleasantly surprised, this was of great benefit to them. Listening to Liu Yi, there was no fluctuation in his heart. The resources he used were all spiritual essence. The spiritual marrow and spiritual milk obtained in the ruins before, Liu Yi has shared with others, and he does not lack this. The same is true of treasures. What is Jianqi? Liu Yi is a little curious. However, for him, as long as he has the perception of the divine sword steel, it is enough. Soon, Liu Yi and his party arrived at the Excalibur Monument. He still saw a group of old men and old ladies sitting in front of the Excalibur Monument. Some of them are the great powers of transcending tribulation that Liu Yi saw a few days ago, and some are also extremely powerful in the Mahayana realm. Fang Tianyao was among them. Seeing Liu Yi coming, Fang Tianyao smiled all over his face, came to Liu Yi, chattered endlessly, and encouraged Liu Yi to become a disciple of the Excalibur sect. Liu Yi was very helpless. Fortunately, it is now in front of the Excalibur Monument, and Liu Yi had an excuse that he wanted to understand the way of swordsmanship, so he dismissed Fang Tianyao. After that, Liu Yi used the saved number of epiphanies again. When Liu Yi had an epiphany, the old men and old ladies in front of the Excalibur steel, Jian Ruyu, Wang Qifeng, and others were dumbfounded. Everyone's eyes widened when they felt the mysterious sword intent surging in Liu Yi's kendo domain. Fang Tianyao murmured softly, "Is there any reason for this kid?" Last time when he realized the way of swordsmanship on the Excalibur steel, he had already realized it. This time again? An old lady on the side was somewhat amazed. "No wonder," the fairy said, "that this little guy is extremely talented. He came to the Sword Dao Monument twice to understand the sword, and twice. Such a sword talent is too powerful." Yes. All the old men and women were inexplicably amazed. Wang Qifeng looked at Liu Yi with a stiff expression. He was also the one who witnessed Liu Yi's epiphany twice. He had some self-doubt in his heart and asked, "Is epiphany really that easy?" Jian Ruyu glanced at him speechlessly. "That's easy for junior brother." In fact, she was also very surprised. And the other genius disciples all looked shocked. They didn't know that Liu Yi had an epiphany on the Excalibur steel before. Now hearing the words of these old people, they understand the situation from now on. Many disciples looked at each other. Dong Fangling grinned and said, "I finally understand why that fairy was surprised. Aren't you going to comprehend the sword soon? Under Liu Ziazi's epiphany, you can also get certain benefits. Are you still talking?" Fang Tianyao stared, looking at the other disciples with hatred. The other disciples shrank their necks, and one by one began to realize the Tao. Even a few old people started to comprehend the sword with their eyes closed, and the fluctuations of the Dao brought about by the epiphany can benefit them a lot. When Liu Yi finished his epiphany and opened his eyes, he saw Fang Tianyao looking at him for the first time. his eyes flashing green. Not only that, but also several other old men and old ladies. Liu Yi felt chills in his heart, and hurriedly said, "Several seniors." This junior suddenly remembered that there was still something to do, so he left first. He turned into Jianguang and ran away directly, returning to Ruya Palace first. After returning to Ruya Palace, Liu Yi was relieved, and then smiled. As expected of the Excalibur monument, the kendo rules on it are extremely mysterious. Liu Yi once again raised his kendo field by 10% under his epiphany, and now his kendo field has reached 30%. At this speed, I don't know if another 7 or 8 epiphanies will be able to comprehend the field of kendo to perfection. But Liu Yi just thought about it, how could it be so simple? The further you get to the back, the harder it is to understand. After several hours, Jian Ruyu came back. "Junior brother, why are you running so fast?" Jian Ruyu complained. She couldn't run away, she was dragged by a group of old ladies and old men to do ideological work. Some old ladies even taught her how to cook rice. She wanted to die already. Seeing Jian Ruyu's resentment, Liu Yi also smiled a little embarrassedly. "Those seniors are too scary." Jian Ruyu nodded approvingly. Liu Yi thought for a while. It might not be a good idea to stay here by himself. If the old man of the Divine Sword sect robbed him, he might not be able to escape. Liu Yi thought for a while and said, "Senior sister, I plan to leave tomorrow." Jian Ruyu was stunned for a moment, and then said reluctantly, "Leave tomorrow? Why are you in such a hurry? If you are in the Divine Sword sect, maybe after a while, you can enter the Divine Sword Monument to realize the sword again." Liu Yi shook his head, "Senior sister, I am a member of the Baiun sect after all. Since the purpose of coming out this time has been achieved, it is about time to go back." Hearing this, Jian Ruyu was silent for a while, no longer persuaded, and nodded slightly. "In this case, let Elder Dingqing take you back, so as not to encounter danger on the way. After all, now that Liu Yi's reputation is too great, his talent is so high, and he has mastered an immortal scripture, maybe no one will pay attention to the immortal scripture regardless of that immortal. That is a skill that can be cultivated to become a fairy. The benefits are enough to drive people crazy." Liu Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, senior sister, I can do it by myself." Liu Yi talked about it, and showed Jian Ruyu the transformation technique, and Jian Ruyu was relieved. That night, Liu Yi and Jian Ruyu had a good night of drinking. Both of them became drunk, they hooked each other up, sang heartily, toasted and looked at the moon, looking like good brothers. The day was dark. Liu Yi looked at Jian Ruyu's pretty face full of wine, thought for a while, and said, "Senior sister, if you hadn't informed me about the ruins of the Immortal Sword sect this time, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to get it. The Immortal Sword Sutra is here, I have a treasure here, and I plan to give it to you." Jian Ruyu's physical strength is not as strong as Liu Yi's, and her ability to absorb spirit wine is naturally not as good. She was a little confused. "What baby?" Liu Yi looked around the courtyard, thought for a while, and said, "Follow me to the room." Regardless of Jian Ruyu's struggle, he pulled her up and led her to the room. How can Jian Ruyu's physical strength compare to Liu Yi's? She only felt an irresistible force leading her away, and she was terrified in her heart. It was the first time for Jian Ruyu to see such terrifying physical strength of Liu Yi. The room was getting closer and closer. Jian Ruyu thought of something, her heart beat faster and she was very nervous. "No, junior brother, what do you want to do?" Liu Yi didn't answer. "You'll find out later." "You?" Jian Ruyu struggled, but couldn't open it, so she could only accept her fate. Back in the room, Liu Yi still felt unsafe, so he tapped his fingers again to seal the entire room completely. Seeing this, Jian Ruyu's usual heroic and pretty face was extremely red at the moment. Sitting on the chair, she faltered and said, "Master, junior brother, are we going too fast?" Liu Yi was a little puzzled. "What?" He took out a sword heart fruit that was still there, and said with a smile on his face, "Stop talking about this, senior sister, this is my treasure for you." Jian Ruyu saw the Jiangxin fruit in Lu Yi's hand, and his expression froze. "Change first and then change. I'm more than 10 minutes late. I thought I'd make it." Chapter 138 The Pillar-like Arm. Jian Ruyu looked at Lu Yi, then at the Jiangxingguo in Lu Yi's hand, with a complicated expression, "Is this the treasure you want to show me?" Lu Yi nodded, "Yes." Crunch. Jian Ruyu gritted her teeth, and said quietly, "Then why did you bring me to the room and lay such a complicated pattern?" Lu Yi said, "This is the sword heart fruit, such a precious treasure, it is natural to be cautious, what if someone else sees it?" Jian Ruyu's face was stiff and she was speechless for a while. Lu Yi handed the sword heart fruit to Jian Ruyu, and said, "Senior sister, please refine the sword heart fruit, and I'll be leaving first." Jian Ruyu calmed down, looked at the Jianxingguo in his hand, then at Lu Yi, and said with a helpless smile, "Well, be careful on the road, junior brother." Lu Yi nodded. He turned and left the room, closing the door. After taking a last look at the Jade Palace, Lu Yi turned and left, turning into a beam of sword light and flying out of the Divine Sword Sect. After leaving the Divine Sword Sect, Lu Yi was not in a hurry to go back. He first stayed away from the area where the Divine Sword Sect was located, and came to a wilderness mountain range. He built a cave by himself, and then arranged extremely complicated patterns to make it a concealed place of retreat. He didn't forget that there was still a shard of indestructible law in his reward, and he planned to go back after absorbing it. Lu Yi chose to receive the reward. Immediately, a mysterious and inexplicable mechanism appeared in Lu Yi's mind. Lu Yi only saw an extremely complicated Dao pattern floating in his sea of consciousness. Various feelings flooded into Lu Yi's mind. This is the Tao and reason about the law of immortality, and it is a ray of truth in this world. Under the influence of law fragments, Lu Yi seems to have passed through endless years. He saw the birth and death of stars, and the reincarnation of all things. Everything has an end, and only a trace of his true spirit is eternal. Everything is destroyed, but I am not destroyed. Lu Yi's physical body seemed to exist forever, sitting cross-legged. In the Denshin, Yuan Ying was surrounded by a profound and incomparable Dao light, and the fragments of the law of immortality alarmed Lu Yi's Dao ego, causing his own Dao nature to explode. His nascent soul is completely condensed from Dao, which has unimaginable mystery. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. There was the sound of the great Dao, and the law of immortality echoed the sound of the Dao, and the incomparably mysterious Dao Guang emerged around Lu Yi's body. Dao Guang flashes with brilliance, and there are Dao patterns that are so complicated that it is unimaginable. Ordinary people may fall into madness and die at a glance. These Dao patterns are all Dao patterns about the immortal truth. There is also chaos gas flowing between the Dao lights, and stars twinkling in it. The extremely powerful coercion was released, turned into a strong wind, and swept out in all directions. The formation patterns arranged around Lu Yi kept flickering, resisting this terrible coercion, making the whole space still quiet. If it weren't for Lu Yi's foresight, when he enlightened, the mountains might have been shaken. In such a vision, Lu Yi's whole body shone with a faint golden light, and his black hair danced. Every black hair was black and crystal clear. He was like a god, exuding mysterious power. When a monk comprehends the law, it represents a certain will of heaven and earth, and to mortals, it is like a god. Time passed, and it took a full month for Lu Yi to fully comprehend and absorb this fragment of the indestructible law, and he slowly opened his eyes. As Lu Yi opened his eyes, the visions around him slowly dissipated. In Lu Yi's dark eyes, mysterious and complex indelible Dao patterns disappeared, and his aura was like an exile. Lu Yi's expression was very calm. After absorbing a ray of law, Lu Yi understood that a huge change had taken place in him. Normally, the power of law that only immortals can comprehend has brought too many changes to him. As soon as Lui thought about it, a sword light flashed past, and a deep bone wound appeared on his arm. The next moment, the indestructible Dao pattern flashed in his eyes, the blood from the wound flowed back slowly, and the wound healed in an instant. The meaning of immortality makes his physical body almost indestructible. This kind of terrible recovery ability may not be able to be achieved even by Mahayana or even monks in the realm of crossing the catastrophe. In addition, he can apply the law of immortality anywhere. After using the law, whether it is a technique or a skill, there will be a huge change, with the true meaning of immortality. Lui understood a little bit in his heart, how the previous immortal restored the shattered resentful corpse, even changed it back into a human form, and even awakened his remaining obsession. This is the application of the law of immortality. However, Lui's comprehension of the law of indestructibility is very shallow now, and it is only a sliver of comprehension, so naturally he cannot do something similar to that immortal. Even so, it is still a huge improvement for Lui himself. Lui even began to think that he could integrate the law of indestructibility into his skills and techniques to create more profound skills and techniques. But it will take some time to figure it out, and Lui is not in a hurry. After absorbing the fragments of the law of immortality, Lui left the retreat and continued to fly in the direction of Bianzong. Along the way, Lui passed through several cities, and he went in to find out if any major events had happened recently. After all, the immortal from the Immortal Sword sect came out, and the immortals from the holy lands of the major immortal sects came, and it felt like a storm was about to come. Soon, Lui understood the situation. Something really happened this month. A major event that shook the entire Tianming occurred in the restricted area in the center of the Wanshao mountain range. Some extremely powerful monks saw a huge arm protruding from the mountains inside the restricted area outside the restricted area. According to eyewitnesses, the arm was like a pillar of heaven, even surpassing the peaks in the mountain range. The incomparably terrifying aura is like the revival of a demon god, enough to destroy everything. Soon, though, a fog envelopes the restricted area, and everything inside the restricted area is no longer visible. A cultivator from the western regions bravely entered it, wanted to check the situation, but never came out again. When the fog dissipated, everything in the restricted zone returned to normal, the arm of the demon god that looked like a sky pillar disappeared, and the mountain peak destroyed by the sky pillar also returned to its original state. This made all the eyewitnesses unbelievable. If it wasn't just one big power who saw this scene, and even all 5 domains saw this scene, no one would believe it was true. Just like that, this has caused a lot of discussion among the monks, and it has become an unsolved mystery. Many people are guessing what is in the restricted area of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Some people think that there may be a fierce beast king who surpassed the realm of crossing the catastrophe and ascended to a fairy beast. In the end, he might not survive the thunder catastrophe and was chopped into catastrophe ashes. Some people also said that it might be that a certain powerful man lived in seclusion in the restricted area, and was deducing terrible spells, and the pillar-like arm that day was the display of the spells. Others said that the heavenly demon, who was suppressed by the old head teacher, was about to move around and might be resurrected. All kinds of rumors are rampant, and even the holy lands of the major immortal sects have strong people to go to the outskirts of the Wanshao mountains to check the situation, but they have not found anything abnormal. However, just in case, there are still monks from the holy land of Xianzong stationed there. Because of the abnormality in the restricted area of the 10,000 Beast mountain range, the 10,000 Beast mountain range has become even hotter. Many powerful monks have gone deep into the 10,000 Beast mountain range, and they may encounter some inheritance. Lui was also a little curious about the huge arm, but he wouldn't run over to have a look. After all, it was a restricted area, and he would not commit suicide. What Lui mainly wanted to know was the news about the immortal of the Immortal Sword sect. After all, the immortal had the grace of preaching to him, and Lui wanted to know where he went. Not only that, but Lui was also curious about what happened to the Immortal Sword sect back then. As an immortal, why did he sleep in the inheritance of the Immortal Sword sect? The matter of the indestructible sword sect's legacy was aroused more than a month ago, and many people are talking about it now. Lui heard that someone saw a handsome man with a golden sword pattern between his brows in the southern region. He might be the Immortal Sword sect immortal. He was standing on a big mountain at that time, looking at the endless sea in the south of the southern territory. But soon, the fairy disappeared. Some people also said that they saw him entering the extreme cold forbidden area in the depths of the extremely cold ice field in the northern region. There are various arguments. For Lui, he was also relieved to hear that the senior was fine. In addition to these two news, Lui also heard a lot of news. There are stories about the holy lands of the great immortal sects, and also about the demon clan in the northern territory. Among the news about the demon clan in the northern territory, what Lui cares about is the painting of King Kaiu. The younger generation, even the first 2 or 3 generations, have no opponents. Coupled with the backing of the King Kaiu Fox clan, she fought almost all over the northern territory, and no one was her one-shot enemy. Rumor has it that she already has a bit of the demeanor of the 9-tailed demon emperor back then. Even among the younger generation of the Ieyasu, many talented and brilliant talents have become her followers. I also heard from the monks of the northern territory that King Kaiuhua wanted to imitate the 9-tailed demon emperor back then, overwhelming the entire younger generation of monks in Tianming, and forging an invincible heart. I heard that she plans to go to other regions to compete with other Tianjiao. Maybe the next stop will be in the eastern region. When Lui heard this, his scalp was a little numb. That vixen shouldn't remember him, right? After all, it has been so many years. Lui could only pray silently in his heart, hoping that the vixen would forget about him. Besides the vixen, Lui also heard news about him. It is well known that Lui opened the gate of the immortal formation in the ruins of the Immortal Sword sect and awakened the immortals. Lui's talent even amazes the immortals, which makes people talk about it. However, the immortal passed on to Lui the indestructible Sword Sutra, which attracted the attention of many monks. You know, the Immortal Sword Sutra is an immortal scripture. If you can get this Immortal Sword Sutra, casual cultivators can establish a sect, and perhaps in hundreds of thousands of years, or millions of years, it may become a holy land of immortal sects. The same is true for sects. Besides the holy land of Xianzong, there are also the top sects. Which sect has such a powerful technique of suppressing sects? Immortal scripture. If they obtain such a skill, it would be enough for their sect to become one of the top forces in Tianming. Now, many people are already inquiring about Lui's news. However, because some of the immortals who were worried about passing on Lui's skills, these monks hid their identities and were all loose cultivators. It is not known how many of them are strong sects. Hearing this news, Lui frowned. He was not in a good mood. The temptation of the fairy scriptures is too great. Not to mention anything else, if a monk in the state of integration, or even the state of Mahayana, is unable to continue to break through because of his skills, and his lifespan is coming to an end, what will they do in the face of a possible immortal scripture? Choose? I am afraid that 9 out of 10 will choose to grab Lui's skills. For this reason, even if he offends the immortal who taught Lui's skills, he will not hesitate. Even his life is almost lost, who cares about this? What's more, the immortal doesn't know where he is now, and he may not care about it. Lui could imagine that many of the monks staring at him were probably extremely powerful. These people's lifespan is approaching, so I'm afraid they are really fearless. Soon, Lui heard another piece of news, which made his face turn cold. Someone found out that Lui's sect is the Baiyun sect in Qingzhou, which is a small sect. Some sects even plan to oppress Baiyunzong, wanting to obtain the Immortal Sword Sutra. That is, Shenjianzong, Tai Wangjianzong, Tai I Holy Land, Lei in Xianzong and other Xianzong holy lands in the eastern region and top sects have spoken out, so no one dares to act rashly. These holy lands of the immortal sects and the top sects all have the immortal scriptures. Although the other immortal scriptures are equally precious to them, they think that the one that is more precious is Lui himself. Lui is almost certain to become a fairy in the future, such a genius is naturally worthy of their friendship. Even Tianlong Holy Land spoke out, if someone wanted to move Lui's sect, it would be against them. Lui didn't expect this, but he was still a little moved in his heart. Although he knew that these holy lands of Xianzong had purposes, no matter who they were or what they did, they must have their own goals. He has such a talent that people can protect him like this, and Lui doesn't think there is any problem with ulterior motives, he can accept it. What I fear most is that I have no value at all. If he becomes an immortal himself, he will also repay the favor of the Eastern Immortal Sect Holy Land in the future. The Holy Land of Immortal Sect and the top great sects in the Eastern Territory have all spoken out, and the sect naturally dare not take action, but it cannot affect casual cultivators. There are still a few powerful people who have reached the state of integration and sneaked into the Baiun school, and the purpose is naturally clear at a glance. However, what shocked the entire eastern region was that the combined power that entered the Baiun sect disappeared without a trace. No one knew what happened. There were monks watching the show outside, but no movement came out. Even if a stone is thrown into the lake, it still makes a little noise. This shocked the monks of the eastern region. There are also Mahayana monks who do not believe in evil, sneaked in, and then disappeared as well, without any movement. This made the monks in the Eastern Territory awe-inspiring. Bai Yunzong is probably not as simple as imagined. When Lui heard the news, he knew in his heart that his master probably did it. Even now, Lui still doesn't know how deep his master's background is, and he has never been able to see through his master. But even so, Lui was still a little surprised. Even the Mahayana monks who entered the Baiun sect disappeared without a sound. It seemed that his master was more powerful and terrifying than he imagined. I'm afraid it's the monk who crossed the robbery, right? Lui had a strange expression on his face. He grew up in the Baiun sect, and heard a lot of legends about his master. After all, she is a legendary figure in the Baiun sect. She is actually not very old now. Although there is no exact number, she is probably not more than 1,000 years old, right? A monk who has not surpassed 1,000 years old? Lui felt a little tingling. My master seems a little outrageous. Naturally, the other monks also had some guesses, thinking that there might be a monk who crossed the catastrophe living in seclusion in the Baiun sect. This made all the monks dare not take Bai Yunzong's idea. The monk Duja is already Tianming's ceiling, and a boss of this level is basically unaffected. Of course, it may not be impossible that there may be cultivators who have secretly paid attention to Bai Yunzong. It's just that the monks who cross the catastrophe basically have a name and surname, and they are backed by the Holy Land of Xianzong. These monks who cross the catastrophe also have to weigh whether they can withstand the anger of so many strong men. When Lui heard the news, he felt a little more at ease. It seemed that his master was still very reliable. Still he was angry. Why don't these casual cultivators and sects go to snatch the fairy scriptures in the Holy Land of Xianzong, but come to snatch his? Is it because he is weak and thinks that Bai Yunzong is weak? If their Baiun sect is also the Holy Land of the Immortal Sect, who would dare to snatch it? Lui was very unhappy, and he must make Bai Yunzong the most powerful Holy Land of Xianzong in the future. After knowing the news of this month, Lui left the city and flew towards Qingzhou. He raised his eyebrows just after flying out of the city. Because of the nourishment of the Ding Shenzhu, his mental power is extremely strong now, and his spiritual consciousness and spiritual perception are naturally extremely strong. He noticed that there were monks following behind, and they were not weak, all of them were monks who transformed spirits. Obviously, it was coming for him. Lui frowned, he used the transformation technique, how did these people know that he belonged to Lu Yi? Lu Yi was a little puzzled, but soon calmed down. I'll find out later. Lu Yi pretended not to notice at all, and silently said to himself, I want to kill the pursuers in the rear. Task. Kill the pursuers behind. The task reward depends on the number of kills. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Lu Yi silently chose yes, and he operated Jian Yuan Dun, flying unhurriedly, without being in a hurry. But even so, Lu Yi's speed was still extremely fast, and he quickly left the city and came to the sky above a barren mountain range. At this moment, the aura from behind exploded, a terrifying aura shot up into the sky, and a cyan palm covering the entire mountain range grabbed Lu Yi. Where the palm passed, tiny cracks appeared in the space, revealing a pitch-black emptiness. The terrifying air mechanism locked on Lu Yi, imprisoning the entire space, preventing Lu Yi from escaping. Lu Yi's pupils shrank slightly. Hollow Realm. Unexpectedly, Monk Dongxiu followed. The cultivator Dongxiu is extremely powerful, he can observe the world, and all of them are existences who have mastered the artistic conception. The strength is extremely powerful, and he is the same as the cultivator of Huashan. Even Lu Yi was shocked. His aura flowed, and Jian Yuan Dun, who was fully operating at the limit state, almost turned into a golden light, rushed out of an area of more than 10 kilometers in an instant, and dodged the blue palm. The palm slapped heavily on the mountain below, and the entire mountain turned into rubble, the ground shook violently, and cracks of hundreds of meters spread towards the sky, like a natural disaster. What? Came an exclamation from behind. No one thought that Lu Yi, who was only in the realm of nascent soul, escaped the unexpected blow of Monk Dongxiu. Stop him! Shouted loudly. Then powerful auras emerged from other directions, surrounding Lu Yi. Lu Yi's face was calm, his eyes were sharp, and he swept across the monks rushing over. There are 4 Dongxiu monks, a total of more than 30 monks who transform spirits. Lu Yi couldn't help laughing. To deal with me, a nascent soul cultivator, there are so many strong people here, but they think highly of me. Thanks for the 100-point reward from the 08A boss. Chapter 139 Xianxing Clock, Sky Array Map, Lu Yi and number 039, S terrifying combat strength. All the monks were surrounded by spiritual radiance, shrouded in mist, covering their faces. After all, Lu Yi was backed by several holy lands of the Immortal Sect, and no one dared to show his true colors. Lu Yi. Hand over the Immortal Sword Sutra. We can spare your life. That's right, handing over the Immortal Sword Sutra. It doesn't affect you, it's just that there are a few more people to learn from. Lu Yi, you are extremely talented, but we have 4 cave realms here, don't make mistakes. One by one, the strong men of the whole made noises, the aura flowed, and the air mechanism locked on Lu Yi, not giving Lu Yi a chance to escape. Lu Yi smiled, you people who hide your heads and show your tail, also want the fairy scriptures? Hearing this, the breath of the monks circulated, with killing intent emerging. It's true that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. If that's the case, then kill him and search for his soul. I don't believe that fairy will appear because of this. Kill. A group of Dongxiu and Huashan monks did not hesitate, spiritual energy spewed out, and each sacrificed magic weapons and used spells. A cultivator of Dongxiu shot out a scarlet stone tablet, which was wrapped in red fire, and the sky was distorted by the flames. The stone tablet was suppressed towards Lu Yi like a shooting star. A monk Dongxiu shook his hand and shot out a large blue net, which rose against the storm and completely sealed off the entire world, not giving Lu Yi any chance to escape. A cultivator named Dongxiu pinched the sword formula in his hands, and 9 long swords shot up into the sky, killing Lu Yi, with evil spirit billowing like black clouds. There is also a monk named Dongxiu waving a golden battle flag in his hand, shooting out streaks of gold, which are extremely sharp and have terrifying power. Other cultivators who transformed themselves into gods also used their own magic weapons and techniques. Everyone's spells and magic weapons hit Lui, and the terrifying aura surged. Under such a powerful attack, the sky was shaking and distorting, and even cracked into black cracks. Lui stood in the center. Even though his physical body was extremely powerful, he felt extremely huge pressure at this moment. After all, this was an unreserved blow from 4 cave monks. There was a fierce look in Lui's eyes, and these people had no scruples at all. The spiritual energy flowed all over his body, and the next moment, an ancient clock depicting stars appeared above Lui's head. The ancient clock vibrated, the bell rang, and the brilliance of stars shone down, covering Lui inside. All the attacks fell on the ancient clock, drowning both Lui and the ancient clock at the same time, and the tide of aura surged in that area. However, all attacks were blocked by the stars. This is the magic weapon that Lui obtained before, the middle-grade spiritual weapon Xianxing Clock, the magic weapon that Lui obtained a long time ago. The spirit weapon is the most powerful magic weapon under the fairy weapon. Even a middle-grade spirit weapon may not be possessed by a powerful person in the Mahayana realm. In Lui's hands, it is enough to withstand the attack of the Dongxi realm. Seeing that all the attacks were blocked, everyone's expressions changed. Later, they noticed the ancient clock above Lui's head, and greed appeared in their eyes. This is a spiritual weapon. With such fluctuations, it must be a middle-grade spiritual weapon. This medium-grade spirit weapon is mine. The cultivators of Dongxiu and Huashan shouted loudly, with streamers flashing all over their bodies. They rushed towards Lui one after another, intending to snatch the bell on Lui's head first. Even if it is a middle-grade spiritual weapon, it depends on who uses it. Although Lui is amazing and talented, they don't think that Lui can exert the full power of a middle-grade spiritual weapon, and it is even very difficult to use it. This is a spiritual weapon. Use it naturally, a lot of aura needs to be consumed. At this moment, with a wave of Lui's hand, a white scroll flew out, with dense formations flashing on the scroll, as if the way of heaven and earth was engraved on the scroll. Mid-rank Spirit Artifact Array Diagram. This is also a middle-grade spiritual weapon obtained by Lui. If the formation level is sufficient, it is enough to use the heavenly formation diagram as a hub to arrange a powerful formation without even needing to draw the formation pattern first. Lui's formation realm is naturally not low. In his eyes, there were a series of mysterious formations condensed, and the sky formation rose in the face of the wind, turning into a sky, covering tens of kilometers in a radius, and covering the entire world. The picture scroll of the sky formation picture seems to be integrated with the sky, and the formation patterns are densely engraved in the sky, with a strange atmosphere flashing. Even the sky and the earth seem to have become different. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed. Oh my god, it's another middle-grade spiritual weapon. This is an array spirit tool. It has greatly improved the strength of the formation. Lui's Zhendao and Jiandao practiced together, and they both cultivated to an extremely terrifying state. This is almost a well-known fact in the entire eastern region. Among the ruins of the Immortal Sword Sect, Lui relied on his array to suppress the monk Dongxiu of Yushan Palace. Seeing that the sky was covered with patterns at this moment, their hearts sank. A Dongxiu cultivator shrouded in blue light and mist shouted, "Don't be afraid. This guy is just bluffing. With his realm, it is impossible to use such a terrifying magic weapon." The eyes of the others also flickered, staring at Lui who was standing in the air. At this moment, Lui had a star clock on his head, standing under the sky map, handsome and elegant, with extraordinary temperament. That's right. 2 middle-grade spiritual weapons. This kid can't possibly use both of them. Kill him! Huashan and Dongxiu cultivators shouted loudly, and rushed towards Lui again. At this moment, Lui smiled slightly, and with a casual touch, the pattern on the sky formation map flickered, and the formation instantly condensed. The next moment, one after another innate true fire condensed into a fire phoenix, screaming and rushing towards a group of monks. Where the fire phoenix passed, the temperature rose sharply, and the mountains below began to melt, turning into magma, and the sky was distorted even more, like a picture scroll being kneaded by someone. The faces of all the monks changed drastically. Every fire phoenix made monk Dongxue feel the crisis of life and death. Block. The monks Dongxue and Huashan roared again and again, each using the method of pressing the bottom of the box to resist the attack of the fire phoenix. Boom boom boom. The roar was endless, and the fire phoenix swooped down with the destructive aura of the innate real fire, and the terrible flames enveloped everyone almost instantly. The monk Dongxue could still block it, but the defense of the monk Huashan was as fragile as white paper in front of Huofeng, and was torn to pieces in an instant. One by one, the cultivators who transformed the gods screamed and were burned by the innate fire. With just a few breaths, the powerful bodies of the cultivators who transformed the gods were burned into coke, and then turned into fly ash in the flames. There are only 4 Dongxue cultivators and 3 protected cultivators. Everyone is timid. Liu Yi, you're so ruthless! A Dongxue cultivator shouted. Liu Yi looked at the monk who was still alive, his eyes were sharp, and he said calmly, since you want to grab the fairy scriptures, you should be prepared to die, why bother? He clicked again, and the pattern on the sky map lit up again. Last time, only a corner of the array pattern was lit up, but this time, nearly a quarter of the array pattern lit up, and a terrifying aura emerged, which shocked all the monks in the whole. Clang! A Qingyu sword resounded through the heaven and earth, and the next moment, a dark blue long sword condensed in the void. The long sword carried an endless chill, and even the void seemed to be condensed into ice. All Dongxue monks feel cold physically and mentally. This is impossible. How can a mere nascent soul cultivator use a middle-grade spiritual weapon to such an extent? Even if the realm of this sub-array is astonishing, it shouldn't be like this. The monks of Dongxue were angry and unwilling. The spirit energy needed to use the medium-grade spiritual weapon was not a small amount. The power of this formation even surpassed that of ordinary monks of Dongxue. How did Liu Yi activate it? Everyone is incomprehensible. However, they couldn't continue to think about this problem anymore. Long swords condensed with extreme cold streaked across the sky, like the sky falling, covering all the monks of Dongxue and the few remaining monks of transforming spirits. All the monks shouted loudly and activated their magic weapons. But in almost an instant, all the magical treasures in the sky were chopped into pieces, and there were even 2 low-grade treasures among them, which was no exception at all. The next moment, all the monks were swept by the ice sword, and their bodies turned into shards of ice. Only the nascent souls of the 2 Dongxue cultivators survived, and their nascent souls turned into streamers with frightened expressions, trying to escape from the range of the heavenly map. However, with Liu Yi's hand, the sky was suppressed, and the heaven and earth were like a cage, which bound the nascent soul of the 2 Dongxue monks, and they couldn't even move. The nascent soul of the 2 Dongxue cultivators looked at Liu Yi in the distance with despair on their faces. Liu Yi has a black star clock on his head, and there are stars flowing all over his body. His white clothes are better than snow, and his black hair is crystal clear. He stepped in front of the nascent soul of the 2 Dongxue cultivators, saw the desperate appearance of the 2 Dongxue cultivators, felt a little complicated, and sighed softly, why is this so? Seeing Liu Yi's pitiful look, the 2 Dongxue cultivators felt extremely sad and indignant. We still underestimated you after all. Ha 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 ha. As expected, he is a genius who is admired by even the immortals. With the nascent soul realm, he can control 2 middle-grade spiritual weapons with ease. We are not wronged. Even if only nascent soul was left, the eyes of the 2 Dongxue cultivators were still there. Liu Yi's aura was stable, without the slightest sign of exhaustion. There were strands of golden light flowing between his brows, and his spiritual power was as vast as the sea, which was unimaginably strong. With such a foundation, I am afraid that it will not be much worse than that of Dongxue cultivator. Such a monk is actually only in the nascent soul realm. Liu Yi was calm, looked at the two nascent souls, and said, "Who are you? How did you find me? I have changed my appearance." Hearing this, the two Dongxue cultivators couldn't help laughing. "You're still too young. How many strange people are there in the world? Naturally, there are people who are good at divination and calculation, and there are also people who understand the origin. What if the appearance is changed? Even if your transformation technique is really amazing and almost invisible, it's not completely impossible to see through." Hearing this, Liu Yi was surprised. He really underestimated the people of the world. If someone can really calculate his location and see through the transformation technique, it will be difficult for him to hide. Liu Yi always thought that no one would be able to recognize him because he had practiced the transformation technique to the limit. Thinking about it now, I'm still a bit naive. After all, the transformation technique is only a secret technique of the Golden Core realm, and there must be a way to break it. In addition, if someone is really able to divination and know his location, it will be a matter of time before someone is discovered. Seeing Liu Yi's silence, the two Dongxue monks sneered again and again. "We won't be the last batch, Liu Yi, you are indeed terrifying. You can kill Dongxue, but can you also kill fusion power?" Liu Yi was calm, pointing his finger, and the terrifying mental power surged, forcibly searching the souls of the two. After thoroughly understanding the situation, Liu Yi was slightly relieved. It is true that there are monks who can predict qi, but this is a kind of celestial secret and involves the avenue of fate. Even the monks who crossed the catastrophe could not accurately know the exact location of a monk. At most, they could only know the approximate location of Liu Yi. The lower the cultivation level, the greater the gap. If the strength is weaker than that of Liu Yi, the position may not be accurate. Even if it is a cultivator who crosses the catastrophe, he can only calculate Liu Yi's location accurately to a radius of about 100 kilometers. These few monks are all strong men named Tian Yuan Zong. The Mahayana monks in their sect happen to be good at divination, and they speculate that Liu Yi's location is only within a radius of 1000 kilometers. It took these monks a long time to find him. After finding this, Liu Yi was a little relieved. As long as he could not completely locate his position, then he didn't have to worry too much. Even if it is within a radius of 100 kilometers, it is not so easy to find. If his transformation technique was stronger, he might not have been discovered. Or if he can hide his aura and prevent people from divination, that's fine too. It's a pity that he doesn't have such means now. And judging from the news from his soul search, the method of a person who is good at deducing the secrets of heaven is very magical. Even if he conceals his own aura, he may not be able to escape completely. But in general, although the situation is a bit harsh, it is still within an acceptable range. Liu Yi glanced at the nascent soul of the two cave monks. Because of Liu Yi's soul search, their aura became much weaker. With Liu Yi's finger pointing, their nascent souls turned into ashes. He breathed out slightly, put away the sky array map, and the array pattern covering the sky disappeared as a stream of light, and finally turned into a picture scroll, which fell into Liu Yi's hands. It has to be said that this heavenly formation diagram is really a middle-grade spiritual tool that is very suitable for him. It is very easy to use, but it consumes too much. Even if Liu Yi couldn't use the full power of this middle-grade spiritual weapon, it would still consume a lot of spiritual energy. That is to say, he used the power of the Dao all the way to break through, and the foundation he had built was extremely solid, and the amount of spiritual energy was not much worse than that of the monk Dongxue, otherwise he would not be able to support one piece, let alone two pieces. Even so, Liu Yi only used it for a while, and about 1/3 of his spiritual energy was consumed. It can't be a protracted war at all. Liu Yi put away the Xianxing clock again. He felt a lot of auras around him from a distance. The movement here was too loud, which probably attracted the attention of many people. Now his situation is more sensitive, so he can't stay longer. Lui was about to leave. At this moment, suddenly there was a side with a radius of 1 meter behind Lui, but a big seal flashing with dazzling white light suddenly appeared, and it was printed hard on Lui's back. At this moment, the Xianxing clock appeared above Lui's head again, and the starlight was shining down, resisting in front of Dayan. When a bell ringing resounded through the heaven and earth. It was originally fused by the fire phoenix and then frozen by the ice arrow. The mountain range below had turned into a distorted iceberg. Under the aftermath of this terrible collision, the iceberg shattered on the spot, and a giant appeared on the ground. The crater with a radius of several kilometers and the frost in the surrounding area also cracked. Lui flew out, even with Xianxing Zhong resisting, he still spit out a big mouthful of blood. At Lui's original location, a man of medium stature appeared, his face shrouded in a mysterious Dao light, standing in the air, as if he was one with the heaven and the earth. A monk in the realm of integration. At this moment, the Dao Guang flowed on the face of this fit monk, and he looked very shocked. With a gentle voice, he said, "How did you find me?" Even Wang Yuan and the others didn't know I was coming. Wang Yuan was the name of the Dongxia cultivator whose soul was searched before, and Lui naturally knew it after the soul search. Lui had a calm expression, and said with a smile, "I am pregnant with the immortal scripture, and the matter is of great importance. If Tianyuanzong wants to go further, it must obtain the immortal scripture. Since Tianyuanzong is the strongest and has the power of the Mahayana realm, I don't believe that you will only send a strong man from the void hole realm to intercept and kill me. Naturally, I have to be vigilant at all times." Lui touched the blood at the corner of his mouth, and calmly said, "To be honest, I was a little surprised. I thought the Mahayana power would come, but unexpectedly, the one behind is just a fusion power." Hearing this, the fit monk was silent for a moment, and then said, "The world has underestimated you. If I strike with all my strength, even if the monk Dongxia holds a middle-grade spiritual weapon, his body will be shattered. I didn't expect you to just vomit. With a mouth full of blood, your way of refining your body is no weaker than your way of sword and formation. It's a pity that the ancestor lost his vitality in order to calculate your position, otherwise he would do it himself." The fit monk's voice was obviously shocked. Lui's performance was too extraordinary. Spiritual energy flowed all over his body, and he said, "To be honest, I have regretted it a little now. Maybe the ancestor shouldn't have someone come and kill you. If you don't die, it will be a nightmare for Tianyuanzong." Lui smiled, "Unfortunately, if not, isn't it? Since you have made a move, you should have thought about the corresponding consequences." The fit monk nodded slightly, "So, no matter what hole cards you have, I will kill you here today, otherwise, I will be a sinner of Tianyuanzong." Lui was very calm, and said with a smile, "You can't kill me. That's not necessarily the case." The fit cultivator's body was full of spiritual energy, and the next moment, the sky dimmed. Lui was startled, and felt an inexplicable breath falling from the sky, as if he was against the world, as if his existence could not be tolerated. This is somewhat similar to the coercion of heaven. The whole body of the fit cultivator seems to be completely integrated with the heaven and the earth. He calmly said, "My Tianyuan sect intends to play against the heaven and the earth, intercept the secrets, and know the destiny. The heaven and the earth are in my palm. You have fallen into my palm. How to run?" Lui smiled, "It's a big tone, it's just like combining the Mahayana, like knowing the fate of the sky? Are you afraid of being struck by lightning?" The fit monk was very calm, "I'm often hacked, I'm used to it." Lui. He found that this Tianyuanzong was indeed quite unusual. Judging from Lui's previous soul search, although Tianyuanzong was not even considered a top sect, the true meaning of the Tianyuan canon he cultivated was somewhat biased towards the destiny, even towards the direction of destiny. Walk. The heart is outrageous. Liu Yi couldn't think about it anymore. The fit cultivator reached out, like grabbing a flag and lowering the flag. The world seemed to be pressed down with his hand. The terrible coercion made Liu Yi's bones tremble. It was like a 10,000 zhang mountain pressing down on him. Liu Yi's expression remained calm, and he took out a talisman. Change first and then change. Chapter 140 Shock in the Eastern Territory. Liu Yi's spiritual energy flowed, and the patterns on the talisman flickered, emitting a dazzling brilliance like the sun. Boom! Compared with the fire phoenix condensed in the previous sky map, the hotter temperature emerged, and the white flame rose into the sky like a storm, sweeping the entire sky and forming a pillar of flame light. Sanyang True Fire Talisman. The talisman that Liu Yi obtained a long time ago is extremely powerful, and it can pose a threat even to monks who are in the realm of integration. The Sanyang True Fire Talisman seemed to turn an area with a radius of hundreds of kilometers into a world of white flames. The heaven and earth covered by the Tianyuanzong's power collapsed, and the pillars of flame light surrounded the Tianyuanzong's power in the realm of unity. The Dao light on Tianyuanzong's Deneng face flickered, and his heart was very restless. He kept pinching the formula in his hand, and a big white seal appeared on his head, and the big seal condensed streams of white light, surrounding him. Boom! The three yang real fires fell together heavily, as if a star exploded, and a white beam of light shot up into the sky, straight up to the star. Even in an extremely distant area, you can see a beam of light piercing the sky. The monks looked shocked, staring at the area where the beam of light was. What a powerful power! Is there a great power fighting? After a while, the beam of light dissipated slowly, Tianyuanzong's combined power rushed out, the big seal on the top of his head dimmed a lot, the right long sleeve turned into ashes, and his skin was a little scorched. His breath became weaker, he coughed up a wisp of blood, and turned his head to look, but Liu Yi was no longer there. The fit power raised his head and shouted, "Liu Yi! You can't run away!" He turned into a streamer and rushed towards Qingzhou. Not far from the battle area, many monks are approaching here. They were attracted by the previous battle between Liu Yi and several Dongxu monks. Hearing the powerful roar of the combined body, their expressions changed one after another. Liu Yi! Is he the inheritor of the Immortal Sword Sutra? The innate sword immortal? He is here? The breath just now, I'm afraid it's the fit power. He escaped from the hands of the fit power? Everyone was shocked and flew over one after another. When they came to the battlefield area, when everyone saw the scorched black with a radius of hundreds of kilometers and the black pit with a radius of more than 10 kilometers in the central area, they all took a breath and were extremely shocked. What method is it? It caused such damage? That fairy, the means are probably beyond everyone's imagination, and even the power of the body can't catch him. There was a lot of discussion. There are also monks who have noticed that Dongxu and Huashan masters of Tianyuanzong have followed them from before, and found that those Dongxu and Huashan monks have disappeared, and they have unbelievable guesses in their hearts. Liu Yi was afraid that he had killed the monks of Dongxu and Huashan, and then ran away in the hands of the fit master. This news shocked everyone for a moment and spread out like a storm. More than a month after Immortal Sword Sect Immortal was born, Liu Yi reappeared in the sight of the monks of the eastern region. As soon as he appeared, he killed many Dongxu monks and Huashan monks with shocking means, and even at the hands of the fit monk, he escaped. The monks who heard the news were all in an uproar, talking a lot. It's really surprising that even the body master himself couldn't keep him. He's just a nascent soul cultivator. However, who are the strong ones who took action against Liu Yi? Not to mention the Immortal Sword Sect Immortal, even if the Immortal Sect Holy Land in the eastern region has spoken out, how dare they take action? Hehe, the benefits brought by the Immortal Sutra are too great. Those old masters know the consequences and will give it a go. Besides, no one knows who did it now, right? However, this failed to catch Liu Yi. I'm afraid he has already become popular. If another 1,000 years pass, he may be able to run rampant in the eastern region. It is indeed a peerless evildoer that even immortals admire. At this moment, Liu Yi didn't know the news. After using the Sanyang True Fire Talisman, he didn't stay to check the results, and used the ultimate level Jian Yuan Dun without any reservations. Jian Yuan Dun, as a technique of the nascent soul realm, has turned into a kind of worldly speed after it has been cultivated to the limit level, coupled with Liu Yi's sword Dao realm. When Sanyang's real fire broke out, he had already rushed a long way. Afterwards, Liu Yi changed his form again, used the breath restraint technique, and directly submerged into a mountain forest. Liu Yi didn't move towards Qingzhou. He turned a corner and moved tens of thousands of kilometers towards the north before finally stopping in a mountain range. Liu Yi sighed slightly. Judging from the information he obtained from his soul search, Yuanzong only deduced his position that day, and it was not possible to deduce it all the time. In a short period of time, Liu Yi don't worry about the fit being able to catch up. However, the Mahayana master of Tian Yuanzong may not continue to deduce it. If it is deduced again, the monks of Tian Yuanzong may continue to catch up. The most troublesome thing is that Tian Yuanzong is probably not the only monk who can deduce divination, and his way back this time may not be safe. He felt a little helpless, holding the fairy scriptures. It was like a child carrying gold through the busy market, it was too easy to be coveted by others. It would be great if I can also have a certain understanding of the way of divination and calculation, and can cover up my own aura. Liu Yi didn't stop, and continued to use the breath containment technique, not even using the spiritual energy, just relying on his own body to walk through the mountains and forests. At the same time, Liu Yi glanced at his panel. The task just now should be completed. Task: kill the pursuers behind. The task reward depends on the number of kills completed. Reward: mid-rank spirit artifact Menjiun Jade Pendant. Whether to receive rewards, yes/no. Liu Yi glanced at the reward, then stopped and smiled. This Menjiun Jade Pendant can stabilize one's own aura, and even cover up one's aura. It is exactly the spiritual weapon he needs at this moment. Liu Yi was very pleasantly surprised, but he also expected it. After all, after doing so many missions before, Liu Yi discovered that mission rewards are usually distributed according to the mission object. For example, in the task of competing with the son of Heavenly Dragon, the basic rewards are all things related to the real dragon, and the basic rewards for competing with the seniors and sisters are also the artistic conception related to them. The target of this mission is the monks of Tian Yuanzong, who are proficient in divination. It is reasonable that the spirit weapon rewarded just restrains them. Without further ado, Liu Yi put on the Menjiun Jade Pendant, and immediately felt strange fluctuations coming from the Jade Pendant, covering his whole body. This feeling is very mysterious. If it is not for Liu Yi and Dao, it may be difficult to detect. This is probably the feeling of covering up one's own aura, right? Liu Yi smiled, and with the Menjiun Jade Pendant, he didn't have to worry about being noticed again. Even if it is a monk who crosses the robbery, if he wants to calculate his position, he will probably be greatly disturbed. In addition, this Menjiun Jade Pendant can also be blessed with the transformation technique. As long as Liu Yi is careful, he is not afraid of being recognized by others. Liu Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and then moved towards Qingzhou again. However, along the way, Liu Yi changed his position from time to time, instead of moving in a straight line, for fear of another accident. When encountering the ancient city, Liu Yi tried not to go in as much as he could, keeping a low profile. Not long after, Liu Yi finally returned to the border of Qingzhou. As soon as he entered the border of Qingzhou, Liu Yi discovered something was not quite right. Qingzhou is relatively weak in the entire eastern region, and the strongest monk is only the monk of Dongxiu, and the realm of transforming gods is already the existence of the Supreme Elder. But even if Liu Yi didn't enter the city, he could see monk Dongxue flying across the sky from time to time. Liu Yi narrowed his eyes, guessing that these monks probably came from other places, probably because they never forgot his fairy scriptures. After all, Liu Yi's sect is in the Baiyun sect. Although many monks were very afraid and did not dare to enter the Baiyun sect because of the Mahayana and fusion power who entered the Baiyun sect before, but Qingzhou is not small. If you can stop Liu Yi on the way, if it is easy, it may be rewarding. After Liu Yi thought about the situation clearly, he sneered in his heart, but it's a pity that he now has the Menjiun jade pendant, which conceals the secret. Liu Yi took a step, passed through the territory of the sword-asking villa, and then continued to pass through the territory of the Wanhua sect. When Liu Yi passed the Wanhua mountains, he actually wanted to meet Yun Xi. But his current identity is sensitive. If he goes to see Yungzi now, it may bring bad consequences to Wanhuazong, Liu Yi thought for a moment, but finally did not go in. When passing through the territory of Wanhua sect, Liu Yi found that there were more powerful people in each area, and Liu Yi felt the powerful aura of the fusion realm flashed by, and there was even a deeper and more powerful aura. There are Mahayana monks hiding in the dark. Liu Yi narrowed his eyes, feeling very upset. When he becomes stronger, let's see if these guys will stay here. If he really stayed here, he would be beaten to death one by one. When passing through the territory of Wanhuazong and coming to the territory of Baiyunzong, to Liu Yi's surprise, there was no strong person left. But soon Liu Yi guessed the reason. After all, there are strong men sitting in the White Cloud sect. No matter how daring these monks are, they dare not stay in the territory of the White Cloud sect, for fear that the strong men who live in seclusion in the White Cloud sect will attack. However, Liu Yi felt that they might be thinking too much. With her master's lazy appearance, unless she knocked on the door, she would probably still be sleeping. Daneng, who entered Baiyun sect before, was completely self-inflicted. Of course, this was a good thing for Liu Yi, and he felt a lot more relaxed. Even so, Liu Yi remained low-key, and soon came outside the gate of Baiyunzong. Only then did Liu Yi change back to his original appearance. Perhaps it was because there were a large number of powerful people outside the Baiyun sect, but the one guarding the mountain gate was actually Elder Qiling. After Elder Qiling saw Liu Yi, his eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. Liu Yi! You kid came back alive? Hearing this, Liu Yi's head was full of black lines, and he felt very uncomfortable. Why do you always sound like you want me to die? How is it possible? Qiling was speechless, and then looked at Liu Yi in amazement. Do you know how many powerful people are looking for you in Qingzhou now? Even Mahayana monks have a large number. We thought you would not come back, but we didn't expect you are back at this time. Qiling was very surprised, and chattered endlessly. You kid can pass through the blockade of so many powerful monks, it's just, you're so fucking perverted. Liu Yi's head was full of black lines, and for a moment he couldn't tell whether the old man was praising him or scolding him. Do you know? The great power who entered the sect is not known to be destroyed by anyone, otherwise, the Baiyun sect may be in trouble. Qiling continued, I didn't expect that there would be a cultivator hiding in my Baiyun sect. Unfortunately, after searching for so long, we don't know who it is, otherwise, we would definitely beg him to bring you back. Liu Yi felt strange, it seemed that no one knew that his master was so strong. Then Qiling patted his forehead and said, You just came back, you must be tired. Go back and rest first. I'll go and inform the head teacher that you're back. Old Man Ming was desperately trying to find you before, but we held him back. He doesn't even look at his own strength. It's not enough for a slap in the face to go outside. Listening to Qiling's chatter, Liu Yi felt a little dizzy, and bid farewell to Qiling. He went home first, and met Lao Liu and his mother. This time the matter is a bit big, so we have to report safety first, so as not to worry them. After Liu Jiayang and Wang Saiqi saw Liu Yi, they were surprised and unbelievable at first, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Wang Siki hugged Liu Yi, and her voice was choked with sobs. Liu Yang also showed a smile. Although the cultivation base of the two has reached the Golden Core realm, but this strength is still too weak, they can't help Liu Yi at all, they can only pray in Bianzong. Seeing Liu Yi came back, the two of them relaxed. The two talked a lot with Liu Yi, and seeing the two worried and exhausted, Liu Yi also felt a little guilty, making them worry. However, this time, there is really no way. Liu Yi had a lot of conversations with the two of them, and left some natural and earthly treasures and magic weapons for Lao Liu and his mother to use, and ate a meal cooked by his mother at home. The news of Liu Yi's return was spread by the Supreme Elder Qiling, and soon spread throughout the entire Baiyun sect. Wu Qingfeng, the head teacher, Elder Ming, and the other Supreme Elders and Elders were all alarmed. The disciples of the entire sect also got the news and were very excited. Liu Yi is famous in the eastern region, a peerless evildoer that even immortals praise. It's the fairy seed of their Baiyun sect, and now it's a very pleasant surprise for the entire Baiyun sect to come back safely. In the end, Elder Wu Qingfeng, Elder Ming, and other senior officials of Bianzong came to Liu Yi's home. After seeing Liu Yi, everyone was really relieved. Boy Liu, you are finally back. Just come back safely. Elder Ming was very happy and laughed heartily. Elder Wu Qingfeng and the others also had smiles on their faces. These days, they have been worrying in their hearts. Everyone knew that there might be quite a few powerful people who wanted Liu Yi's life, but unfortunately, the monks of their Baiyun sect were weak and could not help Liu Yi at all. As for the mysterious strong man living in seclusion in the Baiyun sect, no one knew who it was. They searched the entire Baiyun sect but couldn't find it. It is impossible to let the mysterious strong man bring Liu Yi back, so he can only be in a hurry. Now that Liu Yi came back, the big stone in their hearts fell. I don't know which senior is living in seclusion in my Baiyun sect. If I can find out, I can invite him out of the mountain. The person who spoke was an old man with white hair but a young face. Realm. His name is Lu Zhenyang, and Liu Yi heard that when he broke through the nascent soul realm, he had some insights, retreated for a period of time, and finally broke through to the hollow realm half a month ago. This was a good thing, but it was a pity that Liu Yi's situation was not good at that time, and not many people were happy. The head teacher Wu Qingfeng said helplessly, if such an existence is not willing to be discovered by us, how can we find it? Everyone was also a little silent. Liu Yi was speechless. If they knew that this mysterious strong man was the master who slept late every day, what expressions would they have? But no matter what, it's a good thing that nephew Liu is back. Ha ha ha, I couldn't even catch you with the power of the body. I am not surprised that you can come back. A Supreme Elder laughed. The news of Liu Yi's escape from Tianyuanzong's combined power spread throughout the entire eastern region, and Bianzong naturally received the news. The atmosphere of the crowd was very happy. Liu Yi's return made everyone in the Baiyun sect relieve their worries and were very happy. That day Liu Yi slept at home, and the next morning, Liu Yi left and returned to Lingluo Peak. After returning to Lingluo Peak, Liu Yi thought about it, and felt that he still had to go to the master first, not that he wanted the master to help him beat up the great power outside, and with his own master's temperament, probably too lazy to go out, and unrealistic. He just felt that he had to report his safety when he came back. Of course, master might already know that he was back. Moreover, he had run out of epiphany times, so Liu Yi planned to let master give a lecture by the way. Liu Yi came to the top of Lingluo Peak, stood in front of the bamboo house, and said, Master, disciple Liu Yi asks to see you. There was no movement in the bamboo house. Liu Yi was not surprised either, his master was always sleeping, sometimes Liu Yi had to yell at her several times. Liu Yi looked calm, and continued to speak, Master, get up and eat. At this moment, a white shadow appeared in front of Lui. It was Ling Luo Peak Lord. Her face was full of sleepiness, her dark eyes were still a little dazed, and there was a hint of greed on her pretty face. But after seeing Lui, she froze, scratched her head, raised the hair on her head a little more, and said, "It's you." Lui's head was full of black lines, and he said speechlessly, "Master, I have just come back from life and death as your apprentice, so your reaction is too calm, right?" Peak Master Ling Luo stretched his waist, his snow-white arms and abdomen shone with a jade-like luster, and he didn't care about being seen by Lui, maybe he was used to it. She yawned, turned around and entered the bamboo house, and said, "Anyway, you're fine, why should I be surprised?" Seeing his master's calm look, Lui felt that she was really extraordinary. Lui remembered that his master had said before that she had practiced the Great Destiny technique. After understanding Tian Yuanzong's method of divination, Lui realized how powerful and terrifying it is to be able to practice the Great Destiny technique. "I'm afraid the master has already forgotten about it." Thinking of this, Lui looked at his master curiously, and asked, "Master, are you the one who dealt with those Mahayana monks and fit monks who entered the Baiyun sect?" Peak Lord Ling Luo didn't hide anything, and nodded indifferently, "Yes." Lui became even more curious. He looked at his master and asked, "Master, how strong are you?" Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Change first and then change. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the boss in the dream, and thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 141. Do you want to double cultivate together? How strong? Ling Lufeng yawned, and squinted at Lui, "Better than you." Lui has black lines all over his head, what's the difference between saying this and not saying it? But seeing that his master didn't intend to say more, Lui didn't ask any more. "I guess I can't ask anything." Lui smiled and said, "Master, I want to listen to the sermon." Ling Lufeng's body froze, and he hummed unhappily, "How can there be such a disciple? It's fine if you don't show filial piety to the master, disturb the master's sleep, and often make the master give lectures." Listening to Ling Luo Peak Master's muttering, Lui's head was full of black lines. "It's a normal master to preach to disciples, okay?" Peak Master Ling Luo said helplessly, "Then let's preach." "But, you have to cook me something delicious later." Lui nodded. As Lui's spiritual food cooking skills and spiritual wine brewing skills continue to improve, Ling Luo Peak Master is now looking for him to cook. Lui found that the reward for running errands for the master was not as high as the reward for cooking for the master. Lui was very happy to cook for the master. Afterwards, the two entered the bamboo house, and Lui listened to Ling Lufeng's preaching. After listening to the sermon and gaining an epiphany, Lui left contentedly. As soon as he arrived outside the cave, he saw Donggong Minjiu and Lu Ningxuang standing there. Lui was a little surprised, he didn't expect that both the senior sister and the junior sister had left the customs. Seeing Lui landed on the ground, both of them looked over. Donggong Minjiu rushed over and hugged Lui, her eyes were red. "Senior brother, I heard that there are many powerful people out there who want to deal with you, so I'm so worried." Lu Ningxuang took a few steps forward, and seeing Donggong Minjiu rushing towards her, she stopped in place, her eyes were cold. She looked at Lui, and said softly, "Just come back." Lui smiled and said, "It's okay, I have a lot of means, even if a Mahayana monk wants to deal with me, I can get away calmly." Lui rubbed Donggong Minjiu's little head, and teased, "If you cry any more, you'll become a little cat." Donggong Minjiu sniffed, got out of Lui's arms, rubbed her eyes and said angrily, "I'm not crying. It's just that I'm a little worried about my brother." "Humph! When I become a fairy, I will definitely kill those who bully you." Everyone was killed. Donggong Minjiu was full of murderous looks. Lu Ningxuang glanced at her, and said in a cold voice, My ice artistic conception has reached 99%, and I only need to make a step to condense the ice field. When Liu Yi heard this, he was shocked and a little surprised. You know, Lu Ningxuang has not yet broken through to the realm of transforming gods, but she has condensed her artistic conception to 99%. If it spreads, the whole Tianming will be stunned. Although there is a gap compared to Liu Yi who has condensed the domain at the Jindan stage, but looking at the whole Tianming, I am afraid that he is also a character like an ancient evildoer. Liu Yi smiled, congratulations, senior sister. With the talent of senior sister, it should only take one enlightenment to completely condense the field of ice. There was also a smile on Lu Ningxuang's cold face. She was able to condense 99% of her artistic conception so quickly. Even Lu Ningxuang was very excited, but she was not good at expressing it. She looked at Liu Yi, soft light flickered in her cold eyes, and she smiled slightly. It's all thanks to your ice spirit pearl, junior brother, and Dao Guang when you broke through last time. I'm afraid there is no way to improve the artistic conception to such a level so quickly. Liu Yi smiled and said, that's only because you, senior sister, have enough comprehension. Lu Ningxuang looked at Liu Yi, smiled lightly and said, if you encounter an enemy next time, I can help you. Hearing this, Liu Yi's heart warmed up. Looking at Lu Ningxuang's cold and peerless face, he couldn't help reaching out and gently stroking her cheek. Lu Ningxuang froze, her pretty face flushed slightly, she quickly backed away, and said in embarrassment, junior brother. Liu Yi laughed dryly, and came back to his senses, cough. I can't help it, I just think that senior sister is very beautiful. When Lu Ningxuang heard this, the corners of her mouth raised and she smiled slightly. Donggong Minjiu on the side stared wide-eyed, and turned Liu Yi to look at her dissatisfied, isn't this lady beautiful? Donggong Minjiu's fat little face is as delicate and cute as white jade, her big eyes are black and white, very agile, even when she is angry, she looks cute and moving. Liu Yi smiled and said, of course it's beautiful. Humph. Donggong Minjiu nodded in satisfaction. Lu Ningxuang glanced at Donggong Minjiu, and smiled slightly, how has junior sister felt recently? Donggong Minjiu's pretty face froze, she pouted her small mouth, and glanced at Lu Ningxuang, feeling a little unsure of herself. This retreat has also improved the artistic conception to 70%. Hearing this, Liu Yi was also a little surprised. After all, Donggong Minjiu was only at the Jindan stage, and she had already raised the Thunder's artistic conception to 70%, which was equally astonishing. Lu Ningxuang smiled and advised, junior sister's cultivation level is a bit low, she needs to practice more in seclusion, and break through to the nascent soul realm as soon as possible. Donggong Minjiu puffed up her mouth in anger, glanced at Lu Ningxuang unhappy, and hummed, senior sister has only practiced for a few years longer than me. When I break through, I will definitely be stronger than senior sister. Lu Ningxuang smiled slightly, then I will wait and see. At this time, Liu Yi thought about Yun Xi, and he said seriously, senior sister, I have something to say. Donggong Minjiu and Lu Ningxuang looked at Liu Yi. Senior brother, what's the matter? Donggong Minjiu blinked. Lu Ningxuang also looked at him, junior brother, what's the matter? Liu Yi coughed dryly, and said with a serious face, it's like this, Yun Xi, you know, a few days ago when you were practicing in seclusion, Yun Xi came to me, and then what? Well, it was because of one or another reason, I also planned to become a Taoist partner with her. Liu Yi felt a little guilty, as he spoke, Lu Ningxuang's expression became more and more calm, and Donggong Minjiu's expression became more and more angry. Lu Ningxuang's whole body exuded a chill, and Donggong Minjiu had streaks of thunder circulating on her body. Liu Yi always felt that there was something wrong with the way his senior sister looked at him, and his neck felt a little chilly. Then he thought that he had been practicing body training these days, and his physical body was strong enough to withstand the attack of the cold glass sword, so he should not be attacked by the hatchet. Thinking of this, Liu Yi felt a little relieved. He. Lu Ningxuang laughed coldly, and said, "Junior brother is really good at it. Yun Xi has a beautiful face and extraordinary talent, so he even fell in love with junior brother." Liu Yi was a little embarrassed, maybe it's because of her charm. Lu Ningxuang's expression was a little stiff. Seeing Liu Yi's embarrassment, she gritted her teeth secretly, her chest heaved violently a few times, even her defense was broken. She snorted coldly, and said, "I'm going to retreat to realize the artistic conception of ice." Donggong Minjiao was very unhappy, puffed out her small mouth, waved her small fist at Liu Yi, and shouted, "Brother Smelly! I have to go back to practice." The two of them were about to leave, but Liu Yi quickly stopped them, and said, "Oh, by the way, I have something else I want to say to my seniors and sisters." Hearing this, the two froze immediately, looking at Liu Yi with murderous eyes. Lu Ningxuang said slowly, "Don't tell me there is another peerless beauty who wants to be a Taoist companion with you, junior brother." "That's not true." Liu Yi said with a smile, "It's like this. When I went out this time, by chance, I got a double cultivation secret method. Do we want to double cultivate together? Maybe it will also help you understand the artistic conception." Yes, this secret method can be practiced even by 3 fellow practitioners." Listening to Liu Yi's words, Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiao's pretty faces flushed with embarrassment. "Humph! Brother pervert!" Boom! The roar sounded, and Liu Yi flickered the arc while being covered with frost, with a stiff expression. Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiao disappeared into a stream of light. Seeing the two leave, Liu Yi was slightly shocked, and the arc and frost on his body disappeared. He was a little helpless. Originally he wanted to double cultivate with his senior sister and his senior sister. He didn't expect them to be so shy. Liu Yi rubbed his forehead, planning to talk about it next time. In fact, he was right. The dragon singing and phoenix crying art is based on one's own skills. If both parties have artistic conceptions, they can also perceive the artistic conceptions. It may not be ineffective for them to perceive the artistic conceptions. It's a pity that the two beat him and ran away. Liu Yi was very sorry. Before he could compete with the two of them, they ran away. Judging from the progress of the two of them, it is likely that the rewards will not be too small for the competition now. I can only wait to find them next time. However, Liu Yi was still a little lucky, at least he was not hit by a hatchet, which is really a good thing to celebrate. Liu Yi happily returned to his cave and began to practice. This trip, Liu Yi has gained quite a lot, but he still needs to settle down and practice for some time. Even if he goes out, he may be easily squatted by those black-hearted powers. Of course, after he has obtained the complete Immortal Sword Sutra, there is no need to go out. If he can directly practice in the cave to ascend to immortality. No, he went out in the realm of transcending robbery and wiped out that Tianyuan sect. Since that sect attacked him, he should bear the consequences. In addition, there are Blood Spirit sect and Heavenly Snake sect. Liu Yi has not forgotten these two sects. His current strength should be enough to completely destroy these two sects, but it is inconvenient for him to go out because there are powerful people squatting outside. Of course he is not in a hurry, he has plenty of time. Liu Yi settled down and began to practice hard. In the nascent soul chapter of the Immortal Sword Sutra, Liu Yi has not yet reached the limit level of cultivation. In terms of formation, Liu Yi still has top-level formation analysis and Yushin Palace's formation inheritance has not been practiced to the limit. In terms of refining equipment, Liu Yi still has the real fire refining formula to practice. There are also several recipes for spiritual food cooking and spiritual wine brewing that need to be practiced to the limit. Especially the spiritual wine in the realm of transforming gods, Ming Xin Brew, this is a spiritual wine that can resist inner demons. Liu must practice to the limit level as soon as possible, and then there is no need to worry about facing inner demons. In addition, Liu also intends to combine the law of indestructibility with martial arts to see if he can create new martial arts. There are too many things to do, and Liu feels that the time is not enough. When Liu was planning to stay silent for a while and practice hard, the news of his return to Bianzong also spread. Tianming's Daneng didn't dare to do anything to the disciples of the Baiyun sect because he was worried about the Daneng who lived in seclusion in the Baiyun sect. The disciples of the Baiyun sect were still the same as before. The matter naturally spread out. When it was heard that Liu had quietly returned to the White Cloud sect, surrounded by a group of Mahayanas and mighty monks who might even exist, the entire eastern region was in an uproar. You know, Liu made a lot of noise this time. After he escaped from the palm of the fit and powerful man, he got the attention of almost all the monks. They were all guessing whether Liu would return to Qingzhou. If he returned to Qingzhou, how could he break through the encirclement of all the powerful and return to Bianzong safely? The monks in the entire eastern region were discussing and guessing again and again. However, while they were still guessing, Liu had already quietly gone back. This is almost completely unexpected. Even the great powers who stayed in Qingzhou couldn't accept such an ending. After hearing this news, outside the territory of Bianzong in Qingzhou, many mountains and wastelands were razed to the ground by the angry and unwilling Daneng. It's a pity that no matter how angry they are, they still can't change the fact that Liu returned to Bianzong. In the Baiyun sect, there is a hidden power that is suspected of crossing the catastrophe, and no one dares to ask for it directly. Time passed like this, and the powerful monks also left Qingzhou one after another. After all, staying in Qingzhou has no result. Now that Liu has returned to Bianzong, it is impossible to leave easily, and it is useless to stay here. At most, just keep some eyeliner. If Liu leaves the sect, they will get the news. For a while, Qingzhou, which was turbulent because of Liu, regained its calm. What made many monks talk about it was that no one knew how Liu went back through the encirclement of all the powerful people. After a while, an insider revealed that a cultivator who was good at divination and calculation found that Liu's secrets were obscured, and the deduction became more difficult, which took a lot of effort. The cultivator guessed that some strong man concealed the secrets for Liu, so that he could return to Bianzong safely. This also made many monks understand the situation, and only in this way can it make sense. After another period of time, as Liu fell silent in Baiyun sect and stopped showing up, the news about him gradually calmed down. There was never a shortage of shocking news in the cultivation world, and people's attention gradually shifted. Only occasionally monks would talk about Liu after dinner. Time flies, and 6 years have passed in a blink of an eye. After reaching the nascent soul realm, even if Liu cultivated the Immortal Sword Sutra Yuanying chapter to a high level, using a century-old or even 1,000-year spirit essence, the breakthrough speed was not as fast as before. 6 years later, Liu broke through to the 7th level of Yuanying. Of course, this speed is equivalent to that of ordinary monks, and it is still like a myth. In the past 6 years, Liu has gained a lot. The Immortal Sword Classic Yuanying chapter was deduced by Liu all the way with Epiphany, reaching the limit level. The real fire refining technique Liu exhausted all the treasures he had saved, and also raised them to a very high level, even relying on his own treasures, he refined high-grade treasures. Being able to refine treasures, one can imagine how high Liu's refining level is at the moment. Liu refined a set of high-grade treasures and gave them to Lu Ningshuang, refined a set of low-grade treasures and gave them to Donggong Minjiu, and refined a set of middle-grade treasures and gave them to Yun Xi. It's not that Liu didn't want to give the 3 of them treasures of the same quality. It's just that the 3 of them are different in strength, so the treasures they use are naturally different. It won't take long for Donggong Minjiu to use high-grade treasures, so it's better to use low-grade treasures. In addition, Liu Yi also raised the level of Mingzhen Niang to LV7, and raised the level of Xian Wine to the limit. After Liu Yi drank LV7 Mingzhen brew, he felt emptied, as if his soul had been washed. Although he didn't have any demons, it was good to seek peace of mind. As for the extreme level of Xian Wine, Liu Yi has a good understanding of the artistic conception of fire. His artistic conception of fire has increased from 30% to 60% in 6 years. The real fire refining technique can be improved to such a level in such a short period of time. The artistic conception is indispensable. Liu Yi in addition, Liu Yi also raised some spiritual food that he could use to the limit level. As for formations, Liu Yi has also made great progress. Liu Yi has already grasped the analysis of top-level formations and the inheritance of Yueshangong formations, and all of them have been upgraded to high levels. It was much stronger when it was in the relics of the sect. In addition to these, Liu Yi integrated the law of immortality into the magic technique, and the action of comprehending and deducing the new magic technique has also achieved initial results. Because the law of immortality is very compatible with the physical body, Liu Yi's first choice is naturally the Heavenly Thunder and True Dragon art. Liu Yi used many epiphanies, and even referred to the true meaning of the complete version of the Immortal Sword Sutra, and finally achieved a preliminary fusion of the Immortal Law and the Heavenly Thunder and True Dragon art. The fused and transformed Heavenly Thunder and True Dragon Ju has the power of Heavenly Thunder, the body of a real dragon, and an indestructible body at the same time. At this moment, the Heavenly Thunder True Dragon art is no longer the real Heavenly Thunder True Dragon art, and Liu Yi gave it a new name, called the Immortal Thunder Dragon art. After incorporating the law of immortality, the indestructible Thunder Dragon Ju becomes even more powerful. Although it is still not comparable to the Immortal Scripture, it is still considered an extremely top-notch body training technique. If Liu Yi has some opportunities in the future, maybe he can create his own body training fairy scripture. Thinking of this, Liu Yi's heart surged. Which monk can start to create the fairy scriptures in the nascent soul realm? The process of creating exercises is also a process of enlightenment. Liu Yi comprehends the Tao and integrates the world, which also builds self-confidence. In the future, he will definitely be able to go further. After creating the indestructible Thunder Dragon art, Liu Yi's physical strength increased again. Liu Yi himself is not too sure about how strong he is now. In the past 6 years, Liu Yi also did not let go of his usual task of discussing. The main object of learning is of course my own senior sister and junior sister. As the cultivation base and artistic conception of the two have improved, the learning rewards have also been continuously improved. The artistic conception of thunder and artistic conception of ice rewarded by each sparring task exceeded the previous ones. This made Liu Yi understand that his thinking was correct. He helped his senior sisters and junior sisters improve, and the senior sisters and junior sisters would also give positive feedback to him through the learning tasks, forming a positive cycle. After 6 years of training, Liu Yi raised the artistic conception of ice to the realm of ice. This is Liu Yi's second domain power. The artistic conception of thunder has also reached 98%, and it is not too far from the domain. However, the improvement of the artistic conception of thunder is slower than that of the artistic conception of ice. The stronger it is, the more generous the rewards will be. It's not that Lu Ningxuang's talent is stronger, it can only be said that Donggong Minjiahu's training time is shorter. Even so, Donggong Minjiahu's artistic conception of thunder has increased to 90%, and her cultivation base has just broken through to the 13th level of Golden Core. This kind of comprehension speed even surpassed that of Lu Ningxuang back then. After all, when Lu Ningxuang was in the nascent soul realm, she only raised the artistic conception of ice to 80%. Of course, a large part of the reason for this is that Liu Yi gave too many resources, and Lu Ningxuang didn't have these resources when she was in the Jindan realm. In addition to Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiahu, Liu Yi's opponents are naturally Yun Xi. Thanks to the 1,500 points rewarded by the 20220723181903729 boss, and 100 points to the 08A boss. Chapter 142 Encountering Immortal Level Missions Again. The relationship between Wanhua Sect, Cold Winter Valley, Wenjian Villa, and Baiun Sect has become better and better after the Qingzhou War. The disciples of each sect will communicate with each other from time to time, and exchange information. After Liu Yi came back, Yun Xi would naturally visit Bai Yunzong from time to time. According to Yun Xi, he just missed him and wanted to see him. Every time Yun Xi came, Donggong Minjiahu didn't take a good look at her, and the two kept arguing. However, Yun Xi has a straightforward personality, and every time she says something, Donggong Minjiahu is speechless. However, the wood spirit orb that Liu Yi prepared for Yun Xi naturally increased Yun Xi's natural power a lot, even reaching more than 90%. Naturally, the rewards for sparring have also been greatly increased. Liu Yi's natural artistic conception has also been greatly improved during the sparring, reaching a level of 99%. If Yun Xi is not in the Baiun sect on weekdays, the number of sparring sessions is much less than that of his senior sisters, and his natural artistic conception can at least reach perfection. Maybe it can hit the domain level. But even so, Liu Yi was still very satisfied. In addition, Hanyu will also come to drink and chat with Liu Yi from time to time, and the discussion is naturally indispensable. Liu Yi gave him some ice spirit liquid before, which greatly improved Hanyu's ice artistic conception. He also has some credit for breaking through to the field of ice. After all, my senior sister would retreat from time to time. During the retreat, Liu Yi was discussing with Hanyu in order to improve the artistic conception of ice. In addition, Liu Yi will also discuss with some brothers and sisters of Baianzong from time to time, especially Nanggong Moyu. When Liu Yi broke through, he understood the artistic conception of fire through Dao Guang. Liu Yi and him can improve the fire. The degree of perception of the artistic conception. Of course, in addition to these artistic perceptions, there are also various resources such as spiritual marrow and milk, and all of Liu Yi's cultivation resources are obtained in this way. Without these resources, Liu Yi's cultivation speed would not be so fast. Now Liu Yi obtained the resources from the task of learning, the highest is naturally Lu Ning Shuang, and the reward is the Millennium Essence, which is just enough for Liu Yi to practice now. The other Ling Lufeng's nascent soul realm senior brothers and sisters also rewarded the 1,000-year spiritual essence, but the amount is naturally far less than that of my own senior sister, who now has about 50 drops of the 1,000-year spiritual essence every time. As for the other senior brothers and sisters, Nanggong Moyu has the most, and there are only 5 drops, which is a huge gap. Of course, even so, it was enough for Liu Yi to practice. This is also one of the reasons why Liu Yi can practice so steadily. On this day, Liu Yi was practicing, when a familiar voice came from outside, "Junior brother Liu, I'm back. Is it in the cave?" Liu Yi opened his eyes, and there were wisps of spiritual light flowing in his eyes. His expression was a little strange. Liu Yi was still very familiar with this voice. It was senior brother Zhang Fan's voice. It has been almost 20 years since senior brother Zhang Fan left Baiun sect and took senior brother Bai Yulong and Timan out for training, right? Came back? Liu Yi was a little surprised. After all, senior brother Zhang Fan, senior brother Bai Yulong and senior brother Timan and Liu Yi walked from the outer door to the inner door together, and they have a very good relationship. Now that they are back, Liu Yi is also very happy. He disappeared in place, opened the door of the cave, and saw Zhang Fan, Bai Yulong and Tai Man standing at the door. The looks of the three of them have not changed much. Zhang Fan is still plain, with a lazy smile on his face, and a gentle temperament. Bai Yulong is still flamboyant, dressed in white, even shoes and hairpins are white, with a folding fan in his hand shaking non-stop. Senior brother Timan was still simple and honest, with a smile on his face, his tall figure looked stronger, like a little giant. But what changed the most among the three was their temperament. Zhang Fan was as calm as a deep lake, Bai Yulong had wisps of breeze circulating around him, and Brother Timon's temperament was as thick as a mountain, as if connected to the earth. Not seeing each other for more than 10 years, the three of them have all been promoted to the Golden Core realm. Zhang Fan's cultivation is the highest, already at the 5th level of the Golden Core, while Bai Yulong and Timon are both at the 4th level of the Golden Core, and their aura is not stable enough. What surprised Liu Yi the most was that the three of them had mastered the artistic conception. Zhang Fan was originally an acquired water spirit body, so it is reasonable to master the artistic conception of water, but Bai Yulong and Timon are only mortal bodies, and unexpectedly they also mastered the artistic conception. Although the artistic conception of the three is very weak, Zhang Fan is slightly stronger, probably around 10%, while Bai Yulong and Timon probably just mastered the artistic conception, so it is less than 10%, but it is still surprising. You must know that even if you have just mastered the artistic conception in the Golden Core realm, you are still in the ranks of the arrogance of the Eastern region. Although the talents of the three were not weak, compared to the disciples of the Baiyun sect, they could only be said to be very ordinary in the entire Eastern region. They did not expect such a big change now. Liu Yi glanced at Zhang Fan, feeling weird. As expected of ordinary people, it is estimated that the three of them have obtained a lot of good things through experience. Liu Yi smiled, "Three senior brothers, long time no see. It seems that your training results are very good. Not to mention that you have been promoted to the Golden Core realm, and you have also mastered the artistic conception. Even if you look at the entire Eastern region, you can be regarded as the pride of heaven." The three of them also smiled when they saw Liu Yi. Hearing Liu Yi's words, Bai Yulong clapped his folding fan, and said proudly, "Ha ha ha, I thought my junior would be surprised, right? These years, our lives and deaths are not in vain." Timon scratched his head and smiled innocently. Zhang Fan smiled slightly, "Although some progress has been made, it is nothing compared to my junior." Hearing this, even Bai Yulong nodded slightly, looked at Liu Yi, and exclaimed again and again, "It's really unimaginable, junior brother, you were able to kill Monk Dongxue 6 years ago. When I heard the news, I thought I heard it wrong gone." Liu Yi smiled, "That was also using some special means. Come in and sit down, three senior brothers. I have learned some new spiritual food and wine these days. I think you should like it." Hearing this, the three people's eyes lit up. Timon smiled and said, "The thing I miss the most outside is my junior brother's wine. When I come back today, I can finally drink it again." Zhang Fan also nodded with a smile, "Then we won't be polite." The three entered the room, Liu Yi took out the spiritual wine and spiritual food, the four chatted while eating, and Liu Yi was also somewhat interested in the experience of the three in recent years. He was practicing hard on weekdays, and he didn't need to go out to practice. Every time he went out, he would easily make a big noise, so Liu Yi usually didn't bother to go out. However, this does not prevent Liu Yi from being curious about the experience of normal monks outside, the grievances in the world, the happy grievances. Even Liu Yi is somewhat yearning. It's just that these things are a little far away from him. The four of them drank wine, Zhang Fan and the three talked about the experience of these years. After the sects of the Blood Spirit sect and the Heavenly Snake sect closed the mountain, the three left the Baiyun sect and started training all the way east. Along the way, they encountered many vendettas, and were even hunted down by Jindan monks because they discovered natural materials and earthly treasures in the mountains. Fortunately, junior brother Liu, you gave us some precious and perfect elixir and some magic tools. Otherwise, we might have died outside." Bai Yulong sighed. Timon also nodded, and said, "It's too dangerous outside. In Qingzhou, we still have the protection of our sect. When we leave Qingzhou, no one recognizes our sect. If you are not careful, you will encounter Jindan cultivators. Hunt down. Zhang Fan didn't take it seriously, and said with a light smile, if it wasn't for the pursuit of those golden core cultivators, we wouldn't have been forced out of our potential. How could we have improved so quickly? Both Bai Yulong and Tai Man couldn't help but nod at these words. They naturally also understand how fast they can improve under such pressure. Bai Yulong said helplessly, after all, we are not monstrous figures like junior brother. If we want to improve, that's all we have to do. Then they continued talking. Originally, the cultivation bases of the three of them were not far from the golden core. After being constantly hunted down and experienced, they kept squeezing their potential, but it took a few years for the three of them to break through to the golden core realm one after another. After breaking through to the golden core realm, the three originally thought that life would be a little easier. It's a pity that they thought too much, and there was nothing at all. After breaking through to Jindan, the three of them could go to more places, but the danger was even more. What's more, the three of them obtained a water yuan fruit in the Wanshao mountain range, for which they were hunted down by a monk in the Yuanying realm until they almost died. If Liu Yi hadn't given them a talisman to save their lives, they would have been completely cold. It was the water element fruit that made Zhang Fan feel the artistic conception of water, which can be said to be very rewarding. Afterwards, the three of them headed east all the way to the easternmost part of the Eastern Territory. The easternmost part of the Eastern Territory is the Endless Sea, which is connected to the Endless Sea south of the Southern Territory. Tianming's Endless Sea is dotted with islands, full of aura, and rich in various resources, but also, because it is not in the territory of the sect, that area is even more chaotic. Humans, monster races, sea races, and many other races fought there. The reason why the three of them went east to practice was because they valued the resources there. Thanks to Zhang Fan's understanding of the artistic conception of water, although the three of them encountered a lot of dangers in the Endless Sea area, in the sea, the artistic conception of water can make Zhang Fan's combat power explode. Resources, the three of them survived without any danger. The three of them even found an island and obtained some rather precious resources. That's why they were able to advance to their current level so quickly. It's a pity that we were not strong enough at the beginning, so we could only wander around the outermost part of the island, and obtained rare natural treasures such as Dai Yuan fruit and Feng Yuan fruit. There must be more natural treasures inside. Bai Yulong was a little unwilling. Liu Yi was a little surprised, there is such a precious treasure just on the outermost periphery? The wind element fruit, the earth element fruit, and the water element fruit are all very precious elements, natural materials, and earth treasures. Just think about the three of them being chased and killed by Yuanying monks for a water element fruit. These spiritual fruits can make people get close to the corresponding Taoism and feel the corresponding artistic conception. Liu Yi now understands that Bai Yulong's perception of the artistic conception of wind and Timon's perception of the artistic conception of the earth are all harvested from these two spiritual fruits. Even Liu Yi was a little surprised. Endless Sea is indeed a treasure land, there are such islands. Zhang Fan and the three looked at each other, then Zhang Fan looked at Liu Yi and said seriously, speaking of it, you may not believe it, junior brother. Liu Yi looked at the three with strange expressions in doubt, what's the matter? Not long after the three of us left the island, we heard a terrible roar. When we turned our heads and looked over, we saw a huge phantom of a giant snake above the island. Then, the island was covered with fog appeared suddenly, and when the fog disappeared, the island disappeared without a trace. Zhang Fan's expression was still a little shocked, as if recalling what he saw that day. Tai Man's expression was solemn, and he said, I have felt the coercion of the body monks from afar in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and it is far from being so terrifying. There must be terrifying existences beyond the state of body-body, even Mahayana monks are far away from it. It's not so scary, I guessed it might be a beast from the realm of crossing the catastrophe. After that, the three of us left that island. After inquiring about it, we heard that there is such a legend about the Misty Island in the Endless Sea. I heard that there are immortal beasts sleeping in the Misty Island. Only by chance can we enter it. Zhang Fan said with a strange expression on his face. Hearing this, Liu Yi's head was full of black lines, and he said speechlessly, the three senior brothers don't believe in this kind of legend, do they? If there really are immortal beasts, the whole sky will be in turmoil. Think of a fairy who has been sleeping for millions of years, and the entire sky is shaken just by waking up, let alone a fairy beast that has been alive all the time. Hearing this, Bai Yulong immediately said, Junior brother, you don't know. I heard that there was a man who was able to cross the catastrophe and entered the Misty Island by chance. Flesh and blood crumbled. Hearing this, Liu Yi was a little startled, even the cultivators who crossed the catastrophe are dead? Could there really be immortal beasts? Liu Yi didn't quite believe it. Then Liu Yi thought of something, and said to himself, explore the Misty Island in the Endless Sea of the Eastern region. Task. Explore the Misty Island in the Endless Sea of the Eastern region, and the task rewards depend on the degree of exploration. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Seeing the task reward, Liu Yi raised his eyebrows. Then he continued talking to himself, I want to kill the fairy beasts in the Misty Island in the Endless Sea of the Eastern region. Task. Kill the Misty Isle fairy beast. Task reward, low-grade fairy weapon Tianyao knife, 1 drop of star spirit liquid. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Liu Yi? His expression was a bit weird, did there really exist fairy beasts? This is a new usage of the task panel discovered by Liu Yi. He found that he could try to release the task. If the task can be released, it means that it can be completed. In this way, a few things can be determined. This was the idea that Liu Yi had in mind when he was divination before. After a series of attempts, he found that it was really feasible. This is not the crux of the problem. The question is, are there really fairy beasts on Misty Island? If the fairy beast went crazy, I don't know if Tianming would still exist. Liu Yi felt his scalp go numb. Seeing Liu Yi's strange expression, Zhang Fan and the others were a little puzzled. Junior brother, what's wrong with you? Zhang Fan asked. Liu Yi returned to his senses, shook his head, and asked, 3 senior brothers, do you know the location of Misty Island? Liu Yi changed his mind and thought about it again, fairy beast. Anyway, for missions involving fairy level, the rewards are naturally extremely rich, just look at the fairy artifact and the star liquid. At first glance, it is not ordinary. Let's not talk about whether to kill the fairy beast or not, just understand the situation first, and it will be useful in the future. Zhang Fan was a little surprised, did junior brother believe the legend? Liu Yi smiled, it's better to believe in something than nothing. Zhang Fan nodded, and then said regretfully, we only remember the location we have been to, but according to the legend, Misty Island can move, and whether we can meet it depends entirely on luck. When Liu Yi heard this, he believed it in his heart. After all, it involved the existence of immortals, so it was naturally not ordinary. He had another idea in his mind, and said to himself, I found the Misty Island in the Endless Sea of the Eastern Territory. Task. Find the Isle of Misty. Reward, 1 star tree seed. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. When Liu Yi saw the task reward, he was taken aback, a little surprised, reward seeds. This is the first time Liu Yi has encountered such a reward. This is a task involving immortal beasts. The rewards may not be bad. This sky star tree is probably a fairy-level treasure, right? Liu Yi was a little surprised, and silently accepted the task. When you have time later, you can go and see if you can find the Misty Island. No matter what, as long as the Misty Island exists, no matter how it moves, it will definitely be found. Even senior brother Zhang Fan and the other 3 monks in the Golden Core realm can find it, so there must be hope. Even if you don't go in first, as long as you find it and complete the task. Liu Yi silently remembered this matter in his heart. He accepted this quest, along with a quest to explore the Misty Isle. As for the task of killing the beast on the Misty Island, Liu Yi thought about it, but still didn't accept it. After all, he was not the opponent of the beast on the Misty Island now, so it was useless to accept it. The same is true for posting when needed. Unexpectedly, after chatting with the 3 senior brothers, he found 2 tasks involving immortal beasts. Liu Yi was very happy, and raised his glass to toast the 3 senior brothers. The 3 senior brothers have a lot of experience outside, which really fascinates the 3 senior brothers. If there is a chance, I will also go to the Endless Sea with the 3 senior brothers to see and see. I would like to respect the 3 senior brothers. Junior brothers' words will ruin the 3 of us. Zhang Fan smiled helplessly. The experience of the 3 of us is no match for you, junior brother. You have awakened even a fairy. Yes, it's enviable to have a relationship with an immortal. Even Timan sighed repeatedly. It may not be a good thing to have a relationship with that immortal. That immortal is too mysterious. Liu Yi shook his head. After all, he still doesn't know what happened to the Immortal Sword Sect. After getting karma with such a fairy, who knows what will happen in the future. The 3 were silent for a while and toasted Liu Yi. Then the 3 continued to talk. After the 3 of them came out from Misty Island, because they obtained a lot of treasures, they were silent for a while, and found a quiet place, and the 3 of them practiced in seclusion for several years. Afterwards, when they left the customs, they all gained a lot. Bai Yulong and Timan realized the artistic conception, and the cultivation of the 3 of them also improved a lot. After the 3 of them left the customs, they planned to go back to Bianzong, but they didn't expect to encounter another big event on the way. Chapter 143 Carrying Guns Together. The Sea Clan is sending out troops on a large scale and is attacking the border areas of the eastern region and the Endless Sea. Zhang Fan said the news with a serious expression. Hearing this, Liu Yi raised his eyebrows. On Tianming's mainland, the human race and the monster race dominate, but in the Endless Sea, it is the world of the sea race. Since the ancient times, the 3 clans have been fighting endlessly, causing the world to shatter. After countless battles, the relationship between the human race and the monster race is much more harmonious than before, and it can be regarded as peaceful. The same is true for the Hehe clan. The Sea clan now lives in the Endless Sea, rarely set foot on land, and at most exists in the island area of the Endless Sea. Liu Yi never expected that the Sea clan would suddenly attack the eastern region on a large scale. Surprised, he asked, "Why is this happening?" The 3 of Zhang Fan looked at each other and shook their heads. "We don't know what the reason is, but we just learned that it seems that the Sea clan first attacked a powerful sect in the Endless Sea and wiped out that sect, and then attacked other sects one after another, even Mahayana monks. They were all dispatched and sank many islands," Zhang Fan said. Liu Yi was extremely shocked. The Sea clan took the initiative? Could it be that they want to start a big war? I don't know. Now there are battles everywhere in the Endless Sea, and almost every place is a battlefield. The sects there have fought real fire, and now they are united to fight against the Sea clan. Tai Man scratched his head and said, "Road. Fortunately, we were about to come back. The powers of the High clan are crazy. I heard that there was a great power of the Sea clan who was in the Mahayana realm, and even ignored the consequences, and destroyed an ancient coastal city with one palm. The millions of people in the ancient city were all wiped out." Bai Yulong shivered as he spoke. Liu Yi's face was strange, which was outrageous. Generally speaking, no matter how much a monk fights, he will rarely destroy the city on purpose. After all, both sides have big cities and great powers. You come here today, and I will come tomorrow. Okay, everyone below is dead, so what's the point? It's really crazy that the power of the Sea clan is so reckless. Liu Yi originally planned to go to the Endless Sea near the Eastern Territory to look for the Misty Island in a few days, but now he silently pushed back the time. Mahayana's mighty men would attack regardless of the consequences, and Liu Yi didn't want to run over to kill him now. Fortunately, we originally planned to come back, but now that there is turmoil over there, we ran back. Zhang Fan also had lingering fears. After all, any monk will feel guilty when he hears that Mahayana can kill mortals and weak monks regardless of the consequences. Liu Yi smiled and said, after the three brothers come back, they should retreat for a while. We think so too. Zhang Fan smiled. Afterwards, he took out 2 transparent fruits that flowed with sword intent, handed them to Liu Yi, and said with a smile, "This is the sword essence fruit we obtained from the Misty Island. It may be useful to you, junior brother, so I will bring it back for you." Gone. Liu Yi was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. He didn't expect that the three of them brought back the treasures of heaven and earth for him. Jianyuan fruit is similar to other Taoist spiritual fruits, and it is also extremely precious. Even monks who transform themselves will fight for it. The three of them gave him 2, which is considered intentional. Bai Yulong smiled and said, "Junior brother gave us too many things. If it wasn't for the treasures of heaven and earth that junior brother gave us, we would probably have died. What we can give is only these. Junior brother must accept it." Liu Yi thought about it, and put it away. Although it is not very useful, it has a little effect on improving his understanding of the field of Kendo, and it is better than nothing. And after all, this was the wish of the three of them, so it's not good if Liu Yi doesn't accept it. Liu Yi smiled, "In these days, I also obtained some cultivation resources by chance." Liu Yi took out some spiritual milk for the three to practice. The three of them were still refusing at first, but after hearing Liu Yi say that what he was using now was all spiritual essence, the three of them broke their defenses on the spot and had nothing to love. "The resources I obtained through life and death are not as good as Liu Yi's chances and coincidences again and again, so who can I ask for reason?" The three of them stopped rejecting and accepted it. "Now that we're back, let's compete and learn from each other. Let me see how the 3 senior brothers are now," Liu Yi said with a smile. Even Jian Yuanqiu, in Liu Yi's view, is not as precious as the task of the 3 senior brothers. Now that the 3 of them have mastered the artistic conception, Liu Yi released the task of learning from each other, and the task rewards also have artistic conception. Brother Zhang Fan is the artistic conception of water, while senior brother Bai Yulong is the artistic conception of wind, and senior brother Timan is the artistic conception of the earth. Every time you exchange ideas, you can improve your artistic conception and feel happy. The 3 of them are naturally willing to compete with Liu Yi. After all, Liu Yi's cultivation level and strength are there, and it is beneficial for the 3 of them to compete with him. Therefore, Liu Yi grabbed the 3 of them and ravaged them for an entire afternoon, raising the artistic conception of water a bit, and at the same time, he also successfully comprehended the artistic conception of wind and earth, and obtained some century-old spiritual essence, so he happily let go of the exhausted 3 people. Just a few days later, the news of the High Clan's war on the border of the eastern region spread. The monks in the eastern region were all very surprised. After all, the Sea clan is very low-key now, and they took the initiative to start a big war, and it was the kind of fight to death, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Many monks are looking at the seaside of the eastern region at this moment, wondering why the Sea clan suddenly started a war. Of course, although the High Clan war is very fierce now, the main battle area is still concentrated in the seaside area. Qingzhou is far away from the East China Sea. Liu Yi was just surprised, and then continued to practice. A few days later, Yun Xi came. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. It seems that it's been more than a month since we met last time. Yungzi, why did you come to Bianzong so soon this time? Liu Yi was a little surprised when he saw Yungzi at the door. Yun Xi tilted his head and thought for a while, then calmly explained the facts, because I miss you. Lui. He admits his heart beats a little faster. For other women, there may be some difficult love words to say, but Yun Xi really opens her mouth. She has always been straightforward, and she can say whatever comes to her mind. This kind of words, at least my junior sister would not be able to say it. If it were her words, there would be a high probability that she would say, "Miss, I just came to see, what's the matter?" A sense of pictures appeared in Lui's mind. As soon as he had a sense of the picture, a ray of thunder flashed across the sky and landed in front of the two of them. Donggong Minjiao put her hands on her hips, with an unbelievable expression on her pretty face, staring at her big black and white eyes. Yun Xi. It's only been 42 days since you came to Outer Sect last time. Why are you here again? Yun Xi waved at Donggong Minjiao, seemingly oblivious to Donggong Minjiao's disapproval, and said softly, "So it's Sister Minjiao." "Because I miss Lui a little." Donggong Minjiao's expression froze all of a sudden, and she didn't even respond to Yun Xi calling her sister. If it was normal, she would have cried out like a kitten whose hair has exploded, "Who is your sister?" It's just that Yungzi's ball was too straight, and it hit Donggong Minjiao's face all at once, making her unable to react. Seeing Donggong Minjiao froze in place, like a delicate doll, Lui couldn't help but twitched the corners of his mouth, wanting to laugh. Every time my junior sister quarrels with Yun Xi, she has never won, but she never gets tired of it. As for why Donggong Minjiao came over as soon as Yungzi arrived, that's because Donggong Minjiao has set up eyeliner under Ling Luo Peak. As long as Yungzi comes up, someone will notify her. After all, Donggong Minjiao, as the direct disciple of Ling Luo Peak Master, is extremely talented, and some people are willing to do things for her. So every time Yungzi arrives, Donggong Minjiao will definitely arrive, and then blows his fur at Yungzi, a bit like a small animal with a strong sense of territory. Donggong Minjiao had confronted Yun Xi for 6 years at least, and she was somewhat resistant. She stared and said angrily, You are really shameless." Yun Xi was a little puzzled. "I just miss Lui, why should I be shy?" Donggong Minjiao opened her mouth, her pretty face flushed slightly, she faltered and couldn't speak. That's. Lui looked at Donggong Minjiao, whose combat strength was almost zero, and felt helpless. If possible, he hoped that the three of them could live in harmony, but he didn't expect these two to quarrel every time they met. If there is any way to make the relationship between the two of them better. At this time, Lui suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The 3 irons in life mentioned in the previous life were to carry guns together, go whoring together, and share stolen goods together. The latter 2 are not easy to do. But carrying guns together seems to do the trick. As long as we go through fierce battles together, the relationship will always get better, right? Lui thought about finding some opponents for them. Then, Lui suddenly thought of something. That means the Blood Spirit Sect and the Heavenly Snake Sect are still there. Lui felt that he was a very grudge-bearing person, he would remember those who treated him well, and he would record those who treated him badly in his notebook. Lui has never forgotten that when he was at the Donglan ancient site, the Blood Spirit Sect and the Heavenly Snake Sect sent Tianjiao, the sect of the sect, to surround and kill him, and then attacked the Outer Sect to kill him, causing the death of many brothers and sisters of the sect. Although there are other sects joining later, these 2 sects are the culprits. Especially the Blood Spirit Sect. Lui himself doesn't like the Blood Spirit Sect monks who absorb blood essence to practice, let alone they want to surround and kill him. With Lui's current strength, he can take revenge. Lui said to himself, "I want to destroy the Blood Spirit cult." Task: destroy the Blood Spirit cult. Reward: combined realm spell Shocking Sky Seal. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. When seeing the task reward, Lui was taken aback, a little surprised. The task reward is higher than he imagined. Just destroying a sect whose highest cultivation is only in the realm of transforming gods, can you actually reward the spells of the realm of integration? You must know that even now, apart from the Immortal Sword Sutra that Lui has practiced, he has no spells in the realm of integration. This is the first one. Lui was a little surprised. Could it be that the rewards for destroying a sect were not calculated based on the strength of the monks at the highest level? Lui didn't have too many doubts, looked at the two who were still arguing, and showed a gentle smile. Junior sister, Yun Xi, I have something to tell you. Donggong Minjiao glared at Yun Xi, then looked at Lui. Brother, what's the matter? Yun Xi also looked at Lui curiously. Lui smiled and said, you have been cultivating in the sect these days, it seems that you have never experienced a life and death battle? You have never experienced a big battle. Even if your strength reaches it, you may not be able to fully exert it. I plan to take you to fight for a while. Fan. Hearing this, Yun Xi and Donggong Minjiao were a little surprised. Donggong Minjiao asked curiously, where are you going? Lui smiled, don't worry, go to senior sister first, let's go together. As soon as Lui said everyone, Donggong Minjiao wrinkled her little nose and didn't say much, just looked at Yungzi sideways. Yun Xi's expression was calm, she didn't care at all, she nodded, okay. The three of them arrived outside Lu Ningxuang's cave, and Lui called out, senior sister, are you free now? Soon, the gate of Lu Ningxuang's cave opened, and Lu Ningxuang, who was dressed in a white dress and had a cool demeanor, came out. Seeing Lui and the other three present, she glanced at Yun Xi, didn't say much, looked at Lui, smiled slightly, and asked, Junior brother, what's the matter? Lui smiled and said, are you interested in participating in a big battle? Lu Ningxuang was taken aback, glanced at Lui, frowned and said, Junior brother, the monks in the entire eastern region are probably staring at you now, do you want to go to the eastern region seaside? It's dangerous, and I'm afraid there will be powerful people who will attack you secretly. Hearing this, Lui understood that Lu Ningxuang was thinking of going wrong. He said with a smile, Senior sister, I'm worrying too much, I still know it, how can I go back to the beach? Lu Ningxuang breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a light smile, then what is the big battle that the younger brother is talking about? Lui raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Blood Spirit Sect. Hearing this, Lu Ningxuang raised her eyebrows, a look of coldness appeared in her cold eyes, and said, of course I can go. It just so happens that I am only one step away from Huashan, and I need a big battle to help me break through. Hearing this, Lui was a little surprised, but then felt normal. When he was still in the foundation building state, his senior sister was already a nascent soul cultivator, and now it was almost time to break through. In terms of cultivation speed, senior sister is no slower than him, the difference lies in Lui's abyss-like foundation. Lui smiled and said, that would be even better. Donggong Minjiao and Yun Xi who were nearby also got the location from Lui. Donggong Minjiao's expression was very excited, and she said with a murderous look, go to the Blood Spirit Sect. This lady has long wanted to kill those evil cultivators. Yun Xi also nodded slightly, the Blood Spirit Sect killed many sisters of our Wanhua sect, and I also want to avenge them. Lu Ningxuang looked at Lui and asked, when are you leaving? Lui thought for a while and said with a smile, let's just do it tonight. The three nodded. The time soon came tonight. Lui and Lu Ningxuang quietly left Bianzong without alarming others. Even the four of Lui didn't tell anyone that they were going to the blood spirit cult. Although it has been 6 years, those powerful people who have thought about the Immortal Sword Sutra have already left, but no one knows whether there are eyes and ears to enter the Biun section thing. Even after leaving Bianzong, Lui still took the Menjiun jade pendant with him to cover up the secret, and even the four of them used the transformation technique to change their appearance. Liu Yi also handed over the transformation technique to Lu Ningxuang and the others. After all, this secret technique is still very practical. What makes Liu Yi regret is that the level of this transformation technique is a bit low. It would be even better if there is a higher level of transformation technique, but unfortunately there is no such task reward until now. The four kept a low profile. After leaving the Baiyun sect, Liu Yi took out an unused flying treasure, which was a green leaf called the Green Leaf Boat. The Green Leaf Boat was extremely fast, and the three of them soon arrived at the original territory of the Blood Spirit cult. Of course, this territory now belongs to the Baiyun sect. The Blood Spirit sect is located in an abyss full of cracks, surrounded by a wasteland, and there is still a trace of blood on the ground. These are the blood energy left by the Blood Spirit cult's condensed blood essence here, even though this place is still a certain distance from the sect of the Blood Spirit cult, and the Blood Spirit cult has been closed for nearly 20 years, and it has not dissipated. When they came to this land, both Liu Yi and Lu Ningxuang frowned, and Donggong Minjiahu said in disgust, "What the Blood Spirit sect has done is really disgusting. With such a strong blood, I don't know how many people died here." The green leaf boat seemed to be the only life in this wasteland. A stream of light flashed across the sky, moving towards the abyss. Lu Ningxuang calmly looked at the deep and dark abyss below, and said, "Below is the sect of the Blood Spirit Pope." Liu Yi nodded slightly, and with a thought, the green leaf boat disappeared, and the four of Liu Yi stood in the air. Liu Yi glanced at the dark abyss where strands of blood flowed, and said with a smile, "There is a large formation above the abyss, you follow me, and we go in together." The three of Lu Ningxuang all nodded. They all knew that Liu Yi possessed an extremely powerful array realm. The sect protecting formation of the Blood Spirit sect is only in the realm of the void, and it is not difficult for Liu Yi. The four of them flew towards the abyss silently, and soon, they saw a bloody light shrouded in the sky above the abyss. Liu Yi seemed to be strolling in the courtyard, leading the three of them into the blood light formation, and without disturbing the formation, he easily passed through the blood light areas and came to the Guardian Sect formation. After entering the protective array, Liu Yi could clearly see the scene below. The abyss is an extremely huge empty cavern, which is full of buildings. Pieces of buildings are like palaces, huge and exquisite, completely different from the desolate appearance outside. However, even among the buildings that looked like heavenly palaces and fairy towers, wisps of blood mist circulated, and the incomparably rich blood energy almost filled the entire space. This made the four of them frown even deeper. Lu Ningxuang looked around. In order not to disturb others, she said via voice transmission, "Junior brother, what should we do?" Liu Yi smiled, and said via voice transmission, "This time, I mainly bring you here to practice. I will hold the line, so you can just do it. Please cooperate a lot to avoid accidents." Liu Yi's purpose is to let the three of them carry a gun together to improve their relationship. Of course, the task rewards for destroying the Blood Spirit cult are also quite tasty. After saying this, Liu Yi spread his hands, and a white picture scroll appeared in his hands. With a shake of Liu Yi, the picture scroll shot up into the sky, like a sky curtain, covering the entire Blood Spirit sect. The picture scroll merged into the sky, and complex and mysterious patterns flickered in the sky. Middle grade spirit weapon, sky map. Liu Yi didn't intend to let the monks of the Blood Spirit sect go. As the celestial formation chart soared into the sky, the terrifying coercion dissipated, and the formation patterns flickered, as if the heavenly Dao was coming to the dust, and the thunder was about to fall. Liu Yi stood under the array pattern, fused with the air of the sky array, dressed in white over snow, with an aura like an abyss, as if a real fairy descended to earth. Lu Ningxuang, Donggong Minjiahu and Yun Xi looked at Liu Yi, their eyes flickered and their moods fluctuated. Although they often sparred with Liu Yi, this was the first time they saw Liu Yi using such a powerful force. This surprised them all. Boom boom boom. The sky map unfolded, and the monks of the Blood Spirit sect below naturally noticed it. A series of terrifying Qi machines emerged, and loud shouts sounded, "A great enemy has invaded." Silhouettes soared into the sky, and there were more than a dozen cultivators who transformed spirits, hundreds of nascent soul cultivators, and densely packed golden core cultivators and foundation establishment cultivators almost filled the entire sky. Form a gust of wind. All the monks surrounded the four of Lui, and the four of them felt like they were facing thousands of troops. Seeing this, the three of Lu Ningxuang all had extremely dignified expressions. "Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the cheap shredded tobacco boss, and thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss." Chapter 144 Blood Spirit Sect Patriarch. The cultivator of the Blood Spirit Sect stood in front, led by a middle-aged man with bloody hair that seemed to be fished out of fresh blood. He was the head teacher of the Blood Spirit Sect, named Xue Tianhou. After seeing Lui, Xue Tianhou's expression changed, and he shouted, "Lui, it's you." Lui's expression was very calm, and he smiled, "That's right, it's me." There was a cold hatred in Xue Tianhou's eyes. After all, Lui killed Xue Tianhou, who was Xue Tianhou's parent and son. He stared at Lui, and said in a cold voice, "With the immortal scripture in your body, there are countless great powers waiting for you to leave the Baiyun sect. How dare you come out?" Lui calmly smiled and said, "No one knows I'm coming out." "Little beast, you are here now, do you want to do something to my blood spirit sect? Do you really think that my blood spirit sect is easy to bully?" An old man behind Xue Tianhou looked at Lui with a cold expression, and his whole body was flowing. The other Huashan cultivators also had cold expressions, and wisps of blood were turbulent around them. Everyone stared at Lui with serious expressions. Lui's record is too dazzling. He had killed Monk Dongxiu a few years ago. Even at the headquarters of the Blood Spirit cult, they still dare not be careless. Lui smiled and said, "Since we did it back then, and the karma has been formed, you should have thought that this day would come." After receiving Lui's affirmative answer, all the cultivators of Huashan and nascent soul became gloomy. The disciples of the Blood Spirit sect in the rear were even more uproarious. Looking at Lui's expression of horror and anger, they cursed angrily. Xue Tianhou even pinched the imprint method directly, trying to activate the sect protecting formation, but the sect protecting formation did not respond at all, which made the expressions of the group of Huashan powerhouses even more solemn. Lui smiled and said, "Don't waste your efforts. You must have heard about my accomplishments in formations. In my opinion, your guardian formation is very ordinary. Besides, it's not me who did it, but them." Only then did the others set their sights on Lu Ningxuang, Yun Xi, and Donggong Minjiu. This made all the strong members of the Blood Spirit sect even more angry. Xue Tianhou laughed, with blood in his eyes, and shouted angrily, "Lui! You look down on us too much. Do you think that these three juniors can deal with all of us?" The others also had cold expressions, and Lui didn't take them seriously at all. Lui's expression was calm, and Lu Ningxuang stepped forward, with wisps of chill on her cold face. Mysterious and incomparably frosty streaks appeared in the air, and the chill raged, spreading within hundreds of meters around Lu Ningxuang's body. Snowflakes floated silently. Lu Ningxuang stood in the wind and snow, her white skirt fluttering like a fairy in the snow. "This is the domain." Xue Tianhou and the others had stiff expressions, their eyes widened, and they stared at Lu Ningxuang, who seemed to be in the snowy country, with horror in their eyes. It is well-known news that Lui has condensed the field of swordsmanship in the Golden Core realm, but looking at the past years and the current era of Tianming, Lui is also the only one. Now, they saw another enchanting monster that condensed a domain in the nascent soul realm. Everyone couldn't believe it. Lu Ningxuang's cultivation level is already at the 13th level of Yuanying. With such a cultivation level, and once the domain is released, the terrifying spiritual pressure will make even all the cultivators of Huashan fear. Beside Lu Ningxuang, Donggong Minjiahu's pretty face was full of anger, and she shouted coquettishly, "How dare you underestimate us!" Her dark eyes were stained with a mysterious purple, and thunderbolts with the artistic conception of destruction emerged all over her body. Under the thunderbolts, Donggong Minjiahu was like a goddess in charge of heaven's punishment, with supreme majesty. Yun Xi's expression was very calm, but she didn't have the anger of Donggong Minjiahu. She stood in the air, and there were various flowers blooming slowly in the surrounding void. Qinglian rushed hundreds of meters into the air, and Yungzi stood on Qinglian, with the natural mysterious charm flowing around her body, as if she was integrated with nature. The artistic conception of thunder, the natural artistic conception, how is it possible? They shouldn't be so strong. The powerhouses of the blood spirit sect exclaimed one after another. The talents of Lu Ningxuang, Donggong Minjiahu, and Yun Xi are well known throughout Qingzhou, even the strong members of the blood spirit sect have heard of it. But even if the strong members of the blood spirit sect knew that Lu Ningxuang and the other three were extremely talented, they never thought that the strength of the three of them would be so terrifying. It's just Donggong Minjiahu who is in the realm of Jindan, and the artistic conception of thunder is unfathomable and inexplicable. Even the cultivator of Huashan can't understand it, let alone Yun Xi who has reached the realm of nascent soul. Even the cultivators of Huashan felt a great threat. Of course, the most terrifying thing is Lu Ningxuang who has mastered the domain. Lu Ningxuang stood in the wind and snow, and even the monks who turned into gods felt cold in their hearts. It was an extremely deadly threat. The three junior girls in front of them are enough to threaten the entire blood spirit sect. Behind the blood spirit sect, there are also Tian Jiao, even a genius of a higher generation who was able to fight against Lu Ningxuang. Looking at Lu Ningxuang's expression at this moment, he is even more skeptical about life. Unbelievable. The gap between them is like Hao Yu and Ying Huo. Only Lu Yi was calm. As someone who often sparred with the three of them, Lu Yi naturally knew their strength best. It was also for this reason that Lu Yi dared to bring the three of them to the blood spirit sect, and dared to let the three of them destroy the blood spirit sect. Lu Ningxuang stepped out with a chill on her cold face, and the wind and snow moved with her. She instantly came to Xue Tianhou and other Huashan powerhouses. With her jade hand seal, a 100-meter iceberg condensed and turned into a shooting star. The powerhouses of all gods suppressed the past. Wherever the iceberg passed, the space was frozen by the chill, making crackling sounds, and the ground below and the palace were covered with hoarfrost. The terrifying power made Xue Tianhou and the others startled and shouted loudly. "Shoot! The younger generation bullies people too much." A group of cultivators who turned into gods took out their magic weapons one after another, and all the magic weapons rushed out, mixed with the spells, and rushed towards the iceberg. Boom! Under the roar, a large number of magic weapons were smashed by the iceberg, and various spells were annihilated on the iceberg, which broke the iceberg. With killing intent, a group of cultivators who transformed themselves into spirits urged their magic weapons to continue to kill Lu Ningxuang. Lu Ningxuang's expression was very calm. The wind and snow surged around her, entwining her, and she kept sealing. Another iceberg flew out. Afterwards, the movements in her hands didn't stop, and the seals were connected. The second iceberg, the third iceberg, a total of 5 icebergs rushed out, and threw them towards the cultivator of Huashan. This made the eyes of all the cultivators who transformed themselves into gods widen. How is this possible? Such a powerful spell, isn't it consumed? How could she have so much aura? One iceberg is so terrifying and powerful, let alone 5 more. Icebergs are like meteors, hitting the magic weapons in the sky one after another, smashing the magic weapons in the sky into pieces. Only 2 low-grade treasures have not been completely broken, but dimmed a little. Even so, it couldn't stop Lu Ningxuang's powerful attack. The remaining 2 icebergs pressed down on the cultivator of the god transformation, and the cultivators of the transformation god retreated one after another. Only 2 of the cultivators of the transformation god were locked by the iceberg, and the surrounding space seemed to be frozen, unable to escape. With a loud cry, they were hit by the iceberg, frozen by the terrible cold, and then smashed into pieces, splashing out in all directions. Even the nascent soul couldn't escape, and they were wiped out on the spot. Hiss! All the monks who turned into gods were shocked. Although one of these 2 deity transforming monks is at the 4th level of deity transformation and the other is at the 3rd level of deity transformation, they are still in the deity transformation realm. It was unacceptable for them to be completely wiped out by a blow from a nascent soul cultivator. The cultivators of the blood spirit education god were shocked. At this moment, 2 roars sounded again, and 2 beams of blood rushed out from below and came into the sky. These are 2 very old men. Their skin was dry, almost only a layer of skin and bones remained, their hair was grey and white, and there was even death energy escaping from their bodies. Kill Master Yuan! Master Mo Yun! The old men in the realm of transforming gods shouted, showing surprise. These 2 old men are 1 or 2 generations higher than the head teacher of the blood spirit sect. They are all top powerhouses at the peak of the gods, but they can't break through the bottleneck of the hole, and can only wait for their lifespan to be exhausted. Although it is impossible to break through to the realm of the void, but in the long lifespan, they have polished their own skills and arts, and their strength is definitely a king-level existence in the realm of transforming gods. Of course, for the old people whose lifespan is approaching, their blood is withered. Every time they make a move, it will bring them a little closer to death. If they can't make a move, they will naturally not make a move. This is the foundation of the blood spirit cult. Now the 2 Huashan cultivators were killed by Lu Ningxuang forcefully, even they had no choice but to take action. The blood flow around the 2 old men condensed into pieces of blood clouds that turned into essences, and it was unknown how much blood essence they had absorbed. They looked at Lu Ningxuang with bloody eyes, and smiled grimly. Little baby is a good way, you dare to kill my blood spirit cult, today I want to suck your blood essence. To master the domain at such a young age, the heavens are not fair. Today, this old man wants to kill evildoers. Lu Ningxuang felt the power of the 2 cultivators who transformed the spirit, and a dignified look appeared on her cold face. The gap between Huashan and nascent soul is huge. Facing the 2 old men, even though Lu Ningxuang is extremely strong, she still feels a little bit of pressure. Spiritual energy flowed around her, a mark of ice and snow appeared between her eyebrows, her black hair turned into snow hair, like a snow god coming to the world, and a cold glass sword emerged in her hand. The white long skirt also has a series of flowing patterns. High-grade treasure. There are actually 2 pieces. The eyes of the 2 aged peak Huashan experts widened, they were extremely shocked. Lu Ningxuang said coldly, so what if you are at the peak of God transformation, I can kill you too. She stepped forward, holding the cold glass sword in her right hand, pinched the ice god seal in her left hand, and took the initiative to kill the 2 old monsters who had turned into gods. Kill! A group of cultivators who turned into gods roared angrily and went up to meet them. Lu Ningxuang's ice and snow field circulated all over her body, and her snow hair fluttered. With her own strength, she fought with 2 old monsters and a group of strong Huashan. Every time they collided, the aftermath raged, and some palaces were destroyed. You must know that the sect palaces of the blood spirit sect are all blessed with formation patterns and are very strong. Even so, they cannot withstand the aftermath of the attack of the strong Huashan. There were even some weak disciples of the blood spirit cult who were turned into ashes under the aftermath. A group of monks in the realm of Qi training and foundation building screamed and evaded frantically. The monks who established the foundation can fly with the sword and run faster, while the monks in the realm of Qi training can't even fly, and they are swallowed by the aftermath one by one. When Lu Ningxuang was fighting with the cultivator of Huashan, the elders and genius disciples of the blood spirit sect in the Yuanying realm and the disciples of the blood spirit sect in the Jindan realm looked at Yun Xi and Donggong Minjiu, and rushed towards them. Kill them! Blood God Knife. Hundreds of nascent soul cultivators, each nascent soul cultivator sacrificed a few magic weapons, blasted out a large number of spells, magic weapons and spells overwhelming, the bloody streamer almost covered the entire world, the turbulent power, even the space all twisting and vibrating. Hundreds of nascent soul cultivators joined forces, even the transformation spirit cultivator would be moved and avoid it for the time being. Such power is too powerful and terrifying. Not to mention that there are densely packed golden core monks. Almost all monks attacked with anger. The only targets under attack were Yun Xi and Donggong Minjiu. Even if Donggong Minjiu's combat power far surpassed that of a monk of the same rank, her expression changed under such an attack. It can't be stopped at all. Even Yun Xi's originally calm expression showed a very solemn expression. She squeezed the big seal with her hand, and the blue lotus bloomed, covering the sky and covering the sun, and the blue streamer swayed like a giant umbrella to block the dense attacks. Yun Xi landed and said, "There are too many people, let's go guerrilla." Even Donggong Minjiu, who didn't deal with Yun Xi, didn't fight Yun Xi anymore. My senior sister blocked so many soul-transforming monks with her own strength. Although Donggong Minjiu felt that her strength was not as good as that of her senior sister, she was not so weak. The power of thunder is extremely fast, and Donggong Minjiu, who has mastered the artistic conception of Dachan thunder, is naturally extremely fast. Thunder light circulated around her, turned into purple light, and disappeared in place. Boom boom boom. All the spells and magic weapons fell on the green lotus. Even the green lotus condensed by Yun Xi could hardly resist the overwhelming attack, and was crushed after shaking for a moment. Under the cover of the aftermath of spiritual energy, Yun Xi and Donggong Minjiu had already disappeared in place. In the distant sky, hundreds of flowers danced, Yun Xi's figure emerged, and a cyan jade lotus planted above her head, the cyan light flowed, and the waves of clear mist spread. Turned into a blood mist. And Donggong Minjiu appeared on the other side, her whole body was leaping with thunder, her twin ponytails were swinging in the air, and a purple long sword emerged in her hand. There are mysterious runes on the long sword, which contain even more terrifying and powerful thunder power. This is the purple thunder sword that Liu Yi gave to Donggong Minjiu, which can increase the power of thunder, so it is naturally the most suitable treasure for Donggong Minjiu. She raised the long sword and pinched the formation, the sky was filled with thunder, and the swords of thunder fell, like a rainstorm, covering a large area of the sky. The golden core cultivator in this area was blasted into ashes by the thunder on the spot, even the nascent soul cultivator's face changed drastically, and he kept dodging, and if he was hit by it, he would be seriously injured, and if he was hit twice, he would die. At the Jindan realm, he has mastered 90% of the artistic conception of thunder, and Donggong Minjiu, who has also broken through the restrictions of the triple heaven, has the terrifying combat power to rebel against the nascent soul. Just a wave of attacks by the two of them reduced the number of people in the sky by a large amount. Hundreds of golden core cultivators died, and even 5 or 6 nascent soul cultivators died. They dodged the attack. Quick! Attack them! 2 sluts! They're going too fast! A group of nascent soul cultivators and Jindan cultivators roared again and again, running their skills and magic weapons one after another, and bombarded them. But neither Yungzi nor Donggong Minjiu intended to collide head-on with them. Both of them practiced escapism quite well, and their speed was very fast. Even nascent soul cultivators might not be able to match them, let alone most of them were Jindan cultivators. Facing the countless attacks in the sky, they dodged most of them, and they would only resist the attacks that they couldn't dodge. While dodging attacks, they didn't just get beaten and didn't fight back. A burst from time to time was enough to kill dozens or even hundreds of blood spirit cult monks. However, there are too many monks in the sky, neither Yungzi nor Donggong Minjiu dare to be careless. If they are hit by hundreds of attacks, even they will be injured, let alone there are more than a few hundred monks here. There are thousands of Golden Core monks, and there are tens of thousands of Foundation Establishment monks. Liu Yi looked at the fierce battle in the sky, and was a little surprised in his heart. Needless to say, his senior sister, after all, he went out to practice several times before, and Liu Yi was assured of his fighting ability. What surprised him was that Yongzi and Donggong Minjiu, even in the face of so many powerful monks, still showed strong adaptability. They didn't directly confront them, and used their own advantages to deal with so many strong men, constantly weakening their number and strength. Gradually, the enemy was weak and we were strong, but they began to gain an advantage little by little. Liu Yi is in control of the Tianzhen map, and originally planned to support it. After all, there are too many nascent soul monks and Jindan monks here, so Liu Yi is naturally worried about the safety of his junior sister and Yun Xi. I didn't expect him to be useless at all. As the two attacked again and again, more and more monks died, the sky was stained red with blood, and the ground was covered with a layer of blood, like hell on earth. Many of these corpses were from the Blood Spirit Sect monks in the Nascent Soul and Golden Core realms, and most of them were from the Blood Spirit Sect disciples in the Foundation Establishment and Qi Training realms. They are too weak, on such a battlefield, even if it is just the aftermath, they are hard to resist. It only takes one collision and they die instantly. Some Foundation building monks and Qi training monks couldn't bear it, so they collapsed, ran away screaming, and begged for mercy. But the battle is still going on, even if Donggong Minjiu and Yun Xi didn't take the initiative to attack them, they still died in pieces. Time passed, and a few hours passed in the blink of an eye. Even though Yun Xi and Donggong Minjiu were extremely strong, facing so many opponents, their spiritual energy could not hold up, and their aura became much weaker. And there are only hundreds of monks surviving in the sky, most of them are nascent soul monks, there are more than 30 Golden Core monks, and only a few Foundation Establishment monks. The other monks were either killed, or were terrified by Donggong Minjiu and Yun Xi, and ran away frantically, wanting to leave the Blood Spirit Sect. However, Liu Yi suppressed the entire space with the sky map, so naturally no one could escape, it just delayed the time of death. After Yun Xi and Donggong Minjiu's aura weakened, the two no longer fought alone, but joined forces to fight against the enemy. Even so, facing hundreds of nascent soul and golden core cultivators, they did not dare to advance rashly, and fought steadily, bit by bit. Opponent. Fortunately, these monks in the nascent soul realm and the golden core realm have gone through such a long battle, and they have also consumed a lot. Otherwise, Yun Xi and Donggong Minjiu may not be able to maintain the situation. On the other side, the battle between Lu Ningxuang and the group of cultivators who turned into gods was still in full swing. The two old monsters at the peak of the god transformation were extremely strong, and they were still able to hold their ground against Lu Ningxuang who had mastered the domain. The two teamed up, and with the help of other god transformation cultivators, they were able to resist Lu Ningxuang's attack. Until now, no one has died, only a few monks who have transformed themselves have suffered serious injuries. However, Liu Yi found that the fighting power of the two old monsters was declining. They are too old, and their vitality is naturally inferior to the young Lu Ningxuang, so they are not suitable for a protracted battle. Such a fierce battle, which lasted for several hours, was already the limit for the old monster. Now, their combat power is declining rapidly, and Lu Ningxuang has gradually gained the upper hand. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ningxuang landed with an ice god seal, and rushed towards the elder-killing monster, who screamed angrily, spit out a cloud of bloody energy, and walked towards the ice god seal. Under the roar, the ice god seal broke through the blood-colored energy and hit the old monster heavily, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Kill Master Yuan! The faces of many cultivators who transformed themselves into gods changed drastically, and the old monster couldn't stop it. They looked at Lu Ningxuang, shrouded in the wind and snow. Lu Ningxuang's expression was calm, her pretty face was cold, although her breathing was slightly short of breath, her aura was still abundant. After mastering the domain, he is initially connected to the heaven and the earth, and can use the power of the heaven and the earth for his own use. Compared with other monks, he can fight for a long time. Even if a few of them were exhausted to death, they could not exhaust Lu Ningxuang. Xue Tianho's face was gloomy, and he glanced at the ruined palace of the blood spirit sect below, as well as the corpses all over the ground and the blood-stained ground. Destroy. Chapter 145, Monsters and Alien Races, White Tiger Killing Formation. The rolling mournful roar echoed in the blood spirit abyss, and it lasted for a long time. At this moment, an incomparably terrifying aura emerged, and the world became silent. In a cave deep in the blood spirit abyss, billowing waves of blood rushed out. An incomparably rich bloody smell filled the air, with a disgusting taste. The next moment, a bloody light rushed out of the cave, and a terrifying aura surged into the sky. It was a short, grey-haired old man. The old man bent his body, his face was full of wrinkles, his eyes were cloudy, but his breath was as deep as an abyss. Lu Yi frowned and looked at the old man solemnly. Dongxu realm, and it's not just a normal Dongxu realm, even Lu Yi felt quite threatened. Unexpectedly, there is such a strong person in the blood spirit cult. Lu Yi's body was filled with spirit energy, and the patterns in the sky flickered. The air mechanism locked on the old man in the void realm, and at the same time sent a sound transmission to Lu Ningxuang, Donggong Minjiu, and Yun Xi, telling them to come back. The three retreated and returned to Lu Yi. As their opponents, none of the powerful members of the blood spirit sect dared to pursue them, and everyone looked at the flickering patterns in the sky with great fear. They naturally knew that Lu Yi had passed through this pattern before and even killed monk Dongxu. The stooped old man raised his head and looked at the flickering lines, his cloudy eyes also showed seriousness. He looked at Lu Yi and sighed faintly, "It's really a hero born out of a boy, to have such strength at such a young age, we are all old." He cupped his hands at Lu Yi, with a very low attitude, and said, "Brother Lu, what happened before was the fault of my blood spirit sect. Now that the blood spirit sect is almost destroyed by you, it can be regarded as repaying the cause and effect. How about let it go, how about it?" Xue Tianho waited for the Huashan cultivator and the surviving Yuanying and Jindan cultivators to fly behind the ancestor of the blood spirit sect, looking at Lu Yi warily, with hatred hidden in his eyes. Lu Yi's spiritual sense was amazing, so he was naturally aware of it. He glanced at the living strongman of the blood spirit sect, and said with a light smile, "The great hatred has already been forged, how can you just let it go? Ask the head of the blood spirit sect, I killed his parents and children, would he be willing? Let go of this great hatred? You." Xue Tianho stared at Lu Yi, as if he wanted to eat him alive. The old man looked at Xue Tianho, then suddenly stretched out his hand towards Xue Tianho, directly piercing his body. The blood didn't spurt out, but slowly melted into the old man's body along the old man's withered arm. Xue Tianho's eyes widened, and he looked at the old man in disbelief. Old ancestor." He just uttered a few words, and his body shriveled visibly, turning into a mummified corpse. Seeing this, the others stared wide-eyed, and quickly moved away from the old man in horror. The old man didn't care, he shook his arm, and the mummy turned into fly ash. He looked at Lu Yi and said, "Xue Tianho is dead, little brother Lu, can this be done?" Lu Yi looked at the old man and was shocked. This old man was so ruthless. As the patriarch of the sect, he could kill even the head teacher without blinking an eye. It doesn't matter if he just kills him, and even absorbs his blood, this old guy is simply a big devil. Lu Yi felt a little chilly in his heart, who knows if this old guy will get revenge in the future if he forgets this time. He didn't like keeping such a ruthless enemy. Lu Yi said to himself, "I want to kill the ancestor of the blood spirit cult. Task: kill the patriarch of the blood spirit cult. Reward: 2 100,000-year-old blood ginseng, the secret technique 1000 transformations. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Liu Yi was overjoyed when he saw the task reward. This reward is so good? Blood ginseng can be used as blood essence. Liu Yi practiced the secret technique of burning blood, which is a rare life-saving method that can overdraw the explosive potential of blood essence. He still has 2000-year-old blood ginseng in his hand, but this kind of thing, of course it would be best to have more. Not to mention there is a secret technique. Liu Yi accepted the task. He looked at the old man with a smile on his face, smiled slightly, and said, "Old man, I'm afraid it won't work. The blood spirit sect is immortal, and I feel uneasy." Hearing this, the old man's expression darkened. There was thick blood flowing around him, as if blood was flowing on the surface of his body. He said slowly, "Brother Liu, this old man really wants to reconcile with you. Unfortunately, if this is the case, we can only fight to the death." As soon as the old man finished speaking, his shriveled body suddenly swelled up, turning into a strong man over 2 meters tall. This brawny man's skin is red, his meridians are protruding, his strong muscles are terrifying, and he exudes the power of qi and blood like the sun. The face of the strong man also became younger, and a blood-colored horn appeared on his forehead, exuding an unimaginably sharp edge. The surrounding space was distorted, as if the old man just stood there, and the space couldn't bear his existence. As the old man became a strong man, Liu Yi's scalp became numb, and the hairs all over his body exploded. His body instinct told him that he was an extremely dangerous person, even far surpassing the Dongxue monk of Yuanzhong that Liu Yi met before. It is close to the combined power of Yuanzhong that day. Alien! Liu Yi's eyes widened with astonishment. In Tianming, humans, monsters, and seas are relatively common races, and there are naturally other races. Some races have never been seen before, and in the eyes of the human race, they are all alien races. The ancestor of the blood spirit sect in front of him is obviously a foreign race, and it is also a foreign race that Liu Yi has never heard of. Liu Yi had never seen such a look even in books before. He couldn't believe it. The ancestor of the blood spirit sect is a foreign race? Not only Liu Yi couldn't believe it, Lu Ningxuang, Donggong Minjiu and Yun Xi who were behind him were also shocked. Except for the monster race, the Sea clan and a small number of alien races, most of the alien races are very bloodthirsty. They never thought that the ancestors of the human sect would be alien races. Even the cultivators of the blood spirit sect's cultivators and a group of strong men were dumbfounded at the moment, looking at the ancestor of the blood spirit sect with disbelief. The ancestor is actually a foreign race? How is this possible? Yet, how is it possible? All the cultivators in the god transformation realm were stunned with shocked expressions. The eyes of the ancestor of the blood spirit sect were blood red. He looked at Liu Yi calmly, and there were strands of blood mist flowing around his body, like blood flowing on the surface of his body. After recovering his body, he also released his true nature, with a ferocious and bloodthirsty expression, and his voice seemed to come from the 9 nether purgatory. "Liu Yi, I didn't want to be exposed, but unfortunately, you left me no choice." Liu Yi looked at the ancestor of the blood spirit sect, and slowly said, "You are a foreign race. You have established a sect in Qingzhou, and you also spread magic skills. Are you not afraid of being besieged? No one will know." The killing intent of the ancestor of the blood spirit sect was like a stormy sea, and even the powerful members of the blood spirit sect behind him were all cold. The ancestor of the blood spirit cult planned to kill everyone, even the strong ones of the blood spirit cult. Liu Yi's spiritual energy circulated all over his body, and he said with a smile, "If I want to leave, even if you are stronger, you won't be able to stop me." Hearing this, the ancestor of the blood spirit sect laughed. He raised his head and laughed loudly, and the laughter was like thunder. Many disciples of the blood spirit sect who were still alive at the level of Qi training and foundation establishment were shocked by the terrible laughter. "Get your body broken!" He stared at Liu Yi, and said with a smile, "Of course I know that you are extremely talented, you are the supreme genius of the human race, even I have never thought that there is such a monster as you in Xiao Shenming. But, since I have appeared, naturally will not give you a chance to escape." He shouted loudly, his blood flashed, and he made a mysterious and complicated seal. The next moment, the world was in turmoil, and the entire blood spirit abyss was shaking. A terrible pressure emerged. Liu Yi shrank his pupils, raised his head suddenly, and looked at the sky. Going up is the sky above the blood spirit abyss. Originally, it was a large formation of the blood spirit cult that was shining with blood light, but now, the blood light has become more intense, turning into a blood-colored mask, completely covering the entire blood spirit abyss. The ancestor of the blood spirit sect looked at Liu Yi with a murderous look, and said, "This is my secret treasure. Even the space is blocked, and no one can escape. This abyss is your graveyard." The strong men of the blood spirit cult in the rear looked shocked. An old monster shouted, "The old man wants to leave this place." He turned into a bloody light and rushed towards the bloody mask. Boom! The old monster exploded with all its strength, shooting out a beam of bloody light that landed on the bloody mask. Under the roar, the bloody mask didn't even shake a bit. How is it possible? The old monster was shocked. The other powerful members of the blood spirit cult were equally astonished. Liu Yi glanced at the blood-colored mask, and his expression was a little more dignified. Lu Ningxuang and the others behind Liu Yi also frowned. Donggong Minjiao looked around and said, "Brother, what should I do?" Liu Yi looked deeply at the alien species in the distance, and calmly said, "It's okay, it may not be us who died." Hearing this, the ancestor of the blood spirit sect laughed loudly, as expected of the arrogance of the human race. "If you and I are at the same level, I will naturally turn around and leave, but I am a big realm higher than you. You still think you can win?" With a calm expression, Liu Yi stepped forward and said with a light smile, "How will you know if you don't try?" Liu Yi's aura was turbulent, and patterns flickered in the sky, exuding a terrifying pressure. Hearing this, the ancestor of the blood spirit cult sneered, "It's impossible." He shouted loudly, his body exuded fiery blood-colored radiance, and his blood flowed like a burning blood-colored sun. The next moment, he turned into a streamer and rushed towards Liu Yi. As the ancestor of the blood spirit sect moved, the space was distorted beyond shape, and cracks even appeared one after another. As a foreign race, the ancestor of the blood spirit sect has an extremely powerful physical body. The cultivation method seems to be different from that of the blood spirit sect, and it has a very powerful effect on improving the physical body. The momentum is like a terrifying monster, and the blood is soaring. Liu Yi's expression was fierce, and incomparably complex formations appeared in his eyes, and the formations in the sky lit up accordingly. This time, a full third of the formation pattern lit up, which exceeded the area of the formation pattern that Liu Yi faced with the Tianyuanzong Dongxiu cultivator before. There are black mountain peaks condensed in the sky, and the black mountain peaks are like shooting stars, suppressing the ancestor of the blood spirit sect. The black mountain peaks seal the surrounding space, and the space seems to be frozen. Distorted, cracks appeared one after another. The body of the ancestor of the blood spirit sect was sealed in place. The next moment, he shouted loudly, his whole body shook, and there was a sound of collapse, and the sound of space shattering. He raised his head and roared, and smashed his huge fist towards the black mountain peak. Boom! Under the roar, the mountain peak that surpassed 10,000 Jun was directly smashed into pieces by the fist of the ancestor of the blood spirit sect, and the huge stones that were as big as houses splashed in all directions, with a trace of terrifying blood. A piece of stone fell on the ground, smashing the ground into deep pits of different sizes, like a meteorite falling to the ground. Liu Yi was a little startled. This formation was enough to suppress the monks on the 8th or 9th floor of the cave, but it turned out to be broken so easily by the ancestor of the blood spirit sect. Sure enough, his strength is very unusual. Even Lui was surprised, let alone the others. Seeing such terrifying fluctuations in the battle, the hearts of all the cultivators who turned into gods were cold. Both Lui and the patriarch of the blood spirit cult wanted them dead. How can they resist such power? No matter who wins or loses, they must die. For a moment, all the powerful members of the blood spirit sect were ashen-faced, with despair in their eyes, even the two old monsters who were at the peak of transformation. They secretly cursed in their hearts, it would be best for Lui and the ancestor of the blood spirit sect to perish together. The three of Lu Ningxuang were equally terrified and worried about Lui. The patriarch of the blood spirit sect laughed loudly, Lui, you will use whatever means you have. I will convince you to death today. Like a bloody sun, he continued to rush towards Lui. Lui's expression was calm, he didn't speak, and once again formed a seal, a more complex and vast pattern emerged, occupying almost half of the area of the sky pattern. Boom! The sky sank, as if it could not bear such coercion, the blood spirit abyss was shaking, and cracks appeared on the bottom and the stone wall. Under such coercion, the surviving disciples of the Foundation Establishment Realm's blood spirit sect had cracks in their bodies, blood flowed horizontally, and they were severely injured on the spot. Even the golden core cultivators were pale, as if they were pressed against their chests by a mountain. Everyone looked at the sky in horror. In the sky formation diagram, the spiritual flow roared and condensed into a white tiger several thousand meters long. As soon as the white tiger appeared, he raised his head and roared, the air waves were turbulent, and the golden core and the monks under the golden core vomited blood again and again. Under the coercion, the ground below the white tiger turned into a deep pit, and the ground was covered with cracks like spider webs. This is the white tiger killing formation. It is rumored that if the power of the combined body falls into it, it will suffer. The god transformation monster of the blood spirit sect has spent many years, experienced a lot, and saw the moment when the white tiger condensed and formed, staring wide-eyed, full of horror. He never expected that Lui could condense such a terrifying formation. The patriarch of the blood spirit sect raised his head and looked at the incomparably huge white tiger with a more serious expression on his expression. The phantom of the white tiger, you want to kill me too? The ancestor of the blood spirit cult raised his head and roared, the blood energy in his body turned into bloody flames, and blazed up. Boom! He stepped out, and the space was dented by one of his feet. He clenched his fist with his right hand and punched the white tiger fiercely, Raksha killing fist. Under the flames of blood, the front of the fist turned into a golden red sun and rushed towards the white tiger. With a thought in Lui's mind, the white tiger roared, its sharp claws stepped on the sky, and slapped the sun fiercely. Boom! Under the roar, the space shattered, forming a pitch-black void, and the terrifying aftermath surged. Even if all the monks of the blood spirit cult had retreated after the battle started, and they had retreated to an extremely long distance, their faces were pale at this moment, as if they had been hurt. Bash! The three of Lu Ningxuang stood behind Lui, and Lui blocked the aftermath, but it had no effect. Everyone is watching this collision at this moment, almost holding their breath. After the aftermath dissipated, the ancestor of the blood spirit sect stood in the air, facing the white tiger, and the attacks of the two were evenly matched. All the powerful members of the blood spirit cult were too shocked to breathe. Old ancestor! No, this foreign race actually blocked the white tiger killing formation. It's really scary. This is a large formation that can deal with the combined power. Isn't Lui the scariest thing? He's only at the 7th level of the nascent soul realm, yet he can arrange such a killing formation. Even if he uses the power of a magic weapon, it's unbelievable. Everyone woke up and looked at Lui, who had a calm expression, and then remembered that Lui is only in the nascent soul realm now. It is simply a fantasy that a monk in the nascent soul realm can arrange such a formation. Even with the help of a magic weapon, it is equally astonishing. Liu Yi was also surprised. If 6 years ago, Liu Yi would not be able to activate such a powerful formation. In the past 6 years, Liu Yi's cultivation base has improved, and the quality of his aura has also greatly improved. In addition, his formation realm has also greatly improved after absorbing the top formation analysis and Yushin Palace's formation inheritance. Even so, Liu Yi was still very reluctant to arrange the White Tiger killing formation with the help of the Sky formation map. This can be said to be the most powerful method under Liu Yi's normal state. Even if his current kendo field is fully activated, it can't compare with the White Tiger killing formation. But even so, the White Tiger killing array couldn't suppress the ancestor of the Blood Spirit sect. This alien race is definitely a top talent. His cultivation base is in the realm of the whole, and he has the combat power of the fusion realm. Looking at the entire eastern region, he is an extremely terrifying and powerful existence. When Liu Yi was shocked, the ancestor of the Blood Spirit sect was not shocked, even he did not expect that Liu Yi could condense such a formation. His whole body was surging with qi and blood, his fighting intent was fierce, and his killing intent was like a tide. He roared, "Kill!" Rakshasa power. Behind him condensed a ghostly figure with a ferocious face, a long head with sharp horns, and an incomparably burly figure. Su Ying raised his head and roared, the murderous intent spread like a tide, turning into a beam of blood and melting into the body of the ancestor of the Blood Spirit cult. On the crimson skin of the ancestor of the Blood Spirit sect, there were bright red lines. His aura rose again, turned into a streamer, and rushed towards the White Tiger. Liu Yi frowned slightly, and with a thought, the White Tiger roared and rushed towards the ancestor of the Blood Spirit sect. Two auras, one white and one red, were intertwined, and the roar resounded through the heaven and earth, and waves of circular aftermath spread in all directions. The Blood Spirit sect below had been completely destroyed, leaving only huge pits. The area under the abyss is huge enough, and the ground is also shaking at this moment, and cracks continue to emerge. The roar of the White Tiger and the roar of the ancestor of the Blood Spirit sect resounded like a battle drum all day long, and the fighting and killing intent soaring into the sky almost turned into reality, like a beam of light rising into the sky. The monks of the Blood Spirit sect retreated again and again, until they retreated to the edge of the Scarlet Mask before stopping. In the entire Blood Spirit cult, there are probably only a handful of disciples who survived. Boom! At this moment, a deafening roar sounded, and a white tiger's wailing resounded throughout the world. The white light dissipated, and the ancestor of the Blood Spirit cult was covered in blood, covered with large and small wounds, standing in the air, and the phantom of the White Tiger, it slowly turned into white light and disappeared between heaven and earth. Although the ancestor of the Blood Spirit sect was injured, his aura was even more terrifying. He looked at Liu Yi with eyes full of blood, with a grin on his hideous and ugly face. Liu Yi, your time of death has arrived. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Liu Yi's expression was still calm, and he let out a little breath. Since the conventional means are not the opponent, then use a little unconventional means. Thanks to the 1,500 points rewarded by the Big Brother Sito Yu, and the 100 points rewarded by the 08A Big Brother. Chapter 146 Offended the Peerless Immortal. Thunder patterns appeared on Liu Yi's body, true dragon patterns appeared on Liu Yi's skin, and the power of the indestructible law circulated in Liu Yi's flesh and blood. At the same time, bloody flames burned on Liu Yi's body. Two figures burning with blood-colored flames stood facing each other, like soldiers in blood-colored battle armor. The blood energy was like a tsunami, echoing between the heaven and the earth. Liu Yi used the burning blood secret technique. With his current strength, using the burning blood secret technique, the improvement rate will naturally be even greater, which brings Liu Yi extremely powerful power. His cultivation has directly surpassed the nascent soul realm, reaching the level of the 6th level of transformation god. At this moment, he seemed to feel that he was omnipotent. Liu Yi stepped forward, and the sword domain around his body expanded, and there were indelible sword patterns flashing in the sword domain. A sharp long sword emerged from Liu Yi's hand. This is the reward Liu Yi received before, the best treasure, Mingzhen sword. On the top of Liu Yi's head, the Xianxin clock appeared, and the Xianxin clock sprinkled pieces of starlight, covering Liu Yi's whole body. With the Xianxin clock above his head and the Mingzhen sword in his hand, Liu Yi activated the formation again with a thought. Gathering the white tiger killing formation again, the phantom of the white tiger raised its head and roared, rushing towards the ancestor of the blood spirit sect. At the same time, a long sword was condensed from Liu Yi's sword field around him. The long sword carried an incomparably rich heavenly coercion, and the long swords merged together, flashing a blazing white light. The sword light, which was more than 10 kilometers long, streaked across the sky, shredded the space, and slashed towards the ancestor of the blood spirit sect. Hollow Realm Technique, Heavenly Sword 9 Slashes. It has been a long time since Liu Yi obtained the Heavenly Sword 9 Slashes in the Dao of Swords conference. Even if the Heavenly Sword 9 Slashes is a technique of the Hollow Realm, with Liu Yi's Sword Dao Realm, he has still cultivated this technique to the limit extreme level. The ultimate level of Heavenly Sword 9 Slashes is far more powerful than the original Whole Void technique. It is like a natural supernatural power. It can even limitedly arouse the coercion of heaven and earth between heaven and earth, and greatly enhance the power of swordsmanship. Not only that, after reaching the limit state, mobilizing the power of heaven and earth, coupled with Liu Yi's own kendo domain, Liu Yi's use of Heavenly Sword 9 Slashes is like using a fulcrum to pry the whole world. Even if his own cultivation is not so advanced, it is still possible to exert great power with a small amount of spiritual power. The long sword slashed down, as if the sky and the earth were cut down. The ancestor of the blood spirit cult felt the collapse of the sky and the earth, and his pupils shrank. How is it possible? Liu Yi is only in the realm of nascent soul, but he can display the power of heaven and earth? The patriarch of the blood spirit cult didn't expect it at all. Liu Yi, the ancestor of the blood spirit sect, roared, and the phantom of Raksha emerged behind him, and he turned into a blood-colored sun, facing the sword light. Boom! Under the roar, the ancestor of the blood spirit sect shattered the sword light, and his body also flew upside down. The ancestor of the blood spirit sect flew backwards, and the white tiger appeared behind him, and with its sharp claws, it landed heavily on the body of the ancestor of the blood spirit sect with terrifying power. Boom! The ancestor of the blood spirit cult turned into a ball of blood light, landed heavily, and hit the ground. The ground shook violently again, and the mountain walls on both sides of the abyss began to collapse. Roar! The patriarch of the blood spirit sect rushed out of the deep pit, roaring furiously. Blood was flowing from his body, his killing intent soared to the sky, and his aura was extremely strong. At this time, Liu Yi's icy voice sounded, Heavenly Sword 2 Cuts. There are a total of 9 swords in the Heavenly Sword 9 Slashes, and the power of each sword is increasing, as if the aura is superimposed and strengthened time after time. The terrifying sword light appeared again, slashing towards the ancestor of the blood spirit cult. The ancestor of the blood spirit cult's pupils contracted, and his blood-colored pupils were filled with surprise. He roared, reached out and grabbed it, and a huge battle axe emerged from his hand. The battle axe was blood red, as if formed by the condensation of fresh blood. As soon as it appeared, it carried a terrible evil spirit, and the world seemed to be stained with a layer of blood. This is an extremely powerful magic weapon. Low-grade spirit weapon. Kill. The ancestor of the blood spirit sect held the battle axe tightly with both hands, and slashed towards Jian Guang. Boom! A blood-colored axe that seemed to split the sky and the earth flashed across, tearing the space into deep darkness, and even more criss-crossed cracks appeared on the ground. The light of the axe and the light of the sword collided, and after a moment of entanglement, there was a roar, and the aftermath spread in all directions. The light of the axe cut through the light of the sword, and continued to cut towards Liu Yi. The patriarch of the blood spirit cult holding a low-grade spirit weapon in his hand is unmatched in strength, even Liu Yi's heavenly sword second slash is hard to match. The axe light slashed towards Liu Yi, and the sharp air caused tiny cracks to appear on the surface of Liu Yi's body. Liu Yi's expression was cold, and the long sword cut down again. 3 slashes with the heavenly sword. 4 slashes with the heavenly sword. 5 slashes with the heavenly sword. If it is a normal heavenly sword 9 slashes, even if it is the practice of returning to the true state, it needs a certain amount of energy and buffer time before it can make the next slash. However, after Liu Yi practiced the heavenly sword 9 cuts to the limit, the heavenly sword 9 cuts at this moment is no longer the original heavenly sword 9 cuts, and can even be cut continuously. That is to say, Liu Yi's current cultivation base is still a bit short. If his cultivation base is sufficient, Liu Yi can even cut out the 9 cuts at once, and the 9 cuts are combined into one, and the power is even more extraordinary. Even so, Liu Yi made 3 cuts in a row. The 3 sword lights merged into one, facing the axe light. Liu Yi's spiritual energy was also consumed by most of it at this moment, but he used the Immortal Sword Sutra Yuanying chapter of the extreme state to recover his spiritual energy extremely quickly, and even threw a drop of 1000-year-old spiritual essence into his mouth, which was only used to recover aura. If other people knew that Liu Yi used the incomparably precious Millennium Marrow to recover his aura, they would have to go crazy. But Liu Yi was calm in his heart. He had too many 1000 years of spiritual essence, which was enough for him to squander. The terrifying power brought by the combination of the 3 swords wiped out the light of the axe in an instant, and the light of the sword seemed to ignore the space, across the world, and instantly approached the ancestor of the blood spirit sect. The patriarch of the blood spirit cult was horrified, shouted again and again, swung the battle axe again, and once again cut out a bloody axe light. Boom! Under the roar, the sword light was not wiped out, the axe light was shattered, and the sword light fell on the body of the ancestor of the blood spirit cult. The terrifying body of the ancestor of the blood spirit sect was almost cut in half, and a terrifying sword mark appeared on his chest, and blood spurted out. At this moment, the phantom of the white tiger roared and appeared behind the ancestor of the blood spirit sect again. The white tiger roared, and spewed out a terrifying beam of light, engulfing the ancestor of the blood spirit cult. The patriarch of the blood spirit sect let out a scream, was shot into the ground again, and a dark pit appeared on the ground. Liu Yi's expression was still stern, his aura recovered, and he slashed 2 more swords towards the dark pit. The 2 sword lights merged into one, almost dividing the entire blood spirit abyss into 2 halves, stretching for an unknown distance or depth. In the deep pit, the blood light did not disappear, and the blood light shot up into the sky, and the ancestor of the blood spirit sect rushed out of the deep pit. At this moment, the ancestor of the blood spirit sect is a bit miserable. His strong body is covered with dense sword marks, and his blood almost drowns him. The most serious injury was his arm. His left hand was broken and the incision was smooth. It was caused by the sword that Liu Yi had cut before. The ancestor of the blood spirit sect stared at Liu Yi, and roared angrily, "Liu Yi! This time the matter is not over." He squeezed the formula with his hands, and the blood-colored mask covering the world turned into a stream of light, and returned to the hands of the ancestor of the blood spirit sect. Seeing this scene, Liu Yi's pupils shrank, knowing that this guy was planning to run away. Liu Yi has seen talismans such as the 1000 Miles Talisman before. The ancestor of the blood spirit sect has such a strong cultivation base and extraordinary combat power. I'm afraid there may not be such a life-saving talisman. This guy's combat power is terrifying, his killing intent is high, he is a great enemy. Liu Yi doesn't want to let the tiger go back to the mountain. With a cold expression on his face, he sneered and said, "Want to run?" Liu Yi took out a talisman, the aura surged, and a white mist appeared in all directions, as if isolating the whole world. The ancestor of the blood spirit sect was well informed. Seeing this scene, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, Little Duan Tian talisman. How could you have such a talisman? Liu Yi smiled slightly, but didn't answer. There are quite a few talismans for him to do missions. In fact, Liu Yi still had several kinds of talismans that could deal with the ancestor of the blood spirit cult, but Liu Yi didn't use them. The main reason is that Liu Yi thought of a problem. He told his junior sister that he needed a certain life and death battle to stimulate his potential and exert his combat power, so he naturally needed it too. His current strength is very strong, and he rarely has the opportunity to use his full strength. The strength of the ancestor of the blood spirit sect is also extremely strong, and he is a very good opponent. For Liu Yi, the patriarch of the blood spirit sect is very suitable as a sharpening stone, allowing him to have a clearer understanding of his own combat power, and at the same time, it can force out his potential. After all, no matter what, foreign things are foreign things, and the most important thing for a cultivator is himself. Obviously, the result was not bad. This battle gave Liu Yi a deeper understanding of his own skills and techniques. He had some ideas, which might be realized in his previous training. As for now, Liu Yi looked at the ancestor of the blood spirit sect, and said with a smile, "I will give you back what you said to me just now, this abyss is your cemetery." The ancestor of the blood spirit sect had a gloomy face, stared at Liu Yi, and shouted angrily, "Liu Yi, do you really want to kill the fish and break the net?" Liu Yi smiled, "It's already come to this point, why bother to talk about it?" The killing intent on Liu Yi's body was undisguised, and he had no intention of letting him go. Sensing Liu Yi's strong killing intent, the patriarch of the blood spirit cult's face was extremely ugly. His eyes flickered, and then his expression became ferocious. "You forced me." The next moment, the ancestor of the blood spirit cult formed a seal with his right hand, muscles all over his body squirmed, and blood spurted out. With a painful expression on his face, he growled, "Use my essence and blood to sacrifice to the Rakshasa, and the Rakshasa god descends." Following the growl of the ancestor of the blood spirit sect, the world seemed to be quiet for a moment, and then a bloody light pierced the void, coming from nowhere. As if there was a terrifying existence, he cast his gaze over. Liu Yi's heart was cold. Liu Yi had encountered this feeling before. The last time he was in the Immortal Sword Sect, when the peerless immortal of the Immortal Sword Sect opened his eyes, the world was silent. Very similar to now. Liu Yi's scalp was numb, and he looked at the ancestor of the blood spirit cult in disbelief. This bastard, couldn't it be replaced by a fairy? But soon, this strange feeling disappeared, and a bloody light fell on the body of the ancestor of the blood spirit cult. The ancestor of the blood spirit cult roared in pain, and his aura began to increase significantly. His figure has become taller, his muscles have swelled, his previous injuries are healing at an extremely fast speed, and even his broken arm has been reborn. And his aura is also improving rapidly. Although the original blood spirit sect patriarch was extremely powerful in battle, his cultivation base was only in the realm of the void. Now, his realm has directly crossed several levels and reached the realm of integration. With the combat power of the ancestor of the blood spirit sect, after reaching the combined state, although the combat power may not be able to reach the Mahayana state, but in the combined state, there may be few opponents. Liu Yiren is a bit stupid, this guy actually has such a whole card? This increase is even stronger than his use of the burning blood secret technique. At this moment, the ancestor of the blood spirit sect gave Liu Yi a feeling that he was invincible. Even if he used all his strength, he would definitely not be an opponent. Too strong. The patriarch of the blood spirit cult looked at Liu Yi with a painful expression on his face. "Damn it, you made me lose 1,000 years of life, I will imprison your soul and make you suffer forever." Hearing this, Liu Yi's expression was very calm, and he said with a smile, "Do you think you're sure of me?" Hearing this, the ancestor of the blood spirit sect was startled, looked at Liu Yi firmly, and growled, "I don't believe you have other cards." Liu Yi smiled slightly, and took out a talisman. Infused with spiritual energy, Liu Yi shot out the talisman. The next moment, a huge formation appeared in the sky, with dense patterns, even surpassing the sky formation map in the sky. A series of extremely fierce sword intense soared into the sky, went up to Qiangbai, and down to Huangchuan. The skin of the ancestor of the blood spirit sect located in the center of the formation actually had subtle sword marks on the skin because of such sword intent. His pupils contracted, and a look of horror appeared. This is the great formation of 10,000 swords in the Mahayana realm. Liu Yi smiled slightly. Is this card enough? Even the current Liu Yi can't arrange such a powerful formation, but with the talisman, Liu Yi doesn't need to arrange it by himself. As soon as he had a thought, the endless long sword shot up into the sky, drowning the ancestor of the blood spirit sect. Endless white light lit up in the sky, and roars, and screams resounded in the sky. This formation lasted for several minutes, and then the talisman disappeared and the formation pattern slowly dissipated. In the sky, the white light slowly dissipated. The patriarch of the blood spirit sect was still alive. His body was soaked in blood. His left hand, which had already recovered, was broken again, and even his right leg was also broken. There were sword marks all over his body. His injuries were serious, and his aura was much weaker than before, but it was still very strong. Liu Yi was very surprised that the ancestor of the blood spirit cult was not dead yet. Facing the Wanjian formation of the Mahayana realm, this guy actually withstood it. The strength of this alien race is really extraordinary. The patriarch of the blood spirit sect gasped for breath and stared at Liu Yi with a cold look in his eyes. Liu Yi, you have no cards now, right? Hearing this, Liu Yi silently took out another talisman. Seeing the talisman, the face of the ancestor of the blood spirit cult changed drastically, and he opened his mouth. Your mother. Liu Yi activated the talisman, and the talisman shot out, turning into a huge sun, and shooting towards the ancestor of the blood spirit sect. The originally dark blood spirit abyss was illuminated by the sun, and the ground and stone walls turned into magma under the high temperature. The powerful members of the blood spirit sect in the distance looked at the sun with shocking expressions. The previous battle between Liu Yi and the ancestor of the blood spirit sect had made them numb with shock. They never thought that Liu Yi, as a nascent soul cultivator, had so many methods, and each method was so terrifying. Either way, they can be easily killed. Seeing Liu Yi take out another talisman one after another now, the expressions of the strong members of the blood spirit cult were completely stiff. This alien race is over. It's not just the aliens, our blood spirit cult is also over. The sky has no eyes. Why does this Liu Yi have so many means and so many treasures? With this talisman, even facing Mahayana monks, he can be safe. Why does Liu Yi have two? The strength of this alien race is strong enough, but unfortunately it is still a little bit worse. The shock in the hearts of all the powerful members of the blood spirit cult was unparalleled. Not only them, even Lu Ningxuang, Donggong Minjiu and Yun Xi were staring at Liu Yi in a daze at this moment, their beautiful eyes sparkling with splendor. Senior brother is too powerful. Donggong Minjiu blinked and whispered. Yun Xi nodded. Liu Yi is awesome. Lu Ningxuang's expression was also difficult to calm down. She nodded slightly. The huge sun was already approaching the ancestor of the blood spirit cult, and the ancestor of the blood spirit cult was locked, and there was nowhere to escape. He felt the terrifying power and yelled again and again, I'm not willing. The huge sun devoured the ancestor of the blood spirit sect. Amidst the roar, the ancestor of the blood spirit sect was reduced to ashes, and his body and spirit disappeared. There was only a dark space gap left in the sky, and as the firelight dissipated, the space gap also slowly disappeared. Liu Yi exhaled slightly, and was slightly relieved. At this moment, Liu Yi suddenly felt a cold gaze cast on him. His body turned cold, as if being stared at by a supreme being. Liu Yi raised his head and looked in the direction where his gaze came from. There was nothing there, but Lui thought that when the ancestor of the blood spirit sect used the secret method before, a bloody light shot out from there. Could it be the terrifying existence behind the secret method of descending from the gods of the ancestors of the blood spirit sect? Lui felt a little guilty. He killed the ancestor of the blood spirit sect, wouldn't he offend him? Judging from the performance of that terrifying existence before, it is likely to be a peerless immortal who is not weaker than the immortal sword sect immortal. Thinking of this, Lui felt cold in his heart. It's too unlucky to offend such a big boss before you become a fairy, right? Lui was speechless, and blamed the ancestor of the blood spirit sect for doing something wrong, but he wanted to open a sect here and bully him. Lui felt aggrieved in his heart, and then saw that there was still something left at the place where the ancestor of the blood spirit cult died before. It was a dark red ring. Even under such a terrifying aftermath, the ring was not destroyed, which seemed very unusual. Lui was a little surprised. Just now he used the Six Suns True Fire Talisman, which can exert the power of the Mahayana realm. One can imagine how strong this ring is. Lui went to pick up the ring. With surging mental power, he probed into the ring, and saw an incomparably vast space inside. It is a space ring. Lui was a little surprised. This alien race seemed to be very powerful, and seemed to have some connection with immortals. There should be some good things, right? The author returned to his hometown today because the house in his hometown is finished and the beams are going to be erected. According to our customs, we have to entertain relatives and friends, so these 2 days are relatively busy, and we can only guarantee that the basic 2 chapters will be updated. Today, there are 1,000 monthly tickets. Add more, the author will postpone it until you go back, probably go back tomorrow night or the day after tomorrow, so maybe add more the day after tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Chapter 147 2 Immortal Treasures. Lui looked it up and found that there were quite a few things inside. There are some blood-colored crystals, exuding strong blood energy, which are somewhat different from ordinary blood essence, and should be relatively top-quality blood essence. In addition to blood essence, there are also some pills, clothes, and the like. The elixir was not as good as the one made by Lui himself, so it was basically useless, let alone the clothes. There are also useful things, such as a few natural materials and earth treasures. For Lui, he got some by doing missions. There are only 3 things that really make Lui feel unusual. One is a blood-colored axe, which is a magic weapon that Lui saw used by the ancestor of the blood spirit sect before, and it is a low-grade spiritual weapon. Spiritual artifacts are extremely precious, and even some combined bodies and even Mahayana monks are difficult to obtain. There are such alien races in the realm of emptiness. It is conceivable that this alien race is a bit unusual. In addition to this spirit weapon, there is also a blood-colored stone tablet. The steel still looks a little cracked, and it seems a bit worn out, but it exudes a terrifying aura. The last thing surprised Lui the most. It turned out to be a small sapling. The little sapling was blood red all over, like a blood-colored precious jade, very delicate. Its roots are distinct, and its branches are evenly distributed. On each branch, there are a few leaves that look like red jade. This little sapling actually exudes a trace of strange Dao-yun, which Lui has never felt in other heavenly materials and earthly treasures before. If Lui hadn't used Dao to build his foundation and had a keen sense of Dao-yun, it would have been difficult to discover this. This is no ordinary natural treasure. Lui had a conclusion in his heart. Lui took a rough look, but didn't watch carefully. He put away the space ring and flew towards Lu Ningxuang and the others. Are you all right? Lui looked at the 3 of them and asked. Lu Ningxuang shook her head slightly. We are fine. How are you, junior brother? Of course I'm fine. Lui smiled. Although he used the blood-burning technique, eating 1,000-year-old blood ginseng can replace the blood essence, so there is no need to worry about side effects. Hearing Lui's words, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Donggong Minjiahu's eyes flickered, they were very bright, and she said in admiration, "Senior brother, you are so powerful. That alien race is so powerful that you even killed them." Yun Xi also nodded slightly, "Lu Yi is very powerful." Afterwards, Donggong Minjiahu asked curiously, "Senior brother, why do you still have such a powerful talisman?" Lu Yi explained, "I got it by chance on the way back from Excalibur." Hearing this, the three of Donggong Minjiahu fell silent. Yun Xi was surprised and said, "Lu Yi, you are so lucky. By chance, you have obtained many treasures from heaven and earth, all of which are very precious. After all kinds of precious natural materials and treasures that Lu Yi gave them before were all explained by Lu Yi's obtaining them by chance." Even Lu Ningxuang was extremely surprised. Hearing this, Lu Yi said cheerfully, "Of course, my luck has always been very good. After all, there is a mission." Lu Ningxuang looked at the blood spirit sect cultivator on the other side, and said, "Junior brother, what about those people?" Lu Yi turned his head and looked at the monks of the blood spirit cult. Seeing Lu Yi looking over, the monks of the blood spirit cult all looked terrified. These cultivators could see Lu Yi's strength, it was so terrifying, they couldn't resist it at all. Even the two peak old monsters who were the incarnations of the blood spirit cult trembled in their hearts. Several high-ranking members of the blood spirit cult repeatedly begged for mercy. "Lu Yi, we all know we were wrong. Spare us. Lu Yi, the blood spirit cult has been destroyed by you, we will definitely not appear again, and we will be quiet for the rest of our lives, and let the outside world have a way out." Hearing these words, Lu Yi's expression was extremely calm, with killing intent still in his eyes. Noticing that Lu Yi's killing intent remained undiminished, several experts in the transformation god realm looked at each other, then roared and killed Lu Yi. "Since we must die, let's die together." They roared towards Lu Yi. However, before he got close to Lu Yi, a series of sword lights shot out from the sky map, twisting several cultivators into blood mist. Lu Yi's expression was calm, and he exhaled slightly, "It's over." Lu Ningxuang glanced at the base of the blood spirit Pope's sect that had completely turned into magma below, and said calmly, "The monks of the blood spirit sect refine mortals and monks, condense the blood essence to practice, and they will not die." Yun Xi nodded slightly, looking at the magma surging below, a trace of complexity appeared in his eyes, "The senior sisters under the 9 springs can rest in peace." Lu Yi smiled, "There is a lot of movement here, let's go back." Lu Ningxuang nodded, the white mist in the sky had dissipated at this moment, she glanced around, a gleam of light appeared in her eyes, "Many monks are coming this way." "Well, let's go." Lu Yi nodded. The 4 of them boarded the green leaf boat, turned into streamers, rushed out of the blood spirit abyss, and flew in the direction of Bianzong. Behind them, the original blood spirit abyss, during the battle between Lu Yi and the ancestor of the blood spirit sect, the cliff collapsed and turned into a huge basin. The basin turned into a sea of magma when Lu Yi finally used the Liu Yang True Fire Talisman, and the blazing high temperature persisted for a long time. When the green leaf boat left the blood spirit abyss, Lu Yi glanced not far away, and felt several secret auras, which were in the nascent soul realm. Lu Yi didn't say anything, his expression was very calm. Because he had felt these auras in Bianzong before, and he was the elder of Bianzong. Lu Yi was not surprised either. The blood spirit sect closed the mountain, but the location is now within the territory of the Biun sect. It is always an unstable factor, so it is natural to send someone to watch it. The early stage was fine, but when Lu Yi fought with the ancestor of the blood spirit cult, even the formations couldn't cover up the movement, so it would naturally attract attention. After the green leaf boat disappeared into the sky, a few strong men in the nascent soul realm flew into the sky. They glanced at the direction in which the green leaf boat disappeared, and looked at each other with bewildered faces. That was Lu Yi just now? Impossible? Isn't Lui retreating at Ling Luo Peak? There is such a huge movement in the direction of the blood spirit cult, could it be related to him? Several nascent soul cultivators flew towards the blood spirit abyss. In addition to them, there are many monks with powerful aura who broke through the sky and came to the sky above the blood spirit abyss. A Huashan elder. When these monks saw the blood spirit abyss that had turned into a magma sea, they were stunned. This was originally the residence of the blood spirit cult. Now the sect of the blood spirit sect has disappeared, and the original blood spirit abyss has turned into a sea of magma. Everyone was shocked, unbelievable, and disgust. At this moment, the four of Lui are almost returning to Bianzong. On the green leaf boat, Donggong Minjiahu smiled brightly, very happy, and very satisfied with the performance of the previous battle. I didn't expect this lady to be so strong. Humph! It won't be long before this lady breaks through to the nascent soul realm, and I might be able to defeat senior sister. Donggong Minjiahu arrogantly put her hands on her hips. Lu Ningxuang glanced at Donggong Minjiahu, but did not answer. Yun Xi looked at Donggong Minjiahu, and reminded, Sister Ningxuang has mastered the field, and Sister Minjiahu, you are still far behind. Donggong Minjiahu frowned, staring at Yungzi, who is your sister? Don't bark. You want to call me fellow Daoist Donggong Minjiahu? Fellow Daoist Yungzi. Yun Xi thought for a while, shook his head, and said, but we all want to be Lui's Taoist companions, and the relationship is sisters. What? Donggong Minjiahu's pretty face flushed red all of a sudden, angry and ashamed, she stammered at the extremely straightforward Yun Xi, you. What are you talking about? Yun Xi blinked, the truth? Donggong Minjiahu's chest rose and fell, and Yun Ziki's chest swelled and hurt, I won't talk to you anymore. Even Lu Ningxuang beside her had a look of embarrassment on her cold face, after all, Yun Xi called her sister just now. Seeing that the two were arguing again, Lui felt a little confused, and said, didn't you two cooperate well when you were fighting just now? Why are you arguing again all of a sudden? Donggong Minjiahu puffed her face, humph, who has a good relationship with her? Lui was a little skeptical about life, didn't he say that fighting side by side could deepen the relationship? Could it be wrong? Lui felt a little helpless. After returning to Bianzong, Lui and the others returned to Ling Luo Peak. In order to celebrate the destruction of the blood spirit sect, the four had a good meal in Lui's cave. The four of them were drinking and chatting. Donggong Minjiahu had the lowest cultivation base and the smallest capacity for alcohol. She blushed pretty soon after drinking, and lay on Lui's shoulder, muttering words that no one could understand. Her snow-white arms were exposed. Wrapped around Lui's neck, very clingy, quite different from when he was awake. Lu Ningxuang drank silently, glanced at Donggong Minjiahu, and did not tease her with ice cubes as before, telling her to practice. Lui poured wine to Yun Xi and Lu Ningxuang, chuckled lightly and said, senior sister is getting stronger and stronger, and so is Yun Xi. Here's a toast to you. Lu Ningxuang shook her head and said with a light smile, compared to my junior brother, our progress is not enough. The strength of my junior brother is really astonishing. It is amazing that even that alien race can be killed. Yun Xi likes light wine, and she drank Mingzhen wine. She took a sip, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she nodded, well, Lui, your strength is getting stronger and stronger. A slight smile appeared on Lu Ningxuang's cool and pretty face, I am practicing hard now, but it is just so that I will not be dumped by my junior brothers so that I can't see my back. Yun Xi blinked, and nodded in agreement, Sister Ningxuang is right. If you don't work hard, you may not even be able to see Lui's back. Hearing this, Lui smiled and said, whether it's senior sister or Yun Xi, your talents are very good. If you practice hard, we will naturally be able to walk on the road of immortality together. The three of them drank and talked about Taoism, and also talked about some interesting things from the past, chatting all day long. During the period, Donggong Minjia woke up once, seeing that they were still drinking, she also drank a few more glasses. In the end, the four of them were all drunk and drowsily leaning against each other, and it was rare that they hadn't practiced and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Liu Yi woke up, feeling a little heavy in his body. He opened his eyes, looked around, and found that Lu Ningxuang, Yun Xi, and Donggong Minjia were still sleeping. The three of them leaned against Liu Yi with their snowy arms slightly exposed, the alcohol on their pretty faces had dissipated, and their skin was as crystal clear as white jade. Liu Yi moved slightly, and Lu Ningxuang woke up. She opened her eyes and noticed that she was leaning on Liu Yi, with her head resting on Liu Yi's stomach. She couldn't help but froze. She turned her head and looked at Liu Yi, the two looked at each other, and Lu Ningxuang was silent. She sat up slowly, her black hair fell like a waterfall, and she looked away slightly. Liu Yi smiled, "Senior sister, good morning." Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly, "Well, I drank too much last night." Liu Yi said seriously, "I don't mind." Lu Ningxuang. She glared at Liu Yi with a little annoyance, but Liu Yi didn't care at all, just laughed. Lu Ningxuang glanced at Donggong Minjia who was hugging Liu Yi's arm like a kitten, using Liu Yi's arm as a pillow, and Yun Xi who was leaning on Liu Yi's other shoulder, and exhaled slightly. The next moment, two ice cubes appeared behind their necks and slid down their necks. Immediately, Donggong Minjia jumped up screaming, "It's so cold!" Yun Xi also trembled, and slowly opened her eyes. She saw Liu Yi next to her, smiled at Liu Yi, and then leaned on Liu Yi's shoulder to close her eyes, trying to continue to sleep. Donggong Minjia noticed this, and her chest heaved in anger, and streaks of thunder emerged, and she shouted, "Yun Xi! Get up quickly! Don't lean on my senior brother's shoulder!" She ran over and abruptly pulled Yun Xi up. Yun Xi stood up helplessly. Liu Yi was also helpless, the bodies of both of them were very soft, and Liu Yi hadn't enjoyed enough yet. He glanced at Lu Ningxuang helplessly, the corners of Lu Ningxuang's mouth raised, a smile emerged, and then he said, "After a day of indulgence, it's time to practice. Junior brother, practice hard." Yun Xi also said, "Liu Yi, I'm going back." Donggong Minjia rolled her eyes and did not speak. Lu Ningxuang glanced at her and said with a slight smile, "It's time for junior sister to go back to practice." Donggong Minjia's body froze, and she was dejected. "Oh." Liu Yi gave each of the three people 2 talismans and some training resources for them to practice hard. Afterwards, the three left, and Liu Yi's cave became quiet. Liu Yi closed the cave door and entered the training room. He began to receive mission rewards. Task: destroy the blood spirit cult, completed. Kill the patriarch of the blood spirit cult, completed. There are 2 tasks to destroy the blood spirit cult, both of which have been completed at this moment. The reward for the task of destroying the blood spirit sect is the Shaking Sky Seal, a spell in the realm of integration. Liu Yi originally thought that the reward for this mission was very high, but now it seems that it is not bad. After all, the ancestor in the blood spirit sect is extremely powerful. Although he is only in the realm of the void, his combat power has reached the realm of integration. Finally, after using the secret method, he may be a king-level existence in the realm of integration. The attack was blocked twice, one can imagine how strong it is. Liu Yi glanced at Genshinyan's introduction, and then his eyes lit up, revealing a hint of surprise. This Zhentian seal turned out to be a technique of the way of body training. Through the simultaneous use of physical strength and spiritual energy, an extremely powerful seal is produced, which is full of power. If it is attacked at close range, the power is even more terrifying. This technique is very suitable for Liu Yi. So far, Liu Yi's most powerful attack techniques are the Heavenly Sword 9 Slashes and Huang Chuan Below in the Hollow Realm. With the Zhentian seal, Luyi's attack methods will be improved. But this needs to be done after Luyi raises the level of Gentian. As for the task of killing the ancestor of the blood spirit cult, the reward was 100,000-year-old blood ginseng. Generally speaking, elixirs over 10,000 years old have extremely strong properties, while elixirs over 100,000 years old are extremely rare in Tianming. One can imagine how precious these 100,000-year-old blood ginsengs are. Even now, Luyi is fully using the burning blood technique, as long as 1,000-year-old blood ginseng can replace the blood essence. If you use 100,000-year-old blood ginseng, you may only need a little ginseng slices. It can be used even after Luyi's cultivation base has been upgraded to the state of integration or even the state of Mahayana. This is an extremely rare good thing. As for the secret technique 1000 transformations, after reading the introduction, Luyi was really pleasantly surprised. This secret method can be regarded as the super realm version of transformation technique. Unlike the transformation technique, which can only change in a small range, this 1000 transformation technique, like the blood burning technique, is an extremely rare and powerful secret technique. 1000 changes can change form on a large scale, not only can change into other people, but can even change into various animals, including birds, tigers, and so on. What surprised Luyi the most was that although the 1000 transformations technique couldn't change a person's origin, it had the effect of blocking qi. Even if he cultivated the heavenly eye, he might not be able to see through the transformation method of the 1000 transformations technique. Such a technique can be called a must-have for home travel. Luyi immediately put the cultivation of 1000 changes as a very high priority. This technique must be learned. With this technique, even if Luyi is away from home, he doesn't have to worry about being discovered. The rewards given by these two missions are quite generous, and Luyi is very satisfied. Then Luyi began to check the treasures left by the ancestor of the blood spirit sect. The last time I checked, I just took a quick look and didn't observe carefully. This time, Luyi intends to take a good count of the rewards. After a while, Luyi threw away some unnecessary things, leaving only the things he could use, including a large pile of spirit stones, which were basically top grade, and some top grade spirit stones. Possessing top grade spirit stones is outrageous. There are also some elixir. The quality is not as good as that refined by Luyi himself, but the level is quite high. Basically all of them are in the realm of the cave, and Luyi can't refine it now. It is used when making friends with others. There were still a few natural treasures, so Luyi naturally put them away. In addition, there are 2 talismans, which are 10,000 Li talismans, which are extremely precious and rare, and Luyi doesn't have many. In addition, there is another formation disc, which was used by the ancestor of the blood spirit sect to seal the town space before, and he put it away without being destroyed. The 3 most important items: the low-grade spiritual weapon, the battle axe is a spiritual weapon that can increase the strength of qi and blood, which is very suitable for physical training. Of course, it is also useful for Luyi. His current weapon is the Mingzhen sword, which is only a top-grade treasure. With this battle axe, his combat power can be improved a little bit. The stone tablet Luyi found that there were many Dao patterns circulating on it, which was so mysterious that even Luyi felt it was very complicated and could not understand. Luyi guessed that this should be an extremely precious treasure, which may involve laws. After all, Luyi has seen treasures related to laws, and the Excalibur steel is such a thing. Luyi suspected that this blood-colored steel was similar to the Excalibur steel, engraved with laws, and was a treasure for cultivation. In this way, the identity of the ancestor of the blood spirit sect must be even more unusual. You know, the divine sword steel is the treasure of the divine sword sect, and this steel is actually carried by a foreign race in the realm of the void? One can imagine how powerful the people behind this alien race are. Luyi thought of the feeling of being stared at again, and felt a little cold in his heart. Could this alien race be the illegitimate son of that peerless immortal? His head felt a little big. The last red jade sapling was also extremely precious, and Liu Yi discovered that the red jade sapling could actually generate spiritual energy by itself, which was a function that Tiankatabao did not possess at all. Coupled with the Dao Yun surging around it, Liu Yi suspected that the ruby sapling might be Xianzhen. For a moment, Liu Yi's mood was very complicated, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Thank you for the 5,000 points rewarded by the boss of Sito Yu, thank you for the 1,500 points rewarded by the boss of Shinwei Ryu 88, thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the boss of 08A, thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the first salted fish fairy, and thank you 20220319201102954 for 100 points rewarded by the boss. Chapter 148 Alien Races Outside the Universe, Breaking Through the Gods. Happily, he killed a foreign race and got 2 fairy treasures. After all, this wave is blood money. The sad thing is that a mere foreign race in the Void Realm owns 2 fairy treasures. Just think about how powerful the forces behind him are. I don't know what the cause and effect will be for killing the foreign race in the cave. There was a little more pressure in Liu Yi's heart, he still had to practice hard. After that, Liu Yi found a place to plant the blood jade sapling in the cave, and then nourished it with spiritual milk. After the blood jade sapling absorbed the spiritual milk, it swayed slightly, flashing wisps of light red streamer, with traces of strange Dao accumulation flowing, appearing very extraordinary. With the survival of the blood jade sapling, Liu Yi felt that the concentration of aura in the cave had increased a lot. The blood jade sapling could release aura, and perhaps after a few years, it could create a paradise. As for the blood-colored steel, Liu Yi thought about it, but didn't take it out. This thing involves laws, and it may have some connection with the immortal behind it, so it's better to put it away first. After that, Liu Yi began to practice quietly. The news about Liu Yi's departure from the Baiun sect and the destruction of the Blood Spirit sect seemed to have grown wings, and spread throughout Qingzhou, and even spread to the entire eastern region. As a small sect, the Blood Spirit cult was destroyed, but it didn't cause much trouble. The key was that the person who did it was Liu Yi. Liu Yi possessed the complete version of the indestructible Sword Sutra, and even Deneng paid attention to it. At first, everyone thought that Liu Yi would hide in the Baiun sect, but unexpectedly he came out. This surprised all the monks in the eastern region, and felt that Liu Yi was a little bold. What shocked them even more was the huge sea of magma in the sect area of the Blood Spirit sect. Even a combined mighty battle might not be able to cause such terrible damage, but when Liu Yi destroyed the Blood Spirit sect, it actually caused it. This surprised all the monks, and they all speculated what level Liu Yi's strength had reached at the moment, and he was able to create such terrible traces of destruction. This son of Liu Yi is indeed a peerless evildoer that even the immortals admire. It is unbelievable that he can have such a terrifying fighting power at such a young age. Liu Yi's son has already become popular. Maybe it doesn't take 1,000 years for him to run rampant in the eastern region. I'm afraid there will be no one to stop him by then. All the great powers expressed their opinions one after another, paying more attention to Liu Yi. In particular, some combined powers think that it may not be long before they can be truly equal to them. The news naturally spread to Bianzong. When the head teacher Wu Qingfeng and all the senior officials of Bianzong heard the news, they were completely dumbfounded. They even went to Liu Yi's cave specifically to ask Liu Yi for verification, asking whether it was really Liu Yi who destroyed the Blood Spirit cult. After getting a definite answer, Wu Qingfeng and others were speechless. Especially Ming Lao was extremely silent. He was able to break through to the Void Realm thanks to Liu Yi's favor. He originally planned to protect Liu Yi for 1,000 years, and he would be at ease when Liu Yi surpassed him in strength. After all, how many years have passed? Liu Yi's strength seems to have surpassed him. This made Ming Lao feel very complicated. With Liu Yi's confirmation, there is no doubt about the authenticity of the news. The disciples of Outer Sect were even more shocked. Almost all disciples treated Lui as an idol. After all, Lui was too strong. For a disciple to destroy a sect that was not weaker than Bianzong, this was something that all Bianzong disciples could not imagine. Almost all disciples regard Lui as a role model on the road of cultivation, and the cultivation atmosphere of the entire Outer Sect has been greatly improved. This made Master Wu Qingfeng and the others laugh from ear to ear. When Zhang Fan, Han Yu, and other disciples who had made friends with Lui heard about this, they even came to Lui's cave, and kept complaining that Lui didn't take them with him when he went to destroy the Blood Spirit sect. Bianzong, Hanya Valley, Wenjian Mountain Villa, almost all the sects have enmity with the Blood Spirit sect, and everyone hopes to personally participate in this action to destroy the Blood Spirit sect. It's a pity that Lui only brought Lu Ningshuang, Donggong Minjiu, and Yun Xi with him at the beginning. They value sex over friends. This made Zhang Fan and others complain for a long time. Lui had no choice but to invite everyone to a banquet. After a few days of drinking, everyone was so drunk that Lui dragged everyone to discuss for a few days before everyone left. After that, Lui resumed his normal practice life. A year later, Lu Ningshuang thoroughly absorbed and assimilated the gains from the first battle of the Blood Spirit sect, and broke through to the realm of transforming gods. The rewards for Lui and Lu Ningshuang naturally became more. Task: defeat Lu Ningshuang. Reward: Ice Dao Realm Improvement, 10 drops of 10,000 years essence. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. The basic reward has a full 10 drops of 10,000 years essence. One can imagine how rich this reward is. And it can also improve his perception of the ice field. Lui now basically has no subjects to learn from in the field of swordsmanship. Although Lao Ming's artistic conception of swordsmanship is good, he has not yet reached the level of the field of swordsmanship. For Lui, the fastest improvement is to comprehend the divine sword steel. Unfortunately, the divine sword steel is in the divine sword sect, and it is not possible to comprehend it anytime and anywhere. After returning from Excalibur, Lui's kendo field improved very slowly. On the contrary, as Lu Ningshuang reached the realm of transforming gods, and after condensing the field of ice, Lui's ice system Taoism has the meaning of coming from behind. It has to be said that the object of study is very important. Lui wondered if there was any way to improve Ming Lao's kendo domain. After that, Lui obtained some kendo elixirs such as Jianyi Dan and Tiankadabeo by chance, and gave these Tiankadabeo to Ming Lao, hoping that he can improve quickly. So Mr. Ming, who had just left the seclusion not long ago, entered the seclusion state again. In addition to Lu Ningshuang, Donggong Minjiu also broke through to the Jindan realm, reaching the nascent soul realm, and the rewards are also more abundant. After discussing with each other in their free time, it only took 2 years for Lui's thunder element artistic conception to successfully condense into the thunder domain. This is Lui's third domain. And Yongzi would come to Bianzong almost every month, and Lui's natural artistic conception would also improve after each exchange. It didn't take long to condense in the field of thunder, and the field of nature was born. In just 3 years or so, Lui has condensed the 4 realms, and Lui's cultivation is only at the 9th level of nascent soul. The 9th floor of the nascent soul has mastered 4 domains. If it spreads, no one will believe it. In the 6th year, Lui broke through to the 10th level of Yuanying, which is the peak of Yuanying under normal conditions. Afterwards, Lui needs to break through the restrictions of the heavenly Dao and break through to a stronger state. Lui naturally released a new breakthrough mission. Task: breakthrough to the 11th floor of the nascent soul. Reward: Great Wei Gem *1. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Obviously, this is also the same series of treasures as the previous Dao Qi, and Lui is very satisfied with this. After another 3 years, Lui successfully broke through to the 11th floor of the nascent soul. It has been nearly 10 years since the destruction of the blood spirit cult. For the past 10 years, Lui would use spiritual milk to water the blood jade saplings obtained from the alien race of the blood spirit sect every day in his free time. Originally, the sapling was only 1 meter high, but now it has grown to about 2 meters, and its whole body is like blood jade. Moreover, the aura exuded by the blood jade tree was even stronger, and the concentration of aura in Lui's cave was even close to the peak of Ling Luo Peak. Lui has also checked various books these days to investigate what the blood jade tree is. It wasn't until later that my master came to eat in the cave and saw the blood jade tree that he was a little surprised to say the name of the blood jade tree. Ancient Raksha tree, why do you have this thing? Peak Master Ling Luo also had a surprised expression when he saw the blood jade tree. You know, my master rarely shows other expressions except sleepiness, and he can show a look of surprise. It is conceivable how rare this thing is. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Lui explained with a smile, when I went to destroy the blood spirit sect, the ancestor of the blood spirit sect was a foreign race. This tree was found from that foreign race. What is this ancient Rakshasa tree? When Lui said this, Peak Master Ling Luo had a very strange expression. He looked at Lui and said, "What does the ancestor of the blood spirit sect look like?" Lui manifested the image he saw. Peak Master Ling Luo raised his eyebrows, his expression was a little weird for a while, and then he said, "This is the Raksha clan, from outside the universe." Lui was taken aback for a moment, and then he looked shocked. "Ya why?" Peak Master Ling Luo sighed, and Jin Silk Spirit showed up, stretched out his white and tender fingers, and pointed to the sky, where the stars were shining all over the sky. Lui was very surprised at the time. As a traveler, Lui naturally knew that a planet is round. When he first crossed, he learned about the situation of Tianming continent from the book, and he was actually a little skeptical. After all, Tianming continent was too big, many times bigger than the Earth in his previous life. If it was a planet, how huge would it have to be? However, when Lui saw the stars in the sky, and thought about those planets that far surpassed the Earth, such as Jupiter, it was not surprising that Tianming would have such a huge one. There are so many stars in the universe, who knows how big the biggest planet is? At that time, Lui thought about whether this universe was Lui's original universe, and whether this celestial star was considered an alien civilization to the Earth. However, Lui still couldn't get the answer. After all, Lui looked up at the sky, and the planets and constellations he saw had nothing to do with his previous life. Perhaps this is the universe where the Earth is located, but it is too far away from the Earth. It's also possible that Lui is in another time and space, in another universe, and he himself can't figure it out. However, when Lui thinks about life sometimes, he also thinks about some of the same questions as in his previous life, such as whether there are races on other planets. Unexpectedly, Master gave Lui the answer now, this Rakshasa tribe comes from other stars. Lui was shocked, isn't this an alien? Perhaps, many of the alien races are from extraterrestrials? Ling Luo Peak Master took a sip of the soup, nodded and said, well, of course it is impossible that only Tianming has monks in this world. The universe is vast, and the worlds with living beings are as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River, inexhaustible. Hearing the words of Peak Lord Ling Luo, Lui was a little startled. So, isn't there many races in the entire universe? Before Lui had time to think about it, Peak Master Ling Luo spoke again, the strength of the Raksha clan is not weak, and there are like clouds of immortals in the clan. This ancient Raksha tree is also a very precious fairy tree among the Raksha clan. Shaguo has a very good body training effect, especially used by the Raksha clan, it can be refined into a Raksha Dharma body. You got this thing from a Raksha clan who is in the void realm? Hearing this, Lui finally understood why his master looked so strange when he saw the ancient tree of Loaka. Such a precious fairy tree was actually carried by a Raksha clan in the void realm. It is conceivable how high the status of the Raksha clan is. Lui felt his scalp go numb. Master, I won't be targeted by the Raksha clan, right? There's a high probability that I've been targeted. Peak Master Ling Luo ate and drank, and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. She yawned and said. Lui's heart was even colder. Master, can I still be saved? I won't be slapped to death by a strong Raksha clan, right? Ling Luo Peak Master didn't take it seriously. What are you afraid of? The Raksha tribe is far away from Tianming, and this place is not the territory of the Raksha tribe. Although I don't know why the monk Dongxiu of the Raksha tribe appeared in Tianming, but no matter what, the Raksha clan appeared in Tianming, and they deserved their death. If they dared to send a strong man across the void to Tianming, they would definitely pay the price, and the strong would not dare to come. Hearing this, Lui was stunned. So, the strong Raksha clan can't make it through? That's natural. Ling Luo Peak Master said. Hearing this, Lui relaxed a little, and then he looked at Peak Master Ling Luo suspiciously. Master, how do you know this? My disciple, I have read many ancient books of Tianming, but I have never seen these information. Peak Lord Ling Luo glanced sideways at Lui, then stretched out his hand and flicked Lui's forehead. Even with Lui's physical body at this moment, he felt a severe pain in his forehead, as if he had been slapped by a terrifying beast. His forehead was swollen. Lui bared his teeth and covered his forehead. Peak Master Ling Luo lazily said, You boy still want to control the master? It's a big treason, you should fight. Lui was speechless. I'll just ask casually. Peak Master Ling Luo stretched his waist, and said, It's okay to ask, you just need to cultivate hard. Your talent is very good, and you may be able to really see this world in the future. Peak Master Ling Luo turned around and walked out of the cave, and said, This ancient Rakshasa tree is a good fairy tree. Although I don't know how you feed it, but cultivate it well, and it will bear Rakshasa fruit in the future. It will be of great help to you. Usefulness. Hearing this, Lui nodded slightly. I see. Until the master left, the pain on Lui's forehead hadn't dissipated, but he was even more surprised. Originally, Lui thought that his master was a cultivator who crossed the catastrophe, but now it seems that it may not be so. After all, master knows too many things, which is very unusual. Perhaps, her identity is not as simple as it appears on the surface. She is just a peak master of Baiun sect. Lui was a little curious about the identity of his master, but when he thought of the finger just now, Lui didn't dare to ask more. At the same time, Lui was also very excited. It turned out that there was such a huge world beyond Tianming. Then Lui thought of another thing. Master said that the Raksha clan is so powerful, there are many immortals, so it seems that there are immortals in the universe beyond Tianming? In this way, the ascension of the cultivator who crossed the tribulation really ascended to the fairy world? Or, did he actually ascend to another planet? Lui originally thought that he would go to the immortal realm, but now it seems that the latter may also be possible. Peak Master Ling Luo's words opened the door to a new world for Lui. Since then, Lui has worked harder to cultivate. Perhaps the whole world is bigger than he imagined. Moreover, although the master said that it is unlikely that the strong men of the Rakshasa tribe will come here, since all the Dongxiu monks of the Rakshasa tribe will come here, it is possible that other strong men will not come here. Even if it wasn't rewarded by an immortal, as long as it was a Mahayana monk or a monk who had crossed the tribulation realm, Lui couldn't beat him. You still have to practice hard. It took Lui 6 years to break through to the 12th floor of the nascent soul, and another 9 years to reach the 13th floor of the nascent soul. After another 10 years, Lui reached the limit of the 13th level of the nascent soul realm. At this time, Lui has reached the true limit of the nascent soul realm and can break through at any time. Lui sat cross-legged in the cave, and began to attack the bottleneck of the realm of transforming gods. Under Lui's constant impact, the extremely strong bottleneck kept shaking. After more than a month, there was a slight crack in the bottleneck. After that, Liu Yi took out the Dao Beiyu that was previously rewarded for breaking through the limit, and began to break through. The Dao Yun and the innate Dao patterns contained in the Dao Beiyu are far more than the previous Dao Beizu. With the absorption of Dao Beiyu, Liu Yi immediately broke through the bottleneck and entered the realm of transforming gods. The realm of transforming gods is different from the realm of nascent infants. The nascent soul realm is the process of condensing the Dao self, materializing one's own Dao nature, and capturing the laws of the Dao with Dao nature, laying a solid foundation for entering the immortal way. As for the realm of transforming gods, it is one's own spirit that begins to be condensed. There were strands of golden light blooming between Liu Yi's brows, and under the colorful light of the avenue, a halo of light appeared behind Liu Yi's head. That is the manifestation of extremely powerful spiritual power. If the spiritual power is strong enough, the monks will naturally speed up their enlightenment in cooperation with Dao. Before Liu Yi kept drinking spiritual wine, using natural materials and earthly treasures, coupled with the nourishment of the calming spirit beads, his mental power even surpassed most of the cultivators who turned into gods. At this moment, Liu Yi's mental strength has once again increased, reaching an extremely terrifying situation. It's a metamorphosis. Liu Yi only felt that his spirit was coming out of his body, like an arm, which could be used at will. With a thought, his mental power turned into a group of golden figures outside his body. The figures were golden and shining, exuding incomparably mysterious Dao Yun. This is the materialization of spiritual power. Even monks in the realm of the void may not be able to materialize spiritual power to such an extent. Not only that, after the spiritual power transformed again, Liu Yi's mind wandered into the void. With a movement of his mind ignored time and space, and traveled an extremely long distance. He seems to be standing in the sky, looking down at the earth below, as if the sky and the earth are under his feet. Change first and then change. Chapter 149 Master and Number 039, S. Shock. The spirit is different from the physical body. Compared with the physical body, the spirit is more mysterious and mysterious. It takes a long time for monks to explore the mysteries, so that they can unleash the power of the spirit. After reaching the realm of transforming gods, the spiritual power can increase the strength of the spiritual energy, and the quality of the spiritual energy that has almost reached its limit can be improved again. In this way, even if the amount of spiritual energy does not change, the destructive power of the spiritual energy will also be greatly improved. Of course, after the breakthrough, the Dao nascent soul in Liu Yi's body will also continue to absorb the aura, strengthen itself, and make the nascent soul even stronger. In Liu Yi's Danshan, Dao Guang condensed clouds of colorful mist, Yuanying sat cross-legged, with a peaceful expression, and behind Yuanying's head, groups of golden halos also appeared. This is because the mental power is strong enough to project on the Dao self. Between Liu Yi's brows, there was a golden light shining, and the sound of the avenue was incomparably mysterious, as if it came from the void, telling the truth of heaven and earth. All kinds of visions appeared around Liu Yi, such as fairy lotus blooming, Dao fruit ups and downs, sword patterns flashing and disappearing, real dragon roaring and so on. A series of mysterious visions surrounded Liu Yi, and Liu Yi's black hair was flying, and the roots were crystal clear. Dao Guang flowed on his delicate face, as if he was born with Taoism, and the truth of the Tao was at his disposal. Liu Yi continued to use the Dao gem and absorbed all the Dao gem. Every inch of his flesh and bones were engraved with the incomparably mysterious innate Dao patterns. Liu Yi's body is clear, his body is as transparent as glass, flawless and unstained, tempered by the aura of the Dao. He gets closer to the Dao and blends with the heaven and the earth. Every breakthrough is a transformation for Liu Yi. Every time he breaks through and absorbs the treasures of heaven and earth, they are all condensed from the Dao. Looking at the universe, they are all unimaginable opportunities. As time passed, when Liu Yi completely absorbed Dao Beiyu, the vision around him slowly dissipated, and the surging aura around Liu Yi also gradually calmed down. He broke through to the realm of transforming gods. At this moment, an extremely terrifying pressure descended from the sky, pressing on Liu Yi's body, like a mountain of 10,000 zhang slowly falling down. Even Liu Yi felt a slight change in his face. The catastrophe is coming. Liu Yi stepped out, joined the Tao, and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, Liu Yi appeared outside the cave and flew towards the direction away from Bianzong at an extremely fast speed. The heavenly coercion brought by the heavenly tribulation this time is too terrifying, even Liu Yi's hairs stand on end, far surpassing the previous transformation infant thunder tribulation. If they stayed near the Baiun sect, the entire Baiun sect would probably be destroyed. As Liu Yi crossed the sky, endless dark clouds gathered little by little from a distance and continued to expand, as if to cover the whole world. The sky became dark and gloomy. Where Liu Yi passed by, there were spider web-like cracks on the ground, which were the cracks under the pressure of the heavens, and even the ground that was so far away could not bear it. All the monks of the Baiun sect were startled, and they jumped into the air one by one. Looking at the incomparably vast dark clouds and feeling the terrifying coercion of the heavenly Dao, Master Wu Qingfeng and other senior officials of the Baiun sect were shocked. This thunder calamity, couldn't nephew Liu be crossing the calamity? Wu Qingfeng looked at the golden light across the sky, his scalp tingling. Apart from him, who else would make such a big commotion? Old Ming's mouth twitched. The others also had strange expressions. Lu Zhenyang doubted his life and said, "Even when I first crossed the cave, there was no such big movement." The crowd became even more silent. This kid is too perverted. Qi Ling grinned, no wonder that Fairy was also amazed at his talent. Go over and have a look, protect him," Wu Qingfeng said. For Bianzong, the higher Liu Yi's talent, the better. After all, if Liu Yi ascended to immortality, Bianzong could become immortal. Do you think this kid's thunder tribulation needs someone to protect him? Ming Lao glanced at Wu Qingfeng, who would dare to disturb this kid's crossing tribulation at this time. Wu Qingfeng was silent again. At this time, Qi Ling thought of something, his eyes lit up, and he said, "By the way, didn't this kid inspire such a strange vision at the end of his breakthrough last time? It made many monks of my Baiun sect understand a lot. If there is this time." Hearing this, everyone breathed heavily. Everyone looked at the golden light in the dark cloud with green eyes. An old man of Huashan said quietly, "Even if we don't need to protect the Dharma, as the elders of the sect, we have to go and watch." Good. Great goodness. The senior officials of Bianzong nodded, turned into streamers, and flew in the direction of Liu Yi. Not only them, but also the disciples of Bianzong. Nangang Moyu and other geniuses had gained a lot in Liu Yi's breakthrough last time, so naturally they thought of it immediately this time. Even breaking through to the nascent soul realm last time had such a vision, wouldn't it be more exaggerated this time? One by one was too excited. Peak Master Ling Luo was originally asleep, but was awakened at this moment. She stood in the air, seeing the dark clouds above Liu Yi's head, her eyes turned, and there was also a hint of surprise in her eyes. This kid Lei Ji is getting stronger and stronger. If he grows all the way, I'm afraid everyone will be shocked. Then Ling Luo Peak Master laughed, "This kid is my mother's direct disciple." Two streams of light flashed past, and Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu also appeared beside Ling Luo Peak Lord. "Master! Brother has crossed the tribulation again!" Donggong Minjiu exclaimed again and again. Lu Ningxuang's pretty face was cold, and she saluted Ling Lufeng's master, "Master." Peak Master Ling Luo nodded, and said lazily, "Well, let's go and have a look." With a wave of her hand, she led Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu to follow. This time Liu Yi was thousands of miles away from Bianzong before stopping in a desert area. His speed is so fast that even the Baiun sect masters in the realm of transforming gods can barely keep up. The monks of Baiun sect in the realm of Golden Core and Yuanying realm are difficult to follow at this moment. Caught up. As for the others, they can only fly slowly by themselves. As for the disciples of the Baiun sect who were in the Foundation establishment realm, they could not see anyone even after flying a short distance away. They could only see the sea-like dark clouds in the sky, and Zheng Zheng tried his best to catch up. Liu Yi stood in the air, and the dark clouds above his head were still spreading, and they spread for hundreds of miles before stopping. This made the scalps of all the Baiun sect powerhouses who arrived feel numb. 100 miles of thunder calamity. Nephew Lu's thunder calamity that broke through to the realm of transforming gods is actually 100 miles. This is too surprising. Wu Qingfeng was a little incoherent for a while. You know, the old man Ming's breakthrough was only 80 kilometers away. This old thing had a great sword intent back then, and he can be considered a strong man in the Dongxu realm when he breaks through to the realm of Dongxu. To the little guy who turned into a god. Qi Ling exclaimed again and again. Elder Ming next to him had black lines all over his head, and he glanced at Qi Ling faintly, very speechless. Everyone looked at each other, and then dispersed, still standing outside the thunder tribulation, preventing others from entering the thunder tribulation and interfering with Liu Yi's breakthrough. Then, one by one monks also approached quickly, looking at Liu Yi standing in the air in the distance, talking a lot. In the sky, there are purple thunders rolling in the dark clouds, the power of destruction surges, and the pressure of heaven is extremely overwhelming, as if it wants to level the world. Liu Yi looked up at the sky with a calm expression. Thunder patterns emerged all over his body, real dragon patterns flickered on the surface of his skin, and the inside of his body was covered with innate path patterns and immortal law patterns. Liu Yi is ready. At this moment, with a bang, the sky thunder emerged, its purple radiance was extremely dazzling, it turned into a long sword, an ancient bell, an ancient tripod, and various utensils, and it suppressed Liu Yi. The long sword has a fierce sword intent of heaven, the long knife has a terrifying sharp sword intent, the ancient clock is like a giant mountain, and the ancient tripod wants to absorb and refine Liu Yi. The utensils transformed by Tian Li are like magic weapons, and they are also very powerful magic weapons. With the power of heaven, they want to prevent Liu Yi from breaking through and suppress Liu Yi. The movement was so loud that the desert below Liu Yi sank directly, forming a circular deep pit with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. This is a deep pit created by the coercion of heaven. This is heavenly thunder transformation. Oh my god, it turned into a magic weapon. This sky thunder is already so terrifying, but it has condensed into a magic weapon. How powerful is this? Wu Qingfeng glared. Big eyes, very shocked. It is said that even in the ancient times, only the most monstrous characters could transform the sky thunder. However, even those ancient evildoers never let the sky thunder transform into the god of thunder calamity, right? This Kid Lu's talent has even surpassed that of the ancient monsters. Elder Ming couldn't believe it. You must know that as long as the evil characters in ancient times did not die young, they would basically become immortals. Just like the Immortal Sword sect who has been sleeping for millions of years, he was definitely a monster back then. Even such an evildoer has never let the thunder calamity take form in the realm of transforming gods. That's not necessarily the case. After all, the sky is so vast. Perhaps in a certain long time ago, there were monsters who broke through in the land of no man and there was such a thunder disaster, but it was never recorded in the ancient books. These words made all the monks nod their heads. It's quite possible. An old man who turned into gods with an old face and cloudy eyes nodded. He is one of the old monsters of the Baiun sect, and he is older than Ming Lao and Xian Lao. But even so, Kid Lu's talent is definitely one of the most powerful people in the entire Tianming past and present. Sun Lao said this. The others didn't refute either. The thunder calamity in the realm of transforming gods spreads for hundreds of miles, and even makes the sky thunder into form. With such a talent, even the heavenly Dao might want to destroy it. Such a person is naturally one of the most powerful monsters in ancient and modern times. Ha ha ha, such an evil character actually came from my Baiun sect. Meow meow meow. Everyone smiled. When everyone was communicating, all the magic weapons transformed from the sky thunder had hit Liu Yi's body, and all kinds of magic weapons completely surrounded Liu Yi. Liu Yi felt the fierce sword and saber intent coming to his body, and there were bloodstains on the surface of his body. Even the terrifying physique brought by the immortal thunder dragon art could not completely resist it. You know, Liu Yi has absorbed 6 drops of true dragon essence blood, and his physical body has become unimaginably strong. It is conceivable how powerful this thunder tribulation is. The ancient clock vibrated, and waves of bells with thunder light fell on Liu Yi's body. Liu Yi's blood was tumbling, his whole body was red, and blood slowly slipped from the wound. The ancient cauldron enveloped Liu Yi with thunder and fire intertwined, trying to refine Liu Yi alive. There were scorched black marks on Liu Yi's skin, but his body was still solid. In Liu Yi's body, the law of immortality circulated, and the original blood flowed back slowly and continued to return to Liu Yi's body. The wounds on his body healed rapidly, and his scorched skin became white again. On the surface of his body, the thunder streaks flickered and became even more dazzling, like sun-like marks branded on Liu Yi's body. On the skin area outside the thunder streaks, there was a phantom of a real dragon swimming. Liu Yi immediately used the number of epiphanies and entered the epiphany. The nascent soul in his body began to capture the sound of the Dao, the golden light flickered between his brows, and the spiritual power assisted Dao Mi. Open, Dao Yun is self-generated. In such thunder calamity, Liu Yi can realize too many things. The destructive power of the sky thunder, the coercion of the heavenly law, the magic weapon condensed by the sky thunder, the true dragon pattern, the innate path pattern, the law of immortality, various fields, etc. Liu Yi can comprehend this series of things, but for him, the most intuitive one is naturally the indestructible thunder dragon art. Under the tempering of such a sky thunder, Liu Yi had a new understanding of the immortal thunder dragon Ju. Various mysterious Dao patterns were formed in Liu Yi's mind. This is an improvement of the immortal thunder dragon Ju. It is the profound interpretation of the indestructible thunder dragon Ju. When Liu Yi was enlightened, Ling Luo Peak Master in the distance suddenly froze, widened his eyes, and looked at Liu Yi in the sky thunder. His originally lazy eyes became clear, and there was a look of shock in the dark and misty eyes. She whispered to herself, "This is the breath of law? How is it possible?" Ling Luo Peak Master couldn't believe it, and even thought that his perception was wrong. Lu Ningshuang and Donggong Minjiu at the side noticed Peak Master Ling Luo's whisper, but they couldn't hear clearly amidst the roar of thunder. The two turned their heads to look at Ling Luo Peak Master. Donggong Minjiu asked curiously, "Master, what did you say?" Peak Master Ling Luo shook his head slightly, "It's nothing." In her pitch-black eyes, strands of dreamlike streamers flickered, staring intently at the thunder in the distance. The next moment, she widened her eyes and was extremely shocked. "It's really a law. Although it is very weak, it really exists. It has the same origin as the Immortal Sword Sutra, and it is the indestructible secret. This kid. Could it be that he came from this trace of indestructible meaning comprehended in the Immortal Sword Sutra?" Peak Lord Ling Luo scratched his head. He was no longer sleepy, and was completely awakened by Liu Yi. "This kid, is it true or not? Just a mortal realm, he understands the law." "Meow, I don't believe it." Ling Luo Peak Master whispered non-stop, and has always been lazy. The pretty face is rich in expression like never before. The first time Lu Ningshuang and Donggong Minjiu saw the appearance of Ling Luo Peak Lord, both of them were puzzled. The two looked at each other, and Donggong Minjiu asked in a low voice, "Senior sister, what's wrong with Master?" It seems that you have been hit. Are you going to be okay? Lu Ningshuang shook her head slightly. I don't know. Even Lu Ningshuang had a trace of worry on her pretty face. This is the first time master is like this, so sober. In the understanding of Lu Ningshuang and Donggong Minjiu, the problem is that Ling Luo Peak Master is awake. Then Lu Ningshuang and Donggong Minjiu suddenly thought of something, and they looked at each other. Donggong Minjiu said, the last time the senior brother just broke through to the nascent soul realm, the master was also very surprised. Did the senior brother do anything else this time? Lu Ningshuang also thought about this, and nodded slightly. Maybe it has something to do with junior brother? Both of them looked in the direction of Tianli. All kinds of thunder magic weapons condensed into a circle, and the purple light was like the sun, so dazzling that Luyi could not be seen at all. But they could all feel Luyi's breath. Luyi's breath was very stable, even in such a terrible thunder calamity, they could handle it with ease. This made Lu Ningshuang and Donggong Minjiu's eyes glow with brilliance. For them, such a catastrophe was unimaginable. The two of them turned their heads and looked at Peak Master Ling Luo's changing expression. Both of them were a little worried. Master, are you okay? Is there something wrong with my junior? Lu Ningshuang asked. Peak Master Ling Luo came back to his senses, glanced at Lu Ningshuang, with complicated eyes, and then looked at the terrifying Tianli, a little skeptical and said, what's wrong? Even if Lei Ji is twice as strong, he won't have any problems. Just kidding, that is the law of immortality. Although it is only a trace, it is also a law after all. How could this level of thunder calamity hurt this kid in the slightest? Twice as strong. Lu Ningshuang and Donggong Minjiu were shocked. Such a thunder calamity was already terrifying enough. If it was twice as strong, would Luyi be able to stop it? Both couldn't believe it. Peak Lord Ling Luo had a strange expression, and said, you don't understand, this kid, as long as he doesn't have any big problems in the future, he will definitely become a big shot. Lu Ningshuang and Donggong Minjiu looked at each other, and then both heaved a sigh of relief. They were relieved that Luyi was fine. Ling Luo Peak Master also recovered from the shock, muttered something again, quite dissatisfied, and gnashed his teeth. This made the expressions of Lu Ningshuang and Donggong Minjiu even more strange. At this moment, mysterious and incomparable Dao lights emerged, and the Dao sound was like the sound of heaven, coming from an unknown place, telling the truth of heaven and earth. In the Dao Guang, there are incomparably mysterious Dao patterns that flicker and disappear. The moment this mysterious vision appeared, all monks were pleasantly surprised. Coming. The last time they were under such Dao Guang, they had all kinds of insights. This time, they really appeared again. And looking at the scene, it was even more powerful than last time. All monks are immersed in the perception. Ling Lufeng's expression was very speechless. This kid can achieve epiphany every time a thunder disaster occurs, and the epiphany can even inspire Dao Guang. She muttered again and didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Donggong Minjiu and Lu Ningshuang, who were on the side, fell into comprehension as early as the moment Dao Guang appeared. Both of them are extremely talented, and they have a lot of insights into their own ways, so naturally they can gain more from such Dao Guang. Soon, the first wave of thunder calamity ended, and the second wave of thunder calamity reappeared. The second wave of thunder calamity is also the form of thunder. All kinds of magic weapons are more powerful and terrifying than the first wave of thunder calamity. The purple sky thunder even has a trace of white streamer, carrying an indescribable destructive aura. However, such thunder tribulation still couldn't hurt Luyi in the slightest. Then the third wave, the fourth wave. Even though the desert turned into a deep pit with a radius of hundreds of kilometers, Luyi still stood calmly under the thunder, and everyone was numb. There were 9 waves of sky thunder this time, and the 9th wave of sky thunder still turned into a completely white thunder light. The power of destroying heaven and earth made Lao Ming's scalp numb in the realm of Dongxiu, but it was still difficult to hurt Luyi. When the thunder light dissipated and the dark clouds dissipated, Liu Yi's aura calmed down. He was already a cultivator of Huashan. Liu Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally broke through to the realm of transforming gods. When Liu Yi broke through to the realm of transforming gods before, he naturally released a mission, and the mission rewards were extremely generous. Chapter 150 10 years in a blink of an eye. Task. Breakthrough to the realm of transforming gods, completed. Rewards, 20 caddies of Dao Enlightenment Tea, 10 Tianxin fruits, the top-grade spiritual weapon Shaking Light Sword, the top-grade spiritual weapon Qing Guang Empty Walking Boots, the magic method One Step to the End of the World, and the level of the specified spell +3. Whether to receive rewards, yes/no. It has to be said that with the improvement of Liu Yi's cultivation base, the rewards for breaking through to a high level have become more and more generous. Among other things, just enlightenment tea leaves are worth 20 caddies. When Liu Yi first saw it, he was very surprised. You know, this is enlightenment tea. Treasures of heaven and earth that can improve understanding. Calculating in caddies is extremely exaggerated, it actually weighs 20 caddies. If Liu Yi lived frugally, these enlightenment tea leaves could last him for hundreds of years. The Tianxin fruit is a powerful spiritual fruit that can understand the Tianxin, which can enhance the understanding of Taoism and have the opportunity to inspire epiphany. For Liu Yi, it is not very useful. After all, he can use the epiphany once a month, and he also drinks enlightenment tea every day, but it is not small for other monks. Liu Yi plans to use it for senior sisters and others. There are 2 high-grade spiritual artifacts. The Tianzhentu and Xianxin clock in Liu Yi's hands have greatly improved his combat power, and these 2 magic weapons are only middle-grade spiritual artifacts. It is conceivable that this high-grade spiritual artifact definitely more powerful. There is also the technique of the Void Realm. One step to the end of the world is a very powerful escape technique. If you practice it to the depths, you can travel thousands of miles with one step, which surpasses the sword Yuan escape that Liu Yi is currently using. Naturally, it is also very suitable his. The last specified skill level was increased by 3 levels, which was equally precious to Liu Yi. When the skill level and Kung Fu level had been cultivated to a high level, using this reward could save a lot of time. Although Liu Yi was pleasantly surprised, he was not in a hurry to receive the reward. As the dark clouds dissipated and the thunder tribulation ended, the vision around Liu Yi also dissipated, and the surrounding disciples who were immersed in the vision woke up one after another. Everyone had their own gains, and they were all very pleasantly surprised. Some laughed heartily, some raised their eyebrows excitedly, and some even flew back directly to Bianzong, wanting to break through now. Wu Qingfeng and other experts from the Baiyun sect will naturally gain something. An old monster of the Baiyun sect with very high seniority had unusually bright eyes at the moment, and with a trembling voice, he said, "I've realized it." The next moment, he turned into a ray of light and flew towards Bianzong. The others were also very pleasantly surprised, which meant that there might be another Dongxiu cultivator in the Baiyun sect. Not only that, Wu Qingfeng and others also had a great understanding, and they were one step closer to the realm of the void. Maybe it won't take long to make a breakthrough. With the appearance of monks in the void realm, the strength of Bianzong will naturally rise to a higher level. My Baiyun sect is getting more and more prosperous. Wu Qingfeng smiled. Indeed, there are more and more monks in Dongxiu. Ming Lao circulated the sword intent all over his body, and gained a lot. After all, Liu Yi gave him a lot of treasures before, allowing him to feel the sword intent. Afterwards, the senior officials of Bianzong came to Liu Yi to congratulate Liu Yi. Not only the senior officials of Baiyun sect, but also disciples such as Nangang Moyu also congratulated Liu Yi for his breakthrough. Liu Yi responded one by one with a smile. In the end, there were too many people and the crowd was too enthusiastic, so he had to run away. In the next few days, Liu Yi became very busy. Many disciples came to Liu Yi's cave to congratulate Liu Yi for his breakthrough. There were also some monks who made good friends with Liu Yi, such as Zhang Fan's trio, such as Nangang Mou Xiet Yanming and other senior brothers and sisters. Han Yu and other disciples from other sects hosted a banquet to congratulate Liu Yi. The news of Liu Yi's breakthrough naturally spread. After all, there was too much movement. When breaking through outside the Baiyun sect, some casual cultivators around even noticed Lei Ji, and even gained a lot of benefits from Liu Yi's profound light of enlightenment. This surprised many monks. Who would have thought that Liu Yi's breakthrough would also be a chance for them? Some monks' skills have improved, some monks' kung fu has also improved, and some monks have even realized the Dao, and the bottleneck in cultivation has become much weaker. This matter, together with the transformation of the thunder, was spread by many monks, as if a gust of wind had blown through Qingzhou and blown to other sects in the eastern region. Liu Yi himself possessed the immortal scriptures, and his performance in the Dao of Sword Conference and the ruins of the Immortal Sword sect was too monstrous and shocking, and he was even amazed by the peerless immortals. His reputation has almost spread throughout the eastern region. Especially some powerful monks are more concerned about the news of Liu Yi. Many of those powerful monks who do not have the fairy scriptures are still concerned about the fairy scriptures on Liu Yi. This is a rare opportunity for them. Naturally, he is not willing to give up easily. After hearing such news, all the great powers were very surprised. After all, the significance of the transformation of the sky thunder is too great. Many ancient books have recorded this kind of alien thunder catastrophe. Even in ancient times, only the most monstrous monks could have such treatment. This is one of the hallmarks of a true monster. Not only that, Liu Yi's rapid breakthrough to the realm of transforming gods also shocked many people. You must know that Liu Yi's information has been mastered by many powerful people. He has been practicing so far, and he is not even 100 years old. A cultivator who is less than 100 years old is an incomparably monstrous existence. All the great powers were amazed again and again. This son of Liu Yi has just come into being. With his combat power, after reaching the realm of transforming gods, even I may not be able to suppress him. These are the side words of a combined ancestor of a powerful sect in Yunzhou. This word was spread by Zhongmen Tianjiao, causing great turmoil in the entire Yunzhou. One must know that Liu Yi has only just entered the realm of transforming gods, and even the powers of the fusion realm have no absolute confidence to suppress him. You can imagine how shocking this is. However, many monks recalled Liu Yi's previous achievements. Before breaking through, Liu Yi had killed the monk Dongxiu, escaped from the fit monk, and destroyed a sect. Now that Liu Yi made a breakthrough, with his means, maybe he really had hoped to face the fit monk. This kind of thought made the monks even more frightened. It was unimaginable that a monk who transformed himself into a god could do this. In addition to the combined power of this sect, there are also many strong people who speak out. Liu Yi broke through to the realm of transforming gods. Those who want his Immortal Sword Sutra may have to weigh it up, but don't fail to obtain the Immortal Sword Sutra by then, and instead be suppressed by a junior. Ding Qing said this with a sneer in Excalibur City, and it spread quickly. Everyone knows that after the Sword Dao conference, the experts of the Divine Sword sect are very optimistic about Liu Yi, and even invited Liu Yi to join the Divine Sword sect more than once, but unfortunately Liu Yi refused. Even the old headmaster of the Divine Sword sect marveled that Liu Yi was a natural sword fairy when chatting with the strong man of the Divine Sword sect. And in the ruins of the Immortal Sword sect, Liu Yi took the Excalibur sect Tianjiao to act together. It is conceivable how good the relationship between the two parties is. When Liu Yi was targeted by Daneng, Excalibur sect publicly spoke out and stood up for Liu Yi. Even so, there were Xiao Xiao who ignored the majesty of the Divine Sword sect and insisted on attacking Liu Yi, which naturally made the Divine Sword sect very dissatisfied. At the moment when Liu Yi made a breakthrough, the upper echelons of the Excalibur sect gloated over his misfortune. Not only the Divine Sword sect, But Nan Yuking, a Mahayana cultivator of the Taewang sword sect, also sneered, "You actually want to snatch the fairy scriptures from the younger generation, some old things really come back alive. Now that kid Lui, if you have reached the realm of transforming gods, if you have the ability to let the juniors in the realm of transforming gods take action, I will not say a word." Yuan Jin from Tai Holy Land also said with a smile, "Boy Lu deserves to be praised by the immortals. He can reach the realm of becoming a god after only 100 years of cultivation. He is truly a genius. In a few hundred years, some old guys may not be able to live in peace. It's a pity that Kid Lu's talent for forming formations is unsurpassed, so he couldn't concentrate on forming formations. If there is a chance, it would be great if the boy could come to the Holy Land of Supreme One. Lei Yin Holy Land, Tianlong Holy Land and many other Immortal Sect Holy Lands and top great teachers spoke one after another, and what they said was quite irritating. All the monks were very speechless. These holy places of Xianzong really did not hurt their backs while standing and talking. They have the Ascension book themselves, and there is a road ahead, so naturally they don't care about the book of books on Lui, but for the monks whose road is broken, the book of books on Lui can be said to be the only chance. But after all, they are all top powers in the Eastern Territory, even if they make such remarks, not many monks dare to say anything. At most they just gossip when chatting in private. For some monks who had no chance of being immortal, Lui's breakthrough was actually a topic of conversation after dinner, and they could often hear monks discussing this matter in taverns in various ancient cities. That natural sword fairy has actually broken through to the realm of transforming gods. This speed of cultivation is outrageous. He is not yet 100 years old. Don't talk about it, okay? I've been listening to it every day recently, it's so heart-wrenching. When I was 100 years old, I just broke through the Golden Core realm. Fuck. Fellow Daoist Ning, you were already a Golden Core cultivator when you were 100 years old? I didn't expect you to be a genius too. When I was 100 years old, I only just established a foundation. But having said that, the world has really changed. There is Lui in the Eastern Territory, who is born with a sword fairy and a peerless immortal. In the Northern Territory, there is a descendant of the nine-tailed demon emperor. He is invincible in the Mahayana realm. Yu Tianjiao, it's been a long time since it's been this lively. Yet, no one has ascended in thousands of years, and now there are so many Tianjiao with the posture of ascending, this world may be lively. That's true. With the temperament of these Tianjiao, I'm afraid they won't be convinced. Sooner or later, there will be a battle to prove their own way. Many monks were curious. Lui broke through to the realm of transforming gods, which shocked the world. Will anyone go to Qingzhou to discuss the Tao with other Tianjiao monsters? In the end, I don't know which Tianjiao can become a truly peerless figure, and will overwhelm Tianming until he ascends to immortality. The news from the outside world was like a storm, shaking as Lui broke through to the realm of transforming gods, but at the moment Lui didn't care. Every day he is either eating a banquet or on the way to a banquet. Talents from other sects like Yun Xi and Han Yu also came here, and it was very lively every day. Lui also enjoyed it. After all, the way of cultivation also needs to relax. He had basically been cultivating with heart in the past few years, but now that he has broken through to the realm of transforming gods, he can relax for a while. I think when he finished his college entrance examination, he played like crazy for a long time. Half a month later, all the disciples of the sect ended the celebration, and Lui was able to relax. Of course, during the banquet, when the atmosphere is high, Lui will also discuss with relatives and friends, and get some rewards by the way. Another month later, Yun Xi also left. Yun Xi came here after receiving the news of Lui's breakthrough, and stayed here for a long time. When leaving, Yun Xi also invited Lui to play with Wan Huazong. This made Donggong Minjiao look at Yun Xi very strangely, and she was extremely guarded. Of course, When Yun Xi was around, the two of them had a lot of quarrels. Basically every day they were arguing or on the way to quarreling. Donggong Minjia wanted Yun Xi to leave quickly in her dreams. After Yun Xi left, Donggong Minjia was so happy that she walked around bouncing around. Only Lu Ningxuang remained the same, with a cold expression, and took Donggong Minjia to practice after she was free. Seeing that Yongzi was not there, Donggong Minjia planned to have a few more drinks with Lu Yi, but unfortunately Lu Ningxuang grabbed the neck of fate, but she was so weak that she couldn't even resist Lu Ningxuang. Damn senior sister! Just wait. After I break through to the realm of transforming spirits, I will definitely take revenge. When Donggong Minjia was led away by Lu Ningxuang, she bared her teeth and claws, very angry, and kept threatening. It's a pity that as soon as she finished speaking, Lu Ningxuang froze her whole body, unable to speak. Wow! Damn woman! You dare to suppress this lady? You are finished, and when this lady surpasses Yun Xi, she will surpass you. Donggong Minjia did not give up, and her sound transmission was concussive. Lu Ningxuang's pretty face was cold, and she calmly stretched out her hand for a piece of ice, sealing her consciousness. Donggong Minjia was silent now. Lu Ningxuang looked at Lu Yi, with a slight smile on her cold face. Junior brother, I've been free for a while, let's practice hard. Lu Yi glanced at Donggong Minjia who was crushed in the ice, rolled her eyes, and begged him for help with pitiful eyes, then turned her head and ignored it. He smiled and nodded, well, senior sister is practicing hard. I got a lot of resources by chance some time ago, and even some spiritual essence. If senior sister is not enough for cultivation, you can ask me for it. Lu Ningxuang brushed her jet black hair, revealing her delicate side face as white as jade, and nodded slightly, well, there are still quite a few. Brother, you should practice. Lu Ningxuang turned to leave, and the ice block that sealed Donggong Minjia followed behind Lu Ningxuang, and the two turned into flowing light and left. Lu Yi looked at the two people who had left, and shook his head helplessly. The junior sister was really fearless, she dared to be so arrogant to the senior sister. It's a pity that he turned around and was suppressed. Compared to Yun Xi, Lu Ningxuang is the type who doesn't talk too much. Lu Yi closed the cave and began to practice. After breaking through to the realm of transforming gods, Lu Yi still has no shortage of resources. After all, his senior sister has also broken through to the realm of transforming gods. Elders and peak masters can exchange ideas, and they can also obtain the 10,000 years essence. Lu Yi has accumulated a lot before, and now there are tens of thousands of spiritual essence, which is enough for him to practice now. Coupled with the lack of various other resources, Lu Yi continued to practice steadily in the cave. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. When Lu Yi first broke through to the realm of transforming gods, Lu Yi practiced the Immortal Sword Sutra of transforming gods. Drinking enlightenment tea every day, his skill level has improved rapidly. It only took 8 years to raise the skill level to LV7, and then Lu Yi used the task reward of breaking through the realm of the gods to directly raise the skill level to the limit. Afterwards, the speed of cultivation became much faster, and coupled with the fact that he had been using the Wanyan essence, Lu Yi's cultivation speed was astonishing. In just 10 years, Lu Yi had reached the 6th level of God transformation, and had risen to 5 levels. Of course, in addition to improving his cultivation, Lu Yi also had a huge improvement in other aspects. Breaking through to the realm of transforming gods, Lei Ji brought great changes to Lu Yi. At this moment, Lu Yi's Immortal Thunder Dragon art has been promoted to the Mahayana realm. If Lu Yi cultivates to the limit, the way of body training can reach the strength of a Mahayana monk. After the next Thunder Tribulation, maybe Lu Yi will be able to upgrade the indestructible Thunder Dragon Ju to the realm of transcending tribulations. By then, he will not be far from the immortal scripture. At that time, maybe Lu Yi will be able to create his own fairy scripture. This is something that makes Lu Yi very excited. In addition, Liu Yi would practice all kinds of spells and skills whenever he had free time. With the premise of using enlightenment tea and the addition of training tasks, the speed of training was naturally not slow. One step to the end of the world in the realm of the whole, Liu Yi spent 10 years cultivating to the limit level. Even the spell Zhentian Seal in the state of integration, Liu Yi has cultivated to LV7, even surpassing the state of returning to the true state. This is a fusion technique, and it is very suitable for Liu Yi's body training method. With Liu Yi's current use of power, the power will be very terrifying, which is one of Liu Yi's trump cards. In addition, Liu Yi also practiced the magical myriad transformation technique to the limit. Not only the effect of transformation is more powerful, but also can better conceal his own origin, which is much stronger than the previous transformation technique. Coupled with the cooperation of the middle-grade spirit weapon Menjiun Yupi, Liu Yi is confident that he will not be targeted by Daneng even if he goes out now. During these 10 years, Liu Yi lived in the sect and never left the sect. However, the three of Zhang Fan, Nanggong Moyu and other senior brothers and sisters are different from Liu Yi after all, so they will naturally go out to practice. Every time they met to discuss the Tao, Liu Yi could get outside news from them. What surprised Liu Yi the most was that the Sea clan had reached a very deep place since they first landed and started attacking the ocean border of the eastern region, not far from Qingzhou. In just over 30 years, it has occupied nearly a quarter of the land in the eastern territory. It is conceivable how fast it is. Liu Yi heard about it from brother Zhang Fan and the others. As early as 20 years ago, all the coastal islands were occupied by the Sea clan, and the sects there were destroyed, scattered, and migrated. Afterwards, the soldiers of the High clan were unstoppable, and they fought all the way to the inland. Wherever they passed, the sects were destroyed one by one, and many sects retreated all the way to the rear. Now Qingzhou has many migrations. The sect inside was very chaotic, and even had a lot of conflicts with the local Baiyun sect and other sects. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.